Calling headquarters. This is East 3rd Street, Bajiao Alley, Jiangzhou City. We have a suspected SS Level wanted criminal. Request immediate backup. The target is extremely dangerous. At the cold and deserted alley entrance, the officer from the Jinwu division was sweating profusely, his hand gripping the police baton turned white from the strain as he faced off against Qin Cha. Passers-by were terrified and scattered in panic. This officer was a level 50 second-tier awakened being, considered a master by ordinary standards, yet he was visibly tense, underscoring the danger posed by the person opposite him. Sunlight glinted off the blade, reflecting Qin Cha's image. Standing at a towering 2.4 meters and weighing over 400 pounds, his muscular build resembled a human mountain. Despite his formidable physique, his face was more handsome than fierce, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Qin Cha raised an eyebrow slightly. Officer, there's no need to be nervous, I am. Don't speak. The officer reacted intensely, interpreting the eyebrow raise as a prelude to an attack. Qin Cha felt helpless. Ever since arriving in this world a year ago, his imposing appearance had caused him no end of trouble. Everyone saw him as a murderous demon, but in reality, he had just celebrated his 19th birthday with his aunt a few days ago. Officer, I'm a student, and I'm supposed to change professions today. Can you let me go? Qin Cha said, looking directly at the officer. In this game-fused world, awakening and changing professions at 19 was crucial. He had waited a year and couldn't afford any delays. A student? Changing professions? The officer's forehead veins bulged with disbelief. You must be joking. With your aura, even a dog would get slapped around you. At the very least, you're like a walking second-class merit. Qin Cha sighed in exasperation. Can't you just check my level? As someone not yet awakened, he had no level. Rubbish. I've already looked. There's nothing to see. You must have used some special method to hide it. The officer was convinced he was dealing with a dangerous individual. Trying to make me drop my guard for a surprise attack? I'm as sharp as a monkey. Qin Cha frowned. Can't see it. This action made the officer even more nervous. Stay still. Taking out his phone, Qin Cha said, a friend just texted me. I'm running late for the awakening. How can I make you believe me? The officer swallowed hard. Step back. How about this? Look at my student ID. Ignoring the officer's protests, Qin Cha pulled out his ID and tossed it over. Qin Cha, a student, 19 years old. No way. You're really just an unawakened, ordinary person. The officer was shocked, his expression a mix of disbelief and amazement. I'm a level 53 second-tier strongman, and I got scared by someone with no level. Can I go now? Qin Cha sighed in relief, eager to get to the awakening ceremony. I'll take you there. Still suspicious, the officer decided to personally escort him to confirm. Inside the car, Qin Cha sat in the passenger seat, his massive frame making the cramped space feel even smaller, and the atmosphere was tense. Qin Cha, you really don't look your age, Su Fan broke the silence. Qin Cha didn't respond, taking it as a compliment. My name is Su Fan. Feel free to call me by my full name. Su Fan said to ease the awkwardness. With your build, you'd be perfect for a shield warrior or berserker. If you can awaken to a hidden class above a rank, that would be impressive. Qin Cha remained silent. Over the past year, he had come to understand this game-like world monsters ran rampant. Danger lurked everywhere, and humanity fought back by awakening different classes. Classes were divided into two main categories, combat and subclasses. Combat classes included warriors, assassins, mages, while subclasses encompassed roles like alchemists and blacksmiths. Reaching the pinnacle in any class could earn one a high status. Talent levels ranged from E to God tier, with anything above a rank considered a hidden class. 40 years ago, Jiangzhou saw an S-rank mountain shield warrior rise to city lord in decades. With your aura, you must be at least S-rank. Su Fan mused. But God-tier classes are extremely rare. Jiangzhou hasn't seen one in centuries. A God-tier class is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Qin Cha's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts turning inward to summon the system interface. God-tier support system, binding progress 99. After a year, the system was finally nearing completion. Judging by the name, it was destined to grant him a God-tier class, assisting him in becoming a deity. We're here, the awakening has started. I'll take you straight to the awakening platform on the field. The sound of sirens and Su Fan's call snapped Qin Cha back to reality. Qin Cha narrowed his eyes, an intimidating aura radiating from him. The awakening and career change he had long awaited was finally here. Su Fan racked his brain, but couldn't fathom how a student could possess such a physique and presence. The red and blue lights of a police car pierced the air, finally coming to a halt at the edge of the crowded schoolyard. Thousands of students' eyes simultaneously turned towards this unexpected intruder. In the center of the field, a solemn awakening monument stood quietly on a high platform, and the teachers overseeing the awakening ceremony all paused their work in unison. The sound of the car door opening was particularly clear in the silence. A muscular foot stepped heavily onto the ground, followed by Qin Cha's imposing figure, which seemed out of place for a high school student. He scanned the surroundings with an impassive gaze, and wherever his eyes landed, the crowd retreated like a tide, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact. Even the seasoned teachers on the platform couldn't help but gasp. His intimidating presence was beyond anything they had imagined for a high school student. Having been Qin Cha's teacher for 3 years, they all knew he never bullied the weak. Yet, despite this, the genuine sense of awe they felt upon seeing him was impossible to suppress. His presence seemed to create an invisible force field, causing everyone to instinctively keep their distance. Su Fan stepped out of the police car, only to be surprised to find that despite being a level 50+ enforcer of the town's martial division, he seemed like a mere accessory next to Qin Cha. Normally, his presence would draw countless admiring glances at the school, but now, no one paid him any attention. Qin Cha, over here. A clear voice called from the 11th grade area. A small-framed student was waving his arms. It was Qin Cha's childhood friend, one of the few unafraid of his aura. Qin Cha looked at Su Fan, his eyes questioning. Go ahead, Su Fan nodded. Seeing the students' reactions, he was convinced that what Qin Cha had previously said was true. He should have left by now, but curiosity got the better of him. What kind of astonishing profession could a young man with such presence awaken to? Witnessing the birth of an class professional would indeed be a rare opportunity. As Qin Cha walked towards his class area, other students stepped back, maintaining a safe distance of over 5 meters. Only the small figure everyone called him Skinny Monkey. Qin Cha's childhood friend came up to him. Old Qin, what happened? Why did you arrive in a police car? Nothing, just a misunderstanding. Qin Cha replied tersely. Somehow, the words seemed particularly convincing coming from him. Skinny Monkey excitedly pointed to the platform. Good thing you made it in time. The awakening just started. Wang Er from Class 1 awakened as a Clevel Fire Controller, Li Si from Class 3 as a Level Swordsman, and Zhao Wu from Class 6 became a Clevel Shield Warrior. He suddenly laughed. As for Qian Fei from Class 8, he awakened to an interesting Auxiliary Professional Lactation Specialist. But don't get too excited, it's for animals. Skinny Monkey's chatter contrasted sharply with the silent Qin Cha beside him. Qin Cha stood tall and imposing, a stark contrast to his smaller companion beside him. If he were to sit down abruptly, his petite friend might truly feel like Sun Wukong, trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain, unable to move. The smaller companion chattered incessantly about the job transfer situation, while Qin Cha remained silent. At that moment, Su Fan arrived at the podium and began whispering with a few familiar teachers. Deacon Su, what brings you to our school today? Oh, it's not that I'm free, Su Fan replied with a wry smile. Can't you tell? I'm here because your student scared me. Deacon Su, you're a level 50+ second-tier expert. Surely that's not possible. Why not? Look at that kid's build and presence. I'd believe it if you told me he could eat 8 kids in one sitting. Well, Qin Cha is indeed formidable, but we have high hopes for him. With his physical attributes, he's at least in a level combat class. The teachers excitedly discussed. Do you think he'll awaken as a shield warrior or a swordsman? I think Berserker suits him best. Su Fan nodded in agreement. This kid is a natural-born Berserker. Just standing there, his aura is overwhelming. More intense than the Hulk. With that physique and presence, if he were at Changbampo, Zhang Yida would have to step aside. If he were in Jinping Mei, the story would end in the first chapter. Next batch of students, please prepare for awakening, announced the broadcast. Li Wang, Wang San, Lu Tian, Qin Cha. 50 names were called in sequence. The students lined up, but upon hearing the last name, the scene erupted in excitement. No way, did I hear that right? In the crowd, Qin Cha's figure stood out like an ancient deity, exuding a powerful aura. The 49 students in line were immediately flustered. Boss Qin, why don't you go in front of me? Brother Qin, come over here. I'm first, you can cut in behind me. Don't listen to him, Brother Qin. Come here, cut in wherever you like. Everyone eagerly invited Qin Cha to cut in line, hoping he would awaken and leave quickly. Qin Cha listened to their words, speechless. Listen to yourselves. It's one thing for the girls, but you guys? I may look intimidating, but that doesn't mean I should cut in line everywhere. No need, I'll queue up, Qin Cha reluctantly said. But the 49 students still insisted on not standing in front of him, shaking their heads like rattles. The teachers were at a loss. The queue for awakening was a long-standing rule, and violators were always punished. But today's situation was unprecedented. Qin Cha didn't want to cut in line, yet everyone else was urging him to do so. Finally, the dean broke the deadlock. Since none of the students have any objections, let's allow Qin Cha to awaken first. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Su Fan's eyes lit up. The main event was finally here. Over 10,000 people held their breath, speculating on what terrifying class this formidable student would awaken. Legendary Bloodthirsty Demon Warrior? S-Class Death Knight? Or S-Class Mountain Bulwark? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Cha stepped onto the awakening platform. As his hand touched the platform, ding! Divine level support system binding complete. Detecting host is awakening. System will conduct synchronized sampling. Once sampling is complete, It will evolve into a unique hidden class. Qin Cha didn't hear the system's voice. He placed his large hand on the awakening stone, and a faint light immediately enveloped him. In an instant, Qin Cha felt himself in a vast, white space filled with lively, dancing light elements. Is my profession related to light? Qin Cha pondered hazily. Suddenly, a strange power surged from within him, like a seed rapidly taking root and sprouting. He snapped his eyes open, and a sacred rune gleamed above his head. The crowd of thousands erupted in excitement. Light element, they exclaimed in waves of astonishment. That symbol. Isn't that the mark of a holy priest? Someone recognized the emblem. And a level priest? How is that possible? The crowd's gaze shifted between Qin Sha's 2.4-meter height and his 400-pound frame. While priests, as the strongest support profession, are highly sought after, they are typically known for their frailty. This profession excels in healing and purification, and after the third transformation, they can even master the Great Resurrection spell, making them indispensable to any team. However, priests are cloth-armored mages with no offensive skills. Qin Sha's robust muscles seemed more fitting for a warrior, starkly contrasting with the priestly role. Even the awakening teacher looked puzzled. Qin Cha, what did you awaken to? Qin Cha glanced at his attribute panel, equally bewildered. A level, holy priest, he murmured. Could it be that my poverty led me to awaken to the light element? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System sampling complete. Host's most compatible attribute is light. Automatically advancing host to the unique hidden divine profession. Initiating advancement. Boom. An immense power erupted within Qin Cha. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly tried to step off the stage, but before he could reach the edge, his eyes turned vacant. An overwhelming transformation was occurring within him, capturing his entire focus. The teachers approached upon seeing this. After confirming Qin Sha's profession, their demeanor visibly relaxed. After all, a priest is merely a support role without significant combat strength. Moreover, his massive build is more of a hindrance for a priest, as his large frame would make him an obvious target on the battlefield, and his size doesn't grant him extra stamina. In battle, a priest's primary task is to protect themselves. With Qin Sha's large stature, there's nowhere to hide. He's practically a sitting duck. This remark seemed to ignite the pent-up discussions in the exam hall. The students whispered among themselves, voices rising and falling. A priest, huh? Such a fierce priest. Must be hard to form a team with. Sigh? Look at Qin Cha. He seems really hit hard by this. Come on, no matter what, he's still an A-class professional, way better than us. Wang Er, speak for yourself. He's definitely better than you, a C-class. I might be different. Exactly. There are plenty of priests out there. I wouldn't team up with someone so fierce. The murmurs below took on a different tone. It was as if sheep suddenly realized the lion had lost its fangs, and their previous fear turned into contempt and envy. In the area of Class 11, a boy with a middle part and delicate features burst into laughter. A holy priest. Qin Cha awakened as a healer. Haha, who would have thought? I used to think he was something special, but turns out he's just trash. The face of the skinny monkey twisted instantly, glaring at the speaker with disdain. Kai Kuan, what kind of bird are you to mock Qin Cha for his awakened class? What business is it of yours? Mock him? Oh, I wouldn't dare. Kai Kuan sneered as he looked around. Sun Yao, why are you so worked up? I'm just speaking the truth. Why can't we comment on Qin Cha now that he's no longer intimidating us? Isn't that right, everyone? The surrounding students remained silent. Everyone knew that despite Qin Sha's imposing physique, he never bullied the weak. Kai Kuan's words were baseless, just a means of revenge. As a second-generation rich kid with parents who were third-turn professionals, he had always been arrogant. A year ago, a mere glance from Qin Cha had made him wet himself in front of the whole class, and now he was seizing the chance to get back at him. A few sycophants quickly chimed in. Young Master Kai is right. I've never liked that Qin Cha guy, so big and scary. Exactly. Qin Sha's no good. He even robbed me once. Yes, the basketball I was going to give to young Master Kai was burst by Qin Cha. The skinny monkey was furious. Nonsense. Burst your basketball? Do you want me to burst your head too? Kai Kuan flicked his middle-parted hair smugly. Oh, come on. Someone seems upset, huh? You. The skinny monkey clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Kai Kuan, don't get cocky. Brother Qin is still an A-class professional, and you haven't even awakened yet. Don't end up embarrassing yourself. Kai Kuan was unfazed, holding back the words on the tip of his tongue, instead flashing a haughty smile. Just wait, I'll soon blind your eyes. And as for that musclehead, I'll make sure to repay the humiliation he gave me, right in front of everyone. Su Fan stood in front of the awakening platform, thoughtfully stroking his chin. I'm not entirely sure about Qin Sha's situation, but it's best not to interfere for now. Let's wait and see. This suggestion was immediately met with unanimous agreement from the other teachers. Awakening continues, announced the teacher as the students took turns stepping onto the platform. Meanwhile, Qin Cha was undergoing a series of changes, System notifications flash progressing to a god-level profession, Berserker Holy Priest, adapting talent skills, and after talent fusion, advancing to intimidating god level. On the platform, one student after another completed their awakening. Most of them acquired ordinary professions: barber, air conditioner repairman, sewer repairman, gardener, chef, and so on. Although these professions seemed unremarkable, they allowed the students to gain proficiency bonuses in their respective fields. Gradually, some notable professions began to emerge. A girl from Class 3 awakened to an A-level combat profession as an ice mage, and a few boys obtained B-level professions such as warrior, knight, and assassin. Next batch. Sun Yao Luzhong. Kai Kuan. The teacher's voice rang out again. 50 students walked to the front, among them Kai Kuan and Skinny Monkey, whose expressions were in stark contrast. Kai Kuan was all smiles, brimming with confidence as if about to be knighted, while Skinny Monkey was seething with anger, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. During these brief minutes, Kai Kuan had been making sarcastic remarks. Usually easygoing, Skinny Monkey was now furious because Kai Kuan's taunts were directed at his brother Qin Cha. If it weren't for the fight banned during the awakening ceremony, he would have already confronted Kai Kuan. As he walked onto the platform, Skinny Monkey passed by Qin Cha and whispered through gritted teeth, "Brother Qin, what's going on with you? Can't handle this little setback? This isn't like you. That bastard Kai Kuan wouldn't dare say a word in front of you normally, and now he's acting all high and mighty. Wake up and put him in his place. They're just jealous, envious. What's wrong with being a priest? It's an A-level profession that many people can't even dream of getting. Damn it. Brother Qin, bless me. I'd trade 10 years of your life for a combat profession, and if anyone dares to taunt me again, I'll take them down on the spot." Sun Yao, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up, the teacher conducting the awakening interrupted, frowning. As Skinny Monkey pursed his lips and walked toward the awakening platform, no one noticed the faint spark of life returning to Qin Cha's eyes. Skinny Monkey placed his hand on the awakening stone, catching a glimpse of Kai Kuan below, making a thumbs-down gesture with a sneer. "Screw you." Skinny Monkey cursed unceremoniously, then closed his eyes to enter the awakening state. Kai Kuan was stunned. Everyone knew that in the awakening state, one couldn't hear external sounds, leaving him frustrated and red-faced. Suddenly, a purple light burst forth from Skinny Monkey. "Oh my god, purple. It's really purple." The entire field erupted in excitement, with everyone staring in disbelief at the mysterious glow signaling an S-level profession awakening. In that moment, the waves of envy and amazement swept across the entire venue. When someone awakens to their profession, the color of the light they emit directly reveals their talent level. Those at level A and below shine with a pale blue light, with lower levels approaching white. In contrast, hidden professions above level A are more dazzling. S-level emits a purple glow, S-level radiates red, and SS level shines with a golden brilliance. These lights are not only beautiful, but also symbolize supreme glory and talent. When a dazzling purple light suddenly burst from Sun Yao, the homeroom teacher of Class 11, Mr. Liu, was so excited he nearly fainted. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes sparkled with joy. My student, and S-level professional. The title of a special grade teacher is within reach, and the year-end bonus is secured. Other teachers looked on with envy, as even a secondary S-level professional is enough to command great respect. As the purple light gradually faded, and fiery red runes formed above Sun Yao's head, the scene erupted into excitement. Sun Yao, hidden professions level, flame controller. Wow, a fire mage, gasped the crowd. This is a top-tier output profession for mages, the core strength of any team. I'm so jealous I could die. Hey, would you date me? I'll let you play with fireballs, and I'll give you 2 more to play with. I didn't expect you to be such a big deal. Mr. Liu was so thrilled that his glasses flew off. Although awakening relies solely on talent and has nothing to do with him, as the homeroom teacher, he would certainly benefit. Other teachers rushed forward to congratulate and seize the opportunity to build connections. And S-level fire mage would surely become a powerful figure in the future, and there was no better time to forge ties. Even the usually cheerful Sun Yao was stunned, muttering to himself, "Wow, did Qin go work his magic? Did the deal really go through?" At that moment, an untimely scoff broke the celebratory atmosphere. Unnoticed, Kai Kuan had approached the awakening stone, looking disdainful. It's just an S-level fire mage, what's the big deal?" Such arrogant remarks immediately drew everyone's attention. Who is this guy so cocky? That's Kai Kuan, the one who's always singing, dancing, rapping, and wrecking basketballs on the court. I heard he's a coward and once wet himself because of Qin Cha. Qin Cha is Sun Yao's good friend. Speaking of which, Qin Cha is so intimidating. It would be great if he could awaken as a warrior. This is already amazing. With Sun Yao as an S-level fire mage, if Qin Cha becomes a healer, he could still benefit. Hearing these comments made Kai Kuan even more upset. He couldn't stand how Qin Cha and Sun Yao always stole the spotlight. He placed one hand on the awakening stone and secretly crushed a scroll in his pocket with the other. Suddenly, a blinding red light shot up, and a massive summoning circle unfolded on the ground. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, a giant hen gracefully walked out of the magic circle. Everyone was stunned by Kai Kuan. The red light that shot into the sky signaled the awakening of an S-level profession. Teachers and students exchanged glances. It had been many years since such a genius had appeared in Jianghaking. Even more astonishing was that when the red light faded, the rune above Kai Kuan's head revealed he had awakened a top-tier summoner profession. But what caught everyone off guard was that he summoned a gigantic hen, standing 2 meters tall. Kai Kuan seemed unfazed. He stood with his hands behind his back, head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. The giant hen appeared to share its master's pride, holding its head equally high. Kai Kuan, what profession have you awakened? A teacher nearby couldn't help but ask. Kai Kuan remained motionless. The teacher called his name twice more, his tone growing anxious. Could he have lost his mind? Someone murmured softly. At that moment, an unsettling aura swept across the sky. In a blink, the figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared out of thin air. Greetings, principal. All the students and teachers greeted in unison. Even the usually silent Su Fan quickly spoke up. Hello, Principal Li. Ah, Steward Su, long time no see. Vice Principal Li Lianshan nodded slightly, his eager gaze fixed on Kai Kuan. An S-level professional. He then looked at Sun Yao. An S-level professional. Excellent. Excellent. This year, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School is indeed fortunate. In this year's college entrance competition, that extremely rare treasure will surely fall into the hands of our students. Li Lianshan's words sent a shock through everyone. Although he praised both students, it was clear he valued Kai Kuan more. After all, while S-level professionals are rare and 1 in a million, S-level are once-in-a-lifetime geniuses. Kai Kuan, is it? Very impressive indeed. Vice Principal Li nodded approvingly from midair. As the teacher prepared to explain, Kai Kuan proudly spoke. Thank you for the compliment, Principal. My talent is just average. It's merely an S-level hidden profession giant Kuan summoner. You can hear me speaking? The teacher asked in disbelief. Kai Kuan snorted. Of course, I'm not like some muscleheads with fragile hearts whose brains get fried over a little setback. Then why didn't you answer when I called you? The teacher asked, suppressing his anger. Kai Kuan smirked disdainfully. Oh, you mean that? I just wanted you to call my name a few more times. The playground is so big, after all. Didn't want anyone to miss it. The teacher's veins throbbed on his forehead as he cursed silently. This guy is such a show-off. I really want to knock him out. Vice Principal Li's brow furrowed slightly, his earlier enthusiasm waning. As an experienced professional, he knew that while talent is important, character is even more crucial. Any genius with a flawed character may not only fail to go far, but could also go astray. More importantly, Li Lianshan recalled a key piece of information. The giant Kuan summoner is not truly a hidden profession. There have been profession change scrolls for it on the market. This type of S-level awakening through a scroll is considered among the weakest in its class. However, Kai Kuan, basking in his own pride, clearly did not notice the change in Li Lianshan's expression. Kai Kuan turned eagerly to Sun Yao, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Skinny monkey, aren't you in S-class professional? Well, I'm S-class now, clearly a step above you. What do you have to say about that? Sun Yao wasn't intimidated. A mocking smile played on his lips. I don't know if you're a step above me, but I do remember you wetting your pants in class. You. Kai Kuan was furious, but he knew he couldn't win a verbal spar with Sun Yao. Instead, he turned his attention to Qin Cha, who was the real reason for his public humiliation. With Qin Cha unable to respond at the moment, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Hey, Kai Kuan took a deep breath and sneered. Don't get too excited, skinny monkey. You're in S-class fire mage, and I'm an S-class summoner. We've both got bright futures. But some people. He changed his tone, dripping with sarcasm. Like a certain priest with such a premium profession, yet such a weak constitution. It's like magnifying flaws 100 times. I guess he knows it too, which is why he's pretending to be dead. As soon as he said this, all eyes on the field turned to Qin Cha. Although Kai Kuan didn't mention a name, everyone could tell who he was referring to from the mocking tone. At that moment, Qin Cha reached a crucial point in his career advancement. Skill fusion successful. Final skill, Thunder Holy Light Fist SS Glass. Detected that the host is being mocked. Initiating task. Crush Kai Kuan. The task will begin once career advancement is complete. Task reward. Thunder Holy Light Fist will advance to Thunder Rain God level. Qin Cha smirked inwardly. Crush Kai Kuan? Just what I wanted. Let him enjoy his moment. The more he laughs now, the harder he'll cry later. Nearby, Li Lianshan frowned and quickly moved to stand by Su Fan and the other teachers. After hearing the situation, he gave Qin Cha a meaningful look, then glanced at Kai Kuan, secretly amused. These clueless fools couldn't sense the powerful aura emanating from Qin Cha, indicating some kind of evolution, not a breakdown. As for Kai Kuan, he was just a loser who switched professions using a scroll, with a weak character. If he wants to put on a show, let him. He'll be the perfect stepping stone for Qin Cha. As a level 75 third-tier expert, Li Lianshan understood the leveling system well. Level 25 for the first tier, level 50 for the second, level 75 for the third, and level 100 for the fourth. He decided to sit back and watch the drama unfold. However, seeing Qin Cha being humiliated, Sun Yao couldn't hold back any longer. Kai Kuan, you're a bastard. What good is sneering? If you've got the guts, fight me. I'll beat the crap out of you. Teacher, I want to challenge Kai Kuan. Hearing this, Kai Kuan's eyes lit up, almost laughing out loud. This was a perfect chance to show off. He immediately agreed. Let's fight. I'll show you that even in class is trash in front of me. Students below the stage inwardly cursed Kai Kuan's shamelessness. Everyone knew that newly awakened professionals lacked skills, equipment, and level boosts, making their combat power limited. Summoners, on the other hand, had incredibly strong initial attributes for their summons. Before reaching level 25 and advancing to the first tier, Sun Yao stood no chance. Only after advancing could he hope to win. While the teachers hesitated, Li Lianshan nodded slightly. It's allowed. Seeing the puzzled looks from the other teachers and Su Fan, Li Lianshan calmly explained. Combat is in a professional's nature. Letting students witness a battle between S-class and S-class could be beneficial. With approval granted, the duel was immediately set. The students' anticipation soared, and all eyes were glued to the stage. In S-class versus S-class battle promised to be far more thrilling than anything else. The battle was about to commence. In the center of the arena, Sun Yao locked his eyes on his opponent, swiftly conjuring a blazing fireball in his palm. The fireball was as large as a wash basin, and its intense heat caused the surrounding air to ripple. As a student with solid theoretical knowledge, he understood the strategy of cutting off the head to defeat the enemy. I'll burn you to ashes. Sun Yao shouted as he hurled the fireball. The teachers observing the match nodded in admiration. It was known that a level fire mage could produce a fireball only as large as a head, while a level mage could manage only a fist-sized one. In comparison, this level fireball was truly astonishing in its power. Wow, that's huge, the students below the stage exclaimed. Several girls, although frightened, covered their eyes but couldn't resist peeking through their fingers at the thrilling showdown. Facing the massive fireball hurtling towards him, Kai Kuan wore a confident smile. A mere trick. Kuan, go. With Kai Kuan's command, a giant hen suddenly appeared in front of him, moving swiftly on its two legs. Jittery, Kuan raised its head and let out a sharp cry, simultaneously conjuring a phantom basketball in front of it. With a loud boom, the basketball collided with the fireball. Although the phantom basketball couldn't completely block the fireball, just as the remaining flames were about to hit Kuan, the hen suddenly manifested a black and white checkered suspender. What are you doing? An unusual voice echoed in the air, and the fireball was completely halted. How is this possible? Sun Yao's expression changed drastically. Kai Kuan laughed triumphantly. You think you're tough with just a fireball spell, but my Kuan is an S-level summon, equipped with 2 innate skills. Chicken, you are so beautiful. And what are you doing? One for attack and one for defense. Perfectly seamless. This revelation stirred a wave of astonishment among the spectators. As expected of S-level, the name might be strange, but the effect is undeniably powerful, they discussed excitedly. The battle became completely one-sided. Sun Yao exhausted himself, launching 5 consecutive fireballs, yet all were blocked by Kuan's "What are you doing?" defense skill. Each defense was accompanied by that distinctive sound, giving everyone present a new perspective on Kai Kuan's capabilities. Chicken, you are so beautiful. With a sharp crow, Kuan launched a counterattack. A head-sized basketball whizzed through the air, striking Sun Yao's abdomen before he could dodge. Sun Yao instantly doubled over in pain, sweating profusely. Kai Kuan wins. The teacher promptly declared the result of the match. Kai Kuan dismissed his summoned creature, looking down at his defeated opponent. Skinny monkey, do you see the gap between us now? I told you. So what if you're S-level? You're not worth anything more than a beating from me. In Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, there's only one genius, and that's me, Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan stood on the stage, looking down at the disheveled Sun Yao with disdain in his voice. You, and that useless guy, are nothing but trash in front of me. If it weren't for the principal and teachers on the sidelines, his words would have been even harsher. Sun Yao's face flushed with anger, but he was too exhausted to fight back. All he could do was clench his fists and endure the humiliation. What? Not convinced? Kai Kuan laughed loudly, his eyes full of contempt. Honestly, garbage like you isn't even worthy of being my opponent. I never took you seriously from the start. You're just a loser. Below the stage, thousands of students were buzzing with whispers. What the hell? Who does he think he is? Sun Yao didn't even provoke him. Is this really necessary? This isn't confidence, it's pure stupidity. If I were an S-level professional, I'd be more arrogant than him. The reactions among the teachers and students varied. Some were jealous, some angry, while others agreed. Most, however, looked on with disdain. On stage, teachers like Su Fan and Li Lianshan frowned. Li Lianshan had long been concerned about Kai Kuan's character, and was now thoroughly disappointed. In contrast, he glanced at Qin Cha with a hint of anticipation. That kid should be about ready, right? Li Lianshan looked meaningfully at Qin Cha. As their eyes met, Qin Cha's gaze burst with brilliance, and a suffocating aura began to gather around him, like the calm before a storm. He slowly curled his lips into a menacing smile, causing even Li Lianshan to shudder slightly. Yet, the smug Kai Kuan remained oblivious to these subtle changes. He continued to strut around like a victorious rooster, shouting, Sun Yao, you should recognize your place. Don't even think about standing up for that fool Qin Cha. Can't you see he's already a moron? Remember, you two should always avoid me. If Qin Cha weren't pretending to be dead, I'd fight him too, just to show him what it's like to be crushed by me. I'd make him realize he's nothing but a worthless loser in front of me. Isn't that right, everyone? Kai Kuan looked triumphantly at the students below, only to find them eerily silent, their eyes filled with fear and awe. He mistook this for admiration, unaware that their gazes were fixed on something behind him. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind, as chilling as a ghostly wind. Enjoyed insulting me, huh? Come on, let me see what you've got. Thousands of eyes stared in fear at the massive figure on stage Qin Cha. He stood there like a giant, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 400 pounds, exuding an even more terrifying aura than before. His voice was calm when he spoke to Kai Kuan, yet it sent shivers down the spines of the students below. The more timid girls clenched their legs together, trembling. So strong. If a fist that big comes down, it could kill someone, right? Exclamations of shock echoed through the crowd. At that moment, everyone forgot that Qin Cha was a priest. The fact that he was a healer with no attack skills was completely overshadowed by pure fear and awe. Kai Kuan turned his head stiffly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant, but now, after making eye contact with Qin Cha's calm gaze for just a second, his mind was ringing, and he nearly stumbled to his knees. If it weren't for his summoned beast, Kuan, by his side, and his constant reminder that Qin Cha is just a priest, he might have lost control on the spot. This guy's presence is too overpowering. Su Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, remembering how he, a formidable level 50+ warrior, had once been so intimidated by this jobless individual that he had to call for help, feeling embarrassed. Other teachers coughed to cover their discomfort. Just a student, what's there to fear? Yeah, I've never been scared by him. How could a student from our school be frightening? Though they spoke bravely, their feet shuffled back slightly. Su Fan inwardly cursed their hypocrisy. Only Li Lianshan remained silent, his weathered eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Qin Cha's broad back. Something's not right. A holy priest shouldn't have such an aura. It's too strong. Li Lianshan's intuition was spot on. Just moments ago, Qin Cha's profession had undergone an advancement. Ding. Profession advancement complete. Current profession. Berserker Holy Priest God level. Ding. Acquired God level talent. Awe-inspiring presence passive LV1. All attributes increased tenfold. Aura increased tenfold. Ding. Acquired God level skill. Thunder and Rain active LV1 envelopes fists in holy thunder, capable of causing damage or purifying negative states, continuously consuming mana. The title of Berserker Holy Priest highlighted the uniqueness of this profession, capable of enduring and dealing damage, fighting and healing, fundamentally different from traditional priests. His massive physique was no longer a burden, but his greatest weapon. Even at LV1, his talent amplified all his attributes tenfold. At this moment, Qin Cha's attribute panel had been completely transformed. Name, Qin Cha. Level 0. Class, Berserker Holy Priest. Title, Apprentice. The attribute panel flashes with staggering values. Strength, 280. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 190. Agility, 110. Skills. Intimidating Presence, Divine Level 1. Thunderous Rain, Divine Level 1. Pet, none. These numbers alone are enough to drive anyone crazy. The terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, combined with an aura 10 times stronger than the average person, can only be described as monstrous. You want to fight me? Kai Kuan managed to maintain his composure, with the advantage of his S-level class giving him a sliver of courage. Facing Kai Kuan's challenge, Qin Cha simply stared coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes sending chills down the spine. Kai Kuan's expression shifted repeatedly before he gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it, I'm an S-level summoner. Even at level 0, my spirit is 14 points. Kuan's spirit is as high as 20 points. And you, a pathetic level priest, probably have a spirit of only 7 or 8 points. You think you can take me on? You don't even have any attack skills. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'm going to settle the score." These words brought the onlooking students back to reality. Whoa, 14 spirit points at level 0. That's an S level for you. I'm a clever warrior, and my strength is only 7 points. Qin Cha's presence is intimidating, but he's a priest, almost without any attack skills. If he awakened as a berserker, he'd be more imposing than a boss just standing there. The pale-faced, skinny monkey struggled to speak. "Brother Qin, no. This guy's Qin Cha is really tough. Qin Cha gave Skinny Monkey a reassuring look and said calmly, "It's fine." At this moment, no one knew that with his divine level talent enhanced, Qin Cha's spirit was an astonishing 190, and even more shockingly, as a priest, his strength reached 280. All of Kai Kuen's attributes combined couldn't even match a fraction of Qin Cha's strength. Begin. Li Lianshan's voice rang out, followed by a whispered addition that only he and Qin Cha could hear. As long as you don't kill anyone, do whatever you want. The teachers watching were puzzled. Letting a priest and a summoner duel seemed like a setup for failure. Even Su Fan suspected some sort of bias. A ruthless glint flashed in Kai Kuen's eyes as he commanded, Kuen, use chicken, you are so beautiful, and crush him." The giant chicken let out a high-pitched crow, unleashing its ultimate form of chicken, you are so beautiful. A basketball-sized shadow formed above the chicken's head, clearly draining its mana completely. Boom. The basketball shadow hurtled toward Qin Cha like a meteor. "Brother Qin." Skinny Monkey's anguished shout caught in his throat. In the next instant, the sound of electricity crackled. Zzzt. Crack. Two deep blue bolts of lightning enveloped Qin Cha's fists, the dazzling light searing everyone's vision. He stood like an ancient deity of thunder, his posture straight, his presence overwhelming. Facing the terrifying oncoming attack, he threw a punch. The thunder roared deafeningly. Boom. Thunder roared as Qin Cha's iron fist shattered the phantom basketball into pieces, sending a powerful shockwave across the arena. Zhu Kuan crashed heavily to the ground, a stream of blood spurting from his mouth. The shockwave, undeterred, surged towards Kai Kuan. In a desperate attempt, Kai Kuan raised his arm to block, but with a crisp crack, his entire arm twisted grotesquely, blood gushing out. His agonizing scream echoed across the awakening platform. The scene plunged into a deathly silence. From the principal to the teachers, and from the teachers to the students, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. A single question flashed through their minds. Is this really a priest? Why does someone who awakened with light powers wield such terrifying thunder strength? This combat ability rivals that of a blue fist warrior. The sound of gulping spread through the crowd, quickly followed by a chorus of screams. Li Lianshan's eyes gleamed with contemplation. As expected, this little guy's profession must be unusual. Could it be a skill mutation? Kai Kuen's face was ashen, his mind blank, filled only with endless fear. His prized S-level summoned Biastic giant Kunkin Hinwis now cowering with its head tucked under its wing, its previous arrogance vanished. Get lost. Qin Cha spat coldly, swinging his fist again. This punch carried 280 points of strength, comparable to a demon god at this stage. Zhu Kuan had no chance to resist and exploded into a burst of energy, dissipating into the air. My S-level summoned beast. Kai Kuen's eyes widened in horror, spitting out another mouthful of blood. It was his lifebound summon, and though he could resummon it, it would require a substantial amount of materials. Some in the audience were on the verge of fainting from the terrifying scene. Holy crap. One punch, one Kunkin, and this is still a priest? An S-level summoned beast is nearly invincible at the same level, yet it was smashed with a single punch. Exclamations erupted. Some girls screamed excitedly, drenched in sweat. Coming to his senses, Kai Kuan, overwhelmed with fear, scrambled backward on the ground. How are you this strong? Don't come any closer. Before he finished speaking, a warm liquid trickled down his pant leg, starkly visible in the sunlight. This one surrogate genius had wet himself in terror. The entire audience was dumbfounded, buzzing with chatter. Really? Wasn't he just claiming to be the #1 S-level professional? And now he's scared witless. Qin Cha frowned slightly, thinking that this guy couldn't take a hit. The mere aftershock of his punch left him in this state. If he hadn't held back, it might have been fatal. Kai Kuan was in complete breakdown, clutching his head and sobbing. No, don't come over. My Kuan, my Kunkin. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Kai Kuan had completely broken down. He was trembling all over, his wailing cries echoing across the playground, sharp and piercing. This sudden outburst left the surrounding teachers and students in shock. Skinny Monkey stood with his mouth agape. The teachers were frozen in place, and the students exchanged bewildered glances. This guy not only got scared out of his wits, but was now crying like a child? Qin Cha frowned, irritated by the shrill cries. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His god-tier skill, Thunderous Rain, wasn't just for causing damage, it could also purify negative states. This was a good opportunity to test it on this guy. He acted on the thought immediately. With 110 agility, Qin Cha moved like the wind, covering several meters in an instant to stand in front of Kai Kuan. Stay calm, young man. Li Lianshan's heart skipped a beat. Although he was equally shocked by everything that had just happened and hadn't yet declared the match over, he knew full well that Kai Kuan was completely incapacitated. If Qin Cha lost control and accidentally killed someone, it would be a huge problem, especially with people from the town's martial law department standing nearby. Stop him. Li Lianshan's words were barely out when Qin Cha's fist rained down on Kai Kuan like a storm. Yeah. Feeling the terrifying pressure of Qin Cha up close, Kai Kuan was scared out of his mind. His parted hair almost stood on end as he saw the blue lightning entwined around the massive fist. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Cha's 3 consecutive punches hit their mark precisely. Kai Kuan's screams were louder than a pig being slaughtered. Unlike the pain in his arm earlier, the purification effect of thunderous rain made his mind unusually clear, even giving him an inexplicable sense of pleasure, which only made the pain more unbearable. The torment drove Kai Kuan to wish for death. Stop! A furious shout came from the teachers' seats. The teachers snapped out of their stupor and rushed to intervene. Su Fan, the enforcer, reacted the fastest, instantly appearing in front of Qin Cha. You brat! Showing your true colors now. The opponent's already lost, and you're still hitting him trying to kill him, are you? Qin Cha raised an eyebrow, stood with his fists clenched, and gave Su Fan a cold look. Hiss! Su Fan gasped, feeling like he was being stared down by a tiger, his hair standing on end. This kid's aura was terrifying. He gritted his teeth and reached for his radio, requesting backup. Headquarters, requesting backup at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School Playground. Ahem, Deacon Su. Li Lianshan appeared beside Su Fan with a gentle smile. There's no need to call headquarters, is there? Qin Cha is just a kid. A kid? Su Fan was dumbfounded. Vice Principal Li, have you ever seen such a fierce kid? Seeing the situation, Qin Cha knew that if he didn't explain, the misunderstanding would only grow. He had no choice but to speak up. Lord Su, there's no need to be so tense. I'm really a good person. A good person? Su Fan was full of disbelief. Would a good person beat someone scared out of their wits like that? Qin Cha waved his still thunderous fist calmly and said, I was treating him. Treating him. Su Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, while the others in the room gasped, their faces turning pale. You call this treatment? Su Fan questioned, his voice filled with skepticism. You just beat the guy up, your fist sparking with electricity, and now he's rolling his eyes back from the shock. I think you're not some holy priest, but more like a lightning sorcerer. Could it be your real name is Qin Cha, with the courtesy name Yongxin? With a stern expression, Su Fan declared, this matter must be reported to the Zhenwu Division for a thorough investigation. Officially, he was just doing his duty, but he had ulterior motives. He had already determined that Qin Cha was likely not a problem, yet he insisted on taking him in. First, he wanted to take Qin Cha to the Zhenwu Division for testing and protection. Second, he was suspicious of Li Lianshan's earlier decision to allow Qin Cha to fight Kai Kuan. If Qin Cha truly was a genius, this was a perfect opportunity to recruit him. Of course, he couldn't reveal his true intentions. If any of the old foxes present caught on, they wouldn't let him take Qin Cha away. Su Fan turned to Li Lianshan. Vice Principal Li, this is a Zhenwu Division case. Please cooperate. Li Lianshan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Qin Cha seemed to sense something as well and shrugged. If that's the case, there's no need to call anyone. I'll cooperate with the investigation. No way. Su Fan's expression grew even more serious. Li Lianshan raised an eyebrow. Officer Su, he's already agreed to cooperate. Why make such a fuss? The surrounding students also looked confused, thinking Su Fan was overreacting. However, no one expected Su Fan to look Li Lianshan in the eye and say earnestly, this kid is too strong. I'm scared. The room fell into stunned silence. Qin Cha looked at the scene before him with a sense of disbelief. Su Fan, a seasoned enforcer and a formidable figure at over level 50, was showing fear towards Hema novice who had just awakened to his profession and was still at level 0. Even more absurd was the fact that when Su Fan voiced his fear, Li Lianshan and everyone else present, both teachers and students, nodded in agreement. Am I really that intimidating? Qin Cha wondered, frowning as he seriously scrutinized the crowd, even suspecting they might be under some negative influence. Half-jokingly, he suggested, my fists have the effect of purifying negative emotions, Su Enforcer. Want me to help you cleanse a bit? The remark seemed to have an effect, as after much persuasion from Li Lianshan, Su Fan finally overcame his psychological barrier. Qin Cha then boarded the police car under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a first in the centuries-long history of awakening ceremonies. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan was carried off the awakening platform. The intense pain made him want to lose consciousness, but the purifying effect kept him painfully aware. He gritted his teeth, trembling all over, and cursed. Damn you, Qin Cha! During the grand exam a month from now, in that enclosed space, I'll make sure you regret this. The shame and anger overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control in public, leaving him in utter disgrace. Nearby, a skinny fellow, though not fully recovered from his injuries, fainted from excitement after witnessing Qin Cha's power and was also carried away. The thousands of students present continued to buzz about Qin Cha's display of strength, particularly the phenomenon of lightning swirling around his fists, leaving even the teachers puzzled. Li Lianshan hurriedly left the awakening site, seemingly with urgent news to report. Meanwhile, In a bustling office within the Jiangzhou City Martial Administration, enforcers were busy with their tasks. Suddenly, a gruff voice called out, "Hey, old Su. What is it, another SS-level fugitive?" The voice on the other end, Su Fan, replied, prompting the rugged man to stand up abruptly. "What? You actually brought someone back?" He turned to his colleagues and shouted, "Guys, let's go see what this SS-level fugitive who scared old Su looks like." The office erupted in laughter. The police car weaved through the streets, finally stopping in front of the Martial Administration building. Throughout the journey, Qin Cha didn't utter a single word, quietly pondering his future. In this perilous world, becoming stronger was his only option. As someone with a formidable profession, he alone was comparable to an entire team. However, on the path to strength, going to university was an unavoidable hurdle. Qin Cha touched his muscular physique, which didn't resemble that of a typical student, and felt a bit troubled. He thought wryly that instead of attending school, it might be more fitting for him to further his studies in China's top prison. In this world, universities for professionals were akin to elite sects in martial arts novels, controlling over 90% of the resources. For professionals, the most critical aspect was gaining access to various dungeons and secret realms. While wild monsters and bosses outside the city could also provide experience, the gains were negligible. The entry tickets to advanced dungeons were tightly controlled by the authorities and distributed to major universities. The higher a school's ranking, the more spots it received for advanced dungeons. Moreover, everything from equipment to skills, from virtual combat rooms to other resources, increased progressively. Initially, he thought he could awaken in a level profession and aimed to secure a spot in a top-tier university during the major competition in a month. But now, having obtained a god-level profession, his target had to be elevated the Supernova Academy of the Imperial Capital University. This globally top-ranked academy only admits 50 students out of billions each year, offering enviable rewards and privileges. As Qin Sha's thoughts churned, Su Fan cleared his throat. "Qin Sha, up ahead is the Jinwu Division. It's not too late to confess now." Qin Sha glanced at him and half-jokingly said, "Officer Su, if you could drop your biases, I'd not only confess, but I'd also propose." Whoa, cough, cough, cough. Su Fan recoiled into his seat, pressing his backside firmly against it. "Forget a proposal. My kid's almost 3. These old bones can't handle your antics." Qin Sha looked helplessly at Su Fan, who responded earnestly. The police car had already driven into a spacious courtyard. Inside stood dozens of law enforcers equipped with various gear. Some wore battle armor, some cloth armor, while others donned plate armor, with various weapons hanging at their waists. "Look, it's old Su's car. This guy is hilarious. Got scared by a kid and actually brought him to the station. I heard the kid hasn't even awakened yet, and he's already over level 50. When Qin Sha's towering figure emerged from the front passenger seat, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. What the heck? Why is there a thug getting out of the passenger seat? Where's the kid? Damn it, Su Fan. Why didn't you cuff the suspect? Something's not right. Damn, something's fishy. Everyone be on guard. I suspect Su Fan has been taken hostage." Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of enforcers simultaneously drew their weapons, glaring at Qin Sha. They were both shocked and furious someone dared to take a law enforcer hostage and storm into the Jinwu Division stronghold. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, with the situation reaching a boiling point. Qin Sha, a burly figure, stood his ground, unfazed by the watchful eyes of those around him. Suddenly, the driver's door clicked open. Before anyone could see who it was, Su Fan's hearty laughter filled the air. This unexpected laughter instantly shattered the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of everyone holding knives towards the car door. "Old Wong, weren't you so confident over the phone? Why are you suddenly so scared?" Su Fan teased as he exited the car, pointing at a rough-looking man, laughing heartily. "Old Su, what do you mean by this?" Wang Biao was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze shifted to Qin Sha in disbelief. "No way. Is he the guy you were talking about?" "That's right," Su Fan replied, enjoying Wang Biao's shocked expression as if relishing watching someone else taste the sour grape he once had. The knife wielders around them gasped in disbelief. "Is this guy a student? His teacher must have never gone through a rebellious phase. Damn, if you paint him green, he'd be like the Hulk attacking the Wuxi Division." "Old Su, are you sure he's not a real fugitive?" After repeated assurances from Su Fan, their doubts began to fade, but Qin Sha still found himself being observed like a rare creature. 5 minutes later, Wang Biao pulled Su Fan aside and asked quietly, "Old Su, what's going on? If you're sure he's a student, why bring him here? Honestly, he doesn't look like a good guy. Could there be a real issue?" Su Fan nodded. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, which is why I brought him." "Oh." Wang Biao's eyes narrowed. "What seems off?" Su Fan then detailed the circumstances of Qin Sha's awakening. "A priest. You say he awakened as a priest?" Wang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. "That can't be a priest. I'd never believe it." Su Fan shrugged helplessly. "The most absurd part is his bizarre skill. You should have seen it, his fist the size of a cooking pot glowing blue. pummeling that SS-class genius while claiming to be healing. My God, I thought I stumbled onto a crime scene. Even as he recounted it, Su Fan was still shaken. Wang Biao felt a chill run down his spine. So he does have violent tendencies. Should we detain him for a while for investigation? Detain my ass. Su Fan snapped. If he had issues, would he be calmly attending high school? His background must be clean. What should we do then? Wang Biao was unsure. Report it. Su Fan pointed to the second floor. You want to involve that person over this? Wang Biao was incredulous. Calling you an idiot is an understatement. Su Fan's expression turned serious. Someone who can scare an SS-class genius to the point of wedding them Sylvesis, this your idea of an ordinary priest? Is this a small matter? Wow, you're right. Wang Biao suddenly realized. I'll go right away. He then hurried into the office building. Meanwhile, Qin Cha remained composed under the scrutiny of the crowd. Such situations were nothing new to him. Wherever he went, he stood out. But this time, the circumstances were unique. Over 50 knife wielders, all above level 50, and many were level 60 experts. Under normal circumstances, one might expect Qin Cha to be flustered, but he remained calm. The 50 or so executioners experienced a dramatic shift in attitude towards Qin Cha. They no longer exuded the previous arrogance, but rather, they showed the kind of caution and vigilance reserved for facing a top-level boss. Just as Qin Cha began to grow impatient, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from behind the crowd, which parted to create a path. A stunning beauty gracefully walked down the path. She wore red high heels, her long legs accentuated by black stockings that perfectly outlined their shape. An otherwise ordinary uniform appeared extraordinary on her, with its tailored fit highlighting her curvaceous figure, particularly her slender waist, which accentuated the impressive curves of her bust. Qin Sha's gaze swept quickly over her, finally resting on her sharp, beautiful eyes. Her gaze was particularly striking, and combined with her exquisite features, she exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Her flowing black wavy hair added a touch of allure, and if she were to don a leather skirt and appear in a nightclub, she would undoubtedly be the legendary queen of the night scene. Her arrival instantly changed the atmosphere, as everyone present showed signs of awe. Qin Cha keenly sensed that this woman was no mere pretty face. Judging by her aura, she was at least a level 80 third-tier powerhouse. Hello, I'm Xiao Yu, the director of the Jiangzhou Martial Affairs Bureau. She introduced herself, appearing to be in her mid-20s. Of course, Qin Cha knew that in the world of professionals, outward age could be deceiving. Some true powerhouses, even at over 100 years old, could maintain youthful appearances. Hello, Director Xiao, my name is Qin Cha. Upon hearing this introduction, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the young man before her. With that build and presence, are you really a student? A hint of intrigue flashed in her eyes. I can't seem to see through your information. This statement caused a stir among everyone present. In the world of professionals, the skill of detection was one of the most basic yet practical abilities, mastered by everyone. As the director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Xiao Yu's detection skill was at a master level, able to see through the information of even third-tier powerhouses. Yet now, she couldn't discern anything about a newly awakened individual. Qin Cha frowned, understanding that this might be related to the system, but he obviously couldn't reveal the truth. After weighing his options, he said, "It seems my profession has an issue, and my skills have mutated." Mutated skills. Everyone was stunned, turning to Su Fan for confirmation. Su Fan simply shrugged, indicating he knew nothing about it. Qin Cha continued to explain. Steward Su called me here because of this unique skill. It seems violent, but it's actually a healing skill that can purify negative states. This explanation left the executioners even more puzzled, as they had never heard of a priest possessing such a skill. Only Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully. Skill mutation isn't unheard of. This world occasionally presents unique circumstances. Verifying its authenticity is simple enough. She gave Qin Cha a meaningful smile, pointing gracefully at herself. Go ahead, use all your strength, and attack me. Qin Cha looked at the spot she indicated, appearing troubled. Director Xiao, are you sure? Why? Is there a problem? Xiao Yu asked, raising an eyebrow. Is it not possible to target me? It's not that it's impossible. Qin Cha shook his head, looking even more troubled. The target is certainly big enough, but if I break something, I might not be able to afford it, and... Before Qin Sha's words had even finished, a burst of laughter erupted around him. The director is an 85-level powerhouse. Are you afraid of hurting her? One of the sword wielders chuckled, shaking his head. Young man, you might be strong, but you don't know what real power is. Never mind, forget I said anything. Even if the director stands still and lets you hit her, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on her head. The others chimed in, their voices filled with confidence. Qin Sha knew they were right. The defensive capabilities of an 85-level powerhouse were indeed terrifying, and as a level 0 divine profession, he truly couldn't harm her. However, not causing harm didn't mean other effects wouldn't work. He recalled the unusual reaction when he had tested on Kai Kun earlier. That strange sound was likely due to the control effect of his thunder and rain skill. The opponent was too weak then, and the time too short for him to fully confirm the effect's manifestation. You don't need to worry, nor hesitate. If you're told to hit, then hit. Xiao Yu's voice came, clear and assured. All right. Since she insisted, Qin Cha didn't refuse further. Having such a beautiful human punching bag was an opportunity not to be missed. Thunder and rain, activate. With his shout, two brilliant blue bolts of lightning enveloped his iron fists. This sight immediately drew gasps from the sword wielders around him. Oh wow, it's here, it's coming out with a bang. Damn, this is so cool. I'm jealous. Holy, is this a priest? Looks even cooler than a lightning mage. Amidst the commotion, Su Fan smugly reminded them, watch your manners, watch your image. You're all sword wielders, not people who've never seen good pork. A trace of curiosity appeared on Xiao Yu's exquisite face. So it really is the power of thunder, with a hint of holy light. Strange, how do these two completely different elements merge? She beckoned to Qin Cha. Come. Qin Cha nodded and stomped the ground forcefully. With a loud boom, the hard ground cracked, sending debris flying. His lightning-wrapped fist struck Xiao Yu heavily, blue arcs dancing like silver snakes. The dull thud made everyone present involuntarily blink. The force of that punch has to be at least 50. No way. He's a level 0 priest, and his strength can reach 50. 50? I think it's more than that. Probably over 100. That's nonsense. Last year, that SS-level genius iron-blooded dragon rider in the beautiful country only had a strength of 98 at level 0 after special enhancement. A priest over 100? Even reaching 10 is tough. As the crowd debated, no one noticed Xiao Yu's unusual reaction. As Qin Sha's lightning-wrapped fist enveloped her, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Xiao Yu was shocked. How could this be? She felt an unprecedented clarity in her mind, as if all negative emotions had been dispelled, leaving her in an extremely calm state. However, the more she felt this way, the stronger the unusual sensation became, not pain, but an overwhelming comfort. She hurriedly composed herself, warning herself internally, Xiao Yu, don't lose yourself. There are over 50 subordinates around you. If you make a sound now, you'll be done for. Ahem. She coughed lightly, trying hard to maintain her composure. Xiao Yu swiftly retreated 5 meters, her bright eyes warily fixed on Qin Cha, her rosy face full of shock. Something's off. This kid is really off, she thought to herself. I'm an 80+ level professional, yet his punch made my arm go numb. Even if he's physically strong, with powerful punches and a fierce aura, he just awakened. Director? The surrounding officers with swords were taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden movement, exchanging confused glances, completely baffled. Xiao Yu quickly composed herself, feigning calmness, and nodded. Yes, quite impressive. I've confirmed that his skill is indeed powerful, with the ability to purify negative states. Her expression was so natural that no one present noticed anything amiss. Is this really a healing method? The crowd was amazed. Oh my, what level of priest is this? Thank you, Director. Qin Cha politely nodded in gratitude, putting away his thunderous aura. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. How effective is this controllability? While others didn't notice, he clearly saw Xiao Yu's noticeable change in expression, even though she didn't scream like Kai Kun. Could it be a gender difference, with longer control time for males? Or is it the level disparity reducing the effect? He pondered. I need to test with a girl of the same level. As Qin Cha was deep in thought, Xiao Yu spoke up. Qin Cha, I apologize for the reckless behavior of my subordinate, Su Fan. The others gasped. The esteemed director of the town marshal department, Miss Xiao Yu of the Xiao family, apologizing to a newly awakened kid? There must be something going on. Sure enough, Xiao Yu maintained a gentle smile and continued. Here's the deal. Our town marshal department recently acquired a top-tier testing instrument. You can experience it for free, and based on your performance, I might award you with a dungeon entry ticket. The value starts at 10,000, with no upper limit. How does that sound? Brilliant. The officers around him were excited. Who wouldn't be curious about Qin Sha's true attributes? If they couldn't guess, why not just test it directly? Qin Sha's interest was piqued. The so-called new testing instrument was clearly intended to probe his true attributes and information. However, he didn't mind this intention. In fact, he found it reasonable. The town marshal department is responsible for managing professionals nationwide, and ignoring an anomaly like him would be even more suspicious. As for exposing his attributes and talents, Qin Cha wasn't worried at all. As an official institution, the town marshal department, despite its significant power, would never suppress a genius from Huaxia. On the contrary, they would fully protect him. The saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled, was nonsense to him. As long as I improve fast enough, other small maneuvers won't catch up to me. Qin Cha thought. With a god-level auxiliary system, a god-level profession, god-level talents, and god-level skills, why should he hold back? Showcasing his talents, letting the authorities see his value, and gaining more resources is the right path. Having just completed awakening, what he needed most was to level up. And here it was, a slight display of his divine skill brought a dungeon entry ticket to his doorstep, like getting a pillow when you want to sleep. With these thoughts clear, Qin Cha made his decision almost instantly. Not only would he agree, but he also intended to surprise everyone and aim for a special dungeon entry ticket worth 1 million. So, under the watchful eyes of over 50 people, Qin Cha slowly nodded, lead the way. In the training grounds of the Jinwu Division, an unprecedented test was underway. Qin Sha's massive figure was tightly surrounded by over 50 armed officers, slowly advancing under the personal escort of Chief Xiaoyu. The grand spectacle caused passing officers to stop in their tracks, thinking they had captured some notorious criminal. When the truth spread, the entire Jinwu Division was abuzz. Officers not on duty flocked to the training grounds, and in no time, a crowd of hundreds had gathered. They surrounded the testing equipment, and if it weren't for Qin Sha's impressive stature, those on the outer circle wouldn't have had a chance to see what was happening. Xiaoyu stood in front of the testing equipment, her delicate fingers casually brushing aside her wavy hair, her stunning beauty causing those present to avoid direct eye contact. She explained succinctly, this equipment is easy to use. Just stand in the designated area, and it will fully analyze your attributes. Since you've only recently awakened and have few skills, we'll mainly test your explosive power and defense. Qin Sha nodded in understanding. Although attributes are fixed, the extent of one's power depends on individual talent. Begin the test. With the cold prompt of the machine, Qin Sha took a deep breath and stepped into the testing area. His over 2-meter tall, 400-pound frame was like a small mountain, suddenly exuding a steady yet fierce aura. Wow, what a presence! Just the size alone is intimidating. Attributes of a professional can't change one's physique. This terrifying build is every warrior's ultimate dream. The surrounding officers were full of amazement. Although their average level of over 50 wouldn't be affected by Qin Sha's aura, such physical prowess was truly astonishing. Even more incredible was that this natural-born warrior was actually a priest. A genius wasted by fate. No, it's heaven's oversight. Whispers spread through the crowd. What do you think his attributes will be? Priests are mages, so his mental attribute must be the highest. I bet he can reach 15. Don't be ridiculous. Did you see that punch earlier? His strength must be at least 30. No way. 30 strength at level 0? I'm in a level Berserker, and I only had 9 strength at level 0. That's just absurd. I bet a pound of. Well, there's no way his strength is 30. Come on, old foam. Trying to scam us into a meal again. Shove test is starting. All eyes focused on the testing area. Red lights enveloped Qin Sha, and before him, a metallic humanoid target slowly rose, emanating an invincible aura. This is a low-level test dummy, meant for those below level 25 and their first class change, Xiaoyu explained. You can use any skills, give it your all. Xiaoyu's melodious voice filled the room. As you attack, those red beams will also test your defense. Qin Sha stared intently at the test dummy before him, his expression turning serious in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, and in a flash, pale blue lightning wrapped around them, sparking wildly. This breathtaking scene immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. Is this his mutated skill? That's awesome. The audience erupted in amazement. Qin Sha, however, remained focused on the task at hand, silently feeling the flow of power within him. His abilities had 2 forms, as gentle as raindrops during healing, soothing the mind, and as fierce as thunder in attack, unstoppable. Go! Qin Sha shouted, his muscles tensing so much that his clothes seemed ready to tear. With his right hand, he gripped the lightning, and his fist shot towards the dummy's head like a bolt, leaving a dazzling blue streak in the air. With a thunderous crash, his fist slammed into the dummy's head. To everyone's astonishment, a crack appeared in the hard test dummy's head. Holy crap! Wang Biao exclaimed in shock, clutching his head. The 100 or so people present gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the usually composed Su Fan couldn't hide his amazement, looking at Qin Sha as if witnessing a miracle. What kind of monster have I discovered? Su Fan muttered to himself. Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with fascination, clearly shaken by the scene. Qin Sha withdrew his fist, the lightning dissipating, and with a slight frown, he said, You all saw it. It couldn't take the hit, so don't make me pay for it. This remark left everyone speechless. The test panel lit up, displaying Qin Sha's detailed attributes. Bone age, 18 years. Damage inflicted, 1331. Strength, 280. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 190. Agility, 110. Overall rating, God level. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the room. Everyone, including Xiaoyu, stared fixedly at the final God level rating, trembling with shock. This newly awakened individual had achieved the legendary God level rating. Qin Sha stared at the data panel in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracting. A strength attribute of 208 and damage of 1003. This meant nearly 6 times the explosive multiplier, and even as a formidable level 50+ warrior, he could barely achieve such a multiple with his peak body control. What was even more shocking was the mental attribute reaching 109, a value comparable to his level 20 as a flame mage. But the truly breathtaking fact was that the owner of this data panel was just a level 0 novice. Not only that, all 4 attributes had exceeded 100 points, and the defense was marked as extreme. As a shield warrior, he had never seen such an exaggerated evaluation. This is simply the perfect hexagonal warrior, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait, don't forget the most crucial part: he's a priest, and a god-level rated priest at that. This statement was like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the clamor in the room. Everyone felt a chill climbing up their spine, their scalp tingling. The only thought left in their minds was, this must be a dream, or they're insane, because it couldn't possibly be true. As everyone was still immersed in shock, Xiao Yu's voice suddenly rang out. The level 85 powerhouse released a fierce pressure, her delicate face unusually serious at that moment. Enough, quiet. She said each word deliberately. Issue an SS-level gag order on all information about Qin Cha immediately. Everyone return to your posts, put down your work, and copy the Blade Bearer confidentiality regulations 100 times. Her gaze swept over everyone present. Now, tell me, what oath did you take when you became Blade Bearers? With these words, everyone snapped back to reality. They quickly gathered their emotions, raised their right hands in a standard military salute. The safety of countless homes depends on us. Today, I am a Blade Bearer. Su Fan began. I swear, this body will never fear danger. This heart will never betray the nation's cause. This blade will never threaten the lives of the people. Under the witness of sun and moon, heaven and earth, and all spirits. Names were called one after another. Su Fan, Wang Biao, Lu Sun. Qin Cha listened to these powerful oaths, feeling somewhat dazed. He never expected that a simple test would trigger such a solemn ceremony. Once the 100+ blade bearers had left, only he and Xiao Yu remained in the training room. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if she were examining a rare treasure, studying him for a full 2 minutes. What exactly is your profession? Can you tell me? She finally asked. Priest, Qin Cha replied simply. Priest. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. A god-level rated priest. I have one last question. Would you be willing to join our Zhenwu division? This invitation indeed caught Qin Cha by surprise. He had just awakened a few hours ago and hadn't had time to consider much. All he wanted was to go out, defeat monsters, and level up. When facing Qin Cha, Xiao Yu's demeanor softened noticeably. She turned slightly and said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, as long as you're willing to follow me, I promise you won't be at a loss. I can train you to become a top-tier powerhouse, and all the expenses along the way can be covered. Even if I can't get the funding approved, I'll pay out of my own pocket. I have plenty of money. Wow, she sounds like a rich lady. Qin Cha raised an eyebrow. Although Xiao Yu's offer was very generous and her stunning beauty made it hard for anyone to refuse, Qin Cha knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. He looked straight into Xiao Yu's eyes and calmly said, Sorry, I don't like owing favors. They're too hard to repay. I will acquire the resources I need to level up on my own, so I decline. Decline. Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded with an even sweeter smile. With a flick of her fingers, she magically produced a card and handed it to Qin Cha. All right, no problem. Take your time to think it over. This is an entry ticket to the Gale Canyon Dungeon, one of the few places in Jiangzhou City where you can level up to 25 directly, worth 5 million. Qin Cha accepted the ticket, surprised by its high value, but he knew it was something he deserved. Xiao Yu continued to advise, given your situation, a month is enough to reach level 25. At that point, you'll need to undergo a transition, and it's crucial to choose a higher difficulty level. Also, aim for a good ranking in the college entrance exam. From what I know, the top prize this year is a treasure even I envy. Qin Cha's eyes lit up at this crucial piece of information. He nodded and said, Thank you. I'll be off then, goodbye. With that, he walked away briskly. Xiao Yu watched his broad back disappear through the door and chuckled softly. This kid, rough on the outside but very perceptive inside. As soon as I tried to recruit him, he distanced himself. Is he holding out for a better offer? Or is he just naturally proud? Despite being a director, Xiao Yu was only 25 years old. Her appreciation and love for talent made her admire Qin Cha's response rather than feel offended. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Hey Luo, what are you up to? Just awakened? An S-level talent? Great. I have a few Gale Canyon tickets here for you. After hanging up, Xiao Yu smiled with satisfaction. Beauty strategy, I must succeed. She took a deep breath and pulled out a red phone, her tone returning to its usual authority. Connect me to the Lord of Jiangzhou City. Tell them, I have an SS-level classified report concerning national security. Instantly, there was a flurry of commotion on the other end. SS-level classified. National security? Even if all of Jiangzhou City fell, it wouldn't reach that level. On what seemed like an ordinary afternoon, A piece of news within the core fortress of Huaxia left several high-ranking officials utterly shocked. These individuals, wielding immense power, could make decisions that would turn the entire country upside down. Orders were dispatched rapidly like snowflakes, brewing a storm that would soon sweep across the land. Meanwhile, Qin Cha had already arrived at the leveling point of the Gale Canyon dungeon. In this world, dungeons were abundant, with entrances scattered everywhere. The Gale Canyon dungeon was located 500 kilometers west of Jiangzhou City, with a danger zone starting just 50 kilometers out of town, where one could be attacked by monsters at any moment. Even with a direct shuttle, the journey would take a full day, but Qin Cha made it in just 10 minutes. It wasn't due to his remarkable speed. Rather, he found traveling by shuttle inconvenient due to his size. He spent 9 minutes locating a teleportation array and paid 10,000 yuan to be transported directly. Reflecting on his recent expenses, 10,000 for teleportation, 5,000 for scouting magic, and 300 for meals, he now had a meager 4,396 yuan left in his pocket. Qin Cha sighed as he walked, lamenting his inability to afford even the most basic healing spell as a priest. An entry-level healing spell cost 100,000 yuan, which was understandable since priests were crucial to any team, naturally driving up skill prices. Fortunately, he still had the Thunder Rain skill, a versatile ability for both offense and defense, which would suffice for the early stages. As for making money later on, Qin Cha wasn't too worried. He was confident he'd find a way. He pulled out his phone to send a message to his aunt. In this world, Qin Cha had no parents, only a distant aunt named Jiang Panner. Though she was only 3 years older and they had met just a handful of times, their relationship was close. Since his transmigration, Qin Cha had seen her only once, shortly after his recent birthday. She had flown in from the capital, leaving a lasting impression on him with her beauty, surpassing that of any celebrity he had seen, like a celestial being descended to Earth. Regarding Jiang Panner's abilities, Qin Cha knew nothing, as he had not yet awakened at the time. Her demeanor indeed matched that of a celestial being. She arrived gracefully and vanished with a wave of her sleeve, leaving behind only a reminder to contact her once he awakened and, if possible, consider applying to the capital university. Putting away his phone and his thoughts, Qin Cha focused on the dungeon ahead. Gale Canyon truly lived up to its name as special. Although it was his first dungeon run, he had learned a lot from books and videos. The most striking feature was its scale. Not only was the interior vast, but the entrance itself was exceptionally grand. The diamond-shaped portal towered as high as a multi-story building, resembling a waterfall from the heavens, shimmering with a hazy glow under the sunlight. Beneath the portal, a bustling small camp had formed. Uniformed personnel from the Zhenwu division stood vigilant, maintaining order. Tents and stalls were scattered about, and professionals were coming and going in a constant stream. There were at least several hundred people present. This scene made Qin Cha furrow his brow. An entry ticket to Gale Canyon costs 5 million. So many people. Could they all be so affluent? He quickly pulled out his phone to check, and suddenly understood. This particularly grand portal connected to 3 dungeons: Gale Canyon, Breeze Lake, and Gale Plains. What surprised him even more was that the entry ticket given to him by Xiaoyu was akin to a monthly pass, allowing him 30 entries. No wonder she said this place could boost me up to level 25. Qin Cha mused. Logically, I could first level up for free at Breeze Lake before challenging Gale Canyon. He was grateful for Xiaoyu's thoughtful gesture but saw through her intentions. The world is bustling for profit. She is so attentive because she sees my value. However, a confident smile appeared on Qin Cha's face. Breeze Lake is not my goal. I'll go straight for Gale Canyon. He strode forward with determination, his imposing figure and fierce aura immediately drawing the attention of nearby professionals. Most were intimidated into silence by his presence, but a few bold individuals approached him. Hey, brother, our team needs a tank warrior. Want to join? Viper, are you blind? He's clearly a berserker. Join my team. I'm a level 15 mage, and my fireballs are deadly. Come to us. We already have a healer in our 3-person team. Ignoring them all, Qin Cha walked directly to the portal and placed his entry ticket on it. The system immediately displayed options. Current dungeon, Gale Canyon. Recommended level, 10. Difficulty selection, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Without hesitation, Qin Cha chose the final blood red, hell difficulty. If I can destroy low-level test dummies with a single punch, why fear the highest difficulty? With a dizzying swirl, he entered the dungeon space. The system prompt followed. Ding. Detected host's first dungeon entry, issuing tasks. 1. Clear the current dungeon and achieve a perfect rating. Reward. SS grade spatial equipment. 2. Clear the hell difficulty dungeon 10 times. Reward. SS grade skill, Eye of Holy Light. A gleam of determination flashed in Qin Cha's eyes. He knew that the best spatial equipment ordinary professionals could buy was at most a grade, with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, worth over 100 million. Equipment above grade often had special effects and were priceless. SS-grade spatial equipment? That's a treasure beyond value. Eager for the rewards, he could hardly wait. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in the dungeon's safe zone. 50 meters away lay a canyon where fierce winds howled and jagged rocks protruded. By the rules, once he left the safe zone, he could only move forward. Retreating would mean forfeiting the challenge. Despite being level 0 and challenging a level 10 held difficulty dungeon, Qin Cha showed no sign of fear as he confidently walked towards the canyon. Once he left the safe zone, a biting gale assaulted him, but he paid it no mind. After walking 10 meters, two blood-red eyes suddenly glowed from behind a boulder. Qin Cha grinned, his fists instantly crackling with brilliant electric light. Amidst the sizzling thunder, it was hard to tell who was the real monster. In the depths of Gale Canyon, a level 10 elite rock-armored lizard was wandering. This fierce predator was over 2 meters long, its body covered in hard rock-like scales. Its sharp claws, teeth, and strong tail all signaled a formidable threat. Qin Cha quietly approached, using the detection skill to check the creature's information. As a common and inexpensive skill, detection could only vaguely reveal that the monster had rock armor, sweep, and tear abilities, while other attributes remained unclear, and even the elite monster's specific values were unreadable. Suddenly, the rock-armored lizard sensed the intruder's presence. Without hesitation, it swung its sharp claws down towards Qin Cha. Facing this elite monster, Qin Cha dared not be careless. He deftly dodged to the side, then launched a powerful strike, the Black Tiger Heart Piercer, directly at its vulnerable abdomen. Roar! Amidst a piercing scream, the massive lizard's body was blasted into the air by the blow, shattering in midair. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around the wound, and its eyes quickly dimmed. Dead is it dead? Qin Cha stood frozen, incredulous at the sight before him. This was a level 10 elite monster in a hell difficulty dungeon, and he had defeated it with a single punch? Although he knew from the Zhen Wuxi test that he was quite powerful, experiencing it firsthand in battle was entirely different. One punch to defeat an elite monster 10 levels higher was truly astonishing. As he stood there in shock, a golden light blossomed from his body. Qin Cha clearly felt his strength, speed, stamina, and spirit attributes all improving had leveled up. This was not unexpected, as fighting monsters above one's level yields extra experience. The joy of leveling up diluted his previous shock. Since he had heard that leveling up before the first transformation was easy, he decided to seize the opportunity to enhance his abilities. Without any spatial equipment, Qin Cha took only the most valuable claws from the lizard before advancing deeper into the dungeon. The howling wind constantly roared in his ears, bringing not only a biting chill, but also weakening his senses and even affecting his mood. After 10 minutes of slaughter, Qin Cha had already reached level 2. When he encountered the 5th rock-armored lizard, he noticed that the deeper he went, the more these creatures tended to group together. Gradually, he sensed the terrifying nature of the hell difficulty. Every rock-armored lizard he encountered was at the elite level. In simpler modes, such monsters were comparable to mini-bosses. However, if the dungeon's difficulty was only this much, it seemed not thrilling enough. Qin Cha grew increasingly excited, his steps becoming lighter. Meanwhile, a special team appeared at the dungeon's outskirts. Among the 4-person team were 3 beautiful women, each stunning in her own right, particularly the aloof woman in a deep blue robe, whose outstanding aura made her a frost beauty of national renown. The team's only male wore a dashing battle armor, his appearance equally remarkable. Both their demeanor and gear silently conveyed one fact: this was a well-funded team. Luli, we've only just awakened, and now we're heading to Gale Canyon. Isn't it too soon? A red-haired girl in leather armor said worriedly. Yeah, we're still at level 0. Isn't this too dangerous? The armored man flicked his hair with a confident gleam in his eyes. No worries, all 4 of us have at least a rank professions, and Lioli is an S rank with the unique hidden profession of the Extreme Ice Witch. Fully geared up, what do we have to fear? Lioli, the girl in the deep blue robe, spoke with a cold, expressionless voice. It's just the easy mode, no problem. Her words seemed to settle the matter, and the others fell silent. After selecting the dungeon, the 4 of them vanished instantly. The crowd watching erupted in excitement. What's going on today? Why are so many experts here? Exactly. That warrior was impressive enough, and now there's this elite team. Look at their equipment. Each piece is top-notch. No doubt about it. I bet there's some gold equipment among them. Gold equipment? The staff that girl in the blue robe is holding is a Nali Velamit golden staff, which was auctioned for over 5 million at the Star Auction House last time. Speaking of which, it seemed like that warrior wasn't wearing any gear. No way, running a dungeon without equipment. Meanwhile, Qin Cha had ventured deep into the heart of Gale Canyon, where the scenery had dramatically transformed. The ground, once littered with rubble, was now dotted with dilapidated stone houses resembling ancient ruins. According to the guide, the first mini-boss should appear here. Qin Cha remained composed. Despite having only 1 skill, he had leveled up to 5 through previous battles. With the tenfold boost from his divine talent, intimidating might, his strength soared to an astonishing 830 points, and his other attributes all surpassed 500. Such stats would leave anyone speechless with shock. However, Qin Cha was more concerned about equipment drops. After defeating dozens of monsters, not a single piece of equipment had dropped, which puzzled him. In theory, the drop rate for a hell-level dungeon should be the highest. At that moment, 5 beasts emerged from the crumbling stone ruins. Surrounding him were familiar rock-armored lizards, all level 14. But the real beast was in the center. Windbreaker, giant lizard. Level, 15 silver boss. Attributes. Skills. Description. The level difference is too great for you to see. This massive creature was over 4 meters long and stood 2 meters tall, its body covered in granite-like explosive muscles and heavy rock armor. Its head was snake-like and pointed, with piercing red eyes that exuded an intimidating aura, while its forked tongue flicked menacingly. In contrast, the 4 rock-armored lizards beside it looked like mere apprentices. Qin Cha decided to show this boss the basic respect it deserved by activating Thunderstorm. Blue lightning enveloped his fists, and his fierce presence matched the imposing giant lizard. The 4 rock-armored lizards glanced between Qin Cha and their leader, clearly confused. If they could speak, they might have blurted out, "What the heck? Which one of you is the boss here?" The 4 elite monsters looked bewildered, but the boss's crimson eyes burned with fury. It felt an unprecedented challenge, the aura of the man before it was even more formidable than its own. Roar! A deafening roar shook the surroundings. The 4 elite monsters seemed to receive some kind of invisible command, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they launched a fierce attack on Qin Cha. Their sweeping and biting skills were unleashed in an instant. Monsters of hell level are indeed ruthless, Qin Cha thought, his eyes narrowing. This kind of encirclement would overwhelm anyone else, who might not withstand even the first wave of attacks. Yet, without hesitation, he decisively ignored the other 3 monsters and focused all his efforts on the rock-armored lizard directly in front of him. Boom! The power of thunder erupted from his fist. At level 0, he could already obliterate a rock-armored lizard in a second. Now his strength was on a whole new level. With a dull thud, the rock-armored lizard exploded into pieces. The attacks of the remaining 3 rock-armored lizards landed on Qin Cha, producing a series of thud, thud, thud sounds. However, his massive body didn't budge an inch, not even a scratch. With over 500 points in stamina, these elite monsters, with barely 100 attack points, couldn't even penetrate his defense. A few heavy punches later, the remaining 3 rock-armored lizards were also killed. At that moment, Qin Cha suddenly comprehended the true essence of the priest class, not so much healing others as it was sending enemies off to the afterlife. Using these iron fists to redeem opponents, how exhilarating. Roar! Seeing its subordinates unable to withstand even a single move, the Gale lizard finally lost its patience. It spewed a foul wind, raising its massive claws to strike at Qin Cha. As expected of a boss, its aura alone was 3 to 5 times stronger than the elite monsters. The attack came with such force that Qin Cha felt it was impossible to dodge. Since dodging was not an option, he would endure it. The claws landed on him, but his solid muscles served as natural armor. Even such a ferocious strike only managed to create a wound on Qin Cha, not even pushing him back a step. "My turn," Qin Cha sneered, his thunder-wrapped right fist smashing into the Gale lizard's head. At such close range, the boss had no room to evade. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the Gale lizard's head jerked to the side, its tough skin cracking, blood spraying. One punch, and you're still standing. Qin Cha was not disheartened, but rather pleased. Having only encountered opponents he could defeat with a single blow, it was refreshing to find one that could withstand more than a couple of hits. "Let's go again." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Qin Cha had already unleashed 7 or 8 heavy punches, each landing with precision. The Gale lizard couldn't even use its skills, letting out a shrill scream before collapsing with a crash. In terms of attributes, Qin Cha indeed seemed more like the boss. A flash of golden light signaled a level-up notification. Qin Cha checked his status. Name, Qin Cha. Level, 6. Class, Berserker Holy Priest. Apprentice title, none. Strength, 960. Stamina, 660. Spirit, 870. Agility, 730. Skills, Overpower Divine Level 1, Thunderous Rain Divine Level 1. Qin Cha scanned his surroundings, a confident smile playing on his lips. His attribute panel was impressive. His strength was nearing the 1,000 mark, his mental power was a staggering 800 plus, and even his lowest attribute, stamina, was a solid 660. Even without his god-level talent, Subdue the Mighty, these attributes alone were enough to make him stand out at his current level. As he reveled in the joy of leveling up, a flash of silver caught his eye. It was the glow of equipment emanating from the boss's corpse. He immediately focused and began to meticulously search through the loot. Meanwhile, in the simple mode dungeon of Gale Canyon, An intense battle was unfolding. Lu Li, attack! Quick, attack! A urgent shout pierced the air. Xin, keep up the healing. Shen Baolong's condition must be stable. Lu Li, prepare your skills, I'm going in. A team of 3 women and 1 man were besieging a rock-armored lizard marked as an elite monster. Through their coordinated efforts, the level 10 elite monster finally fell with a crash. A burst of golden light enveloped them all. I leveled up to 3. Me too, I'm level 3. Lu Li is already level 4. Killing a level 10 elite monster feels so rewarding. The joy was palpable, and even the usually cold Luo Lioli managed a faint smile. Despite grimacing in pain, Shun Baolong boasted about his shield warrior achievement with pride. Holding off a level 10 elite monster at level 2, am I not the toughest guy? The 3 women rolled their eyes at him. Don't get cocky just yet, the boss is still ahead, don't let us down. Don't worry, with me here, there's no problem. I'm Glass Shield Warrior, the toughest man in the whole Jiangzhou city. Despite his arrogance, the 3 women had to admit that Shun Baolong's performance was indeed impressive. His solid defense was the reason they could level up in this level 10 dungeon. Let's move on. Aim to take down the next elite monster within 5 minutes, Luo Lioli said, gripping her staff and stepping into the wind. 5 minutes. The others' expressions changed. Fighting 7 levels above, finishing in 10 minutes would be impressive. Yet Luo Lioli had already vanished into the howling wind. Back to Qin Cha, he was meticulously looting the 5 corpses. Luck seemed to favor him. Finally, 3 bronze pieces of equipment, 1 silver piece, and various materials worth tens of thousands. Among them was a bronze piece he could use, the giant lizard greaves. Giant lizard greaves. Quality, bronze. Level, 10. Class, none. Attributes, strength 15, stamina 23. Estimated value, 10,000,200,000. Though the equipment was fairly standard, it was versatile with no class restrictions and a total attribute boost of 38 points, making it a decent find. In this world, apart from certain top-tier equipment, most gear wasn't class restricted. Players chose equipment based on whether the attributes and special effects suited them. This explained why you might see a berserker pulling out a staff for casting or a mage wearing chain mail and swinging a hammer. Setting aside his stray thoughts, Qin Cha's gaze finally settled on the silver equipment. This was the real highlight of his haul. The silver armor of the Windbreaker lay quietly in front of Qin Cha. This level 10 exclusive armor not only provided a base attribute boost of 52 strength and 70 defense, but also featured a special effect. The Windbreaker's armor, which could activate a stone defense shield absorbing 3,000 damage. The armor was meticulously crafted from the tough skin of the Windbreaker lizard, offering a great sense of security when worn. As an expert in equipment appraisal, Qin Cha immediately recognized the high value of this rare piece, estimating it to be worth at least 50,000. Although its level 10 restriction meant it couldn't compete with the over 200 attribute boosts seen in level 15 gear, it remained highly sought after in the low-level equipment market. After all, there is always a steady influx of newcomers in this world. However, considering the fast leveling speed of players, its value would remain stable at this level, with the 50,000 price tag reflecting its reusable nature. Halfway through the dungeon, Qin Cha was quite satisfied with his haul, totaling around 100,000, which was a decent drop rate. In a world where equipment drops are extremely rare, wild monsters outside might not drop a single bronze item all day, let alone expect a silver item in a non-hard mode dungeon. It's rumored that only hell-level dungeons have a chance to drop gold equipment, and Qin Cha wondered if he would be that lucky today. After tending to the injuries on his shoulder and downing a recovery potion, Qin Cha continued his journey. Having reached level 6, this dungeon was now a breeze for him, and he advanced with unstoppable force. In just 10 minutes, he reached the end of the canyon. The howling wind here was terrifying. Qin Cha roughly estimated that if one's stamina was below 50, standing firm, let alone fighting, would be a challenge. With his arrival, the final boss, the level 15 wind beast, finally appeared. Although this boss was also lizard-like, it was surprisingly small, resembling a shellless turtle. Its skin was adorned with intricate patterns resembling wind trails, and it was surrounded by 8 rock-armored lizards, creating an imposing sight. This formation made it clear to Qin Cha that he could take them down one by one. At this level, even a 10-person team couldn't withstand the assault of 8 elite monsters plus a boss. However, for Qin Cha now, there was no need for such tactics. Activating Thunder Rain, he charged straight ahead. In battle, Qin Cha could clearly feel that the wind beast's strength was about twice that of the Windbreaker lizard. Had he encountered it at level 5, it might have been quite tricky. But now at level 6, with nearly 1,000 strength points and tremendous explosive power, he could deal 6,000 damage with a single punch. The only challenge was the wind beast's speed, which caused a few missed punches, extending the battle to 8 minutes. Finally, with a loud crash, the wind beast fell, and a plethora of equipment scattered everywhere. Qin Cha, however, did not rush to pick them up. His brow furrowed slightly, casting a massive shadow in the dim environment with his imposing figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The attack methods are still too limited, Qin Cha thought to himself. As a priest, lacking offensive means is indeed a shortcoming. I'll need to find an opportunity to study this further. However, for now, I can crush same-level bosses with just my attribute values, although there's still room to improve efficiency. Looking at the boss's body that didn't bring an upgrade, he pondered. It seems that as the level increases, the experience required will grow more. At this moment, if anyone heard Qin Cha's words, they would probably be unable to resist cursing at his humble brag. A priest not only overpowering a boss, but also killing 8 elite monsters and 1 boss in 10 minutes, and leveling up 6 times in less than half an hour, yet still finding it too slow. This is truly redefining people's understanding of the priest class. While checking the loot, Qin Cha's eyes lit UPA silver item, and it's a level 15 staff. In addition, there were 3 bronze items, a considerable haul, enough to buy skill books. Without wasting time, Qin Cha planned in his mind as he exited the secret realm. First, collect the SS level space equipment, cash in today's gains, then push to level 10, and call it a day. Meanwhile, Luo Lioli and the other top talents in Jiangzhou City were still struggling to besiege an elite rock-armored lizard. When Qin Sha's figure appeared near the space gate, the atmosphere in the entire area instantly froze. It wasn't until he disappeared into the camp that the surroundings returned to their lively state. No way. He came out in just half an hour. He must have been running a low-level dungeon, like Gale Plains or the easy mode of Gale Canyon. Did you notice? His aura is even stronger than before. Stronger is an understatement. Previously, he seemed fierce, but now just looking at him feels overwhelming. Could it be some hidden class? Bloodthirsty berserker? Impossible. If such a genius appeared in Jiangzhou City, it would have spread throughout the city by now. While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Qin Cha had already arrived at a small trading post with a Sunshine Auction House sign. Although it was just a simple tent, the reputation of the Sunshine Auction House ensured no double-crossing would occur. With his distinctive build, he would be recognized even if he covered his face, so he didn't bother with any disguise. Selling equipment, Qin Cha's calm voice startled the young clerk dozing at the desk. The clerk, upon seeing Qin Cha, looked as if he'd seen a ghost, instantly waking up and backing against the wall in a panic. Aye. This is Sunshine Auction House territory. You don't cause trouble. Qin Cha was accustomed to such fearful reactions. He merely extended his right hand, and a flash of light emanated from the ancient and dignified jade ring on his thumb, causing a pile of equipment to clatter onto the counter, with soft green light interspersed with silver glimmers. Whoa, so much gear. The young clerk's eyes widened as he stared at the equipment spread out across the counter, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. When he finally came to his senses, a greedy gleam shone in his eyes. You're really here to sell this gear? And there's even silver equipment? Name your price. Qin Cha remained expressionless, silently organizing the equipment. Apart from the silver armor he intended to keep for himself, he planned to sell the rest of the loot. All right. I'll appraise them right away. The young clerk rubbed his hands together and began inspecting the attributes of each piece of equipment. The more he looked, the more excited he became, almost pressing his face against the gear. Realizing his lack of composure, he quickly coughed to cover it up. Ahem, it's just that the level is a bit low, so they won't fetch a high price. In this place, isn't lower-level gear more marketable? Qin Cha narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the clerk. The gaze felt like a piercing sword, sending shivers down the young clerk's spine and instantly dispelling any thoughts of trickery. Yes, they're definitely marketable. I'll calculate the price for you right away. He dared not play any tricks and quickly tapped away on the calculator. Package deal, 105,000. Let's be friends, and I'll round it up to 110,000 for you. 110,000. Qin Cha quickly calculated and nodded. Deal. The transaction was completed swiftly. Only after Qin Cha's figure disappeared through the door did the young clerk pat his chest and breathe a sigh of relief. Geez, what kind of monster is he? But then, a thought made him grin. These are top-tier gear, and even if he is a killer god, he's a god of wealth to me. After leaving the trading post, Qin Cha started to carefully examine the most important loot from this mission. He mentally reviewed the concept of equipment levels, from lowest to highest. They were whiteboard, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and mythical. In reality, aside from the almost never-seen mythical equipment artifacts and the industrial waste that was whiteboard gear, the other 6 levels were mainstream. He eagerly looked over the SS-grade Holy Soul Ring. The attributes of this legendary ring were astonishing. Holy Soul Ring sealed. Level, legendary. Type, ring no level requirement. Binding, Qin Cha exclusive, permanently bound. Cannot be removed or stolen by any means. Base attributes. Luck 10. All attributes 10. Healing effect 10. Space capacity 1000 cubic meters cannot store living things. Increases as seals are broken. Skills. Spirit of the Void active, LV1. Effect. tear through space to instantly move 50 meters in any direction. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Other skills, sealed. Description, a magical ring sealed with the souls of the four saints. Wear it, and you become a god. Seal status, 34. This is simply overpowered. Qin Cha was stunned. Percentage increase to all attributes, reduced cooldown, lowered equipment level requirements, increased healing effect, and 1,000 cubic meters of space, not to mention a blink skill and 10 points of luck. This is truly an SS-grade piece of equipment, worthy of being a legendary artifact. Is there really such a thing as a luck attribute in this world? Qin Cha stared at the sacred soul ring, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even in its sealed state, this sacred artifact displayed an astonishing level of power with just its first layer. In his mind, he imagined the terrifying strength this equipment could unleash as it continued to unseal and upgrade. System, how do I unseal the sacred soul ring? Qin Cha eagerly inquired. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. The host currently does not meet the task requirements. After you undergo the first transformation, the system will automatically issue the unsealing task. Is my level too low to even take on the task? Qin Cha chuckled, unfazed. Given his current rate of leveling up, he estimated it would take him at most 10 days to reach level 25 and complete the first transformation. By then, the doors to this exciting world would truly open for him. Although he currently held a god-level profession, he still carried the apprentice suffix. Only by completing the first transformation could he shed the apprentice status and become a true professional. Then, he would be able to purchase skill scrolls specific to his profession and randomly acquire professional skills, no longer limited to priest skills. With this thought, Qin Cha's spirits lifted, and he headed straight for the entrance of the Gale Gorge dungeon. He hadn't forgotten that completing 10 hell-level dungeons would earn him an SS-level skill. Today, he was determined to succeed. Re-entering Gale Gorge, Qin Cha's demeanor was even more composed. With his current attributes, this place felt as easy as his own backyard. Typically, such a laid-back attitude would be displayed by someone revisiting after their first transformation, but he, a mere level 6 rookie, not only achieved this, but also gained experience bonuses for defeating higher-level monsters. Facing the roaring rock-armored lizard, Qin Cha didn't even bother to activate Thunderstorm. Although his current mental strength could sustain it for an hour, it was unnecessary here. In Gale Gorge, everything could be resolved with his fists. With a crash, the first rock-armored lizard fell, not only maxing out Qin Cha's experience points, but also dropping a bronze piece of equipment. This was a hell-level dungeon where whiteboard equipment had no place. Qin Cha felt the power within him surpass the 1,000 mark, closing in on 1,200, likely due to the Sacred Soul Ring's luck bonus. 20 minutes later, the Beast of Gale let out its final wail and collapsed. This boss, which used to terrify professionals, could only meet its end under Qin Cha's iron fists. He collected the 2 silver pieces of equipment it dropped, equipping one of the bracers alongside his previous silver armor. This haul was far better than last time. Just these pieces could fetch at least 250,000. Having reached level 8, Qin Cha nodded in satisfaction. Onward, he commanded softly, his figure flickering as he exited the secret realm. For hours later, nightfall descended. In the camp outside the portal of Gale Canyon, scattered bonfires dispelled the darkness. The atmosphere within the camp had become unusually silent at some point, despite the number of people remaining unchanged. Everyone seemed to have lost the urge to converse, their gazes repeatedly turning toward the portal as if awaiting something significant. Suddenly, the portal emitted a faint glow, and a ripple of energy surged as a towering figure strode out. Standing at 2.4 meters tall and weighing over 400 pounds, this giant wore heavy armor resembling gray-white rock. His arms were wrapped in specially designed bracers, with bulging biceps that hinted at immense power. He was Qin Cha, and just standing there, he exuded an imposing presence like that of a mighty bear or an unshakable mountain. Even with a blank expression, he deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. He's out. Wow, it only took him 15 minutes this time. 2 pieces of silver equipment. I watched him go in empty-handed after waiting here all day. What about his weapon? Which dungeon did he clear? Even at Breeze Lake, it shouldn't be this fast, right? 10 dungeons in a day, that's intense. Doesn't he need rest? Isn't he worried about injuries? The camp erupted into a flurry of exclamations, shattering the previous calm. Clearly, everyone had been anticipating Qin Cha's appearance. He was well aware of the stir he caused. With his size and frequent dungeon runs, it was hard not to attract attention. But at this moment, he had no interest in acknowledging it. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! 10 hell-level dungeon missions completed. Reward granted SS-level skill, Eye of Holy Light. Qin Cha felt a powerful new skill within him, but chose to suppress the urge to test it immediately under so many watchful eyes. Though mentally fatigued, his physical stamina remained strong, yet after a day of intense battles, his stomach began to protest. He turned and headed to a nearby makeshift eatery, similar in scale to a roadside stall in the city. While not gourmet cuisine, It was enough to satisfy his hunger. Inside, the night was alive with chatter as weary adventurers feasted, unwinding their taut nerves. Some were lamenting, others complaining, but most were eagerly discussing the day's gains, with a few even boasting. Here, adventurers typically appeared in small groups, as most dungeons required at least a three-person team, aside from special solo ones. When Qin Cha appeared alone at the entrance, his distinctive physique and intimidating presence immediately drew attention, plunging the entire eatery into a sudden silence. The patrons in the shop watched the sudden appearance of the stranger with caution, some of them discreetly reaching for the hilts of their weapons. A chubby middle-aged shop owner rushed out from the kitchen, wearing an apron stained with oil, and his hand holding a kitchen knife trembled slightly with nervousness. "Who are you? What do you want here?" the owner asked in a shaky voice, clearly mistaking Qin Cha for a robber. "Just here for a meal, looking for a quiet spot," Qin Cha replied calmly, casually tossing a piece of bronze equipment. "Prepare some dishes according to its value." The owner fumbled to catch the equipment, momentarily stunned. The dozens of patrons in the shop were also taken aback. Paying for a meal with equipment was certainly unusual. Qin Cha wasn't trying to show off. He simply saw it as the easiest way to ease the owner's wariness. Indeed, once the owner received the equipment, his demeanor changed instantly, and he respectfully led Qin Cha to a secluded corner seat. "Honored guest, please wait a moment while I prepare your meal." Although the bronze equipment was worth a few thousand, it was considered only a mid to upper range expenditure in this place, far from extravagant. In this world, professionals have specific dietary needs. Some top chefs can cook meals that not only enhance experience points, but also provide recovery, control release, and other beneficial effects. It's said that certain hidden chef professions can even create miraculous foods that permanently boost attributes, though their prices are prohibitively high. As Qin Cha took his seat, the atmosphere in the shop gradually relaxed. The patrons' chatter, though still present, was noticeably subdued. Qin Cha ignored the others and focused on tallying his gains for the day. The equipment and materials together were roughly valued at over 3 million. While this figure might seem impressive, it was actually average. The admission tickets from Xiao Yu cost 5 million for 30 entries, averaging over 100,000 per entry. Qin Cha had earned this amount after 9 solo runs of the Hell level dungeon. Those who teamed up for lower difficulty levels likely couldn't even break even. Of course, this was partly because Gale Canyon was a special instance with unlimited daily entries and 2 accompanying lower-level dungeons, hence the higher fees. They might not profit, but I'm definitely in the black, Qin Cha calculated privately, checking his level panel. After 10 Hell-level dungeon runs, he had reached level 14. Name, Qin Cha. Level, 14. Class, Berserker Saint Priest. Apprentice title, None. Strength, 2,630. Stamina, 1,680. Spirit, 2,210. Agility, 1,720. Skills. Intimidation Divine LV1. Thunderous Rain Divine LV1. Eye of Holy Light SSS LV1. Equipment. Ring of the Holy Soul Legendary. Gale Bracer Silver. Breaker's Agony Silver. Pet, None. Such a luxurious attribute panel. At this rate, by the time he reached level 15, his total attributes would surely exceed 10,000 points. And this was with only 2 randomly equipped items. If he acquired a full set of top-tier gear, his attributes could skyrocket even further, rising to level 14 in a single day. With attributes on the verge of breaking 10,000 points, any one of these feats would be considered miraculous for anyone else. Yet, all these miracles were concentrated in Qin Cha alone, as if he were walking the path of a deity. Calming his excitement, Qin Cha's gaze landed on his last skill. Eye of Holy Light. What kind of surprises would this SS-level skill bring? The Eye of Holy Light, an SS-level active skill at level 1, allows the user to probe target information and see through all illusions, stealth, and special effects like invisibility. Note, the less the target's level exceeds the user's, the more detailed the information. Information starts to decrease gradually if the target is more than 10 levels higher. Qin Cha clenched his fist, trying hard not to laugh out loud in the bustling tavern. This was practically a divine skill. The probing technique problem that had troubled him for so long was completely solved at that moment. Moreover, this SS-level skill came with the bonus of seeing through all stealth and illusions. For a priest, this ability was a lifesaver. As a priest, the most troublesome threats were not the warrior's charges or the mage's blasts, but those thieves and assassins lurking in the shadows like venomous snakes. Qin Cha closed his eyes, recalling a familiar scene, an unsuspecting priest leisurely healing in the back, chatting with a girl. Suddenly, a sharp dagger silently pierced from behind, followed by a vicious kidney strike. By the time the unfortunate priest realized what had happened, he was already lying helpless on the ground. Without the powerful fire mage's repelling fire ring or the ice mage's impressive ice cage, ordinary priests were almost defenseless against assassins. Even possessing a major resurrection skill could save others, but not themselves. The most ironic part was that until their final breath, they couldn't even see the assassin's face. But now, with the eye of holy light, this nightmare that plagued countless priests would be completely over. Qin Cha gently rubbed his fingers, thinking to himself, if only the system would grant him a short-term invincibility skill, it would be perfect, considering he was just a fragile little priest. With this thought, Qin Cha's lips curled into a slight smile. The tavern's light cast a large shadow of his burly figure on the ground, enveloping the entire table of diners behind him. The guests looked at this fragile, little priest, shivering and not daring to make a sound. Your meal, sir. The owner nervously brought over the steaming dishes. An exchange with a bronze item not only resulted in the quickest service, but also in top-quality deliciousness. These dishes were all made from the meat of fierce beasts hunted nearby. Although the retail price of this beast meat wasn't high, the chef's meticulous cooking naturally raised the price. Although the meals at this temporary camp didn't boost attributes or provide temporary states, they tasted great and helped recover injuries. Despite his rugged appearance, Qin Cha ate with poise and calmness. Soon, he had polished off the 6 dishes and a soup. Content and full, Qin Cha leaned back in his chair. As the saying goes, after a good meal, one doesn't miss home. Qin Cha got up, ready to complete his final task for the day. In his sacred soul ring lay the loot from 9 rounds of the Hell Dungeon, 15 silver pieces, over 80 bronze pieces, and various materials estimated to fetch around 3 million. Although valuable, he felt more at ease turning these items into cash as soon as possible. Under the watchful and wary eyes of the diners, he headed towards the restaurant's exit. Just then, a team approached the restaurant, chatting and laughing. Great haul today, the red-haired girl Xia Qing exclaimed excitedly. 5 runs of the easy mode Whirlwind Gorge, and we'll be ready for the normal mode tomorrow. Beside her stood 3 teammates. The ice-cold beauty Luo Lioli in a dark blue robe, a shy and gentle healer named Xin Xian, and a male shield warrior clad in armor, Chen Baolong. Xia Qing turned to Xin Xian and asked, Xin Xian, you're our team's lifeline. Have you reached level 7? Not that fast. The young healer shook her head repeatedly. Sister Xia Qing, I just got to level 6. Same as me. Xia Qing nodded in agreement. Chen Baolong sneaked a glance at the always silent Luo Lioli and couldn't help but interject. It's different. Dungeon experience is distributed based on contribution. Lioli is our main damage dealer. She's definitely level 7 by now. Xia Qing looked at Luo Lioli with admiration. Lioli is amazing. Without her, we couldn't clear Whirlwind Gorge. That remark clearly stung Chen Baolong. I'm the shield warrior, the soul of the team, okay? His face darkened, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Xin Xian quickly changed the subject. By the way, have you heard? There's a guy who cleared 10 dungeons in one day, each in just 20 minutes. I heard. Xia Qing was intrigued. They say it's a particularly strong and fierce shield warrior. Already frustrated, Chen Baolong was even more irritated by this and scoffed. A shield warrior? Anyone leveling here is either below first rank or just bullying newbies. He's probably just a bully. How do you know he's not a prodigy? Xia Qing retorted defiantly. A prodigy? Huh. Chen Baolong laughed, puffing out his chest. In Jiangzhou City, what shield warrior would dare call themselves a prodigy in front of me? Chen Baolong? Fierce. If I meet him, I'll show him what true shield warrior dignity and glory are. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of passers-by, but no one dared to argue with the fully armored shield warrior. At that moment, the restaurant doors suddenly swung open. Whoosh. A towering figure blocked most of the light from inside, leaving only a few beams illuminating Chen Baolong's proud face. When he saw the newcomer's imposing stature and indifferent eyes, he was thunderstruck. A terrifying realization hit him instantly. The formidable presence before him was the very person he had been bragging about. With that physique and aura, Chen Baolong had no doubt that this person could end him with a single punch. And he had just been lecturing this person on how to be a shield warrior? Damn it. The irony struck too quickly to defend against. The 4 youngest prodigies of Jiangzhou City stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. The ice-cold beauty, Luo Lioli, instinctively tightened her grip on her staff, her knuckles turning white as the magic within her gathered strength. Xia Qing's bright, wide eyes were fixed on the bulging muscles of the imposing figure before them, a shimmering droplet of saliva slipping uncontrollably from her slightly parted lips and landing with a soft plop on her chest. The petite little priestess was so frightened that she hid behind Xia Qing like a startled rabbit, peeking out with just half her face visible. Chen Baolong, who had been boasting about his genius not long ago, now seemed like a different person. The mere moment of locking eyes with Qin Cha made beads of cold sweat appear on his forehead, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Qin Cha casually glanced over the group. His SS-ranked Holy Light I activated automatically, instantly revealing all of Luo Lioli's details. Level 7. With a profession of S-ranked Extreme Ice Witch, her mental strength being her most outstanding attribute, at an impressive 235 points. She possessed passive skills like Extreme Ice Physique and Elemental Affinity, along with active skills such as Ice Blade, Ice Spear, and Ice Spike. Surprisingly, this ice-cold beauty was the daughter of the president of the Sunshine Auction House. No wonder it's SS ranked, it sees through everything. Qin Cha mused to himself. Even without the holy light eye, he recognized this famous beauty of the international school circles in Jiangzhou City. To have such remarkable mental attributes at level 7 truly marked her as a genius among geniuses. Glancing at his own attribute panel, Qin Cha smirked slightly. If this girl works a little harder, she might reach a fraction of my stats. However, he had no intention of lingering. What did it matter if she was beautiful or wealthy? It was irrelevant to him now. Women only slowed down my punches, he thought, striding away, leaving behind a silhouette as majestic as a mountain. Only after his figure vanished into the darkness did the four of them breathe a collective sigh of relief. Luo Liuli frowned, deep in thought. The little priestess was still trembling like a frightened quail. Sister Xiaqing, that person was terrifying. Xiaqing snapped back to reality, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my, that's a real man. So handsome, so powerful. The little priestess quickly sidled away from her. Turning to Chen Baolong, Xiaqing raised an eyebrow and taunted. Weren't you just talking about showcasing the honor and dignity of a shield warrior? Why didn't you dare say a single word? Chen Baolong's face flushed with embarrassment as he cursed inwardly. Speak up? I want to live a few more days. Didn't you see, I was almost scared to death. Failing to show off might just earn you a few insults, but confronting that guy would be downright foolish. Chen Baolong wore an awkward smile, trying to save face. I was just caught off guard for a moment. Besides, there's no point in picking a fight with someone we have no grudge against. When you're out and about, it's best to keep things peaceful. He paused and added, it's not that I'm afraid of him. It's just that his identity is unclear. Who knows if he's the rumored tough guy? Plus, he's obviously older than us, so being outshone by him isn't really embarrassing. Xiaqing looked at his desperate attempt to save face and snorted, turning away in disinterest. At that moment, the usually quiet Luo Liuli suddenly spoke up, her eyes lighting up. Wait, I think I've heard of that person. Her unexpected comment made all three of them turn to look at her. Luo Liuli was typically as silent as a mountain and rarely spoke unless absolutely necessary. Who is he? Chen Baolong asked urgently. Is he a second or third tier powerhouse? Luo Liuli stared in the direction Qin Cha had left, her expression complicated. If I'm not mistaken, he just awakened today like us. What? The three of them were shocked, their expressions changing instantly. Chen Baolong felt a chill run down his spine as he exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That sense of pressure was more intense than when I faced the rock-armored lizard. You say he just awakened? That gaze is still etched in my mind. How could he be a newcomer? Surprisingly, Xiaqing didn't contradict Chen Baolong this time. Even though he's really strong, Liuli, are you sure you're not mistaken? If he really is a newly awakened, that's terrifying. The young priestess timidly agreed. Yeah, don't forget they said he soloed 10 dungeons in one day. Even the simplest breeze lake shouldn't be cleared that fast. These words made Luo Liuli waver as well. You're probably right. Maybe I mistook him for someone else. She shook her head. Let's eat first, get some rest, and prepare for tomorrow's normal mode challenge. At 8 p.m. that evening, Qin Cha had already converted his gear into cash. All the materials and equipment sold for a total of 3.5 million, slightly more than he expected, which pleased him. He found a temporary hostel and paid 500 for the room. Lying on the bed, he pulled out his phone and began browsing the Sunshine Trading House app. Although this platform was part of the Sunshine Auction House, their main focus differed. The trading house primarily dealt with Sunshine's own products, whereas the auction house served as a consignment platform for warriors, charging a 5% fee. After searching for a while, Qin Cha couldn't find anything he liked. He intended to buy some skill books and suitable weapons, but discovered that before reaching level 25 for a first-tier transition, a priest had very few usable skills. Apart from healing and purifying, there were hardly any decent control skills, let alone damage skills. As for weapons, given his current leveling speed and actual needs, he didn't require anything for now. He couldn't bring himself to buy the cheap ones, and the expensive ones were out of his reach, leading him to sigh. When you have 5,000, you feel poor. Even with over 3 million, you don't feel rich. Life is tough. With these thoughts, Qin Cha drifted off to sleep. At 6 the next morning, a system notification jolted him awake, his face alight with joy. The daily quest had begun, and the first day's quest was set to divine level. The task, reach level 20, with a reward of a divine passive skill compassion. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the room as Qin Cha, overwhelmed with excitement, shattered the bed. His eyes were glued to the system interface, with the words divine passive skill and daily quest prominently displayed, making his heart race. System, tell me, what is this divine passive skill? Qin Cha asked eagerly. Ding! Skill details must be viewed by the host after completing the task distribution. The system cannot disclose them. Huh, that's as good as saying nothing. Qin Cha scoffed. Then what's this daily quest about? Daily quest is self-explanatory, the system replied tersely. Veins bulged on Qin Cha's forehead. I want you to explain clearly what a daily quest is. This time, the system provided a detailed response. A daily quest is a task that refreshes randomly every morning at 6. The quest level, content, and rewards are all random. Except for time-limited tasks. Any task not completed on the day can be frozen for up to 7 days. If not frozen or if overdue, the task disappears automatically. Additionally, task difficulty is proportional to the reward level. An A-level task corresponds to an A-level reward, a B-level task to a B-level reward. Now that's more like it. Qin Cha nodded in satisfaction. After a quick wash and breakfast, he began his work day. Among the many players who treat dungeons as a job, Qin Cha's efficiency was indeed rare. He had already reached level 14, but he needed a lot more experience points to hit level 20. After some calculations, he figured completing the Gale Canyon dungeon would yield about half a level's worth of experience, which should be enough to complete the task today. Qin Cha's current speed in clearing Gale Canyon was quite stable, 15 minutes per run, with 5 minutes of combat and 10 minutes of travel. Although it might sound disrespectful to the dungeon monsters, this was the reality. Each entry netted him over 300,000 resources, and that was pure profit. He could enter without paying for a ticket, and more importantly, without using potions or wearing down his gear. As a priest, he wasn't a healer, but his defense was astounding. Apart from using a potion the first time he got injured, now even the attacks from rock-armored lizards couldn't break his defense. As for equipment, he wasn't even wearing any. He had sold those 2 silver pieces long ago. Unlike others who had to desperately level up to equip new items, his level increased so rapidly that his gear quickly became outdated. After completing the second dungeon run, Qin Cha immediately prepared for the third. It was just 7 in the morning, and the temporary camp was already bustling. Adventurers of all kinds were starting their day, with vendors shouting, teams forming, and people socializing everywhere. Come and have a look. Brand new level 15 bronze cloth armor, 30 spirit, a must-have for mages. Low-level healing potions, only 300 each, bulk purchase discounts available. Come and choose. The game camp was bustling with noise. Special fragmentation grenades. Deals 5,000 damage to multiple targets. For just 10,000, a vendor shouted at the top of his lungs. Chicken soup, coming right up. Chicken soup, my foot. Get lost. Don't interrupt my team formation. Looking for a level 15 female healer. Big brother is a shield warrior. There was a hint of urgency in the shout. Who posted this ridiculous quest? Go to the small grove north of the camp to help Widow Wong find her underwear. Are they crazy? A player couldn't help but complain. A level 28 first-class assassin here. Bored and looking for company. Ladies can come to me for free runs. Entry tickets are on you. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, a portal suddenly flashed with light. A burly figure strode out, ignoring the surrounding commotion, and turned back to step into the portal again. Holy cow, an observant vendor exclaimed. The macho guy is back for more dungeon runs. Macho guy? I wasn't here yesterday, can you tell me more? This macho guy soloed 10 dungeon runs in one day yesterday. And the most impressive part is, he's a shield warrior. 10 solo runs. It's just past 8 in the morning. Who knows how many runs he'll do today? What kind of dungeon is he running? That's insane. Not sure exactly, but even if it's the Breezy Lake, that's still quite a feat. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the level 28 assassin couldn't take it anymore, his face showing defiance. Breezy Lake? That's just a backyard for me. I'm the dungeon demon. Who can outdo me? Being an assassin, he naturally looked down on shield warriors. Hearing everyone praise Qin Cha, he was even more determined. Breezy Lake. Watch me, the assassin shouted as he charged into the dungeon. Although this low-level dungeon wouldn't give him much experience, he was eager to compete with Qin Cha. The people in the camp were drawn to this impromptu competition. Of course, there were also plenty of mocking voices. A level 28 assassin bragging about running Breezy Lake. What a joke. Exactly, every time the macho guy comes out, he's obviously stronger, there's no comparison. Disperse, everyone. The level 28 assassin will definitely dominate. He's agile and fast. How can the macho guy win? 15 minutes later, Qin Cha and the assassin emerged from the portal almost simultaneously. The assassin looked at Qin Cha with a smug, challenging Gazi had entered a few minutes later but came out at the same time, clearly thinking he had won. But Qin Cha just gave him a baffled glance and quietly walked back into the portal. Damn it. Ignoring me, the assassin was furious and immediately followed him in. He wanted to prove his prowess in front of everyone. However, by 11 in the morning, when the assassin emerged from the portal, exhausted and saw the scoreboard spontaneously set up by the crowd next to the stalls, he could only scream in frustration. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? 9 to 10. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his pride in his unmatched speed and his relentless sprints through 9 consecutive dungeons, leaving monsters strewn in his wake and his legs weak from exhaustion, he still lost once. What he found most unacceptable was that the one who defeated him was a shield warrior. The dozens of onlookers around were equally stunned. Initially, this contest was seen as mere entertainment, a performance match for a first-tier assassin, expected to have a predictable outcome. However, as time went on, the scene before them completely overturned everyone's expectations. A level 28 assassin, known for his speed, was outpaced by a shield warrior. The assassin was now pale and gasping for air, as if all his energy had been drained. In contrast, Qin Cha remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the 10 dungeon runs. His incredible endurance left everyone in awe. That's textbook perfect, like a monster farming machine. This is insane, to keep going without a single mistake. Now that's a true grinder. Even the best at Qingfeng Lake wouldn't dare play like this. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Qin Cha walked out of the dungeon expressionlessly. The assassin, still catching his breath, looked up at him, but before he could speak, Qin Cha turned and re-entered the dungeon portal. A deep sense of defeat washed over the assassin. He felt like a joke, having given his all yet not even earning a glance from his opponent. And worse, he had lost. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The assassin gritted his teeth and followed him into the portal. This was Qin Sha's 20th visit to Gale Canyon, and he knew the terrain like the back of his hand. He had long abandoned the inefficient method of killing one by one, opting instead for a more effective strategy of group clearing. He easily lured monsters at the first spawn point and proceeded deeper at just the right pace. 10 minutes later, a massive lizard army formed behind him. A windbreaker lizard led the charge, with dozens of rock armor lizards following closely, hissing angrily and giving chase. But with their meager agility of just over 100 points, they were like toddlers stumbling after the wind compared to Qin Sha's agility of over 2,000. Finally, Qin Sha led this joyful band to the wind beast. The boss looked at the bizarre scene before it, momentarily stunned. It couldn't comprehend why its minions were clustered there. However, its confusion was quickly interrupted by Qin Sha's relentless, emotionless blows. Each powerful punch was accompanied by the fall of a rock armor lizard, showcasing the ultimate in brutal efficiency and demonstrating the true meaning of overwhelming force. It was a complete massacre. With each swing of Qin Sha's iron fist, the rock armor lizards, windbreakers, and gale beasts fell one after another. Elite monsters and bosses were no different in front of him, all reduced to corpses. In just a minute, the battle was over. A golden aura of vitality enveloped Qin Sha's body, and his level rose to 18, just 2 levels short of his goal. After 10 dungeon runs, he had leveled up 4 times. Such speed far exceeded ordinary expectations. For an average rank professional, it would typically take at least 3 months to complete the first transition without guidance. Even in strength genius would need a month. Even with massive resource investment, this process could only be compressed to a certain extent. Records show that the fastest first transition was achieved by a young master from a prominent family in a certain country, who spent millions to complete it in 7 days of speed that left billions in awe. Yet, even that paled in comparison to Qin Sha, who accomplished it in just a day and a half, precisely 24 hours. Efficient and precise, Qin Sha quickly gathered all the materials and equipment and immediately exited the secret realm. As his figure disappeared through the portal once more, the onlookers outside were left speechless in shock. What the heck? Something's off with the timing, exclaimed someone who was timing the runs. This time it only took 12 minutes. It used to be 15 minutes. How did it suddenly get so much faster? He must have mastered some special technique. Maybe he has a powerful strategy. 12 minutes per dungeon. That's insane. It takes me 25 minutes just to clear the simplest breezy lake at level 20, and just getting there takes over 10 minutes. How is he doing it? Is he not even fighting monsters? The crowd buzzed with discussions, utterly baffled. By 2:30 in the afternoon, Luo Liuli and her group arrived from a distance. Xiaqing immediately noticed the crowd around the portal. Why is it so lively? The observant healer Xianxian pointed to the scoreboard and asked, what does 13 to 19 mean? Is there some kind of competition going on? Xiaqing's interest was piqued. She always enjoyed thrilling things. But Chen Baolong didn't look pleased and urged, what's there to see? Hurry up and run the dungeon. Huh, now you're in a rush. Xiaqing scoffed. You wasted the whole morning. Where was this enthusiasm then? Chen Baolong was too embarrassed to respond. He couldn't admit that he was so frightened by Qin Sha's gaze last night that he had nightmares and ended up with a fever. For a shield warrior to be scared sick was humiliating. If word got out, he'd want to disappear in shame. So he made the excuse of feeling unwell and took the morning off. Although he didn't spell it out, Luo Liuli and the others were well aware, but chose not to expose him. Can't be bothered with you. Xiaqing rolled her eyes at Chen Baolong and quickly approached the scoreboard. Soon, her voice rang out with excitement and disbelief. What? The guy from yesterday is running the dungeon again? He's already done it 20 times since this morning. The expressions of Luo Liuli, Xianxian, and Chen Baolong froze instantly. 20 dungeon runs. Xianxian instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. A flicker of shock passed through Luo Liuli's eyes as she fell into thoughtful silence. Chen Baolong was even more startled, shivering like a frightened rabbit and shrinking his neck. Is Brother Mingnan here too? Chen Baolong muttered under his breath, feeling guilty. I didn't say anything this time. Xiaqing turned back, casting a cold glance at Chen Baolong's timid demeanor, and frowned. Are you up to it or not? Of course I am. As a shield warrior, Chen Baolong forced himself to stand tall, though internally he marveled. This efficiency is terrifying. Clearing the Qingfeng lakeside 20 times in a morning. How much experience is that worth? Xiaqing shook her head with a sigh, and this casual remark made Luo Liuli's eyes flicker. Let's enter the dungeon first, she said briefly, and the four of them disappeared through the portal. 10 minutes later, Qin Cha strode out of the portal, exuding an aura of menacing ferocity. Level 19, with experience points at 50%. He frowned slightly. I've used up all the runs for Gale Canyon. That's a bit of a problem. The crowd instinctively took a half step back. Qin Sha's presence was like a fierce tiger unleashed, a dragon soaring, intimidating everyone around. 20 times. A full 20 times, someone in the crowd exclaimed. This is the real dungeon maniac. I used to think my poor performance was due to my class, but now I understand that I can't even come close to this level of dedication. The crowd's gaze at Qin Sha was filled not only with fear, but also with newfound respect. Oh my god! An assassin staggered out of the portal, looking utterly drained. His face was pale, eyes lifeless, and even his lips were a bluish purple, his steps unsteady as if he could barely stand. So exhausted. The assassin felt his brain turning to mush, and he glanced instinctively at the scoreboard. 14 to 20. The gap was widening, and he knew he had lost thoroughly. Seeing Qin Sha's upright figure only intensified his sense of defeat. You ran 20 dungeon runs and still look unfazed? The assassin shouted incredulously. Qin Sha looked at him in confusion. How did you know I ran 20 times? Ugh. The assassin almost spat out blood. He wanted to say, I ran 14 times just to compete with you, and you didn't even notice? But it came out as, brother, I give up. Compared to you, I'm a fool. Qin Sha was bewildered until he looked around, saw the crowd's reactions and the scoreboard, and finally understood the assassin had been competing with him all along. Running Gale Canyon 14 times in such a short span, especially as a grade level 28 assassin with average stats, was truly impressive. Qin Sha's eyes lit up, and through the holy light's eye, he could clearly see all of the opponent's data. Could he have some special ability for clearing dungeons? Qin Sha felt a spark of excitement, a glint flashing in his eyes. His speed in clearing levels was already impressive, but if he could learn some special techniques from this assassin, he could reach even greater heights. You're already very fast, my friend, Qin Sha praised softly. In his eyes, everyone was a friend, regardless of their age. This simple compliment made the assassin's eyes light up, a warm feeling welling up inside him. He silently regretted his earlier hostility. Such genuine kindness was rare. Instead of mocking him, Qin Sha offered affirmation. It was foolish of him to have wanted to compete against Qin Sha earlier. By the way, Qin Sha got straight to the point. How did you manage to clear the dungeon so quickly with your skills? The assassin was taken aback by the question. Me fast? My speed is normal. You're the fast one. I was going to ask you how you went from 15 minutes to 12 minutes. The surrounding crowd perked up their ears, eager to learn the secret. It's simple, Qin Sha replied openly. I found it too troublesome to kill enemies one by one, so I gathered all the monsters from start to finish and took them down together with the final boss, the Gale Beast. It saved a lot of time. What about you? Train pulling. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No wonder you're so fast. That's a true warrior. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd questioned. Wait a minute, what did he call the boss? Gale Beast? Isn't the final boss by Clearwind Lake called the Silver Moon Wolf? This remark was like a bolt of lightning, freezing half the crowd. The assassin began to tremble, his pupils contracting as he stammered, pointing at Qin Sha. You said Gale Beast? Is there a problem? Qin Sha asked, puzzled. The assassin, disregarding the oppressive aura of Qin Sha's large frame, replied with a changed voice. That's a big problem. Have you been clearing the Gale Canyon all along? Weren't you? Qin Sha was confused. Holy crap. The crowd exploded with shock, dozens of eyes fixated on Qin Sha, as if he were some kind of monster. The assassin's hair nearly stood on end, caught between frustration and fear, trembling as he asked the crucial question. Sir, what difficulty level have you been challenging? It dawned on Qin Sha then. They all assumed he was clearing a low-level dungeon, the assassin included. No wonder the assassin had been competing with him in a low-level dungeon. It was pointless. Seeing Qin Sha's silence, the assassin guessed the truth, his voice trembling more. Was it normal mode? Qin Sha merely chuckled. Holy crap. The assassin's voice rose, hard. Qin Sha remained silent, not wanting to overly shock them. But his silence only drove the assassin more frantic, his voice almost breaking. It couldn't be nightmare mode, could it? Upon hearing these words, Everyone around felt as if they had been hit by a chilling wind, shivering uncontrollably. The assassin's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Nightmare mode? Solo run in 12 minutes? 20 runs in a day? As the crowd was struck with shock, Qin Cha slowly raised his hand, placing his broad palm on the assassin's shoulder. Don't ask, you wouldn't believe it. This simple sentence was like a bolt of lightning striking the assassin's heart. Everyone present felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, cold sweat pouring down. The more Qin Cha denied it, the more convinced they became of a terrifying truth. They had been completely wrong in their previous assumptions. It wasn't the simple mode by the Clearwind Lake, but the helm mode of the Gale Canyon. Even more terrifying was that this man could run it 20 times consecutively in 12 minutes each, without any gear, as a shield warrior. Thud, thud, thud. Some couldn't withstand the truth and collapsed to the ground. The challenger rolled his eyes and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he had only one thought. Competing against this monster, I'm courting death. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Qin Cha felt a bit helpless. I didn't say anything. Why are you all so worked up? And who said I'm a shield warrior? I'm actually a fragile little priest. Just as Qin Cha was about to say more, the portal flickered, and 4 figures stumbled out. As their eyes met Qin Cha's, Chun Baolong let out a shriek. Ah, why are you here? Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted with a thud. Xia Qing glanced at the unconscious Chun Baolong with disdain, muttering, all bark and no bite. Then, she gazed at Qin Cha like a fangirl. The little priest behind her shrank back, while Luo Liuli remained calm as always. Qin Cha noticed that, except for Luo Liuli, everyone else bore injuries and looked disheveled. It seemed they had encountered difficulties and were frightened by his appearance. He grinned, a smile meant to be kind, but somehow appearing menacing. No, your timing is perfect, Luo Liuli suddenly spoke, her lips parting to release a cool voice. Classmate Qin, if you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to a quiet place to talk. This unexpected address left everyone stunned. Classmate? This ice-cold beauty actually knew him, and used such an intimate term? Xia Qing and Xin Xian exchanged glances, unable to believe what was happening. Luo Liuli's sudden private message request left them bewildered. A private chat isn't necessary, is it? We're not that familiar, Qin Cha said calmly. Most men would have eagerly accepted a private chat invitation from such a stunning beauty. As an ordinary man, Qin Cha did find Luo Liuli attractive, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. Once he reached level 20 and acquired the divine skill, he wouldn't mind having a quiet chat with her. Luo Liuli hadn't expected to be turned down, but she quickly adjusted her approach, pointing to the unconscious Chun Baolong on the ground. Qin, I mean no harm. I just want to collaborate. As you can see, our shield warrior is out of commission, and we need a tank for the dungeon. A tank, you say? Qin Cha smiled knowingly. He was about to refuse again, but suddenly became interested. What dungeon are you running? Whirlwind Canyon. Qin Cha's eyes lit up. He had used up his entry tickets and was wondering where to get the remaining 50 of experience. The other 2 dungeons were too low-level and didn't offer enough experience. If they had Whirlwind Canyon tickets, it could be a win-win situation. Let's talk somewhere else, Qin Cha said, raising an eyebrow and leading the way out. 10 minutes later, inside a tent, Xia Qing tossed Chun Baolong disdainfully onto the carpet, curiously and excitedly observing Qin Cha. Xian Xian huddled by the entrance, too timid to enter. So, how do we collaborate? Qin Cha asked directly. Luo Liuli's cool voice replied. It's simple. A Whirlwind Canyon dungeon ticket allows up to 4 people to enter simultaneously. We'll form a team of 4, and you'll replace Chun Baolong as the tank. Me? Replace him? Qin Cha chuckled. Why choose me? Because you're strong, Luo Liuli said, looking him in the eye. Clearing 20 dungeons in a day, even at Qingfeng Lake, without breaking a sweat. We need a tank like you. What do I get in return? I'll provide the tickets. You get all shield warrior gear, and we'll split the rest of the loot. The offer was generous, but Qin Cha countered. For each dungeon run, I want a 100,000 yuan reward. What? Xia Qing exclaimed. 100,000 per run? You're crazy. Qin Cha turned to leave. Wait. Luo Liuli called out, her ice blue eyes fixed on him. She was the only one who noticed Qin Cha used the word lead, indicating his confidence in his abilities. She decisively nodded. All right, 100,000 per run. I'll pay. Let's do 1 run first to test your skills. With that, she promptly completed the transfer. Upon receiving the money, Qin Cha flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, my work is the best. The atmosphere inside the tent was tense. Xia Qing frowned. Though the muscular man in front of her, Qin Cha, had made a good first impression, his arrogant attitude was starting to bother her. Are you sure you don't need to know about our situation? Xia Qing asked, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Cha gave her a casual glance. We're not dating, so why do I need to know so much? You should at least know our basic attributes and skills, otherwise how will we cooperate? Xia Qing persisted. Not necessary. Qin Cha shook his head slightly, a smirk on his lips. Attributes? Skills? Sorry, I have the holy light eye. I know your stats inside out. As for cooperation, he chuckled disdainfully. You should tell that to the lizards in Gale Canyon. Ask them to beef up a bit. It's no fun if it's always a one-hit kill. Let it go, Xiaqing, Luo Liuli, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Although she was cold by nature, she exuded a calm demeanor of a well-bred lady. Let's start with a simple mode to get used to each other. Qin Cha suddenly frowned. You've only been playing normal mode? For people on normal mode, that's such a waste. What? Are you scared? Xiaqing teased with a proud smile. We're really good. The little priestess, Xian, was visibly frightened, tugging at Xiaqing's sleeve, signaling her to stop talking. Luo Liuli calmly explained that it was their first time challenging the normal mode of Gale Canyon. It should have gone smoothly, but Chun Baolong was distracted, making frequent mistakes and failing even at basic mob pulling, nearly causing a team wipe. They had no choice but to exit the dungeon. As for her injuries, they were already taken care of due to her severe cleanliness obsession. Almost wiped on normal mode? Qin Cha looked incredulously at the team, which was supposedly an all-star lineup: Luo Liuli, an S-level genius, and Xiaqing, Xian, and Chun Baolong. All level see it, they couldn't clear normal mode? Yeah. Xiaqing hurriedly explained. But it's okay, don't worry. We're only level 6. Worst case, we'll start with simple mode and level up to 10, then it should be fine. Qin Cha opened his mouth, then simply said, level 6? At level 6, I could probably one-hit the beasts in hell mode. Never mind, let's go. Some things are better proven than explained. Luo Liuli followed quietly, while Xiaqing couldn't suppress her curiosity and whispered, Liuli, how do you know this guy? Why do you call him a classmate? Xian also shrank her head, her voice trembling. He's so scary. Are we really going to team up with him? His arms are thicker than my thighs. Aye. It's fine, Luo Liuli explained simply. He's Qin Cha from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. We met during a school exchange last year. He looks fierce, but he's a decent person. I didn't expect him to awaken as a shield warrior, but it suits his build. With that, she said no more. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard of him, Xiaqing mused. I can't believe he's our age. Qin Cha, with his keen senses, overheard their discussion but chose not to respond. I'm actually a priest, but everyone thinks I'm a shield warrior? Forget it. No one would believe me anyway, he thought to himself. A few minutes later, the four of them arrived outside the portal. The unconscious assassin from earlier was nowhere to be seen, likely having escaped after waking up. Xiaqing felt a twinge of unease and quietly moved closer to Luo Liuli, lowering her voice. Liuli, something's not right. Have you noticed the way people around us are looking at us? She hesitated, sensing an indescribable meaning in those gazes. Luo Liuli didn't respond, stepping forward to choose the difficulty level. Just then, Qin Cha extended his large hand. Let me choose. You? Xiaqing raised an eyebrow, becoming wary. Everyone knew that whoever held the ticket to choose the difficulty level would become the team leader, which determined the distribution of equipment. Was he trying to take over? Before Xiaqing could say anything, Luo Liuli had already handed the ticket to Qin Cha. To her, this act showed that Qin Cha was worried they might hoard the equipment. Such caution was normal for a newly formed team. Let's go. Qin Cha took the ticket, swiftly chose the difficulty, and dashed into the portal. What? Not even a basic strategy discussion. Xiaqing was taken aback. Seeing Luo Liuli already following him, she gritted her teeth and went in as well. Once their figures disappeared through the portal, exclamations erupted around them. Wow, being handsome really pays off. He's leading the girls already? I'm so jealous. 3 gorgeous ladies, especially that ice-cold beauty. She's stunning. Stop whining. If you had the skills, you'd also be able to solo hell-level Wind Canyon 20 times. Inside the dungeon. Ah. Xiaqing jumped as if pricked by a needle. Hell level? Are you serious? Xian was already petrified, trembling as she looked ahead. Even the usually composed Luo Liuli frowned, staring at Qin Cha. Are you sure you didn't choose the wrong difficulty? Wrong choice. Qin Cha's tone was calm. It's hell level. No need for any tactics. Just remember one thing. Focus on dealing damage, nothing else. I'll handle the monsters, you just focus on attacking. This overwhelming confidence made the 3 women instinctively want to trust him, even though it was hell difficulty, and they could barely manage the normal level. Xiaqing opened her mouth, but found herself speechless, unable to meet Qin Cha's gaze. Let's go. Qin Cha had already stepped out of the safe zone. Liuli. Xiaqing called softly. Follow him. Luo Liuli's sky-blue eyes fixed on Qin Cha's back. She trusted her judgment. Qin Cha wasn't someone who would gamble with their lives. With mixed feelings, the 3 women entered the gusty canyon. Within seconds, the first rock-armored lizard appeared before them. Eek! The moment she saw the monster's stats, the priest Xuan's legs went weak. Whoa! Xiaqing's grip on her dagger tightened, so much her hand turned white. Her chest heaved. 180 strength, over 200 constitution. We can't break through that defense. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Xiaqing exclaimed, her eyes filled with panic. As an S-class professional knight assassin, Her greatest fear was facing heavily armored tank-type opponents. Now, confronted with this rock-armored lizard, whose defense was astonishing and strength terrifying, she was completely thrown off. A flash of despair crossed Luo Liuli's eyes as well. The attributes of this elite monster were twice those of the one they had encountered in easy mode. She knew full well that even the shield warrior Chun Baolong, known for his strong defense, would not survive a direct hit from this creature. Xian was about to suggest retreating when she suddenly widened her eyes in shock, unable to speak. Qin Cha, with an expressionless face, strode forward and effortlessly grasped the rock-armored lizard by the neck, lifting the massive creature as if it were a mere chick. The lizard's tail thrashed wildly against Qin Cha's arm, but to him, it was no more than a tickle. The three women watched in disbelief, even the well-informed Luo Liuli doubting her own senses. What are you standing around for? Qin Cha's voice remained calm. I told you, I'll tank while you deal the damage. The scene was so astonishing that Xia Qing forgot to wipe her mouth, left with nothing but endless amazement. This wasn't just tanking, it was sheer domination. With Qin Cha's assistance, the battle became surprisingly easy. The rock-armored lizard turned into a perfect target, and the three women coordinated flawlessly, unleashing their skills. In just 5 seconds, the lizard was reduced to experience points, dropping a piece of bronze equipment. Such rich experience. The three women leveled up simultaneously, and Xia Qing jumped up excitedly. One monster gave us 5% experience. This is way more rewarding than anything we've faced before. Luo Liuli's sky blue eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Qin Sha's image in her mind grew increasingly mysterious. Just a piece of bronze equipment? Let's keep going. Qin Sha stepped forward, calculating the experience distribution. Previously, solo hunting a rock-armored lizard earned him 100 experience points. Now he received 50, with the remaining 50 divided among the three women. He was satisfied with this outcome. At this rate, 5 more runs would bring him to level 20. Boom, boom, boom. Ice blade, backstab, holy light. With the women's battle cries, one rock-armored lizard after another dissolved into experience points, vanishing into the air. The expressions on the three women's faces shifted from initial shock to excitement, eventually turning into genuine admiration for Qin Cha. Especially Xia Qing, whose eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as she gazed at Qin Cha, almost as if her gaze could melt into water. This is exactly the man of my dreams. So strong, so powerful, so domineering. I really like him. Xia Qing couldn't help but whisper to herself. Xian, standing nearby, blushed at the words, while Luo Liuli silently moved a few steps away, looking at her love-struck teammate with a face full of helplessness. However, she had to admit that such a strong man who could provide a sense of security was indeed attractive. When the four of them reached the first boss, Xian exclaimed in surprise. Is this the first boss, the Windbreaker Lizard? What terrifying stats? What are you afraid of? We've got old Qin. Xia Qing immediately responded, fully confident in Qin Sha's strength. Luo Liuli was about to remind everyone to be cautious, but stopped mid-sentence. Stunned Qin Sha was casually holding the Windbreaker Lizard by the neck with one hand, while waving at them with the other, as if he were posing for a photo with a pet at the zoo. After a fierce battle, the Windbreaker Lizard fell to the ground, dropping a large amount of equipment. Wow, a huge drop, a huge drop. Xia Qing exclaimed excitedly at the sight of all the equipment on the ground. Is the drop rate in hell mode this high? Did you ever consider it might be my luck? Qin Sha replied nonchalantly. Of course, you're the best. Xia Qing quickly agreed. You even made sure to get the boss down to half health. How considerate of you. Luo Liuli and Xian exchanged glances, silently marveling at how their once proud teammate had turned into a fawning admirer in such a short time. They swept through the dungeon, and just 5 minutes later, with the fall of the Beast of the Gale, the three women leveled up once more. The efficiency was astounding, but they wisely chose not to inquire about Qin Sha's class. After 5 consecutive dungeon runs, except for the first time when Qin Sha let them take it slow, the rest were all done in a blitzkrieg style. The three prodigious women experienced what it was like to win effortlessly for the first time. All they had to do was follow Qin Sha's lead and unleash their attacks on the monsters he pulled. Each time, they would unknowingly gain another level or two, and the equipment kept dropping as if Qin Sha wasn't there to level up, but to harvest rewards. Upon exiting the dungeon for the 5th time, Qin Sha paused. He had finally reached level 20, and his god-tier skill was finally unlocked. Ding! A system notification echoed in Qin Sha's mind. Divine skill has been received. Compassionate Divinity, passive LV1. The system's voice continued. Stores 30 of damage dealt and damage received by the host, which can be used for healing any target. Storage duration is 30 minutes. Qin Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. This healing technique can be used like this? Ever since he saw the name of the reward, he had been guessing what kind of skill it would be, but he never expected to receive such a unique priest skill. The mechanism of this skill excited him immensely. Damage dealt and damage received could both be converted into healing power, meaning the more intense the battle, the stronger his healing ability. No wonder it's a divine passive skill, it's damn reliable. Qin Cha clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Previously, he only had purification abilities, but now he could finally call himself a true priest. This was also why he never argued when others called him a shield warrior, because he indeed lacked healing skills. At this moment, his attribute panel had undergone a drastic change. Name, Qin Cha. Level, 20. Class, Berserker Holy Priest. Apprentice title, None. Strength, 3,980. Stamina, 2,680. Spirit, 3,520. Agility, 2,740. Skills, Intimidating Presence Divine LV1, Thunderous Rain Divine LV1, Eye of the Holy Light SSS LV1, Compassionate Divinity Divine LV1. Equipment, Ring of the Holy Soul Legendary. Pet, None. Looking at the attribute panel, Qin Cha was secretly amazed. Both his strength and spirit had surpassed the 3,000 mark, with strength nearing 4,000. Compared to when he was level 14, his overall attributes had nearly doubled, and this was in a completely unequipped state. He activated the Eye of the Holy Light, looking at Luo Liuli, who was an S-class professional. Even though she had reached level 11, without considering equipment bonuses, her strongest spirit attribute was only 134 points. The disparity was startling. However, Qin Cha remained humble. He understood that the real turning point would come after the first job change, when the gap between high talent and low talent classes would truly widen. Moreover, this world had many miraculous skills that could greatly enhance attributes. While he was deep in thought, the gaze of Luo Liuli and the others fell upon him. Although they had noticed his changes, none dared to ask him directly. Unknowingly, Qin Cha's position in this temporary team had become pivotal. Shall we continue hunting? Qin Cha raised an eyebrow and asked. Better not. Luo Liuli shook her head, her face pale. We've expended a lot by now. Xian also looked exhausted, clearly worn out by the prolonged battle. We can't keep up, Xiaqing said with a bitter face. If it weren't for the recovery potions, I'd have run out of energy long ago. Let's take a break. Qin Cha thoughtfully stroked his chin. At this moment, little priest Xian's face suddenly turned as red as an apple, and she murmured softly, Sister Xiaqing, listen to what you're saying. What did I say? Xiaqing looked puzzled. The speed of farming monsters is fast, and Qin Cha fights so fiercely. I'm sweating like crazy, aren't you tired? Xian's face turned even redder, and she turned away, ignoring Xiaqing's words. Feeling puzzled, Xiaqing frowned, unsure of what to say, when Qin Cha spoke up. Since everyone is tired, let's call it a day, Qin Cha said after a moment of thought. Besides, I need to take care of some gear. Until we meet again. What? Xiaqing was initially happy to hear they could rest, but then she realized this sounded like they were parting ways. As Qin Cha turned to leave, she quickly grabbed Luo Liuli's sleeve and urgently whispered, Liuli, say something. Luo Liuli slightly turned to avoid Xiaqing's hand and hesitated before saying to Qin Cha, if you're going to sell your gear, I can help. I have a membership card with the Sunshine Guild. You have connections? Qin Cha raised an eyebrow. Xiaqing immediately nodded vigorously, like she had found a savior. Yes. Liuli helps us sell all our gear. She may seem cold, but she's really helpful. She can sell gear worth 100,000 for 110,000. A 10% premium. Qin Cha calculated silently. No wonder she's the daughter of the Sunshine Guild's president. She's like a walking treasure chest. All right, then, I'll trouble you, Qin Cha said, not being shy about taking advantage of the opportunity. As for worrying about being cheated on this gear, well, the Sunshine Guild is the largest guild in China, one of the top 5 globally. The president's daughter might not be as rich as a nation, but she's at least a billionaire. A few million wouldn't faze her. Give it to me, Luo Liuli indicated with a nod. Hold on, Qin Cha waved his hand. There are too many eyes around here. Let's find a quiet place, and I'll give you my treasures. Xuan's face turned red in an instant, but Luo Liuli and Xiaqing didn't notice anything amiss. Qin Cha led the 3 women to a secluded corner and took out all the day's loot from his space ring. After 20 solo dungeon runs and 5 team runs, the equipment and materials had accumulated to an astonishing amount. Clang. It took a full 3 seconds to pour it all out, forming a small mountain on the ground. The soft green and silver lights intermingled, and the dazzling array of equipment and materials left Xiaqing and Xian speechless. Oh my gosh, did you really go on a shopping spree? There's so much. Even the usually composed Luo Liuli was taken aback for a second. Did you get all this in one day? The drop rate is insane. With a swift motion, she collected all the gear and transferred 5 million to Qin Cha. I'll advance this amount to you. We'll settle the difference later. All right. Qin Cha appreciated Luo Liuli's efficiency. See you around. Wait. Luo Liuli waved her phone helplessly. Let's exchange contact information. Feeling her tone was too harsh, she added, if that's okay? Xiaqing and Xian watched in disbelief. Wow, is our cold and aloof campus goddess really being this humble? Of course, Qin Cha agreed readily. Luo Lioli had just started to relax, a hint of joy in her heart, when Qin Cha's next words made her face freeze. Remember, sell the items quickly. Message me before transferring any money. If there's something important, include the price. Otherwise, don't contact me. If you interrupt my leveling, I'll chop off a leg and sell it to some creep for a mold. Luo Lioli. Xiaqing, Sigma. Xian. Just kidding. See you around. Qin Cha laughed at their expressions and walked away. Watching his towering figure disappear into the distance, Xian timidly leaned towards Xiaqing. Sister Xiaqing, what's a mold? Xiaqing blushed for once. I don't know, don't ask me. I'm still a kid. I've never searched for anything like patriotic wolf warrior Wu Jing Live's eyes. Dismissed. Luo Liuli vanished in a flash, leaving. Xiaqing, her face still red, hurriedly left as well, leaving only the priest Xian standing bewildered in the wind. Perhaps she couldn't bear to part with her fair legs. Luo Liuli was quick to act, transferring the remaining balance early the next morning. She rounded it up to a neat sum of 2.3 million. Qin Cha watched as his account balance surged to 11 million, feeling a sense of wonder. It was the first time in both his past and present lives that he had amassed such wealth. However, the joy was short-lived. When he opened the skill shop, the exorbitant prices of the skills immediately dampened his enthusiasm. His eyes focused on two core skills essential for priests, the A-level Divine Silence and the A-level Divine Group Healing. These skills could only be learned after a class change, particularly the Divine Silence, often referred to as Silence, which was second only to healing skills in importance and was considered a divine skill for priests. However, the price for these skills was staggering over 5 million. This is daylight robbery. Qin Cha couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Holding onto a sliver of hope, he browsed the trade house, only to find something even more suffocating: class-specific skill scrolls. These scrolls, which could randomly grant a skill for one's class, were highly sought after by players of hidden classes, but their prices were outrageous. A B-level scroll was 30 million, and a level was a whopping 100 million, and S-levels were simply unavailable for purchase. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Qin Cha decided to stop fixating on these blood pressure-raising prices and instead check the daily quests. With the new day came refreshed quests, a B-level quest titled Balance Work and Play, which required him not to enter a dungeon for 5 hours, rewarding him with a random skill book. What kind of quest is this? Qin Cha was momentarily baffled by the restriction on entering dungeons. But on second thought, the value of a B-level skill book was at least in the tens of thousands, so he decided to let the lizards of Gale Canyon take a break today. After a simple breakfast near the inn, the clock had just struck 8 when his phone rang urgently. The caller ID showed it was Skinny Monkey. Damn, bro, you finally picked up. Before Qin Cha could say a word, Skinny Monkey's voice burst forth like a machine gun. I've been calling non-stop these past 2 days, and you didn't answer. I was worried sick, thinking you got taken by the Jinwu division. Where are you? Don't worry, remember your little brother here is S-level genius. If anything happens, I've got your back. Qin Cha couldn't help but chuckle. I'm fine, just out leveling up. Leveling up? Skinny Monkey paused, then exclaimed, come on, that's so distant of you. I even got 2 tickets for the level 5 Wild Forest dungeon. Why are you solo leveling as a priest? Come find me. I'm a fire mage, I'll burn the monsters online, and we'll team up. You handle the healing and cheer me on, and I'll take care of the rest. Hearing Skinny Monkey's light-hearted invitation warmed Qin Cha's heart. In this world, he didn't have many friends, and Skinny Monkey was one of the few who cared about him. Since the offer was made in good spirit, Qin Cha didn't mind helping out. You don't need to find me. I'll take you to level up, Qin Cha said nonchalantly. What? You're going to help me level up? Skinny Monkey looked incredulous and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Qin. There's no need to brag. I'm already level 7. By the way, speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, my fireball skill seems different from others. You wouldn't believe it. Ahem. Qin Cha interrupted his chatter. Are you coming or not? If not, stop wasting time. You can't imagine my current strength. Skinny Monkey pouted, looking unimpressed. Yeah, right. If you're that amazing, then Macau and Antarctica unbelievably cool. Fine, then take your time getting to Antarctica. Qin Cha pretended to hang up the phone. Wait. Skinny Monkey quickly stopped him, his tone suddenly serious. Qin, are you really not coming? The college entrance exam is in just over 20 days, and level is crucial. I'm planning to reach level 25 this month and take the first transfer trial. Speaking of this trial, it's incredibly important. I spent $1,000 on a guide with lots of secrets. This immediately piqued Qin Cha's interest. The importance of the first transfer trial was something even Xiao Yu had emphasized, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Tell me more. Haha, I knew you didn't get it. Skinny Monkey cleared his throat, assuming an expert demeanor. The first transfer is like a second rebirth for professionals. Its official name is Formal Awakening Transfer Trial. Our previous awakening was at best an apprentice level, like a temporary worker. Only by passing this trial can you become a true professional and unleash the full potential of your profession. He paused and continued. The trial content varies by profession, which makes sense. But the key is the difficulty level. At this point, Skinny Monkey paused deliberately. Here comes the paid content, but I'll tell you for free if you treat me to a meal later. Stop dawdling. Qin Cha frowned. Skinny Monkey smirked and explained in detail. The first transfer trial has 6 grades: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Each grade offers corresponding attribute rewards. His voice was filled with longing. Bronze gives a 10 attribute boost, silver 20, gold 30, platinum 50, diamond 80, and king a full 100. Exceeding king by 1 star grants an additional 1, theoretically achieving up to a 200 attribute boost. So, the original 100 attribute points can reach 300 as a 100-star king. Qin Cha's eyes lit up. No wonder everyone emphasized the first transfer's importance. For him, already possessing a 10-fold attribute boost, this increase was astounding. If he could reach a 100-star king, all his attributes would break through 10,000 points, achieving such levels at just level 25. Qin, why aren't you saying anything? Skinny Monkey's voice broke his reverie. Stop dreaming and face reality. 80% of professionals struggle to hit platinum. Clearing king level? That's 1 in a million talent. It's not just about attributes. It's about your understanding of the profession, including skill casting speed, positioning, timing, shield warriors block rate, assassins burst damage, mages casting speed. Everything must be mastered. A 100-star king is just a legend. I heard the world's strongest expert only got 18 stars. Oh. Qin Cha nodded calmly. But internally, he remained unfazed. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Skinny Monkey suddenly remembered something, his tone turning particularly serious. By the way, there's one crucial thing about the first transfer trial, and this is the most important part. Qin Cha raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Is there something more critical than attribute bonuses? Qin Cha's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the Skinny Monkey on the other end of the communicator. The enormous difference from before the transfer had already shocked him, and he couldn't believe there was something even more important. The Skinny Monkey's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of mystery. Of course, there is. He deliberately lowered his voice. Old Qin, listen carefully. No matter what, you have to get a gold level transfer. If that's not possible, at least aim for silver. Whatever you do, don't settle for bronze. Why? Qin Cha frowned deeply, his intuition telling him that the Skinny Monkey's seriousness was not just about attribute bonuses. Do you even need to ask? The Skinny Monkey's voice suddenly rose. The difficulty of your job transfer is displayed directly on your personal panel. In all official settings, you must show your panel. Even if the specific attributes aren't visible, the summary panel can't be avoided. His tone became increasingly excited. Think about it, being seen as bronze level when you go out. How embarrassing. What's even worse is, the Skinny Monkey's voice was filled with disgust. The attribute summary panel appears above your head, and the bronze level emits a green light. Old Qin, you don't want to walk around with a green glow above your head, do you? You should know, this status lasts until you reach level 50 in the second transfer. Qin Cha was stunned. He never expected that the key issue the Skinny Monkey mentioned was this. However, he had to admit, it was indeed a significant concern. He sighed inwardly, thinking how the color green, once pure and sacred, had its reputation tarnished by love. After some brief pleasantries, Qin Cha ended the call. During the conversation, he learned that the Skinny Monkey's father, upon discovering his son's level talent awakening, had resolved to help him complete the second transfer within a month, with a clear upgrade route already planned. Given these circumstances, Qin Cha no longer insisted on having the Skinny Monkey come over. First transfer, I'm really looking forward to it, Qin Cha muttered to himself as he walked towards the camp. His burly figure always drew attention immediately. Just then, Luo Lioli and her 2 companions were also heading out. Qin Cha. Xia Qin called out excitedly from a distance, her face beaming with a bright smile. Even the usually timid Xianxian, the little priestess, was no longer afraid. Although Qin Cha's presence remained imposing and his build intimidating, people got used to it over time. Moreover, as his level increased, Qin Cha had become more adept at controlling his aura, no longer maintaining a stern, fierce expression and less in battle. Facing these 3 uniquely appealing beauties, Qin Cha merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The surrounding professionals cast envious glances. Shall we stick together as a group of 4 today? Xia Qin waved. Same rate as yesterday, 10,000 per session. Are you in? As soon as she said this, the surrounding professionals froze on the spot, their eyes practically overflowing with envy. A 4-person team that pays you? Such treatment was enough to make anyone green with envy. Each of the 3 girls was a stunning beauty, and the ice-cold beauty in the blue robe was even more captivating than Lu Yifei's portrayal of the little dragon girl. Even brushing against their clothes would be a blessing. However, on second thought, handling a team of 4 at once might be too much for most people. What a physique, a true powerhouse. The onlookers marveled at Qin Cha's muscular build, their eyes filled with awe. Each of them secretly calculated that with such a formidable presence, taking on not just 3 but even 10 opponents might be a piece of cake. As the crowd was lost in thought, the red-haired beauty approached Qin Cha with an invitation. Unexpectedly, Qin Cha simply shook his head. No thanks. He refused. The professionals widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. What shocked them even more was when the red-haired beauty pondered for a moment and then upped the ante. Is it the money? We can add another 50,000. Let's disperse. The crowd began to stir, some comforting themselves. I must be too tired lately, starting to see things. Haha, it's all fake. There's no way this is real. They're probably trying to rob him. I'm so envious, damn it. With curses under their breath, the crowd scattered, afraid that lingering any longer would consume them with jealousy. It's not about the money. Qin Cha shook his head again. Xia Qing looked defeated, and Xian Xian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Despite being intimidated by Qin Cha's intimidating physique, she still enjoyed the sense of security he provided, especially with his formidable strength and speed. Luo Lioli, the most straightforward of the 3, got straight to the point. 200,000, 200,000 for once. TSK. Qin Cha squinted his eyes. Are you trying to buy me off? I never do anything against my will. 250,000. My resolve is unwavering. How dare a temptress try to shake my will? Qin Cha said with a twitch of his lips. 300,000. Luo Lioli remained unfazed. Qin Cha stared at her for a moment before finally nodding. Seeing as you're so sincere, this afternoon then. Just to be clear, it's not about the money. I simply enjoy doing dungeons. Huh. Xia Qing and Xian Xian were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Even the usually cold Luo Lioli cracked a smile, dimples appearing on her snowy cheeks, adding threefold to her beauty. Ahem, let's be serious. Qin Cha gave them a stern look, his robust frame exuding a powerful aura. Remember, even though it's not about the money, not a cent less. Got it, Luo Lioli replied with a restrained smile. Due to his daily tasks, Qin Cha let them run the dungeon on their own in the morning, while he went out to hunt monsters. The difference was immediately apparent. A level 15 demonized viper, though a common monster, had less than 300 in all 4 attributes, while a level 10 elite rock-armored lizard had over 500. For Qin Cha, these were just one-hit wonders. During the battle, he felt a surge of energy gathering in his left palm, growing stronger with each punch. Is this the effect of my mercy? Qin Cha tested it on a demonized viper, using his fingernail to scratch a bloody mark on its belly. Thunder and rain. His right fist crackled with blue electricity, dispelling the negative state. The snake, writhing in pain, suddenly snapped straight like a spring, its eyes rolling back, body trembling uncontrollably. What the heck? Why did it harden? Qin Cha was puzzled, immediately casting a healing spell. A holy light shot from his palm, enveloping the snake. The once rigid snake body softened like an ice pop in hot water, the wound on its belly disappearing without a trace. What the heck? Why did it soften again? After casting 2 spells, besides confirming the healing effect, Qin Cha was even more confused. Forget it, I'll find a chance to test it on Luo Lioli and the others this afternoon. They should be able to describe the effects accurately, he planned. Yes, if there's an opportunity, I'll test it. If not, I'll make one. At 2 in the afternoon, Qin Cha held a skill book in his hand, emitting a faint glow, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Unmovable like a mountain, level, passive, no class requirements, no description, increases defense by 5 when assuming a defensive stance. He carefully studied the skill description, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. As a level skill, it was indeed a rare gem, particularly valuable for shield warriors. Seeing the words, no class requirements, Qin Cha didn't hesitate to learn it. With my attribute base, any percentage increase can have an amazing effect. Moreover, combined with my healing abilities, the healing amount can be further enhanced. This decision put Qin Cha in an excellent mood. Initially, he estimated that a level skill would be worth 50 to 60,000 at most, but such a rare gem would be worth at least 1 million. Although he hadn't been able to enter a dungeon all morning, this investment was definitely worthwhile. After lunch, Qin Cha, along with Luo Lioli and the other 2 women, ventured into the Gale Canyon dungeon once more. They continued using the train-pulling tactic, but this time, with the support of Unmovable like a mountain, he performed even more effortlessly. He easily held a group of monsters, adopting a defensive stance, and standing as steady as a mountain, allowing the 3 women to attack freely. Ice Blade, Frost Spear, Backstab, Poison, Holy Light. During the battle, each of the 3 women showcased their strengths. Although Little Priest Xuanxuan's Holy Light could only deal double-digit damage to the rock armor lizards, she focused on enhancing her teammate statuses, and her experience gain was still considerable. Roar! The beast of the gale fell once more. This hell-level boss, who used to enjoy toying with and slaughtering humans, had been experiencing the taste of being relentlessly hunted these past days. Qin Cha intended to test the healing effect of his abilities, but unfortunately, he never found the opportunity. The three women were clearly well prepared today, each carrying 3 bottles of potions: mana recovery, cooldown reduction, and damage enhancement. Watching their generous use of potions, Qin Cha wanted to say something several times, but held back. 3 bottles per person, at least tens of thousands, and this run alone costs tens of thousands. What a waste, he calculated silently. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, when the 4 of them exited the dungeon, Qin Cha had already reached level 23, and the 3 women's levels had also skyrocketed. Luo Lioli, as the main damage dealer, reached over level 19, Xia Qing was at level 18, and Xin Xian at level 17. Gaining over 10 levels in just 3 days felt like a dream to the 3 women. We've used up all the runs for Gale Canyon, Luo Lioli said softly, a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Used up? Then buy more. Xia Qing quickly responded. Lioli, are you silly? With such a golden opportunity, why not seize it? I have some money too. I can chip in, Xin Xian said timidly. These days, Qin Cha indeed made a fortune, earning 4 million just from the 30,000 protection fee per run. If they could secure the entrance tickets, he wouldn't mind helping them level up to 25. Isn't it a bit monotonous to keep running the same dungeon? Luo Lioli suddenly broke the silence. Boring. Xia Qing and Xin Xian exchanged a knowing glance. 3 consecutive days of efficient monster grinding had indeed become a bit monotonous, but the efficiency was almost like having a cheat code reaching nearly level 20 in just a few days. Who wouldn't be satisfied with such progress? Xia Qing looked at Qin Cha with a gaze full of sympathy. If we're talking about boring, Brother Qin is the one who has it toughest, right? Despite being so strong, he has to deliberately hold back to avoid instantly killing the monsters. He's really considerate of us. Facing Xia Qing's coquettish look, Qin Cha simply nodded lightly. Yeah, earning a few million a day is pretty boring. Xia Qing's expression froze instantly, silently regretting her words. I really shouldn't have asked that. Xin Xian, beside her, couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth to hide her amusement. Luo Lioli promptly shifted the topic, a hint of seriousness in her sky-blue eyes. Qin Cha, I can get a ticket to Gale Canyon, but I also have a more special dungeon ticket. Are you interested? A more special one? Qin Cha's eyes lit up. What's special about it? It has a high experience bonus, and the monsters inside are completely random. No one knows what they'll encounter before going in, Luo Lioli explained with a serious expression. Lioli, Xia Qing exclaimed. Are you talking about that dungeon? Isn't that the place we need to wait until we all reach level 25 to enter? Qin Cha was intrigued. Random monsters were not an issue for him, but the high experience bonus was exactly what he needed now. I'm currently level 23. Can this dungeon get me straight to level 25? It was the first time he revealed his actual level to the 3 girls. Absolutely, Luo Lioli answered decisively. It's a level 25 special dungeon, only available in Hell mode. With your current level, you can benefit from the bonus for defeating higher level monsters. Gaining 2 levels is definitely possible. Then let's go. Qin Cha agreed without hesitation. If he could quickly gain 2 levels, why wait? He didn't even mention anything about protection fees. Although he liked making money, he wasn't a miser. Being able to access a top-tier dungeon that most people couldn't enter even if they had the money, for free, to gain experience and get equipment, was already a great deal. Alright, let's rest today and prepare thoroughly. We'll meet here first thing tomorrow morning, Luo Lioli said as she left with Xia Qing and Xin Xian. Qin Cha also went back to rest. He had been wanting to test some skills on the 3 girls, but for the sake of efficiency, he always put the idea aside. Tomorrow's dungeon would be the perfect opportunity. Given the importance Luo Lioli placed on it, it certainly wouldn't be easy, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Meanwhile, Xia Qing asked with a worried face. Lioli, are we really going to that place? It's a secret realm. Although we can hold our own in hell-level Gale Canyon now, the role we can play there might be minimal. If we encounter a dark tide, the consequences could be disastrous. A secret realm, as a special form of dungeon, differs from the fixed, sustainable type. It resembles a rare, non-renewable resource. This enigmatic space might suddenly appear with an entrance or be summoned through specific mediums. The most notable feature of a secret realm is its inescapability. It's entered. Unless completed or with the aid of powerful spatial items, you are trapped indefinitely. Even more daunting is the frequent emergence of dark tides within, not ordinary water tides, but waves of monsters, a true beast tide disaster. Despite the lurking dangers, secret realms continue to attract countless adventurers. The price of a ticket to these special realms far exceeds that of ordinary dungeons. The reason is the rich experience points and astonishing equipment drop rates they offer. For instance, the secret realm in Luo Lioli's possession holds the chance to acquire platinum-level equipment. Such platinum items are almost never sold on the market and are only occasionally seen at top-tier auctions, where their dazzling allure captivates all. The secret realm indeed poses risks for us, Luo Lioli said calmly. But I have a forced exit spatial item, so there's no need to worry excessively. Besides, you've seen Qin Cha's strength firsthand. The Gale Canyon is mere child's play for him. No way, Lioli. Xiaqing exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. This is the first time you've spoken so much, and are you actually concerned about Qin Cha? Faced with Xiaqing's teasing, Luo Lioli chose silence. But seriously, Xiaqing continued, her face showing disbelief. Qin Cha is unbelievably powerful. How come we've never heard of him being this strong before? He's only level 23 now, and when we first met, he was just in his teens, yet he can solo the hell-level Gale Canyon 20 or 30 times. It's incredible. No need to speculate too much, Luo Lioli replied briefly. We just need to focus on improving our own strength. Knowing he's not an enemy is enough. Tonight, let's buy some skill books to study, update our equipment, and prepare for tomorrow's battle. All right, Xiaqing agreed with a nod. In reality, the two companions with Luo Lioli were no ordinary individuals. Xiaqing came from a prominent background, with her leveling path, equipment, and skills all meticulously planned by top experts. Even the seemingly timid Xianxian was a genuine little rich lady. The next morning, the three young women stood side by side, creating a stunning sight. After updating their equipment, their appearances were refreshed. The 1.6-meter-tall Xianxian wore a pristine white priest's robe, her fair, rosy face exuding purity and a hint of sacredness. Xiaqing, on the other hand, sported a different style, with tight leather armor accentuating her voluptuous figure, especially the striking contrast between her slender waist and her impressive bust, drawing all eyes. She casually tossed her winered hair tied in a ponytail, her heroic face glowing without makeup. These two were already rare beauties, yet they willingly played supporting roles. Passers-by couldn't help but have their gazes drawn to the stunning beauty in the middle, wearing a light blue robe and holding a staff. The deep blue robe she wore transformed quietly into an elegant light blue gown, with silver patterns flowing like water across the fabric. The staff in her hand resembled a piece of natural ice crystal, complementing her fair, jade-like hands, and emitting a gentle glow. Her beauty surpassed all worldly praises, rendering expressions like beauty that makes fish sink and geese fall, the moon hide and flowers blush, utterly inadequate. Her sky-blue eyes were particularly stunning, as deep as the sea and as vast as the sky. The appearance of the three breathtaking beauties brought an instant hush over the camp. Hundreds of players simultaneously paused in their activities, even abandoning their dungeon plans. They stood at a distance, captivated by the sight. Female players felt a pang of inadequacy, while male players could only gaze and sigh. A question lingered in everyone's mind. Who could be worthy of these three stunning women waiting? The answer soon became clear. At precisely 8 o'clock, a towering figure emerged from the street. This was a giant of a man, standing at 2.4 meters and weighing over 400 pounds, each step as steady and powerful as a moving mountain. Despite his massive frame, he exuded a wild beauty and an aura of ferocity rather than appearing cumbersome. His face was resolute, and though his expression was calm, he naturally radiated an oppressive presence. His eyes were the most striking feature. If Luo Lioli's eyes embodied the ocean and sky, then this man's gaze was like the vast universe, deep and encompassing, serene yet commanding. His presence immediately quelled any defiance among the men present. Everyone felt it was only natural these three stunning women were waiting for him, and only he was deserving of such an honor. When Qin Cha's towering figure walked alongside the three beauties, the scene once again left everyone in awe. It was the perfect blend of masculine strength and feminine grace, like a real-life fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast. It wasn't until the four disappeared around the corner that the crowd snapped out of their daze, and a wave of chatter erupted. 10 minutes later, the four arrived at a secluded forest. Qin Cha effortlessly dealt with a few unwittingly aggressive enchanted venomous snakes, signaling to Luo Lioli that she could begin. The method to open the secret realm was simple, requiring only a palm-sized bony, a complexly patterned relic that could be activated with mental energy. Before we enter, should we discuss? Xiaqing's words trailed off. She realized her suggestion was unnecessary. Indeed, Luo Lioli and Xianxian both chose to remain silent in tacit understanding. Their time together had taught them that with Qin Cha, actions spoke louder than words. However, Luo Lioli spoke earnestly. Qin Cha, while I acknowledge your extraordinary abilities, this is a level 25 secret realm. Typically, a 5-person team post-first transition should tackle this. We're not only underleveled, but also short on numbers. So, you must promise me one thing. It was rare for her to speak so much, her expression particularly serious. Once inside, do not push yourself. If you feel we can't complete it, order us out immediately, and I'll use a spatial tool to transport us out. Of course, if you don't give the order, I'll act on my own in a critical moment. Levels can be gradually increased, but everyone's safety must be guaranteed. Upon hearing Luo Yoli's words, Xiaqing and Xuanxuan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Qin Cha nodded in agreement. It wasn't bravery to lose one's life just to play the hero, it was foolishness. Then I'll begin, Luo Yoli said as she prepared for the ritual, seeing no objections from the others. She lifted the bone fragment, and her long sleeves naturally slid down, revealing her slender wrist. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, with faint blue veins visible beneath. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged through the space. The bone medium emitted a strange black and red glow, distinct from the typical portal of a dungeon. An eerie, evil aura spread out. The light stretched and distorted in the air, gradually forming a diamond-shaped portal. Let's go, Luo Yoli said, stepping forward with a serious expression, but Qin Cha stepped in first. His imposing figure entered the sinister space without hesitation, leaving the three women with a reassuring view of his back. He's so manly. Now that's a real man. Way better than that coward Chun Baolong. Xiaqing's eyes sparkled. Be serious. Now's not the time to be starstruck. Luo Yoli glanced at her. Got it. Xiaqing pouted as she followed through the portal. Qin Cha felt a dizzying sensation, much worse than entering a regular dungeon. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dim space. Under a gray sky, the air was thick with the smell of blood. The world seemed reduced to just black, gray, and dark red hues. Even the weeds on the ground and the twisted trees in the distance exuded a lifeless black, resembling grotesque corpses. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Cha's mind. Ding! First time entering the secret realm, mission activated. Mission: perfectly clear the secret realm. Reward: God-level skill divine punishment chains. This notification instantly lifted Qin Cha from the oppressive atmosphere. Another God-level skill. These past few days, the daily missions had only been F or E level, but it seemed the system had prepared a grand prize for him here. Thinking about the power of thunderstorm and shower, which rivaled countless output skills, and now seeing the name, divine punishment chains, Qin Cha was in high spirits, even finding the grim surroundings more agreeable. Three figures suddenly appeared behind him. As the three women took in their surroundings, their expressions immediately turned serious. This aura is so eerie. This secret realm is too strange. We need to be ready to retreat at any moment. This feeling, it could very well be necromancy, demon, or dark type. The three women voiced their concerns, clearly ready to back out. But Qin Cha frowned. Under normal circumstances, he might have agreed to retreat, especially since the secret realm medium wasn't his. But now, with a god-level skill at stake, he wouldn't give up easily. In a world where even S-level skills were priceless, a god-level skill was something that could drive millions to madness. Its status is akin to a legendary martial arts manual in a wuxia novel, like the Nanyang Manual, the Great Shift of the Universe, or the Sunflower Manual. Even a hint about it would cause a sensation. Qin Cha clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eye. Life could be forfeited, but this divine skill must be obtained. With his abilities, even dying would be difficult. He stepped forward, moving ahead before the three women behind him could voice their objections. Before him lay a forest of deathly silence. Withered branches and fallen leaves carpeted the ground, while a murky stream wound through, shallow enough to nearly see the bottom. Scattered bones and remnants lay exposed, gleaming with a chilling light in the sun. After advancing just 10 meters, a strong stench of blood hit him, almost tangible and nauseating. This was a clear signal of leaving the safe zone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A blood-red marker simultaneously appeared on the attribute panels of all four. The task information was clearly displayed. Realm of the Wraith Lord. Platinum level secret realm. Recommended level, 25. Completion requirements. Hunt 500 monsters. Slay the Wraith Lord Ozenson. Description: the Wraith Lord lies dormant here. Any who disturb his slumber will be slaughtered by his followers. The Wraith Lord? Ozenson. Luo Yoli and her companions turned pale. This was a named boss, one of the top in the platinum level. They exchanged worried glances, hoping it was a dark type rather than a demon type. While demon types may not have high attack power, their bizarre abilities could easily spell doom for them in an overleveled challenge. However, Qin Cha pressed on without hesitation, his broad back offering the three women a measure of reassurance. Xiaqing and Xian both looked at Luo Yoli, who bit her lip and said, "Trust him." Crack. After just 50 meters, the ground suddenly split open, and three grotesque monsters burst forth. Undying Ghoul. Elite Monster. Level, 25. Attributes. 1823 Strength highest at 523. Skills. Rend. Corpse Poison. Claw Attack. Devour Corpse. Description: loyal undead warriors of the Wraith Lord, transformed into ghouls after death to cleanse intruders and guard the Lord's rest. Qin Cha raised an eyebrow. Monsters after level 25 truly were a qualitative leap, but this level was still not a threat. The three women were secretly alarmed. A single ghoul was troublesome enough. 3 at once was a nightmare. Even more daunting was the requirement to defeat 500 monsters their mana wouldn't hold. At that moment, Qin Cha's deep voice rang out. Follow my lead, attack. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he shot forward like a meteor. Ah! 3 ghouls opened their bloodthirsty maws, their crimson eyes glinting with a murderous light. Their bodies were covered in decaying flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. With sharp screeches, 3 pairs of claws, as withered as dead wood, lunged at Qin Cha from different directions. Watch out! Luo Lioli's cool voice rang out first. The tip of her ice crystal staff glowed with a bright blue light, and a sharp ice blade, as fierce as a curved sword, shot out. Bang! The ice blade hit one of the ghouls precisely, but only left a deep, bone-revealing wound. The attribute boosts and equipment upgrades after reaching level 19 seemed unable to bridge this obvious damage gap. Such high defense. Luo Lioli was about to cast an ice spear when she saw Qin Cha's fists suddenly enveloped in blue lightning. With a thunderous crack, his iron fist collided with the ghoul's claws, shattering them to pieces. Then, with another lightning punch, the ghoul's head exploded, turning into experience points that flowed into the 4 of them. The 3 women stared in shock at this scene. Not only could he instantly kill a level 15 monster, but even a level 25 elite? What astonished them more was that their teammate, supposedly a shield warrior, could wield the power of lightning. What are you doing standing there? Don't you want the experience? Attack! Qin Cha's voice brought them back to reality. The remaining 2 ghouls were already critically wounded by him, so the 3 women quickly finished them off. From the loot, Qin Cha picked up a silver-grade Death Knight's plate armor. Looking at its attributes, he calculated. According to the dungeon requirement of hunting 500 monsters, he might not only reach level 25, but possibly jump straight to level 26. Any of you want this? Qin Cha asked as he turned around. But the 3 women remained frozen, staring at him with puzzled eyes. What is it? Qin Cha frowned. Your skill just now? What's going on? They asked in unison. They hadn't expected that the teammate they'd been with for 3 days was hiding such incredible power. It wasn't that he deliberately kept it a secret, but rather the previous monsters were too weak to require the use of such divine skills like Thunderstorm. Even Luo Lioli, who usually didn't pry into others' affairs, only now realized that Qin Cha was not a shield warrior, but a powerful priest. Summoning her courage, Xia Qing asked, her eyes fixed on Qin Cha's fists that were still crackling with lightning. What kind of ability is this? Her voice was filled with curiosity. Over the past few days, their interactions with Qin Cha had left them with many questions, but they had restrained themselves from asking. This is my primary skill, a kind of healing technique with a purification effect, Qin Cha replied calmly. Healing? Purification? Xia Qing and the other 2 exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Lioli shook her head. Let's not ask anymore. Let's keep moving. They had just witnessed Qin Cha's punch lightning crackling over the desiccated body of a ghoul, almost turning it to char. This didn't seem like a healing technique. It was more like exorcism. The 3 women speculated silently that Qin Cha was likely not a shield warrior, but more like a Thunder Knight, a class that balances defense and attack. Unaware of their thoughts, Qin Cha was eager to explore the mysterious realm before him, ready to unleash havoc. Crack! The ground suddenly split open, and 5 ghouls emerged. This time, everyone was prepared, and Qin Cha charged forward without hesitation. These ghouls were more challenging than the rock-armored lizards, with bodies made of hard bones and almost no flesh. Their protruding crimson eyes resembled those of someone with hyperthyroidism. However, their humanoid form made it easier for Qin Cha to target their weak points. His strength had surpassed the 4,000 mark, making him a formidable force against these monsters, shattering skulls or cracking chests with a single punch. The ferocity of the battle left the 3 women wide-eyed. However, 30 minutes later, a problem arose. My mana is running low, Luo Lioli said, her face pale. These creatures have high defense, and it takes 10% of my mana to kill just one. I'm worse off, Xinshin panted. My damage output is low to begin with. Xia Qing smiled wryly. You're both better off than me. As an assassin, I have limited mana to begin with, and now I can only rely on regular attacks. Qin Cha frowned and asked, don't you have potions? We've used them, Xinshin said timidly. But regular potions restore mana over time, and instant ones are too expensive. We didn't prepare them. It was my oversight, Luo Lioli admitted. It's not really about the cost. We just didn't anticipate this. Xia Qing sighed. Running out of mana while fighting monsters and having to rely on a strong ally, it's a happy kind of problem to have. Faced with this situation, Qin Cha had to make a decision. Qin Cha faced the age-old dilemma of mages and priests running out of mana, leading him to a brief moment of contemplation. He knew that only after their first-class advancement could mages truly resolve this issue by taming ancient mana spirits. For now, they could only take things one step at a time. Conserve your mana as much as possible. Use potions whenever you can, Qin Cha advised as he scanned the group. We've only taken down over 80 ghouls so far, and we're still far from our target of 500. If it comes to it, use your staffs to deal damage. I'll protect you. Use our staffs to hit them? Xianxian and Luo Liuli exchanged bewildered looks. As mages, their physical strength was minimal, and resorting to melee combat seemed beneath their dignity. Yet, for the sake of gaining experience, they had no choice but to adopt this makeshift strategy. All right, let's do as Qin Cha suggests. Luo Liuli decisively agreed, then turned to Xianxian. Xianxian, be sure to stay safe. Xianxian nodded timidly. Okay. With the immediate issue resolved, the team pressed on. By consciously managing their mana consumption, they managed to maintain the rhythm of battle, albeit at a slightly reduced efficiency. An outsider witnessing their current combat style might be in for a shock. Qin Sha's massive form leading the charge, landing heavy punches on the snarling ghouls, leaving them staggering. Xia Qing, clad in leather armor, following closely with her dagger flashing. And instead of casting spells gracefully, Luo Liuli and Xianxian swung their staffs fiercely, only occasionally casting an ice blade or holy light spell, each time wincing at the mana cost. Even Qin Cha couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, thinking that the usually generous princess of Sunshine Guild, Luo Liuli, was being uncharacteristically frugal today. After another half hour, the results were impressive. Qin Sha's experience points had nearly maxed out at level 23, while Xianxian and Xia Qing had both reached level 19, leaving only Luo Liuli yet to level up. They had now slain over 180 ghouls, and with Qin Sha's high luck stat, the total value of the equipment they had gathered exceeded 1 million. Yet, this eerie realm of the dead seemed endless. Aside from a stream that gradually widened, the surroundings remained bleak and lifeless. The monotony of repeatedly hunting the same type of monster in such a stifling environment was a true test of the adventurer's resolve. Just as Qin Sha was about to initiate another encounter, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing 13 creatures. This time, alongside the usual ghouls, there emerged a new anemia-frenzied skeleton mage elite. The system promptly displayed the attributes of this level 26 elite monster, 2,111 hit points, with abilities including Curse, Bone Spike, and Bone Prison. This was Qin Sha's first encounter with a monster capable of ranged attacks. It was entirely skeletal, with green flames flickering in its eye sockets and wielding a staff resembling a thigh bone. The skeleton mage's jaw clicked rhythmically, as if silently roaring. Spirit value 670. Interesting, Qin Sha remarked just as Xia Qing activated her stealth, readying herself for a backstab. Qin Sha narrowed his eyes, his voice steady as he issued orders. Luo Liuli and Xianxian, handle the long-range attacks. Wait until I've subdued them before you move in. His words were like a calming balm, easing the tension among the three. Xia Qing darted forward, her figure blending seamlessly with the air, leaving only faint afterimages. Meanwhile, Qin Sha appeared instantly before the three skeletal mages, his fists crackling with blinding lightning as he launched his attack, without hesitation. The skeletal mages reacted swiftly. The one on the far left brandished a staff, conjuring a pitch-black spike aimed directly at Qin Sha's face. The other two unleashed a dizzying black smoke and manipulated bone spikes from the ground to form a cage, trying to trap him. Get out of my way, Qin Sha roared, shattering the bone spike with his left fist while his right fist smashed a skeletal mage to pieces. The bone cage and spikes crumbled under his formidable strength, but the cursed black mist insidiously seeped into his body. Not good. Xianxian, purify it quickly. Luo Liuli's ice blue eyes sharpened as she sensed the danger. Xianxian quickly waved her staff, casting a cleansing light. My purification is only level 1. It might not be enough. In that critical moment, Qin Sha unexpectedly punched his own chest. Amidst the sparking electricity, clarity returned to his eyes, as if he had experienced an unprecedented rush. Damn, he finally understood the true effect of the thunderstorm technique, recalling why Xiao Yu had shown that particular expression. But there was no time to dwell on it. He resumed his fierce assault on the remaining skeletal mages. The scene left the three women dumbfounded, especially Xia Qing, who, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard by a ghoul. Its claws tore through her armor, sending blood spraying. Sister Xia Qing, Xianxian cried out, preparing to cast a spell, only to see a milky white healing light reach Xia Qing even faster. Unexpectedly, Xia Qing's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Luo Liuli's face turned icy as she fixed a sharp gaze on the young priest. Xianxian stamped her foot anxiously. That wasn't my healing. I don't know what happened. Not you. A rare trace of anger appeared on Luo Liuli's beautiful face, her icy voice piercing through. You're the only priest here. If not you, then who? Could it be these skeletons healed her? Xianxian shivered in fear at the cold accusation, tears welling up in her eyes. It's not me, Sister Liuli. I swear. She quickly pointed to the injured person on the ground. Look at the wound on her back. My healing spells aren't that powerful. Luo Liuli was taken aback and quickly turned her gaze to Xia Qing on the ground. Indeed, the wound on Xia Qing's back was completely healed. Except for a few traces of blood, her fair skin showed no signs of injury. This was beyond Xuan's healing capabilities. At this moment, Xiaqing let out a soft moan as she struggled to sit up. Wow, that feels amazing, she exclaimed joyfully, moving her body. Xian, when did your healing become so powerful? It feels incredible. Luo Liuli's eyes were like daggers as they turned to Xian, who shook her head vigorously with tearful eyes. It wasn't me, really. What? Oh my gosh. Xiaqing suddenly gasped. This healing even restored my mana. Restored mana? Luo Liuli and Xian were both stunned. This was unheard of. Other than the deep blue totem of a totem master, no priest could restore mana. Healing, mana regeneration, silence, resurrection, this was too versatile. Luo Liuli was now certain it wasn't Xian, but who could it be? Could it really be those skeletal mages? Just as confusion gripped everyone, Qin Cha's low voice interrupted their thoughts. Are you here for a vacation? Focus on fighting. The reminder brought them back to the battle. Xiaqing immediately gripped her dagger and joined the fight, while Luo Liuli and Xian set aside their doubts and wielded their staffs. Under Qin Cha's guidance, the group quickly reduced the monsters to low health, working seamlessly together despite their distracted minds. With the last skeletal mage reduced to fragments, Xiaqing breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Cha began to clean up the battlefield. Although these humanoid monsters had scarce materials, the equipment drops were quite generous. Among several silver glows, one dazzling golden light stood out. Golden equipment. Qin Cha's eyes lit up, surprised to see his first piece of golden gear here. He picked up the armor from the ground and carefully examined its attributes. Warlord's armor golden item. Heavy armor, required level, 25. Class restriction, warrior types. Strength 230. Stamina 320. Defense 5. Soul of the Warlord. Summon a level 25 elite ghoul to assist in battle for 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Heart of the Warlord. Reduces damage taken by 1. Description. The favorite armor of a ghoul in life. Cherished like a treasure, handle with care. Seeing these attributes, Qin Cha's excitement waned. Although the equipment was top-notch and worth at least 1 million, as heavy armor, only warriors could use it, which was unfortunate for him. He possesses the terrifying damage capability of a warrior and can wear heavy armor, with the only restriction being that the equipment cannot have class requirements. The golden gear in his hand, although offering significant bonuses, seemed rather ordinary to Qin Cha. He thought to himself, only when I get a set of divine artifacts will I truly have something fitting. Turning to face his 3 female companions, Qin Cha displayed the newly acquired equipment. Golden gear. The 3 women's eyes lit up with excitement. Although golden gear wasn't particularly rare for their families, acquiring it personally held more meaning than simply buying it. However, their excitement was soon interrupted by a more pressing matter. Qin Cha, there's something we must tell you. Luo Liuli said with a serious expression. What is it? Luo Liuli took a deep breath and slowly revealed the shocking news. Xuan's skill seems to have mutated. What? Qin Cha turned sharply toward Xian, incredulous. A skill mutation? Is the mutation rate for priests really that high? It's true. Xiaqing chimed in, her voice tinged with excitement. The healing spell she cast on me just now was completely different. Not only did it heal wounds, but it also brought a kind of. At this point, Xiaqing blushed slightly and hesitated. It's just a very special feeling. The most amazing part is that her healing can actually restore mana. This was the conclusion Xiaqing and Luo Liuli came to after much discussion, as they couldn't think of another explanation. But Qin Cha sensed something was amiss. It's not true. Xian shook her head repeatedly. That healing just now wasn't done by me. Restore mana? Qin Cha asked, staring intently at Xiaqing. That's right. Xiaqing replied excitedly. I was down to half my mana, and it restored 1/3 of it. Qin Cha was both surprised and delighted, but Xian was almost in tears with anxiety. Don't get too excited. It really wasn't me. I'm not that powerful. Stop pretending, little one. Xiaqing teased, patting her on the shoulder. Unless it was Liuli the Ice Mage, or Qin Cha the Thunder Knight? Luo Liuli nodded in agreement. Ahem. At this moment, Qin Cha cleared his throat, looking helplessly at the almost crying Xian. Stop pressuring her. It really wasn't her. If it wasn't her, then who? Xiaqing said incredulously. Qin Cha, I admire you, but we only have 1 priest in our team. You can't be saying it was you who cast the healing, right? Facing the curious gazes of the 3 women, Qin Cha sighed. Why can't it be me? I mentioned before that my thunder effect is purification, and that healing was another one of my skills, just one I hadn't had the chance to use before. I didn't expect it could also restore mana. The 3 women stared blankly at Qin Cha, who was speaking seriously, then exchanged puzzled glances. What does he mean? The usually sharp Luo Liuli had a hint of confusion in her sky-blue eyes. He's saying he can heal? Xiaqing tilted her head in thought. But only priests can heal, right? Is he a priest? That's impossible. Xian couldn't help but laugh. I would sooner believe it was my own skill that did it. Qin Cha took a deep breath, his imposing figure exuding an even more terrifying aura. Do I look like I'm joking? He enunciated each word clearly. I am a priest. I'm coming clean. Are you a priest? Luo Lioli stared incredulously at the giant in front of her. Qin Cha, with his towering frame over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 400 pounds, resembled a human beast. It was hard to associate such a physique with the word priest. Xiaqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh? Stop joking, Qin Cha. I never imagined someone as fierce as you could crack a joke. Xian didn't say anything, but her scrutinizing gaze said it all. She glanced at her own slender figure and then at Qin Sha's burly frame, clearly implying, if you're a priest, then what am I? You don't believe me? Qin Sha looked at the three of them in confusion. You've been with me for 3 days, and you haven't checked my background? He assumed that someone like Luo Lioli, a little princess, would know everything about the people around her. It seemed he had watched too many dramas. No. The three women shook their heads in unison. They generally avoided unnecessarily prying into others' privacy. All right, since you don't believe me. Qin Sha stopped explaining, knowing that words alone wouldn't convince them. He slowly raised his left hand, speaking calmly. Get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 beams of sacred light emanated from his fingertips, landing on each of their heads. What? What is this? The 3 women exclaimed almost simultaneously. If the purifying effect of the thunder and rain felt like a refreshing electric therapy, then the compassionate healing directly affected their spirits, as if their souls were being nourished and restored. This is my healing ability, Qin Sha said, deliberately increasing the healing for Xiaqing. Didn't you say I could restore your magic power? I'll give you more. See how much it takes to fill up. Qin Sha's healing energy was incredibly powerful. Earlier, he had slain nearly 100 monsters within half an hour, causing terrifying damage numbers. Even with only 30% stored and converted into healing energy, it was enough to astonish anyone. And now, he was using just 1% of that storage. Oh my god, so strong. Xiaqing suddenly screamed, her body involuntarily stiffening, almost forming a rigid bridge. Luo Lioli and Xian watched in shock, completely stunned. Stop it! Xiaqing shouted with the last of her consciousness. Damn! Qin Sha was startled too and quickly withdrew his hand. The moment the healing light vanished, Xiaqing's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground with a soft cry. Luo Lioli and Xian stood frozen, unsure if they were scared or embarrassed. Qin Sha was also bewildered. He hadn't expected the compassionate healing to be so intense, proving his identity only to end up overwhelming his teammate. He silently berated himself. The dosage must have been too high. He'd have to be more restrained in the future, or they wouldn't be able to handle it. In battle, such a burst could harm rather than help. At this point, Luo Lioli finally snapped out of her shock, looking at Qin Sha with wide eyes. You really are a priest? Was that your healing just now? Absolutely. Qin Sha nodded to confirm. Luo Lioli anxiously looked at Qin Sha, urgently asking, what's happening with Xiaqing? Qin Sha calmly explained. The treatment was too intense for her to handle temporarily. But don't worry, she'll be fine after a bit of rest. Luo Lioli frowned, feeling something odd about his words but couldn't pinpoint it. After confirming Xiaqing was okay, she immediately turned her attention back to Qin Sha, eyes wide open. Wait a minute. With that terrifying power output, you instantly killed a level 25 elite monster and even the dungeon boss. You're a priest. This was the most shocking discovery Luo Lioli had ever made. Xian, standing nearby, recalled the battle scene and was so stunned that she wanted to disappear on the spot. Oh my god, this guy not only has incredible combat power, but is also a priest? What's more terrifying is his astonishing healing ability and mana recovery. As a fellow priest, the difference is just too vast. I can't take it. Xian shouted in frustration. Qin Sha waved his hand, speaking lightly. No need to get so excited. I am indeed a priest, as you just experienced. As for my build and combat power, I'm just a bit stronger than the average person, with slightly higher damage. It's nothing extraordinary. A bit stronger? Luo Lioli gritted her teeth, her mind screaming. More like 1,000,000 times stronger. For the first time in her life, she felt such a strong sense of defeat. Although she always acknowledged Qin Sha's strength, she subconsciously considered him a shield warrior or knight, given his burly physique that screamed pure offense. But now, he claimed to be a priest? Is he even human? As an SS-class genius, am I really outperformed by a healer? No, it's not just being outperformed, it's a world of difference. This is insane. Luo Lioli's mind roared. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Huh? No wonder. She finally understood why Qin Sha never wore equipment, used weapons, or cast skills. She recalled his meaningful smile when she called him a shield warrior indeed. He never admitted to being one. He truly was a priest. Qin Sha quietly watched their shocked expressions, knowing they needed time to digest this revelation. 3 minutes later, Xiaqing on the ground let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. She blankly stared at the sky, her mind a void. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? 10 seconds later. Ah! Xiaqing suddenly screamed. Glancing at her clothes, her face flushed red, and she immediately activated her invisibility. In that moment, she was incredibly grateful she chose the assassin profession and thanked the deity of stealth for bestowing her the stealth skill. Qin Cha looked thoughtfully in the direction Xiaqing disappeared, pondering. That girl seems quite shaken. It wouldn't be good if it affects the upcoming battle. Should I use Thunder Rain due to purify her? 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the camp finally eased a bit. Luo Lioli and Xian Xian, although still somewhat incredulous, had to accept the fact that Qin Cha was a priest. Only Xiaqing remained in stealth mode, reluctant to reveal herself. I really didn't see anything. Xian Xian raised her hand, repeatedly assuring them. Qin Cha was about to agree, but thought better of it seeing wasn't a big deal. After all, it was just some sweat. After some persuasion from Luo Lioli, Xiaqing reluctantly came out of stealth. Upon appearing, she shot Qin Cha a fierce glare, full of resentment. Sorry, Qin Cha apologized, realizing he hadn't handled things well. It's my first time healing, and I didn't control the output well. I'll be more careful in the future. This explanation almost made Xiaqing pull out her dagger. It was better not to have such an apology. After some testing, my healing can indeed restore mana, Qin Cha stated seriously. This means we can adjust our combat strategy. Luo Lioli, Xian Xian, feel free to use your skills. I'll handle replenishments after each battle. Xiaqing, as an assassin, you consume less, so once every 3 battles should suffice. Qin Cha thought this arrangement was reasonable, but Xian Xian immediately shook her head like a rattle and backed away. No, 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 no way. Luo Lioli also quietly stepped back a few paces. I don't think that's necessary. Xiaqing directly brandished her dagger, her eyes wide. Qin Cha, I know you're strong, but I'm not to be trifled with. If you dare use that move again, I'll fight you. Qin Cha frowned. I think you misunderstand my skill. It's powerful. It is powerful. Xiaqing gritted her teeth. But the side effects are even stronger. I said I'd be gentler next time. Impossible. Xiaqing looked determined. Even if I get scratched, dismembered, or eaten by monsters, I don't want your healing. Qin Cha said no more and continued leading the team to clear out monsters. Half an hour later, the situation was completely different. Xian Xian, Xiaqing, and Luo Lioli were standing rigidly, enduring Qin Cha's healing. Although they initially resisted, having no mana and only being able to hit with their staffs was unbearable. Ultimately, Luo Lioli, prioritizing the bigger picture, was the first to accept Qin Cha's holy light healing. At this moment, the previously most vocal protester, Xiaqing, had completely given up resisting, closing her eyes in enjoyment like a cat having its head rubbed. With Qin Cha intentionally controlling the side effects, just 3 treatments were enough to fully restore their mana, and he himself remained unexhausted. It was practically a divine passive skill. Phew. The 3 women exhaled deeply once they were back in full condition. This skill is truly amazing. Qin Cha, you're really. Xiaqing, straightforward by nature, had already let go of her earlier displeasure and praised him sincerely. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Impressive? Perverse? Neither seemed to fully capture her feelings. This skill would drive any priest crazy. Xian Xian looked at Qin Cha with a mix of envy and awe. As a fellow practitioner, she understood better than anyone just how terrifying Qin Cha was. The ability to restore mana alone was enough to make him an ever-running machine. Not too shabby. Qin Cha responded nonchalantly. Qin Cha wasn't one to lose himself in compliments. His focus remained on conquering the secret realm and acquiring the next divine skill. After an intense battle, he had successfully hunted down 300 elite monsters, raising his level to 24. Report your levels, Qin Cha asked, turning to his team. Level 19, 54. Xiaqing responded first. Level 19, 43. Xian Xian chimed in with a sweet voice, raising her hand. Level 19, 89. Came Luo Lioli's cool voice from within the group. Seeing their level progress, Qin Cha nodded in satisfaction, as it matched his expectations. Just as he was about to move forward, the sound of wings flapping filled the air, accompanied by a rustling noise. Dim red lights appeared in the forest, resembling hanging red lanterns, but they were actually the cold eyes of monsters. Qin Cha quickly activated his holy light vision and analyzed. Ahead are 10 mutated bats, all level 25 bronze bosses. Their attributes exceed 3,000, and their speed is around 1,000. These high-agility assassin-type monsters are particularly dangerous. Luo Lioli, Xian Xian, be careful not to let them catch you off guard. The 3 women were initially shocked by the appearance of 10 bosses and Qin Cha's extraordinary detection skills, but his last warning left them amused. These were flying bats. After all, no need to catch them off guard. Before they could comment, Qin Cha continued. Be cautious of their sonic skill, which has a confusing effect and can cause hallucinations. I can't block that. With that, his fists crackled with thunder. Get ready to attack. I'm engaging them. With a thunderous roar, Qin Cha charged forward like a moving mountain, lightning dancing around his fists. Xiaqing was momentarily stunned by the sight. Could such a group of bosses really be tackled hidden? After a brief hesitation, she entered stealth mode. Luo Lioli acted decisively, launching a barrage of spells in Qin Sha's direction, confident that his strength would prevent any friendly fire. Xianxian found her role, focusing on healing her teammates and gaining experience with her low-damage Holy Light spell. With a resounding boom, Qin Sha clashed with the first demonized bat, and the battle erupted. The demonized bats were not large, resembling eagles, and were covered in sharp spikes. Despite being high-agility assassin-type creatures with incredible speed, their weak defenses were of no consequence in front of Qin Sha. With Qin Sha's astounding agility of 3,000 points, the bat's mere 1,000 agility was insignificant. Their every move and flight path appeared in slow motion to him, posing no threat whatsoever. Humph! Qin Sha snorted, his lightning-encased iron fist meeting a charging demonized bat heathen. The punch roared with wind and crackled with thunder, delivering a dual physical and mental blow that shattered the bat's wings into fragments. The powerful impact dislodged the spikes from the bat's body, scattering them like bullets in all directions. This unexpected scene caught the other bat bosses off guard. Their small eyes were filled with confusion. Why was their companion suddenly using such a bizarre skill, seemingly targeting its own kind? The sound of spikes piercing through the air was incessant, accurately hitting the vital points of other bats, some penetrating wings, others bursting eyeballs. The swarm of bats erupted in fury, emitting a piercing screech. Although they were only bronze-level bosses, the combined sonic attack of 10 was still formidable. The sound waves swept through, shattering trees and cracking the ground with astonishing power. In the face of such a force, Qin Sha stood unyielding. He struck with his right fist while astonishingly using his left hand to hit himself, an action that made Xiaqing, hidden in the shadows, stifle a laugh. Haha, those bats must be dumbfounded. They never expected our Qin Sha to also be a healer. Indeed, as the terrifying sound waves tore through Qin Sha's defenses, leaving bloodstains on his massive body, his left hand immediately emitted a healing light, mingling with the thunder. In just a moment, all wounds healed, and the mental interference from the sonic attack had no effect on him. Witnessing this, the bats were left speechless, their mouths agape. Luo Lioli and Xianxian exchanged smiles. With Qin Sha as their super tank, they could simply focus on dealing damage and gaining experience. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Sha's figure flickered, his fists raining down like a storm. In just a minute, all 10 demonized bats were pounded to the ground, and the battle concluded swiftly and decisively. Although they weren't dead, they were barely alive, unable to even fly. The combination of ice blades and holy light struck them down, taking away their last bit of health. Crash! All 10 bosses fell simultaneously, and beneath their bodies, a brilliant golden light burst forth. In this secret realm, even ordinary elite monsters could drop golden equipment, let alone these 10 bosses. Thanks to Qin Sha's exceptional luck, the ground was covered with the radiant golden glow of equipment. However, Qin Sha, usually so eager for gear, stood still with a look of delight on his face. My skill leveled up. After 3 to 4 days of relentless battling and countless monsters defeated, the Thunder Rain skill had finally reached level 2. A system notification appeared. Thunder Rain, Divine Level, Active LV2. Enshrouded in Holy Thunder, your hands can deal damage within a certain range and cleanse all negative statuses from the target, with a control effect included. Can be toggled on or off at will, consuming mana continuously. From fists to hands. Within a certain range. Qin Sha immediately noticed the key changes. This brief description signaled a complete transformation in attack style. The thunder could now detach from his body. The removal of the word mild from the control effect description hinted at a significant increase in control strength. I wonder if, at max level, I'll become a being covered in thunder, capable of striking across vast distances with a mere thought? And the intimidating presence skill should be leveling up soon too. Will it become a 20x attribute boost? Qin Sha pondered excitedly. Coming back to reality, he noticed Luo Lioli and the other 2 women staring at him. What's up? Nothing, we just thought you got affected by the sound waves. Xiaqing cut herself off hastily. The skill leveled up. Qin Sha waved it off. Let's check out the gear. The equipment on the ground was dazzling 4 pieces of golden gear, all top-notch. The first piece was the Dock Commander's armor, a leather armor with light blue patterns, exuding an ancient and grand aura. Xiaqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Sha. Brother Qin, you can't wear this leather armor, right? It's yours. Qin Sha handed it to her casually. Yay! Xiaqing accepted it with joy, her eyes filled with gentle affection. Did you eat lamb this morning? Qin Sha glanced at her. Xiaqing's expression froze instantly. Xianxian curiously asked Luo Lioli what he meant, but she replied expressionlessly that she didn't know. The second piece was a pair of golden shoes with dual attributes, agility 300, and a skill for short bursts of speed. Qin Cha handed them directly to Luo Lioli. Xian received a robe. Although Qin Cha could wear it too, he felt it wasn't quite right for him. So he let the little girl, who almost called him dad on the spot, have it. But it was the last piece that truly captivated Qin Cha, making it his favorite piece of gear. Qin Cha just acquired a golden grade pair of gauntlets called Wrath of the Demon Legion. Although this level 26 equipment doesn't boost strength, it provides an impressive 533-point stamina bonus. More importantly, it also features a 5 increase in attack speed, physical critical hit, and magical critical hit, along with a skill named Stormy Barrage, allowing the wearer to unleash 8 punches in quick succession, dealing significant damage, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The origin of this equipment is quite mysterious, rumored to be forged from the immense wrath of all the legions buried with the Ghost Lord. A golden grade gauntlet. Over 500 points of strength bonus. Xia Qing exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the Stormy Barrage skill, filled with shock. With Qin Sha's damage base, an 8-punch combo in such a short time, who could withstand that? This is practically unbeatable before level 40. The 3 women originally thought Qin Cha was already formidable before reaching level 35, but this piece of equipment undoubtedly elevated his power to another level. While Xia Qing and Xian were still immersed in shock, Qin Cha had already put the gauntlets on. Wait, you can equip this level 26 gear early? Xia Qing and Xian exclaimed in unison. Even the well-informed Luo Lioli showed an expression of disbelief. You actually possess an item that reduces the equipment level requirement? This effect is invaluable in the later stages. Qin Cha just smiled calmly. Just luck. The gauntlets looked more like fingerless gloves, jet black and thin as a cicada's wings. On the broad back of the hand, a blood-red line traced a menacing demon pattern, and paired with Qin Sha's powerful hands, they exuded an intimidating aura. Xia Qing was a bit entranced. Such big hands, they must be strong. Luo Lioli immediately gave her a stern look. Ever since being healed by Qin Sha, this girl had become increasingly bold. Let's move on. Qin Sha ignored the girl's reactions, eager to test the power of his new equipment. Soon, the second wave of monsters appeared before them. This time, it was a group of mutated zombie soldiers, about 15 in total, all level 25 elite monsters with a health of 2,443 points. These zombies, clad in various armors and wielding spears, swords, and shields, even formed a clumsy battle formation as they charged towards them. I'll go first, you guys attack. Qin Sha issued his usual straightforward command. Boom. As the thunderstorm rains activated, Qin Sha's gauntlets were instantly enveloped in deep blue lightning, which quickly spread along his forearm, crackling with electric energy. This sudden transformation left Xianyuan and Xia Qing utterly astonished, and even Luo Lioli's sky blue eye showed a hint of confusion. Was this really the skill upgrade he had mentioned? The most shocking part was yet to come. With a single punch, Qin Sha unleashed a surge of lightning that shot out like an arrow, forming a half-meter-long whip of lightning in midair. A ranged attack. Xia Qing screamed in disbelief. Big brother, you're a priest. At this rate, you're going to put lightning mages out of business. Qin Sha paid no heed to her teasing, fully absorbed in the power he had just unlocked. The half-meter attack range might not seem long, but it marked a significant leap in his combat capabilities. Facing 15 zombies, he no longer needed to engage in a protracted battle. He dispatched them all in just 30 seconds. Even more impressive was his newfound ability to precisely control the extended lightning, allowing him to manipulate it within the half-meter range at will. Truly a rare and formidable skill. 5 minutes later, the battle was completely over. Luo Lioli finally broke through to level 20, while Qin Sha's level soared to 25. This was far ahead of expectations, thanks to the extra experience from 10 demonized bat bosses and 15 mutated zombies. Even Xia Qing and Xianyuan were on the verge of reaching level 20. Checking his status panel, Qin Sha focused his thoughts. Name, Qin Sha. Level, 25. Class, Berserker Holy Priest. Skills, Overwhelming Might Divine LV1. Thunderstorm Rains Divine LV2. Holy Lights Gaze SSS LV1. Compassionate Heart Divine LV1. Equipment, Ring of the Holy Soul Legendary. Wrath of the Demon Legion Golden. Both his strength and spirit had broken through the 5,000 mark, with stamina and agility nearing 4,000. Bringing his total attributes close to 20,000, undeniably reaching the terrifying level of a humanoid boss. Even without the tenfold boost, his base attributes were around 17 or 1,800, making him comparable to a boss of the same level even with minimal gear. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Qin Sha's mind. Ding! The host has met the requirements for the first class change. Please complete the class change trial as soon as possible. This was followed by a dazzling array of rewards. Divine Awakening Skills, Divine General Skills, SS Level General Skills, a title potentially reaching Mythic grade, and the task to unlock the seal on the Ring of the Holy Soul, along with access to the Prestige Exchange Shop. The mechanical voice of the system continued for a full 30 seconds, with each reward making Qin Cha's eyes light up even more. Divine, divine, all divine, Qin Cha shouted internally. Damn, this is insanely awesome. The terrifying reward left Qin Cha stunned for a full 5 seconds before he came back to his senses. His eyes were vacant, his mouth twitched slightly, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. Even though he was now at a god-level profession, possessing 3 divine skills, the reward given by the system after his first transition completely overwhelmed him. The stream of reward notifications flashed before his eyes, so densely packed that it felt suffocating, as if it was about to drown his consciousness. At this moment, Qin Cha finally understood what Skinny Monkey meant by, only after the first transition does the real beginning for a professional start. These incredible rewards, along with his imminent ascension to a 100-star king through the king's trial, made it so that even those who had undergone a second transition would find it hard to rival him. Qin Cha, Luo Lioli, and the other two looked at him with confusion. To them, this burly man alternated between silly grins and serious expressions, as if he were possessed. Little did they know, within those few seconds, Qin Cha had undergone a tremendous psychological shock. It's nothing. Qin Cha composed his expression and turned forward. Let's keep killing monsters, finish off the boss quickly, and get out for the first transition. Xia Qing pouted, thinking to herself, nothing? That grin was almost reaching his ears, and he says it's nothing? After spending this time together, everyone was no longer intimidated by Qin Cha's imposing figure and even dared to joke around. Especially Xia Qing, who would occasionally throw a flirtatious glance his way. But unfortunately, this man was entirely focused on leveling up, showing no reaction. However, Qin Cha's simple plan encountered unexpected obstacles. Having already hunted over 400 monsters, they thought the last 100 would be easily dealt with, but it turned into a nightmare. As time went on, the frequency of monster appearances dropped sharply from dozens at a time, to a few, and finally to a pitiful single one, sometimes not encountering any for half a day. 10 days, a full 10 days passed. In this dark and oppressive secret realm, everyone's faces were shadowed with gloom. Qin Cha's demeanor became fierce and terrifying again, as if ready to unleash his fury on anything at any moment. In fact, he indeed had the urge. Another day passed, and they were just one monster short, yet they couldn't find a trace of it the entire day. According to Luo Lioli and the others, they should have realized something was wrong by the 3rd day and used a space item to leave. After all, they had gained plenty of experience and equipment, and Qin Cha had successfully reached level 25. A boss didn't seem that crucial. But Qin Cha firmly rejected this suggestion. Experience and the boss weren't the issue, but this secret realm was tied to one of his god-level skills. For such a treasure, it would be worth waiting not just 10 days, but even 10 years. This damned secret realm, can it spawn more monsters? The task requires 500, and it really only gives 500? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? Xia Qing complained impatiently. Always fearless, she wasn't even visibly afraid when first meeting Qin Cha, but she couldn't stand this kind of boring wait. Qin Cha frowned, lightning flashing in his left hand, as he gave each of them a light zap. Under the nourishing effects of the thunderous rain, the spirits of the 4 improved significantly, and their tense nerves finally relaxed. Qin Cha looked at his 3 teammates, filled with emotion. The greatest challenge of this secret realm was not the monsters, but the overwhelmingly oppressive environment. It was clearly a trial of the heart. This time, I delayed you all. I'll share half of my equipment gains with you, Qin Cha said solemnly. The 3 of them were taken aback by his words and shook their heads in unison. No need. Although we don't know why you insisted on hunting the boss, we're a team and should face difficulties together. Exactly. Without you, Qin, we couldn't have defeated so many monsters, let alone gotten the equipment, Xian chimed in. Xia Qing walked over to Qin Cha, intending to pat his shoulder in comfort, but the height difference was too great. Her height of over 1.7 meters seemed especially petite next to Qin Cha's towering 2.3-meter frame. Qin Cha, there's no need to be so formal. Qin Cha wasn't one for pretentiousness, but this time, he had indeed delayed the 3 women's progress. More importantly, with them being out of contact for so long, the outside world was likely in chaos. Just as he pondered how to make it up to them, a long-lost crack sound suddenly echoed. A sinister-looking skeleton mage burst from the ground, and the 4 instantly went on high alert. Damn it, finally, Qin Cha blurted out, filled with a complex mix of joy, anger, and surprise. This skeleton mage, which should have been loathsome, appeared rather endearing to them at that moment. This bastard wasted an entire day and night of ours. Let me take him down. Xia Qing gripped her dagger, her attributes after reaching level 20 giving her an edge against such a defensively weak target. Qin Cha quietly stepped back, giving the 3 women the opportunity to fight. Though Luo Lioli said nothing, the ice blades forming on her staff revealed her intent to kill. Even the usually gentle Xian fiercely unleashed several holy light spells at the skeleton mage. Under their fierce and resentful assault, the skeleton mage soon crumbled into a pile of bones. Qin Cha casually collected the silver equipment it dropped and immediately began observing the surroundings. With the fall of the 500th monster, the secret realm began to change. The previously chaotic blood aura suddenly gained direction, rushing towards the upstream of the creek. The boss is up there, let's go. Qin Cha decisively led the team forward. The three women followed closely, their expressions tense, fully aware that a boss in a platinum secret realm would be no ordinary foe. After about 10 minutes of following the creek, the four finally reached its end. A vast lake appeared before them. With his eyes of holy light, Qin Cha could confirm this was no illusion, but a real phenomenon. More startling was the fact that the entire lake was an eerie blood red, resembling a vast sea of blood. The crimson lake sent shivers down their spines as tendrils of a bloody scent surged from all directions, coalescing into a dense, blood-red mist in the air. What kind of hellish environment is this? Where's the boss? Xia Qing frowned and grumbled. It's coming out. A glint of gold flashed in Qin Sha's eyes as he peered through the fog and lake water, spotting a shadowy black mist emerging from the lake's depths. Whoosh! The instant the black mist burst from the water, the lake's surface began to boil and churn. Countless streams of blood seemed to find their destination, rushing eagerly toward it. Amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds, the black mist gradually took on a blood-red hue, with a head and limbs forming one by one, revealing a fearsome and grotesque shape. Ghost Lord Azunsensen. Level, Platinum Boss. Attributes: Strength, 26. Stamina, 1002. Spirit, 3344. Agility, 1208. Skills: Ethereal Soul, Terrifying Howl, Wraith Charge, Undead Summon, Soul Burst. Description: the supreme ruler of the realm of the dead, whose soul was sold to a powerful demon upon death, partially transforming into a ghost demon, vowing to tear apart all intruders. Weakness: Holy Light can inflict significant damage. This is a platinum boss. Its attributes are insanely extravagant. Qin Sha thought to himself, noting the boss's aura was so terrifying that Luo Lioli and the others couldn't even sense it. Qin Sha, what skills does the boss have? Xia Qing asked, eyeing the bizarre-looking ghost lord with growing unease. Qin Sha squinted and explained in detail. Upon hearing about the spirit attribute of over 3,000, even Luo Lioli frowned. What kind of concept was this? As an S-class professional, her spirit was only 383 at level 21 in her unarmed state. Yet this opponent was 10 times stronger. The attributes are secondary. The key is its ethereal soul skill, Qin Sha said gravely. This passive skill keeps it in a soul form, immune to all physical form attacks. Note: physical form, not physical. Immune to physical form attacks. Xia Qing's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean I'm completely useless as an assassin? My ice blades are magical, but also physical in form. Luo Lioli's face turned pale. Exactly, Qin Sha replied bluntly. Apart from Xuanxuan's holy light spell, none of you can harm it. The three women felt as if a lead weight had settled in their hearts. What about you? Luo Lioli asked the crucial question. Qin Sha hesitated for a moment. The lightning from his thunderstorm ability theoretically couldn't be immunized by the boss. But without the damage from Iron Fist, relying solely on the lightning strikes, how long would it take to deplete the boss's terrifying stamina? No matter, let's give it a shot. Qin Sha decided swiftly. Xian, use holy light. Everyone else, fall back. Before he finished speaking, he was already charging toward the ghost lord like a mountain. Disturbing my slumber, foolish humans, you deserve to die. The ghost lord's raspy voice echoed. This eerie language resonated directly in their minds, clearly conveying its murderous intent. As the voice faded, the spectral lord in the mist waved his arm, and the ground beneath Qin Sha cracked open. Grotesque ghouls emerged from the earth. Get lost. Qin Sha's eyes widened, and a violent aura erupted from him, more imposing than the spectral lord hovering above. Thunder crackled at his fists, and with each strike, he pulverized the ghouls effortlessly. However, as the battle progressed, a troubling thought crossed Qin Sha's mind. The boss was cunning, hovering over the lake, and without the ability to fly, he was powerless against it. Qin Sha, watch out, the boss is summoning all 500 monsters. Luo Lioli's warning came through. Sure enough, cracks spread like a web across the ground, and more creatures surged forth like mushrooms after rain. These summoned entities neither dropped experience nor loot, and their sheer numbers made Qin Sha worry for his comrades' safety. We're doomed. Xian, in her panic, accidentally cast a healing spell on the boss instead of the holy light spell. As the divine glow enveloped the boss, the eerie mist thinned slightly. Qin Sha keenly noticed this detail, glanced at the boss's description, and suddenly burst into laughter. So that's it. Ha ha. His laughter was chilling in the sinister environment, adding to the eerie atmosphere filled with monsters. Is he out of his mind? Xia Qing looked puzzled. Gripping an ancient scroll, Luo Lioli urged. Qin Sha, Come back. We need to retreat. Retreat. Qin Cha turned, confidence etched on his face. Why retreat? I'm taking down this boss today. What? Luo Lioli was stunned. Your thunder can't even touch the boss, and with so many elite monsters, even at level 25, you can't withstand them. But Qin Cha stood firm, charging into the horde of monsters like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a breathtaking slaughter. A minute later, he stood proudly by the lake, like a sword pointed at the sky, facing off against the spectral lord in the lake's center. In front of him, the lake's waters churned red. Behind him, countless menacing zombies. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Qin Cha slowly raised his left hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Who says I can't kill the boss without thunder and rain? Swish! A burst of pure holy light suddenly erupted from the palm of Qin Cha's left hand, slicing through the pervasive blood mist in the dim space like a sharp sword, tearing a massive rift in the air. The Phantom Lord, Ozhun Sun, hidden within the mist, sensed the threat and let out a thunderous roar. It unleashed a terrifying howl, its sonic wave far surpassing that of 1,000 demonized bats, causing ripples to surge through the air and the lake's surface to explode, sending towering columns of water skyward. Despite the overwhelming display, Qin Cha remained utterly still, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. Buzz! In an instant, the holy light of his healing skill hit the Phantom Lord with precision. The air was filled with a hissing sound, akin to ice melting under a scorching sun. The Phantom Lord let out a piercing scream, its skill forcibly interrupted. It twisted its form frantically, while the surrounding blood mist dissipated at a visible speed. This scene left Luo Lioli and the others speechless with shock. The army of over 300 summoned creatures, without their commander's control, instantly became a mindless horde of puppets. Standing by the lakeside, Qin Cha continuously unleashed healing spells to bombard the Phantom Lord. He finally understood not only did the priest's holy light possess power, but his healing spells also contained the force of holy light. And his healing light, born from a compassionate heart, was exceptionally pure and incredibly destructive. No wonder he could slay hundreds of monsters in just a minute. The 30 damage feedback alone was lethal. Ah! The Phantom Lord's form had distorted beyond recognition, struggling wildly on the lake's surface. Its screams were filled with both agony and an inexplicable sensation. For a full 10 seconds, Qin Cha's holy light connected with the Phantom Lord like threads, a seemingly sacred scene that sent chills down the spines of the three women. Especially Xia Qing, who, watching the Phantom Lord's pitiful state, couldn't help but recall painful memories. Just moments ago, she hated and feared this lord, but now she felt only sympathy. Only she truly understood the Phantom Lord's current suffering, or perhaps the peculiar pleasure it was experiencing. With a loud explosion, the mist enveloping the Phantom Lord burst apart, and its body fell heavily onto the grass by the lake. Immediately, all remaining monsters shattered like broken porcelain, and the blood mist in the air vanished without a trace. This platinum boss, capable of wiping out 100 level 25 professionals, had fallen. Is it over? Xian murmured in disbelief. It's over. Luo Lioli took a deep breath, her gaze at Qin Cha filled with awe and reverence. Who was this man? How could he repeatedly defy conventions, push boundaries, and create miracles? A platinum boss was defeated by healing spells, and his spells seemed to have no cooldown, with mana that seemed endless. Qin Cha withdrew his left hand just as the healing energy stored within him ran out. A slight smile played on his lips. The battle had been nothing short of perfect. The death of the Phantom Lord not only opened new possibilities for him, but also revealed a brutal, yet effective tactic when facing long-range enemies. He could simply wear them down to defeat. This realization brought a slightly sinister smile to his face. Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Qin Cha focused on the spoils of his victory. As a platinum-level boss, the Phantom Lord bestowed an astonishing amount of experience points. His experience bar was not only full, but had bizarrely exceeded its limit level 25 at 154. This strange phenomenon puzzled Qin Cha for a moment, but he quickly understood. Experience points could accumulate, but his level could not advance until he completed the awakening job change test. I need to change my job immediately, Qin Cha thought to himself, though for now, the priority was to assess his spoils. He approached the Phantom Lord's corpse. In death, the spirit left behind only a semi-transparent shadow, with a small crystal core floating at its center. Qin Cha unhesitatingly placed it into the ring of holy souls. As the body vanished, the ground suddenly erupted with dazzling light. 3 pieces of golden equipment lay in a triangular formation, but the most striking was the blinding platinum glow at their center. Platinum equipment, came the exclamations. This level of equipment was beyond the understanding of ordinary people, something many might never encounter in their lifetime. Luo Lioli and her 2 companions were too captivated by this rare treasure to dwell on Qin Cha's terrifying combat style. This secret realm is unbelievable, Luo Lioli remarked. shaking her head in disbelief. Silver equipment is everywhere, gold equipment is plentiful, and now there's even platinum equipment. When they examined the equipment's attributes, all three women gasped in unison, casting complex glances at Qin Cha. It's over, Luo Liuli stated decisively. With equipment like this, he's unbeatable below level 50. Xiaqing and the others agreed wholeheartedly. Qin Cha picked up the armor with a faint dark crystal sheen. In the light of the platinum effect, it appeared especially mysterious and powerful. The ancient patterns on the front and the demon relief screaming with outstretched wings on the back exuded an intimidating aura. But most striking were its attributes. Eternal Sorrow of the Phantom Lord Platinum Gear. Type, Plate Armor. Required level, 26. Class restriction, none. Strength, 442. Stamina, 583. Spirit, 989. Defense, 10. Special effects. 5 chance to reflect melee attacks. 5 chance to absorb magic attacks. Skill, Ethereal Spirit activates a 5-second spirit state, immune to all physical attacks, reduces magic attack by 20, cooldown 2 hours. 5 seconds of invincibility. Qin Cha's smile broadened. A real game changer. This acquisition undeniably elevated his strength to a new level. The words, Ethereal Spirit, gleamed brightly in the equipment description. Luo Liuli examined the plate armor closely, her eyes filled with admiration. The most astonishing aspect of this gear wasn't its nearly 1,000-point boost in mental attributes, but its trait that struck fear into all physical classes' immunity to physical attacks. This piece of equipment would start at a market price of at least 10 million, Luo Liuli estimated with confidence, drawing from her extensive knowledge. If its skill duration exceeds 10 seconds, even 4th-tier experts would go crazy for it. Xiaqing nodded repeatedly. To her, this equipment seemed tailor-made to counter assassins. A 5-second immunity period was enough to render any assassin below the 4th tier powerless, nullifying their proud burst skill combos. Oh, I really want it. Xian clasped her hands together, her face flushing with excitement. As a fragile priest, her greatest fear was an assassin's ambush. This plate armor was like a dream come true for her. This gear is mine. Any objections? Qin Cha scanned the group, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. No objections. Luo Liuli and the others replied almost in unison. Even Xian, who coveted the equipment, understood that such a high-level item was beyond her reach. Without hesitation, Qin Cha donned the platinum gear. Instantly, the numbers on his attribute panel surged, with his mental attributes surpassing his strength for the first time, reaching an astonishing 6,118 points. This meant not only a massive increase in mana, but also a significant boost in spell critical hits, casting speed, and resistance. Even more impressive was that, with this terrifying attribute boost, he could continuously cast the upgraded Thunderstorm for 3 hours. Coupled with the mana regeneration effect of Compassionate Heart, he was like an unstoppable healing machine. Theoretically, as long as there were enough targets, he could single-handedly sustain the entire team's survival. Are we leaving now? Luo Liuli and the other 2 women looked around the battlefield, feeling a bit dazed. The blood-soaked field, the piles of remains under the crooked trees, the oppressive atmosphere, these should have been things to avoid. Yet, 10 days of life-and-death struggles had filled this place with unforgettable memories. What? Not willing to leave? Qin Cha was already standing by the newly appeared portal. Let's go, we're coming. Xiaqing responded first, with Xian quickly following. Luo Liuli pressed her lips together and silently joined them. A flash of distorted space light, and they all returned to their starting point. It was now evening, with a gentle rain falling, and the gray sky seemed to be drawing a melancholic end to their adventure. Qin Cha felt no sadness at all. Instead, he found himself laughing uncontrollably. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Ding. The divine skill God's Punishment Chains has been credited to your account. Please check. The familiar notification filled Qin Cha with immense joy. The Tindi Secret Realm adventure had yielded rewards beyond his expectations. Not to mention the divine skill or the platinum equipment. Just the silver and gold gear dropped by the 500 monsters would earn each person millions. With such gains, who would feel any sorrow? Let's go. Qin Cha said eagerly, ready to leave and examine the God's Punishment Chains. Xiaqing stood there, her eyes filled with a forlorn gaze fixed on his back, as if looking at a heartless man. Oh, right. Qin Cha suddenly remembered and turned back. I haven't forgotten about the compensation I promised. Once I sell the equipment, I'll transfer it to you. No worries, we don't lack money, Xiaqing said, forcing a smile. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Qin Cha sighed. Xiaqing smiled bravely. It's nothing. Qin Cha, it's a good thing we only explored one secret realm. If there were more, I might have delayed you for a lifetime. The conversation felt oddly familiar to Qin Cha, leaving him momentarily puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. I'm off. Take care, all of you. You too. Xiaqing nodded. Goodbye. Qin Cha turned away. Goodbye. Xiaqing watched his retreating figure and suddenly quickened her speech. Will we meet again, Qin Cha? Qin Cha turned back to see Xiaqing's expression twisting, her voice tinged with sobs. When we meet again, you must be happy, okay? Qin Cha, you have to be happy. You have to be joyful, okay? At that moment, Qin Cha finally recognized the familiar lines, his forehead instantly lined with exasperation. What a drama queen. He quickened his pace, hurrying away. Qin Cha. Xiaqing's voice rang out behind him, growing faster and more frantic. Your world won't have me anymore. But it's okay. You must find happiness on your own. Nearby, Xian covered her face, and Luo Liuli's expression turned stiff. Qin Sha's pace quickened further, while behind him, Xiaqing's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Qin Sha, how will I live without you? Qin Sha, Ahua, Qin Sha, take me with you, Qin Sha. Luo Liuli stood expressionless, emitting a cold aura as she watched Xiaqing stumble a few meters before collapsing to her knees. The rain fell, indistinguishable from tears. Just then, a chorus of phone rings interrupted. Luo Liuli, Xian, and Xiaqing's phones all buzzed simultaneously. Cousin, Luo Liuli answered her phone. Where on earth are you? We haven't been able to reach you for days. And your dad came all the way from the capital. Xiao Yu's urgent voice came through the line. Xiaqing immediately stopped her act and hurried to explain. Back at the camp, to avoid causing a stir, Qin Cha temporarily stowed away the dazzling, stylish platinum equipment. With his current intimidating physique, wearing that gear would undoubtedly attract a crowd. He wasted no time and directly used the teleportation array to return to Jiangzhou City. In the drizzling rain, the teleportation array glowed with intricate patterns, and his towering figure appeared at its center, causing a ripple of excitement among the onlookers. Without glancing around, Qin Sha headed straight home. He was eager to delve into the divine skill. Qin Sha's residence is located in a courtyard area reminiscent of an urban village. Due to his unique height, he opted for this single-story house rather than an apartment. Though the courtyard is small, it's in a prime location surrounded by wealthy neighbors, making the rent quite high. His neighbor, Shouho, is a typical nouveau riche with substantial wealth. Upon returning home, Qin Sha deftly closed the courtyard gate and eagerly checked his newly acquired divine skill. When he saw the description of the divine punishment chains, his eyes lit up with excitement. It's a god-level active skill that can connect 4 targets simultaneously at level 1. Any damage dealt to target A is converted into healing for targets B, C, and D, lasting for 1 minute with a 3-minute cooldown. This is what a true priest skill should be. Qin Sha clenched his fist in excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. Although healing is triggered through damage, the full Damagito heal conversion made him envision his teammates being fully healed. He couldn't help but exclaim, with such powerful healing support, anyone teaming up with me will feel incredibly secure. Reviewing his skill set, Compassionate Heart, Thunderous Rain, Divine Punishment Chains, Awe-inspiring Presence, and Holy Light's I4 God-level skills, and 1 SS level. Each is a masterpiece among masterpieces. Qin Sha silently resolved to focus on waiting for the system to assign high-level skills in the future, as anything below a level wasn't worthy of his skill bar. As night fell, Qin Sha opened the system to check the daily tasks. Recently, the tasks refreshed daily, but most had harsh conditions and mediocre rewards, so he ignored them. Today was no different. With an level mercenary task in front of him, go to the mercenary house and complete a task. Without even a mercenary identity, what task am I supposed to do? Qin Sha scoffed, dismissing the task. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of the upcoming class change and the generous rewards that would follow. He jokingly thought to himself that even if Xiaqing came to perform a strip dance, he wouldn't bother to watch those sneaking a glance wouldn't delay tomorrow's class change. Shaking off these distractions, Qin Sha turned on his computer and began seriously researching the details of the class change. Amidst the overwhelming online guides, he carefully sifted through for useful information. Meanwhile, Luo Liuli and her companions quickly returned to Jiangzhou City. They maintained their usual low profile, choosing not to flaunt wealth by calling for a luxury car, and headed straight to the Jiangzhou City's Martial Affairs Bureau. The stylish and authoritative Xiao Yu personally came out to greet them and led them into her office. Liuli, you're finally here, Xiao Yu said, rubbing her temples, a hint of authority mingling with her alluring demeanor. Explain everything clearly. Don't think you can just gloss over this. My uncle is personally involved. If you can't get past me, I can't help you explain to him. Xiaqing, on the other hand, seemed fearless, looking around the room without uttering a word. Xian sat quietly on the sofa, her head lowered in silence. Luali thought for a moment, expressionless, then explained, we've been in a dungeon for the past few days, so we couldn't answer the phone. What kind of dungeon takes 10 whole days? Xiaya interrupted her, frowning. Luali, I gave you a ticket to Gale Canyon. That place isn't dangerous at all, and the monsters there wouldn't take you 10 days to defeat. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she jumped up from her seat. Wait, are you all level 20 now? Luali, How are you level 21 already? It's only been 13 days since you left Jiangzhou. How is this possible? Luali was at a loss for words, not wanting to reveal Qin Cha's existence, so she replied vaguely. We met someone very skilled. Someone skilled? Xiaoya's eyes lit up with curiosity. What class? Kind of a priest. Qin Cha. Xiaoya asked tentatively. You know too? Luali was shocked, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Are you investigating me? Did my dad put you up to this? Xiaoqing and Xian also looked surprised. Xiaoya laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare investigate you, my dear sister. She waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards him. In fact, I admire him. It seems you all feel the same way. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Luali felt relieved. She knew her cousin, the director of the Jinwu division, had no reason to lie. Yes, he's the strongest genius I've ever met. Oh, Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. Although she knew Qin Cha was impressive, for someone as proud as Luali to speak so highly of him meant something significant had happened. Can you tell me more? Don't worry, I mean no harm. Besides, even if you don't tell me, I'll find out eventually. Sure, Luali agreed readily and briefly recounted recent events with Xiaoqing, glossing over some special skills and astonishing effects. Even so, Xiaoya was left speechless, especially when she heard that Qin Cha had helped them defeat a level 26 platinum boss. Such shock was inevitable. No professional could remain calm after hearing about Qin Cha's feats. The more talented one was, the more they understood how extraordinary these achievements were. You said he's going to take the first transfer trial in the next couple of days? Yes, Luali nodded in confirmation. Who would have thought, among this batch of awakened professionals, there are 2 level-up fanatics? Xiaoya marveled, then added, no, Qin Cha is clearly more terrifying. He wasted 10 days, but actually reached level 10 in just 3 to 5 days. 2. Xiaoqing picked up on the key point. Who else is transferring so soon? Kai Kuan from the Kai family, an S-level Earth summoner. With his parents' full support, he reached level 25 yesterday and plans to transfer tomorrow, Xiaoya explained. Technically, he's a decent talent, but compared to Qin Cha, he's far behind. However, the Kai couple are veteran professionals, both over level 70, and have some prestige in Jiangzhou City. They love to make a big deal out of things. They're even hosting a big event for their son's transfer tomorrow. It's just a transfer, is it that big of a deal? Xiaoqing scoffed. Xiaoya chuckled, exactly. They even invited me, but I can't be bothered with such trivial matters. Luali suddenly stood up. Sis, I want to go tomorrow. You want to go? Xiaoya was taken aback. Yes, Luali looked out the window, her voice firm. He will definitely take the transfer trial tomorrow, and I want to see it. Him, Xiaoqing, Xian, and Xiaoya exclaimed in unison, then realized. I'll go too. I'll go too. Well, in that case, I'll join in the fun as well, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. Oh, Luali, should we invite your dad and the city lord too? No, we must invite them. The first transfer trial of the world's #1 genius in Jiangzhou City. In Huaxia? No, in the world. If we don't invite them to witness it, they'll never forgive me. The next morning, the career transition hall was bustling with activity. At the entrance, a jubilant couple of professionals warmly greeted everyone. They were the parents of Kai Kuan. Despite having a less than stellar reputation in Jiangzhou City, they still had some connections as professionals over level 70. People gradually arrived with gifts to offer their congratulations. Such scenes were commonplace for the transition institution, as a professional's first transition is akin to a rebirth. Those who pass the advanced trials often throw grand celebrations. As long as it doesn't interfere with regular operations, the institution is happy to accommodate. After all, ordinary people aren't allowed to witness the transition process. And if someone passes the gold or platinum level trials, the staff might even receive a bonus. However, today's turnout far exceeded past events, shaking the entire career transition institution. Director Xiao, your presence here is such an honor for us. Kai's father bowed deeply, grinning from ear to ear. They had indeed invited Xiao Yu, but never expected her to actually come. It was merely a gesture to save face. What they hadn't anticipated was the presence of 2 imposing middle-aged men standing beside Xiao Yu. The one in the middle had a commanding presence, a square face, and eyes that exuded authority. The other was elegant and refined, giving off a warm and approachable aura. Mayor Fong. Kai's father rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Fong Zhenqing nodded slightly. Is that President Luo? Kai's mother was so excited she could barely speak. The surrounding professionals were stunned. The director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, the mayor, the president of the Sunshine Chamber of Commerce, these were figures typically seen only on television, now present to witness the transition trial of the Kai family's son? Especially Luo Changfeng, a business magnate with connections as high as the President of the United States. Not to mention they were accompanied by Luo Liuli, Xiaoqing, and Xian. The leadership of the transition institution quickly mobilized, turning the entrance into a bustling scene, reminiscent of an important inspection. The professionals present all congratulated the Kai couple, but their hearts were filled with doubt. How could a mere scroll transition failure attract such a grand spectacle? Kai's father straightened his back and respectfully invited Xiao Yu and the others inside, but they politely declined. You go about your business. Gradually, the crowd sensed something was amiss. Why were the mayor and President Luo remaining silent? Director Zhao's attitude towards old Kai was noticeably cold, an unusual scene that caught the attention of the surrounding guests. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Something's off, very off. These are the three big figures of Jiangzhou City. Who could they be waiting for here? Maybe they've taken a liking to Kai Kuen's S-level talent? No, it can't be that simple. As the murmurs continued, Kai Kuen slowly emerged from a car parked across the way. This entrance was meticulously planned. His parents were to entertain the guests first, and once the time was right, he would make his appearance. According to the original plan, he was supposed to show up around noon, but the arrival of the city lord had ignited his vanity. Besides, there were four stunning beauties present, including Xiao Yu. Here he comes, the young master of the Kai family. Such a dashing young talent. The guests showered him with compliments. Kai Kuen walked with his head held high, a proud smile on his face. If it weren't for the city's ban on fighting, he would have eagerly summoned his Kuen Kuen. Mr. and Mrs. Kai promptly led their son to meet Luo Changfeng and the others, eagerly introducing him. City Lord, President, Director, this is our son, Kai Kuen, an S-level professional. As soon as they finished speaking, they awaited the three dignitaries' praises. However, to everyone's surprise, the three dignitaries didn't even glance at Kai Kuen. The Kai couple felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss, standing there in shock. Even more perplexing was the fact that Luo Changfeng, Xiao Yu, and Fang Jinxing looked visibly impatient. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled, her lips parting slightly. He's here. Fang Jinxing and Luo Changfeng followed her gaze, their expressions instantly transforming into warm smiles. This abrupt change left everyone present stunned. Even more astonishing was Fang Jinxing's proactive step forward, with Luo Changfeng and Xiao Yu following closely, and Luo Liuli and others joining in. As everyone traced their line of sight, they saw a towering figure over 2 meters tall striding towards them. The newcomer was clad in dark crystal armor, his muscular frame exuding a palpable sense of power. Most striking were his deep, starry eyes, whose calm gaze made everyone instinctively take a step back. Qin Cha. In the crowd, Kai Kuen's eyes widened, his deep-seated hatred almost bursting forth. But at that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly turned back, and with just a piercing glance from the level 80 director of the martial department, Kai Kuen spewed a mouthful of blood, instantly weakened. What happened next was even more unbearable for Kai Kuen. The usually stoic Fang Jinxing was all smiles as he said, "Young Qin, we heard you're advancing today, so we came to witness it. We hope we didn't disturb you by not notifying you in advance." Luo Changfeng personally led Qin Cha. "Please, young Qin." This scene left everyone present in awe, and discussions erupted. Who is this remarkable person? So, this is who the big names were waiting for. He's advancing? To have so many important figures personally greet him, he must be extraordinarily talented. Meanwhile, Kai Kuen had already fainted from the overwhelming shock and pain. Everyone around was stunned. The city lord referred to him as young friend, and the president of the Sunshine Chamber of Commerce personally led the way. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They instinctively rubbed their eyes, afraid they were seeing things such an honor might not even be extended to the president of a powerful country visiting. The fear they had felt towards Qin Cha moments ago had now transformed into deep respect. No one dared to question his background anymore, as these two events were enough to prove that even if Qin Cha was a wanted fugitive, he had now risen to prominence. Amidst this sensational scene, Qin Cha remained remarkably composed. With his holy light eyes, he quickly discerned the identities of Fang and Luo. Looking at Luo Liuli and the others behind him, he had already pieced together the entire situation in his mind. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed seniors. I am just an ordinary person, and it is my honor to have you witness this." He greeted the three with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence and poise. Despite his rugged exterior, Qin Cha was meticulous and thoughtful. Since choosing not to hide his strength, he had anticipated this day. Facing these high-ranking officials, he wisely chose to extend goodwill. As expected, Fang Jinxing and Luo Changfeng were greatly impressed by Qin Cha's composure, and Xiao Yu nodded silently in agreement. The four of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the job transfer hall together. It wasn't until their figures disappeared from view that the crowd snapped out of their daze, erupting in exclamations. What the heck? So it wasn't because of the Kai family? This misunderstanding got out of hand. The Kai couple turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Just as they were about to help their son leave, Kai Kuen slowly regained consciousness. "Where's Qin Cha? Where is he?" he asked with a dark expression as soon as he opened his eyes. "Son, are you talking about that person just now? They've already gone inside." Kai's father replied with a slight cough. "Let's go. You can come back another day for the job transfer." "Another day? Why should I?" Kai Kuan shouted in anger. I'm an S-level professional, and he's just a worthless priest. Even if he knows important people, I want to show them who the real genius is. The crowd gasped at his words. What? That person, who even the city lord and president treated with such respect, is a priest. From what this Kai kid said, that person is still a student? Are you kidding me? That guy's as burly as a bear, and his fists are bigger than my head. How could he be a priest? Amidst the chatter, Kai Kuan broke free from his parents and stormed towards the job transfer hall. The Kai couple initially wanted to stop him, but then reconsidered there was no rule against their son going through the job transfer. And if he could gain a high evaluation, they might even establish connections with the city lord and President Luo. So, they followed him inside. Seeing this, others didn't want to miss the spectacle either and flooded into the hall. In the highest-ranking observation room of the job transfer institution, the two great figures, Luo Changfeng and Fang Jinqing, personally oversaw the trial to ensure Qin Cha's safety. Qin, today's trial is the most important event for you, Fang Jinqing said with a warm smile, a departure from his usual stern demeanor. We can talk later. Focus on what you need to do. Don't worry about us old folks. Indeed, Luo Changfeng agreed immediately, a glint in his eye. Once the trial is over, I have a nice place where we can have a good chat. Fang Jinqing glanced at him, thinking to himself, this old fox, trying to poach talent from me. But he didn't show any displeasure. Although both of them took the rumors about Qin Cha seriously, they still harbored some doubts. This trial was an opportunity to witness Qin Cha's true potential firsthand before deciding how much to invest in him. Qin Cha, fully aware, simply nodded without saying much. At this moment, a trial guide approached eagerly. Mr. Qin, the Shield Warrior Trial Starstone is ready. You can start any time. Qin Cha glanced at him indifferently. I'm a priest. That's right, you're a prize. What? You're a priest. The guide's expression froze, his eyes scanning Qin Cha in disbelief. Enough with the nonsense. He is indeed a priest, get on with it. Fang Jinqing barked, showing little patience for the guide. The guide hastily retreated, quickly preparing the priest trial starstone and leading Qin Cha to the trial ground. As soon as Qin Cha left, Kai Kuan stormed in furiously. Where's Qin Cha? I want to challenge him. Sensing Xiao Yu's cold glare, Kai Kuan was taken aback, quickly adopting a more respectful tone. Esteemed seniors, I mean no disrespect. Qin Cha wronged me before, and I want to use this trial as a chance to compete with him. Huh? Xiao Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. He bullied you? You think you're worthy? Fang Jinqing and Luo Changfeng couldn't be bothered to respond. Engaging with Kai Kuan would be beneath their status. Undeterred, Kai Kuan turned to the crowd, raising his voice deliberately. Today, I, Kai Kuan, unilaterally declare war on Qin Cha. He humiliated me before, and I can't let it go. For my trial, I've chosen the platinum level. I refuse to believe that someone in a rank profession can surpass me. Everyone, watch and see. With that, he headed straight to the summoner trial ground, leaving the Kai family and the others looking at each other in surprise. Idiot, Luo Lioli coldly remarked, her beautiful face shrouded in frost. If you want to humiliate yourself, I'll give you that chance. Everyone can watch this so-called competition. The crowd brightened at the prospect, ready to cheer, but Luo Lioli's sudden release of a powerful aura left them breathless. Don't get excited too soon, she warned sharply. Anyone invited by the Kai family who wants to watch must sign a confidentiality agreement. If any information leaks, all signatories will share the blame and face severe consequences. Decide for yourselves whether to go or not. Luo Lioli exhibited her commanding presence, her cold and elegant face showing an undeniable determination. Her voice was as icy as the frost. One person informs, and everyone will be punished. This statement was like a heavy hammer, causing the faces of everyone present to instantly turn pale. The Kai couple's legs went weak, and they had to lean against the wall to barely remain standing, their eyes filled with fear. What kind of trouble has our son gotten into? At that moment, Xiao Yu's melodious laughter broke the heavy atmosphere. She gently shook her head. Sister, don't speak so absolutely. Given the level of this incident, the resolution requires careful consideration. The words from the head of the Jinwu division provided a slight relief to the Kai couple and the relatives present, leading them to believe that Luo Lioli's harsh words were simply youthful bravado. However, Xiao Yu's subsequent words nearly suffocated them on the spot. Collective punishment? That's too simple. Xiao Yu's alluring face bore a dangerous smile. Let me add 2 points. First, any information regarding Qin Cha. If even half a word escapes your lips, the entire family will be guilty of treason. Second, any details about his trial results, processes, or any skills and abilities displayed during it if leaked, it will implicate 3 generations, and they will all pay the price. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her smile growing even more radiant. Make sure to remember that. The Kai couple could no longer support themselves and collapsed to the ground with a thud. They tried to get up but felt weak all over, continuously slipping down. Treason? Incriminating 3 generations? This was 100 times more terrifying than Luo Lioli's warning. Their son had the audacity to claim a conflict with such an entity? The Kai couple was left with nothing but despair. It's over. Our family is doomed. The dozen or so relatives present were already pale with fright, and some even considered turning to flee. However, Fang Jinxing and Luo Changfeng ignored them and walked straight towards the ceremonial hall, followed closely by Xiao Yu, Luo Lioli, and others. About 10 minutes later, the Kai parents, along with the group of relatives, entered the hall trembling with fear. They were worried about their son's safety and had no choice but to come. Although the others were initially scared out of their wits, they quickly realized that as long as they kept silent, nothing would happen, and witnessing such an extraordinary event was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The ceremonial hall was actually the largest conference room of the vocational institution, specially transformed for Luo, Fang, and Xiao. The entire layout resembled a cinema, with a giant screen at the front currently displaying the image of Qin Cha. A guide respectfully inquired. You should be familiar with the specifics of the trial process by now, correct? Qin Cha nodded in confirmation. He had thoroughly studied the rules of the first transition trial for professionals the night before. By focusing their mind on the trial star stone, they could be transported to the trial space and complete the corresponding battles according to the task prompts. All right. The guide's expression became serious. Since you are aware, there are a few regulations I must personally confirm. First, although the first transition trial allows for difficulty selection, death within it is real death, so please choose carefully. Secondly, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush the star stone fragment to leave the trial ground. This challenge will then be considered a failure. The guide's voice echoed clearly in the space. Thirdly, trial ratings are divided into ordinary, excellent, and perfect levels. Only by achieving a perfect rating can you receive the full attribute rewards for the respective difficulty. For instance, perfectly passing the gold level may earn you attributes that surpass those of a normal platinum completion. Remember, do not risk everything for vanity, as it may lead to lifelong regret. The guide intended to give Qin Cha some time to ponder, but Qin Cha nodded decisively. I understand. Let's begin. All right. The guide was slightly surprised and immediately initiated the trial. With the star stone's light flickering, Qin Sha's figure vanished instantly. In the hall, Fang Jinxing sat in the front row, a look of admiration on his face. The young man is confident, just like I was back in the day. Beside him, Luo Changfeng remained silent, only smiling slightly. Xiao Yu asked curiously, Uncle, Lord Fang, what difficulty do you think he'll choose? Luo Changfeng pondered for a moment. 3 years ago, a prodigy in Jiangzhou City shocked the world with a 9-star King's score. But although Qin Cha is exceptionally talented, choosing the priest profession limits him greatly. Passing the diamond rating would already be quite impressive. Diamond? Fang Jinxing mused. That sounds about right. You know, the king level difficulty is so high that no one has passed it for a whole year. Xiao Yu was about to agree when Luo Lioli suddenly spoke, her voice cold. King. What? The three turned in unison. Luo Lioli stared at the big screen, her sky blue eyes gleaming with certainty. He will choose the king level. Beyond the 5 seats in the back, the Kai family and others sat upright. The surrounding buzz of conversation was ongoing. Why is it only showing this guy's image on the screen? What about old Kai's son? Are you dumb? Old Kai's nothing. Why would he be shown here? What are those big shots in the front discussing? Probably guessing what difficulty this guy will choose. At least platinum level, right? No way, definitely diamond. Look at old Kai's son's scrawny frame. Even platinum would be a stretch. Sho, keep it down, old Kai's right here. The Kai couple listened to these discussions, their faces darkened, unable to lash out. They could only channel their resentment towards Qin Cha. This bastard came out of nowhere to steal my son's spotlight. Choosing diamond level? Hopefully, he'll die in there. At this moment, Qin Cha had entered a white, misty space. A virtual dialogue panel appeared in front of him. Official awakening and career change trial begins. Identity confirmation in progress. Profession confirmed. Trial participant is in the priest category. Please select difficulty: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king. Faced with these 6 options, Qin Sha's gaze was sharp, with no hesitation, his voice low and resolute. I choose king level. Ding. Difficulty selection complete. Current difficulty king level. Please follow the task prompts to complete the trial. King level. Qin Sha's choice instantly sparked a huge uproar. As soon as he confirmed it, the surrounding scene seemed to be outlined by an invisible hand, rapidly solidifying from nothingness. Outside the trial arena, the audience's reaction was even more intense. King level? Is this guy crazy? One wrong move, and it's a dead end. No one has dared to choose this level for over a year. A dozen professionals wore expressions of schadenfreude, as if watching someone doomed to die. The Kai couple couldn't hide their inner joy. Their previous worries vanished in an instant. Out of billions of people in this world, how many can pass the king level? Kai's father mocked in a low voice. He's either trying to show off, or he's just arrogant. Our Kuiner knows how to assess the situation. Kai's mother agreed, her eyes gleaming with pride. Luo Changfeng and Fang Jinxing exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. Although perfectly passing the diamond level could grant significant attribute boosts, the dangers and difficulty of the king level were simply too high. Xiao Yu also showed signs of concern. As someone who only dared to challenge the diamond level, she knew well what the king level entailed. The spectators at the job change institution shook their heads. Even the most arrogant newcomers wouldn't dare to joke around in the trial. Even the talented Kai Kuan only chose the platinum level. After all, the king level is a 1 in a billion difficulty. However, amid the voices of doubt, Luo Liuli, Xia Qing, and Xian Xian stood firmly by Qin Cha's side. You all have no idea how terrifying Qin Cha is, Luo Liuli said softly, her gaze sweeping over the skeptics around her. Xian Xian clenched her fists tightly, silently cheering Qin Cha on. Xia Qing was the most direct, turning around to snort at those behind her. Qin Cha, show them what you're made of? Make them too scared to laugh. Hearing this, Fang Jinxing looked at Luo Changfeng with a questioning glance. Captain Xia's daughter, Luo Changfeng explained with a smile. No wonder she's got such spirit, Fang Jinxing realized. By this time, the environment around Qin Cha had completely formed. He found himself standing atop a magnificent city wall, right above the city gate. This wall was more than 10 meters wide, stretching like a giant dragon lying on the ground, extending to the horizon. Most astonishingly, this grand wall was a real, tangible entity. Qin Cha activated the holy light eye to carefully observe, confirming that this was not an illusion. The battle scene before him made him chuckle in disbelief. It wasn't a valley, meadow, or water body as he had imagined, but a towering city wall. Is this going to be a showdown at the top of the Forbidden City? He muttered to himself. At that moment, Fang Jinxing, Luo Changfeng, Xiao Yu, and the staff at the job change center all showed expressions of shock. This kid must have done something wrong in a past life. They exchanged astonished glances. To encounter the hardest monster siege in a king-level trial. Wait, Luo Changfeng pondered. This difficulty might be related to his profession. After all, he might be the first priest in history to challenge the king mode, first transition trial. Now it depends on what level of teammates he gets. If they're diamond level, there might be a chance. Before he finished speaking, four beams of light suddenly flashed beside Qin Cha, and 3 weapon-wielding, expressionless dummies appeared in front of him. The system immediately displayed their attribute panels. Flame Mage, Bronze level, level 25, Strength 103, Stamina 145, Spirit 255, Agility 132. Assassin Bronze level, Shield Warrior, Bronze level. Qin Cha frowned in thought. All the guides he had studied said the trial was a unknown duel, so why were their teammates? Was this special to the King mode? But isn't King difficulty supposed to be harder? These attributes were worse than his level 0 helpers, unless. As he pondered, the system panel suddenly expanded. King level Priest Trial Mission, Monster Siege. Perfect completion standards. 1. Keep all 3 teammates' status above 90 throughout. 2. Maintain own status above 60. 3. Healing error rate not to exceed 10. 4. Healing cannot be interrupted more than 3 times. Note: the city gate cannot be breached once the siege begins. All items are disabled. Equipment is ineffective. Starting from King 1 star, withstand 100 waves. Monster level, quantity, and configuration increase with star level. Xiao Yu, looking at these stringent requirements, decisively said, Bronze level teammates? And only 3? This standard is impossible to meet. Fang Jinxing was furious. Damn it, this is a death sentence. Who wouldn't turn around and leave? Leading 3 useless teammates with such strict conditions. Hope is bleak. Luo Changfeng could only sigh. Luo Liuli and the others wore worried expressions, and the scene was in an uproar. With this difficulty, even if the god of priests were reborn, they couldn't pass. Kai's mother was overjoyed. Kai's father was so excited that his face turned red, slamming the table. If he can pass, I'll eat his crap. However much he produces, I'll eat it all. Qin Cha was completely unaware of the frenzy his trial's difficulty had caused in the outside world. To him, this standard was indeed challenging, but only for ordinary people. He flashed a confident smile. So long as there were no restrictions on healing overflow, any difficulty could be managed. The siege begins. With the system's prompt, the thick city walls shook violently, emitting a deep thud, 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 thud sound. The eyes of his 3 dummy teammates gradually lit up with spirit. Despite their poor stats, they possessed combat experience and execution skills fitting their level. The 3 of them stared intently at Qin Cha, awaiting his command. Qin Cha silently walked to the edge of the city wall. On the distant horizon, a dark line was rapidly spreading. In just 30 seconds, that black line had traversed several kilometers and was now only 500 meters from the wall. Hiss! Behind the observing Kai family couple, a dozen professionals gasped. The apocalyptic scene before them was terrifying. At least 100 densely packed monsters were approaching. This wasn't just a king-level difficulty, it was a death sentence. Why is this kid still dawdling? This half-minute is the best time to devise a strategy. Kai's mother exclaimed in confusion. Kai's father sneered. Humph, he's probably scared stiff. They weren't the only ones who thought this. Even Luo, Fong, and Xiao in the front were worried for Qin Cha. The monster horde was already entering the mage's attack range, yet Qin Cha remained motionless. Was he planning to rely on the city gate for defense? If the gate was damaged, it would mean immediate failure. Just as Xiao Yu was about to speak, the monsters closed in to 50 meters. At this distance, not only could they see the gray fur and fangs in the monsters' blood-filled mouths, but they could also smell the stench emanating from them. At that moment, Qin Cha moved. Everyone, get down there and fight. He leapt forward, his booming voice like thunder. I have only one command. Don't stray more than 10 meters from me. Now, unleash your fury. Boom. Everyone outside was stunned. Was this what he called a strategy? No consideration for teamwork, no emphasis on positioning, the only requirement being to stay within 10 meters? With 3 of the weakest bronze teammates, what exactly was he planning to do? Qin Sha's massive figure descended like a meteor, crashing outside the city walls with a thunderous impact, sending dust billowing into the sky. The ground caved in, forming a vast crater, and he emerged slowly from the haze, his expression stern and his eyes as cold as ice. What does it matter if he has no equipment? What if his teammates are mere novices? What can hundreds of monsters do to him? He stood there like a war god, his muscles bulging, every inch of his form radiating explosive power. As he slowly clenched his fists, blinding lightning burst forth from his palms, silver arcs wrapping around his arms like serpents, crackling sharply. 10 meters away, the beast horde roared forward. Leading the charge were 10 iron-backed wolves, their blood-red eyes filled with a bloodthirsty frenzy, jaws open wide as they leaped. Behind them stretched an endless swarm of monsters. Qin Cha remained unmoved, as imposing as a mountain, exuding a suffocating aura. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. He's a support class, yet he's at the forefront, someone exclaimed in disbelief. All the spectators were left speechless by the scene before them. They couldn't comprehend the source of the lightning on Qin Sha's arms, couldn't imagine how a cleric could exude such terrifying presence, and couldn't fathom the immense courage he needed to face the beast horde alone. A surge of adrenaline raced through everyone, compelling them to clench their fists. Regardless of their previous opinions of Qin Cha, they were all captivated by his spirit now. Boom. His iron fist, enveloped in blue lightning, tore through the sky, leaving a dazzling trail in the air. The first punch struck a level 25 monster's head, shattering it instantly. Blood splattered, and the scent of iron filled the air, inciting the ferocity of all the monsters. The beast horde lunged forward, and Qin Sha's response was only with his fists. Boom, 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 boom. Each of his strikes was as swift as lightning, ruthless and unrelenting. His towering figure became the most prominent marker on the battlefield, leaving a wake of blood mist, like a blossoming flower of death. Damn. This can't be real. Is he really a cleric? This is insane. What the hell is going on? Even experts like Fang Jinxing, Xiao Yu, and Luo Changfeng were left dumbfounded. What is the courage to stand alone against thousands? What is the power to swallow mountains and rivers? What is the strength to hold a pass against an army? The answer was right in front of them. Slaying countless beasts with iron fists, the scent of blood still lingered. At that moment, everyone had only one thought. A war god. This is a true war god. Oh my gosh. I'm on fire. The audience erupted with exclamations. The Kai couple and their entourage of a dozen people could no longer contain themselves, jumping up from their seats and locking their eyes on the agile figure in the arena. They completely ignored the 3 prominent figures seated in the front row, shouting in excitement to express their inner shock. Are you sure this is a first-tier priest? Not a max-level war god showing off. Oh my, what kind of insane skill is this? I've never seen anything like it. 1 punch per monster. Is this really a healer? Did the job center make a mistake? Even the 3 in the front row, including Luo Changfeng, were taken aback. The scene before them left them utterly speechless. Monsters at level 25 were being obliterated by Qin Cha, as if they were made of paper. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Jinxing's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, and even Luo Changfeng couldn't resist teasing. Lord Fang, you've never been this impressive, have you? Hey, don't say it out loud. Fang Jinxing turned his head, glaring angrily. Although there were only a few dozen people present, all of them were of significant stature. Besides the prominent status of Fang Jinxing and his companions, the job center staff, the Kai couple, and their friends and family were all formidable figures over level 70. The fact that Qin Sha's performance could leave such experienced individuals so flustered spoke volumes about his astonishing display. Even Luo Liuli, Xia Qing, and Xian Xian, who had great confidence in him, were left dumbfounded. Xia Qing stared intently at the formidable figure in the arena, watching as Qin Sha's fists, wrapped in lightning, took down one monster after another. In a short amount of time, over 30 monsters had fallen to his punches. At this moment, the 3 dummy teammates had just descended from the city wall. Lacking human emotions, They mechanically followed orders. By the time they began their attacks, the number of fallen monsters had doubled. On the battlefield, 50 to 60 monsters frantically tried to break through, aiming to destroy the city gate. But Qin Cha stood like a human wall, blocking them completely. His attacks were not only powerful, but also lightning fast. Against these monsters with a combined stat total of less than 2,000, he handled them with ease. Each strike of lightning extended a meter long, and while it wasn't as powerful as his direct attacks, it was more than enough to handle these small monsters. Blood splattered, and flesh flew, with no monster able to breach his defense. Fireball, backstab, shield bash. The belated attacks from the three teammates rang out in succession. But by then, Qin Cha was already surrounded by a sea of corpses. 10 seconds later, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. The three dummy teammates looked around in bewilderment, searching for any surviving monsters, only to see scattered remains. The most surprising part was that not a single monster had managed to touch them. Qin Cha didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. As a priest, protecting his teammates was his duty. His belief was simple: strike hard once to avoid 100 future punches. By saving his teammates with his fists, as long as he killed fast enough, his teammates would never get hurt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of white light appeared, clearing away the scattered corpses. Qin Cha snapped back to reality, releasing his clenched fists as the violent, thunderous energy gradually dissipated. He frowned at the battlefield before him, a hint of regret in his voice. Is it over already? And these monsters don't even give experience or drop loot. What a pity. The crowd watching from the outside fell into an absurd silence. They had been awestruck by Qin Cha's terrifying display of power, but after hearing his words, their expressions turned remarkably complex. This is indeed the king-level trial, right? Someone instinctively rubbed their eyes. Can someone slap me? I think I'm dreaming. Wanting experience and loot from a trial? Does he think this is a dungeon run? Another person couldn't help but mock. Everyone else is praying for fewer monsters, and he's complaining it's not enough. Over 100 monsters of the same level, someone counted on their fingers. It took less than 2 minutes in total, averaging 1 monster per second. The time it took for the monsters to appear was longer than the time it took to kill them. I'm convinced, a spectator lamented, slapping their thigh. I thought he was scared stiff before, but now I see I'm the real fool. Xiao Yu looked at the battlefield, full of emotion. Who on earth is this guy? As a priest, he passed the king-level trial without casting a single healing spell. It's ridiculous. Indeed, from start to finish, Qin Cha hadn't used any healing skills. The three dummy teammates, which should have been the trial's biggest challenge, were rendered irrelevant when his fists began to glow, shattering all established rules. Luo Changfeng shook his head bitterly. A priest? What kind of priest is this? A priest, my foot. Fang Zhenxing cursed outright. He's stronger than me, a shield warrior. Back in the day, I couldn't withstand these monsters, and here he is, not only slaughtering over 100 of them alone, but also suppressing them completely. This level of battlefield control is insane, and his combat awareness is even more impressive. These monsters couldn't even push him to show his true strength. The leadership at the Job Change Center exchanged complex glances. Someone couldn't help but think to themselves, these monsters? Over 100 level 25 monsters in the King's Trial are being called trash? City Lord, aren't you getting a bit carried away? Don't forget, you didn't even have the courage to challenge these trash yourself back then, opting directly for the diamond difficulty. Fang Zhenxing seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words and quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. I mean, in front of Qin Cha, these monsters are trash. As soon as he said it, he paused. Damn, isn't that basically saying I'm not even as good as trash? Under normal circumstances, such self-deprecation would elicit a wave of laughter. But at this moment, no one could laugh. Everyone was questioning themselves. In front of Qin Cha, what are we? Even the S-level genius Luo Liuli came to the same conclusion, not even as good as trash. He was an all-around prodigy. And the most unbelievable thing was that his profession was supposed to be healing. The Kai couple snapped back to reality, their faces turning ashen with cold sweat streaming down. Their faces stung with embarrassment, but they couldn't care less about that now, as fear had completely consumed them. However, at this moment, Qin Cha didn't even know who they were. As the King Level 1-star trial concluded, the evaluation screen slowly unfolded before Qin Cha. Everyone outside held their breath, anxiously awaiting the final result. Fang Zhenxing squinted, voicing the question on everyone's minds. After all, it's a priest's first trial. Although his combat power is terrifying, he didn't use any healing throughout. Will this affect his score? All eyes were on Qin Cha. What kind of evaluation would he receive? Everyone was staring intently at the screen. Qin Cha stood still, his fingers slightly curled. Even though no one mentioned the requirements for the treatment, he still felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, the light flickered, and a new screen replaced the previous panel. The words "trial evaluation" appeared clearly, followed by a result that left everyone holding their breath. Perfect level. A rainbow of lights swirled through the hall, with the words "perfect level" radiating a dreamy glow. The entire hall fell silent, as if time had stopped. This wasn't an ordinary perfect level. It was a perfect level evaluation in the King mode trial. The crowd's reaction was unusually calm, yet there was an undeniable complexity in the air. It was like witnessing someone win a 5 billion jackpotan achievement beyond imagination, realized before their eyes. What was even more impressive was that this achievement came from a genuine display of skill. The expressions of Luo Changfeng and the others were equally intriguing. Fang Jinxing was the first to break the silence, smiling wryly as he touched his graying temples. I'm getting old. I used to think I could still compete, but now it seems like the younger generation is surpassing us. In front of him, we old folks shouldn't call ourselves the predecessors. Luo Changfeng nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. They had all been brilliant talents in their own right, but in front of Qin Cha, their past glories seemed to fade. What do you think? How many stars will he ultimately get? Luo Changfeng suddenly asked. This question prompted everyone to ponder. What was once considered an almost impossible King mode challenge was conquered by Qin Cha in just 3 minutes. 15 stars, maybe. Fang Jinxing sighed. The name Jinxing feels wasted now. He should surpass the one from 3 years ago, at least 20 stars, Xiao Yu cautiously estimated. He will definitely become a 100-star king. Xia Qing suddenly blurted out, her eyes shining. Qin Sha is the king in my heart. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall was silent for about 5 seconds. Realizing what she had said, Xia Qing blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Fortunately, no one teased her. Luo Lioli spoke up at the right moment to break the awkwardness. 100 stars might be a stretch, but getting 40 shouldn't be a problem. 40 stars? Lioli, aren't you overestimating him? Xiao Yu frowned at Lioli, her tone filled with disbelief. Although Qin Sha's strength was indeed extraordinary, only a handful of people had reached the level of a 100-star king in the past century. Even with the sudden surge in hidden professions 3 years ago, the 30-star king remained an insurmountable barrier. Despite witnessing Qin Sha's breathtaking power, people still couldn't believe he could reach the 40-star king level. This wasn't due to ignorance. It was because they maintained a rational judgment. Why don't you believe he can become a 40-star king? I think he's already unbelievably strong, someone whispered in the crowd. The person next to them sneered and explained, it's simple. Let me give you an analogy. If someone says they can eat charcoal, you might believe them. Say they can eat lava, and you might be skeptical. But if they claim they can swallow the sun, what would you do? Without waiting for a response, he continued. You'd probably call them crazy, give them $20 to take bus 28 to the hospital's psychiatric department, or suggest they go straight to the crematorium to be reincarnated. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at the screen. This guy is indeed impressive, but a 100-star king is just a legend. 30 stars are already the limit. Limit? The crowd murmured, deep in thought. At that moment, Qin Sha clearly scoffed at the so-called limit. Before coming here, the internet buzzed that 30 stars were nearly the limit for professionals, but he never agreed with that notion. If there truly is a limit in this world, it will be set by me. Qin Sha's eyes burned with determination as he gazed into the distance. Other people's limits might not even reach my baseline. Only my limits are worthy of being called humanity's limits. He continued to stand alone at the forefront, not retreating to the city walls. Boom. The deafening roar of the world sounded again as the 2-star king challenge approached. This time, only around 50 enemies appeared, fewer than the previous 100-plus beasts, but each was a 2 to 3 turtle armored elephant, several times larger than the previous wolves, tigers, and leopards. The elephant's iron hooves trampled the ground, leaving it fractured. They resembled elite cavalry, their sharp tusks glistening menacingly in the sunlight. Facing such a formation, Qin Sha uttered just one command. Everyone, behind me, attack with all your might. Crack! Lightning flashed, and an iron fist shot across the sky. Qin Sha's aura shifted instantly from extreme calm to extreme ferocity and madness. His exaggerated muscle lines, his robust physique, seemed born for this moment of battle. A priest? So what if I'm a priest? Who says priests can only hide in the back? Who says priests can't kill enemies? Confronted with the spear-like sharp tusks, Qin Sha let out a thunderous roar and smashed his iron fist forward. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning surged wildly, and armored elephants were sent flying. A monumental slaughter unfolded. In the next half hour, everyone in the outer hall finally witnessed what it truly meant to be a frenzied battle saint priest. Wow! The hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. Everyone stared intently at the screen, where a figure stood like a war god, their shock evident. 29 waves. It's a miracle, someone exclaimed. Indeed, facing 29 increasingly powerful waves of monsters, that figure remained steadfast, not retreating a single step. Even more incredible was that while his 3 dummy teammates were out of mana, he seemed like a perpetual motion machine, continuously unleashing his formidable lightning skills without using a single healing spell. Perfect ratings appeared one after another, with 29 stars shining brilliantly. Qin Cha's performance had surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving them in a state of stunned disbelief. Is he really a priest? Xiao Yu murmured, eyes full of confusion. Fang Jinxing said gravely. At this rate, he might actually earn the title of 40-star king. The key is the next wave, Luo Changfeng said, focused on the screen. The difficulty of the 30th wave will definitely escalate. Luo Lioli's eyes sparkled with anticipation as Qin Cha, expressionless, shifted from his combat stance. The system notifications soon chimed. King's rating of 29 stars achieved perfect. This outcome was within Qin Cha's expectations. From the initial ordinary monsters to the current 15 level 25 elite monsters, what might be a nightmare for others was merely a warm-up for him. Suddenly, the system notifications sounded again. The 30th wave of siege beasts has descended. In the distant sky, a massive figure began to take shape. As the colossal creature, 5 to 6 meters tall and weighing thousands of pounds, appeared 100 meters away, the system immediately provided detailed information. Hell Bull Golden Boss. Level, 25. Attributes, Strength 664, Stamina 884, Spirit 324, Agility 345. Skills, Hellfire, Bull Charge, Battle Roar, Flame Armor, Earth Stomp. Characteristics, extremely aggressive creature from Hell. Weakness, slow speed. This is a death sentence. The audience erupted in disbelief. A golden boss plus 8 elite monsters, who can withstand that? Even if Qin Cha is strong, he can't possibly protect all 3 teammates at once. He's not a shield warrior. He doesn't have taunt skills. Yet, as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Qin Cha suddenly changed his defensive strategy and charged towards the terrifying boss. This bold move caused the audience to gasp in shock, exclaiming, "That's insane." Wow! 3 exclamations rang out simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Qin Cha charged like an arrow towards the boss, whose hooves were engulfed in hellfire. Without any fancy moves, he delivered a powerful straight punch. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed like thunder, causing everyone present to instinctively clamp their mouths shut. In the next moment, Qin Cha's fist, wrapped in deep blue lightning, smashed heavily onto the massive head of the hellish bull. Moo! A piercing wail filled the hall. The 3 teammates behind Qin Cha were thrown off balance by the sound, stumbling around like headless chickens. But he didn't spare them a glance, as the hellish bull's wail abruptly stopped, and its enormous body exploded, splattering blood all over the floor. With undiminished killing intent, Qin Cha's gaze locked onto the remaining 8 elite monsters. Boom, boom, boom. A few punches later, all the elite monsters were slain. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including Xiao Yu and Luo Changfeng, was speechless. They thought they knew Qin Cha well, but now they realized how wrong they were. The golden boss was taken down in an instant? Who was the real boss here? Fang Jinxing's expression was extremely complicated. A 40-star king? Clearly, he was beyond that level. What is Qin doing? Xian suddenly exclaimed. Everyone snapped back to reality and saw Qin Cha leading his 3 teammates forward. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Even the staff at the job change office were dumbfounded. Is he thinking the monsters are too slow and going to find them himself? Someone muttered. This made everyone present feel dizzy. Is this still a monster siege? It seems more like a counterattack on the monster's lair. Indeed, that was exactly what Qin Cha was thinking. A golden boss is nothing, gone with one punch. This is a waste of time. I need to finish quickly to get the 200% attribute bonus of a 100-star king. I'm eager for those god-level rewards. With this thought, he led his 3 teammates to the edge of the map. Just then, a new wave of monsters spawned. Those grotesque creatures appeared in the white light, and before they could charge forward, they saw Qin Cha and his team. If these monsters had intelligence, they would surely wonder, why are the defenders here? But they had no time to think, as Qin Cha dove into them like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. Wave 31, Wave 32, Wave 43, Wave 58. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed continuously as Qin Cha advanced with astonishing efficiency, pushing everyone's understanding to the limit. The 60th wave. A new record. The first person in history. This is a miracle. This is divine. Everyone in the hall felt a chill down their spines and stood up involuntarily, collectively witnessing this miracle. Unprecedented. A groundbreaking moment. The hall erupted in exclamations. Besides the Kai couple, who were already slumped in their seats, everyone else spontaneously stood up. Their eyes were filled with awe, shock, and excitement, fixated on the fierce figure of Qin Cha on the big screen. Even the professionals brought by the Kai couple were no exception. They knew this day would be recorded in history, and the figure on the screen would become a deity they would look up to. As for the Kai couple, it wasn't that they were composed enough to remain seated. They had fainted from shock the moment Qin Cha's punch instantly defeated the golden boss. The 60th wave. Fang Jinxing's face was flushed, his voice hoarse with excitement. Survive this wave. and he'll become a 60-star king, the Celestial King. There are fewer than 3 Celestial Kings in the world today, each one a pinnacle of humanity, a true top-tier existence. Upon hearing the title Celestial King, everyone present couldn't help but shiver, their eyes gleaming with desire. This was not only a symbol of strength, but also of supreme honor. Boom! The ground shook violently, and amidst the blinding white light, 50 skeletal mages suddenly appeared. Each of these skeletal mages wielded a staff, surrounded by a dense aura of necromancy. Even more terrifying was the presence of a menacing bone dragon, Aberrus, leading the skeletal army, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Bone Dragon Aberrus. Level, Platinum Boss. Attributes, Strength 25, Stamina 3142, Spirit 1965, Agility 2121, Skill 1108. Skills, Dragon's Might, Fierce Strike, Black Flame Dragon Breath, Summon Skeletons. Description, a dragon from the beautiful country that absorbed necromantic energy after death, becoming a bone dragon, ferocious beyond measure. Weakness, Holy Light can deal massive damage. Holy crap, it's a bone dragon, gasped the audience, everyone feeling a chill for Qin Cha. A damn platinum boss, with 50 elite skeletal mages, this is brutal. Don't worry, have faith in Qin Cha. He can work miracles. But this wave is more than 5 times tougher than the 59th. And they're all mages. Even if Qin Cha can withstand them, what about his teammates? This realization snapped everyone back to reality. They had been so mesmerized by Qin Cha's formidable display that they completely forgot about the 3 dummy teammates. Qin Cha is a priest, not a warrior, and the mission's success is based on the survival of his teammates. At this moment, Luo Lioli spoke firmly. It's okay, Qin Cha will find a way. He's stronger than I imagined. She had initially believed Qin Cha could become a 60-star king, but now she had even greater confidence, as if he could go even further. What way could he possibly have? Everyone's curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Qin Cha had also assessed the bone dragon's attributes and the skeletal mages. A cold smile tugged at his lips. A bone dragon? Just a big lizard from the beautiful country daring to call itself a dragon? In front of us Chinese, you mongrel hybrid, dare to act so arrogantly. Roar! The bone dragon seemed to understand Qin Cha's provocation. Its crimson eyes suddenly emitted a blinding light, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar was like a summons from the depths of hell, causing the very air to tremble. With a mighty flap of its skeletal wings, the dragon soared into the sky, diving down towards Qin Cha from above. At the same time, the group of skeleton mages raised their staffs in unison, weaving dozens of black beams into a net in the air, exuding a strong aura of malevolence as they pressed down on Qin Cha. A deluge of dark necromantic magic rained down, shrouding the entire sky. In midair, the bone dragon steadied itself, its massive jaw slowly opening. A mass of black flames gathered deep in its throat. In the next moment, a terrifying jet of black dragon fire erupted, warping the air and scorching deep gouges into the ground below. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Among them, Luo Lioli, Xia Qing, and Xin couldn't help but think. If they encountered such a monster at their current level, they wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. They would be doomed to perish in the inferno. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Qin Cha remained unmoved, his gaze calmly fixed on the black flames roaring towards him. Just as the necromantic spells and dragon fire were about to engulf the area, he slowly raised his left hand. Gone was the blue lightning that once danced across his palm, replaced by a pure golden glow. A cry of surprise rose from the crowd. It's healing magic. But many were filled with concern. How could mere healing magic withstand such a fierce attack? Moreover, Qin Cha had 3 teammates behind him who needed protection. As the golden light burst forth, a thick golden chain extended from Qin Cha's hand, instantly wrapping around the massive body of the bone dragon. The chain then split into 3, each connecting to one of his 3 teammates. This was the divine punishment chain, capable of converting damage inflicted on one target into healing for others. Qin Cha's left hand radiated with sacred light once more, as concentrated beams of healing energy bombarded the bone dragon like a barrage. The intense pain made the bone dragon let out a harrowing scream, its massive body plummeting from the sky. However, by this time, the overwhelming necromantic magic and the black dragon fire had already descended, completely engulfing Qin Cha and his 3 companions in a terrifying storm of energy. Explosions echoed in succession, and the area within several dozen meters was utterly consumed by the dragon's breath. Luo Lioli gritted her teeth, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. Can they really withstand this? Qin Cha's battle was incredibly swift, leaving everyone dazzled. On the battlefield, a sudden chain appeared, followed by a golden thread of healing magic cast by Qin Cha on the bone dragon, until the raging black flames completely engulfed the battlefield. Qin Cha and his 3 teammates vanished instantly within the sea of fire. This Gasps erupted from the back. Xiao Yu's face was filled with concern, while Luo Changfeng frowned deeply, murmuring, "Not sure. Let's keep watching." "What are we watching for?" Fang Zhenxing couldn't hold back any longer. "We need to find a way to get him out of there. He's a star king, a genius seen once in a century. If he were a few years older than me, I'd acknowledge him as my father right here and now. He can't come to harm." This statement resonated with everyone present, not just because of Fang Zhenxing's status as a city lord, but who wouldn't want a star king as a father? That's a blessing one couldn't achieve in dozens of lifetimes. Luo Changfeng coughed twice, trying to change the subject. Ahem. Zhenxing, mind the occasion. Once the trial begins, no one can intervene except him. Before he could finish, the scene suddenly changed. From the black sea of fire, a majestic figure strode out. Qin Cha was enveloped in a holy light, like an embodiment of brightness, especially his eyes which shone with endless authority in the dark flames. In that half hour, the damage Qin Cha caused was immeasurable. But what was even more astonishing was that he was followed by 3 perfectly intact dummy teammates. A golden chain of light linked them together, and the overwhelming vitality even pushed back the black flames. My God, what kind of divine healing is this? Is this still a priest? This is like having cheat codes. Having a priest like this in the team is like having several extra lives. The hall erupted in excitement. If Qin Sha's earlier display of combat power was shocking, his current demonstration of healing ability left everyone in a frenzy of desire. After all, who doesn't know the importance of a strong priest in a team? Even the weakest dummy could emerge unscathed from a lethal strike by a platinum boss. This level of healing ability was truly unparalleled. Unaware of the external shock and commotion, Qin Sha felt that from the moment he stepped out of the sea of fire, the outcome was already decided. The effect of the divine punishment chain was too terrifying. As long as the dummies had a breath left, they could be instantly restored to full health under his healing. Facing the bone dragon and skeleton mage, Qin Sha chose not to engage in melee combat. Instead, he unleashed the benevolent power of the holy light. His hands erupted with dazzling golden light, sending cascades of healing beams pouring forth like a waterfall. In just 50 seconds, the massive bone dragon and skeleton mage shattered into piles of bones under the illumination of the holy light, unable to resist. Wave 60 cleared. Star King achieved. From this wave onward, only undead and demon-type monsters flooded in. These fearsome creatures appeared to Qin Sha as nothing more than prey. At this moment, his healing spells demonstrated astonishing offensive power, perfectly embodying the concept of a magical machine gun. Golden beams shot out rapidly from his palms, with dozens of holy light rays being emitted every second, creating a breathtaking scene. Amidst the chaotic battle, Qin Sha not only harvested enemies with holy light, but also ensured the safety of his 3 teammates. Every time a long-range spell was about to strike a teammate, his healing would already be delivered precisely. Wow, his prediction is spot on. He's fighting off a dozen succubi and still saving people? Does this skill have no cooldown? How high are his mental attributes? His mana is practically limitless. Healing with one hand, attacking with the other. How is this even human? Exclamations of astonishment filled the hall. Xian watched in awe, gaining valuable insights with each healing cast. Luo Changfeng and his companions were equally amazed, fully understanding the significance of such a powerful healer. This guy is incredible. No wonder he's the Star King. Fang Zhenxing exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Star King. Luo Changfeng shook his head. He's already the Supreme King now. What? Xiao Yu pursed her lips and said, That's right. It's already the 91st wave. This news caused the usually composed Fang Zhenxing to tremble all over. As an 85th level Mountain Shield warrior, he had never lost his composure like this before. 91 waves? So fast. Could he really challenge the legendary Peak King? Meanwhile, in the Summoner's Trial realm, Kai Kuan was commanding his 3-ma-turtle, Big Chicken, to deal with a few crimson flame crabs. Kunkin, kill them. Use chicken, you are so beautiful. After a chaotic struggle, he finally completed 90% of the task, smugly imagining himself stepping over Qin Sha. However, at this moment, Qin Sha was already facing the final wave of the king-level trial under the awe-filled gazes of everyone. The 100th wave. When the towering white light appeared and the terrifying monster army emerged, everyone stood up abruptly. Even the usually composed Luo Changfeng, along with Qin Sha's most trusted allies Luo Liuli and Xia Qing, widened their eyes and shook their heads frantically. This is a death trap. This final challenge is impossible for anyone to overcome. Not even Qin Sha. As the 100th wave of monsters arrived, the white light faded, revealing a breathtaking scene before everyone. The space was filled with the massive forms of dragons, with 130 colossal beasts occupying the area, each one a true BOS-level entity. The skeletal dragon's bare bones glinted with a chilling light. The flame dragons were wreathed in blazing fire. The ice dragons exuded an intense cold, and the wyvern's wings whipped up fierce winds. Their sizes were astounding, with even the smallest standing several meters tall and their wingspans easily reaching over 10 meters. This was clearly a simplified version of the United States level 120 dungeon, Dragon Legion. This is impossible. Luo Changfeng, usually composed, shouted in disbelief. Even Luo Lioli, who had the utmost faith in Qin Cha, now showed a look of despair. Fang Jinxing gritted his teeth. We all expected the final challenge to be tough, but who could have imagined it would be this difficult? Even a level 75 third-tier powerhouse might not be able to clear it. Xiaoyu shook her head and sighed. This is simply a dead end. However, faced with this uniform army of gold-level bosses, Qin Cha merely squinted slightly. Of course, he had to admit that witnessing so many dragons was indeed astonishing. Not only were they numerous, but they were also the pride of the United States, revered as the most noble of bloodlines. Especially the ice dragon at the back of the formation, which was particularly intimidating. This behemoth stood over 10 meters tall, with a wingspan reaching 40 to 50 meters, its entire body like an ice sculpture, and its icy blue eyes exuded an air of supreme authority. Its attributes were astounding. Frost Dragon Diamond Boss. Strength 2341, Stamina 3216, Spirit 4582, Agility 2815. Skills: Frost Breath, Ice Storm, Dragon's Might, Sweep, Extreme Ice Domain, Frost Heritage. This was Qin Sha's first encounter with a diamond-level boss, and its attributes were on par with his own. Yet, instead of fear, a cold smile appeared on Qin Sha's face. Dragons? Diamonds? Nothing will stop me from moving forward. So-called diamond bosses are merely stepping stones for me. Boom. As he finished speaking, his fists erupted with deep blue lightning. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Divine skill, Compassionate Heart has been upgraded to LV2. The skill Compassionate Divine has been upgraded to level 2, significantly enhancing both its active and passive effects. The passive effect not only increases the storage capacity to 40, but also transforms from a purely healing ability into a comprehensive offensive and defensive skill. It can now convert damage dealt and received by the host into stored holy light, maintaining its effect for 60 minutes. The active skill Divine Punishment allows the stored holy light to be unleashed, capable of both healing allies and inflicting devastating damage on enemies. Qin Sha gazed at the skill panel, a fervent smile playing on his lips. This ability, already considered godlike, has surpassed its limits at level 2. His gaze was sharp, piercing the battlefield, targeting the majestic frost dragon at the rear of the Dragon Legion. Divine Punishment, Qin Sha murmured, his eyes gleaming with a wild fighting spirit. Today, let it witness the mightiest strike. Follow me, and together we'll slay 100 dragons and forge a legend. Observers outside the battlefield gasped in shock. Someone exclaimed, is he crazy? That's 130 BOS level dragons. Before the words were even finished, Qin Sha had already made his move. Boom. With over 5,900 points of power unleashed and a terrifying speed of over 3,600, Qin Sha shot forward like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged into the dragon horde. With each step, the ground cracked beneath him, his presence as commanding as an emperor on the battlefield. The frost dragon looked down from above, a hint of disdain in its ice-blue eyes. It let out a thunderous roar, issuing a command. Instantly, over 100 dragons roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Their golden eyes turned blood red, and various skills burst like fireworks across the sky, their dragon might sweeping in all directions. The terrifying scene made spectators pale, with many legs turning to jelly, and some even losing control of their bladders. Yet Qin Sha remained expressionless, his aura soaring into the sky. Die! With a powerful shout, Qin Sha swung a heavy fist wrapped in lightning. The incoming spells and dragon breaths exploded before him. Wherever his fist pointed, dozens of dragons shattered instantly. Bright holy light streamed into his left palm, perfectly triggering the passive effect of Compassionate Divine. Enough! Taking advantage of the dragon's delayed reaction, Qin Sha suddenly leaped. The ground shattered beneath him as he soared into the air, looking down upon the dragon horde from above. Divine Punishment Light. Qin Sha's expression was calm as he uttered a low command. As the words Divine Descent appeared, Qin Sha's aura surged once more. The pressure he exuded was like that of an ancient god of war descending upon the world, instantly turning the sky into a brilliant white, while the winds and clouds swirled chaotically above. Qin Sha's fists were still enveloped in terrifying lightning, but his eyes had transformed into a pure platinum hue. The lightning in his left hand gradually faded, replaced by a tangible holy light that spread from his palm. This light was so pure that it inspired a sense of reverence and awe. Behind him, an endless radiance coalesced into a pair of magnificent wings, their splendor far surpassing that of the legendary seraphim. Light. Qin Sha spoke with a detached tone, his voice shifting from soft to thunderous, resonating through the holy light and echoing across the entire space. This single word, imbued with supreme authority, seemed to be the voice of the heavens, compelling all of creation to submit. Thud, thud, thud. With just that word, the dragons in the sky fell like rain. Out of over 100 dragons, nearly half lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Even the diamond-class frost dragon struggled to hold its ground, gazing up in disbelief at the divine figure. At that moment, Qin Cha gently waved his left hand, as if swatting away a mere fly. "Purify all things," he murmured. The terrifying holy light instantly solidified into a tangible chain, tracing a crescent arc through the air and sweeping across hundreds of meters. This strike harnessed 30% of the damage Qin Cha had stored before his upgrade, combined with the power to instantly vanquish dozens of dragons after his upgrade, creating a force of unimaginable might. All witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Wherever the platinum light passed, the fearsome dragons dissolved like melting snow, unable to even scream. The holy light was a consuming wave, bringing equality to all it touched. Even the colossal diamond boss frost dragon was not spared, engulfed completely by the light. With a single gesture, from where Qin Cha stood, the ground for hundreds of meters around and stretching for thousands more was scoured 5 meters deep by the holy light, the surface polished smooth as glass. Over 100 golden dragons and the diamond dragon vanished in an instant, leaving not a trace. The dense holy energy rose from the ground, turning the world into a realm of white, akin to a divine kingdom. In that moment, every observer was struck with awe, speechless and transfixed by the figure slowly descending from the sky. Thud! A level 70-plus practitioner fell to their knees in front of the screen, lips trembling with genuine reverence. This is the shepherd god. The voice boomed like thunder, instantly shattering the silence of the scene. The atmosphere in the hall erupted from quiet to explosive in a heartbeat. Over 100 bosses, including the proud dragons, were all taken down in a single move. The audience's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the spectacle unfold. One move to clear the screen? That's impossible. Could it be a forbidden spell? No. Forbidden spells require a 4th turn level 100, and he's only 1st turn. My god, I almost forgot this is still a 1st turn trial. Voices of shock echoed throughout. Some were pale-faced, others had trembling hands, but most were filled with excitement, their entire bodies trembling with exhilaration. A genius. A true prodigious talent. The first Peak King is actually one of our own from Huaxia. Look at that, taking down the dragons from that showy country like they're nothing. How satisfying. This is the strength of Huaxia, showing those who boast all the time what we are capable of. The staff at the job transfer institution and the members of the Kai family were in complete uproar. Luo Lioli, Xiaqing, and Xianxian blushed with excitement. The Peak 100-star king, it's really happened. Xiaqing jumped up like a starstruck fan, gazing adoringly at Qin Cha, who was bathed in holy light. Brother Qin is so strong. From now on, he's my idol. Xianxian clasped her hands over her heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As a fellow priest, she could fully appreciate the impact of that move. Luo Lioli didn't say a word, but her blossoming smile said it all. Luo Chongfeng's face was flushed with excitement, envisioning the limitless possibilities of Qin Cha's future. He discreetly observed his daughter, already making plans. Such a talent, whether as a son-in-law or something else, must be secured. The first to break new ground, taking down over 100 bosses in one move, including diamond level, once the real boss. Xiao Yu marveled, her enchanting face full of awe. Fang Zhenxing was even more thrilled, growling with excitement. So powerful. Not even the war god of the past could compare. In a daze, he seemed to see himself in his youth, holding the shield against the sky, standing alone against a million-strong army. Old Fang, you're really pushing it a bit too far. Luo Chongfeng finally couldn't hold back, narrowing his eyes at Fang Zhenxing. Earlier when you said Qin Cha had your style from back in the day, I let it slide. But why can't you stop boasting? Fighting 1,000,000 soldiers single-handedly? I remember clearly, after your first transition, weren't you just beating up weaklings in a low-level secret realm? You weren't that strong back then. Fang Zhenxing merely cast him a sidelong glance, his expression calm. What do you know? Comparing me to him? Do I even deserve that? His eyes were bright as he watched Qin Cha, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. This kid isn't human. He's a goddamn deity. I already respected him enough before coming here, but now I realize how wrong I was. He slapped his thigh suddenly, his words tumbling out in his excitement. He's not just powerful, he's the chosen one. I must make him my apprentice. No, wait, I should recognize him as my godfather. Ahem, no, I mean, have him recognize me as his godfather. Luo Chongfeng covered his face with his hand in exasperation. You should go to the amusement arcade and shake your head for $2 first. But Fang Zhenxing was already lost in his fantasies, oblivious to everything around him. Meanwhile, Qin Cha had just exited the trial secret realm. The moment he appeared, A notification exploded in both the real world and his mind. The first transition of the 100-star king level trial is complete. Evaluation, perfect. This brief statement symbolized a height that billions could never reach in their lifetimes. Then the notifications came one after another. Ding. The host has completed the first transition and received rewards. 1 God level awakening skill for the profession. 1 God level universal skill. 1 SS level universal skill. Title, Mythical Peak 100-star King. Unlock the task to release the seal of the legendary Holy Soul Ring. Open the Reputation Exchange store. This barrage of information overwhelmed Qin Cha's senses, and he could distinctly feel the surge of power within him. Becoming a peak king not only unlocked his full professional potential, but also hinted at numerous secrets awaiting his discovery. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. A staff member ran over, trembling. President Luo, City Lord Fong, Director Xiao, and Director Wang are all waiting for you in the hall. Would you like to wait for a moment? They'll be here soon. No need, I have things to do. Qin Cha refused directly, striding away. If they need anything, we can talk later. His mind was entirely occupied with his newfound skills and improvements, leaving no room for dealing with these so-called big shots. The staff member watched Qin Cha's departing figure, swallowing hard. A peak king, indeed. Such a godlike figure truly had the right to be arrogant. Half a minute later, Luo Changfeng and Fang Jinxing arrived hurriedly with a group. Where is he? Director Wang from the transition center asked urgently. He's gone. The staff member hunched over and repeated Qin Cha's words verbatim. Something came up? He left. Fang Jinxing immediately jumped up in agitation. What could be more important for that kid than acknowledging me as his godfather? He could have checked his stats and counted his gains at my place at leisure. City Lord Fang, Luo Changfeng said with a meaningful smile. Qin Cha doesn't seem like someone who enjoys crowds. Let him be. This kind of genius has given us so much to marvel at. Honestly, at this moment, I'm not even sure how to act around him with these old bones of mine. The others nodded in agreement. In just 2 short hours, Qin Cha had left a mark on them that they would remember for a lifetime. Unfortunately, because of confidentiality rules, none of them dared to boast about this for the rest of their lives. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Luo Yuli, Xiaqing, and Xianxian. Unlike the others, they had spent over 10 days with Qin Cha and had developed a sense of admiration for him, even a budding affection. Not being able to see him immediately was a letdown. All right, let's disperse. Luo Changfeng waved his hand. City Lord Fong, Director Xiao, let's prepare the rewards first and find another time to meet Qin Cha. Rewards. Fang Jinxing and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, suddenly sensitive about the topic of spending money as government officials. A first transition is just a personal matter for a professional. Where would rewards come from? Oh, your department doesn't have rewards for Qin Cha. Luo Changfeng shook his head with a smile. In that case, I'll prepare something myself. While I may lack other things, I'm not short of some spare wealth. There must be a reward. Fang Jinxing snapped out of his daze. Whether it's from me personally or from the department, we must show our appreciation. Yes, absolutely. Xiao Yu chimed in. If no one else deserves it, a pinnacle talent like Qin Cha certainly does, even if it comes out of our own pockets. Director Wang from the Vocational Transition Agency finally caught on and quickly interjected. Ahem. Actually, our agency does have. Oh. Fang Jinxing glanced at him sideways with a smirk. When I passed the diamond level trial, I didn't see any gifts. But since it's your heartfelt intention, go ahead and prepare something. Just remember, any gift that goes through me can't be shabby. Understood. Director Wang replied, nearly in tears. All right, let's disperse. Fang Jinxing grinned triumphantly and turned to leave. Just then, with a swoosh, a figure was transported out of the trial realm. Before anyone could see who it was, they heard a burst of wild laughter. Ahaha. Platinum level, perfect clearance. It was Kai Kuan. Ha ha ha. I knew I was the strongest genius. Huh. Why are there so many people here? All eyes immediately focused on him. Kai Kuan was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a look of exuberant joy. Kai Kuan stood there, secretly feeling pleased with himself. His gaze swept over the crowd in front of him, and a confident smile naturally appeared on his lips. These people must be here to welcome me, he thought to himself. My flawless performance in the platinum level first trial must have impressed them. He frowned slightly, looking around. But where are my parents? Never mind, I should just play the part for now. Clearing his throat, Kai Kuan lifted his chin slightly, wearing what he believed to be a fitting smile. Leaders, esteemed seniors, you're too kind to personally come and greet me. I'm truly flattered. He waved his hand in feigned modesty. Please don't reward me with millions just because I passed the platinum level first trial with perfect marks. I really don't need the money. All I want to say is this. I, Kai Kuan, am truly the... A sharp laugh interrupted him. Kai Kuan's smile froze, and his expression became stiff. What's this kid babbling about? Came a disdainful comment from the crowd. Is he out of his mind? Being personally welcomed? He has no idea how important he thinks he is. Forget it. Let's go prepare the gifts. Who has time for him? Another voice said. Fang Zhenxing, Luo Changfeng, Xiao Yu, and Luo Liuli didn't even glance at him as they turned and left. The surrounding crowd began to disperse, shaking their heads and pointing fingers. He's way off, way too off. Even though I know old Kai, I have to say, these two young people are not even close to being comparable. What? You know old Kai? Which old Kai? How come I don't know? Oh crap. I was just talking nonsense. I don't know him either. Let's go. Kai Kuan stood there, his face flushed red, his mind blank. He couldn't understand what was happening, filled with confusion. What's going on? Weren't these people here to welcome me? Why are they ignoring me? Why are they mocking me? Meanwhile, Qin Cha had already started checking the rewards. As he saw the first reward, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is absolutely incredible. Qin Cha eagerly checked the title he had just acquired, and as he took in the attribute data, he couldn't help but gasp. The mythic title Priest, Pinnacle King, was displayed before him. A 25-point boost to all attributes, a 25 increase in luck, and an upgrade of all skill levels by 1. Even more thrilling were its two core effects, a 2.5 chance to trigger a 25 skill critical hit rate boost for 25 seconds when dealing damage to monsters, and a 2.5 chance to completely negate any damage taken. The title also came with two powerful skills. King's Aura, once activated, deals true damage equal to 2.5 of Qin Cha's damage to enemies within a 55-meter radius, consuming 1 of mana per second. King's Blessing allows him to target an individual, granting them a 250-point boost to all attributes, along with a 25 increase in attack speed, critical hit rate, and skill casting speed for 25 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. What shocked Qin Cha the most was the title's special featurite could be upgraded continuously, with the current upgrade requiring 250,000 reputation points. This unique, bound title was like a small nuclear bomb. My Holy Soul Ring boosts all attributes by 10, and with the title's 25, it's practically heaven-defying. Qin Cha murmured, his heart racing. As he pondered over the source of reputation points, the system provided timely clarification. Reputation points were not only essential for upgrading titles, but also served as currency in the system's marketplace. They could be earned by defeating bosses, setting new dungeon records, triggering regional and world announcements, among other activities. Additionally, reputation points could be exchanged for blue star coins. When Qin Cha assumed that 1 reputation point would cost 1 yuan, the system promptly corrected him. The actual exchange rate was 1 reputation point for 100 yuan. This meant upgrading the title once would require a whopping 25 million. Faced with such a high cost, Qin Cha was undeterred. It's worth it. Absolutely worth it. This is a tangible boost in power. The system seemed pleased with his attitude and opened the reputation exchange marketplace. A virtual panel unfurled before Qin Cha, waiting for him to explore. The list of items available for exchange this month caught Qin Cha's eye. Strength Pill increases strength by 1 point x 10,000, priced at 1,000 reputation. Great Supplement Pill increases constitution by 1 point x 10,000, priced at 1,000 reputation. Lubricant increases agility by 1 point x 10,000, priced at 1,000 reputation. Short Film increases spirit by 1 point x 10,000, priced at 1,000 reputation. Staring at these 4 items, Qin Cha fell into a 5-minute silence. His brow furrowed deeper, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Strength Pill and Great Supplement Pill. I can understand, Qin Cha muttered to himself. But how can lubricant increase agility? His gaze lingered on the last item. A short film boosts spirit? That's just ridiculous. Although he admitted his appearance might be intimidating, his heart was undoubtedly sunny and upright. Looking at these ambiguous items in the store, Qin Cha felt a wave of nausea. 1,000 reputation is like paying $10,000 for 1 point of an attribute. He cursed under his breath. And they're even limited in purchase. Are they dreaming? Even if I die here, I wouldn't buy such things. Just then, the system's voice leisurely chimed in. For others, it's 1 point of attribute. For the host, it's 10 points. Wait a minute. Qin Cha's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you say there's a 10-fold increase? He quickly did the math. $10,000 for 1 point of attribute. That's quite a deal. His attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, and the items suddenly seemed much more appealing. I'll buy a couple of short films later to see the effect, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let's set these aside for now. There are too many good things. I have to take them one at a time. Qin Cha decided to first deal with the title issue. He lightly tapped the void and chose to equip the Peak King title. In an instant, a powerful force surged into his body, causing all his attributes to soar. When he opened the attribute panel again, the dazzling array of data nearly blinded him. Qin Cha's attribute panel was fully displayed in front of him. A level 26 Berserker Holy Priest with an overall rating of 6.9, boasting mythic level peak attributes, strength 21,465, stamina 14,155, spirit 19,630, agility 14,770, and luck 14,770. His skill set was even more astonishing. Awe of Power Divine level 2. Thunder and Rain Divine level 3. Eye of Holy Light SSS level 2. Compassion for All Divine level 3. Twilight of the Gods Divine level 2. Sacred Guardian SSS level 2. Holy Light Octagonal Cage Divine level 2. His equipment was equally impressive. Ring of the Holy Soul Legendary Ring. Wrath of the Demon Legion Golden Gauntlets. Eternal Lament of the Ghost Lord Platinum Plate Armor. How on earth do I have such attributes at just level 26? Qin Cha stared at the panel, clenching his right fist so tightly that he almost shattered the table in front of him. These weren't the attributes of an average player. They were those of a master in disguise. Calming down, Qin Cha began to calculate carefully. The ring and titles provided a 35 attribute boost. A 200 increase upon the first transformation made it 3 times the original, plus the tenfold increase from Awe of Power. Suddenly, Qin Sha's eyes lit up. I see. He had initially thought it was a simple calculation of 2 times plus 10 times equaling 12 times. Now he realized he needed to multiply by 3 first, and then by 10, resulting in a staggering 30 times increase. Is this the legendary multiply everything by 10? Qin Sha couldn't help but laugh. I absolutely love this way of calculating. Qin Sha stared at the attribute panel, his eyes filled with an undeniable sense of awe. The stamina value of over 14,000 was dazzling and extraordinary, indicating that his defensive capabilities had reached an unbelievable level. Coupled with his terrifying speed, overwhelming strength, and impressive mental attributes, the phrase, invincible below the third transformation, was no exaggeration. He gently touched this 6.9 overall rating number on the attribute panel, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of what this number meant. The sum of his four-dimensional attributes was close to 69,000. Recalling the information he had seen online, and a rank professional equipped with gear, even at level 76 after 3 transformations, would barely reach a rating of 8.0. Yet, he was 50 levels lower, and without the benefits of 2 transformation trials, already achieving such an astounding rating. His gaze shifted downward to 3 new skills that caught his eye, satisfying his obsessive tendencies. The skill bar shimmered with golden light, showcasing the might of 7 skills, all divine except for 2 SS-level skills. The addition of 2 active and 1 passive skill would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. Twilight of the Gods, Sacred Guardian, Holy Light Octagon. Qin Sha murmured, eager to find a place to test these divine skills. As he reveled in the joy of acquiring new skills, he suddenly remembered something and quickly checked the task of the Holy Soul Ring. Task: lift the seal. Task requirement: hunt 1,000 golden bosses. Use their essence to unseal the Holy Soul. Note: the higher the boss level or rank, the fewer needed. 1,000 golden bosses. Qin Sha abruptly stood up, his previously joyous mood turning a bit more serious. Although higher level or higher rank bosses could offset the quantity required, the total needed was still considerable. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside this daunting task and turned his attention to the daily task. Today's task was relatively simple. Head to the Autumn Wind Plains to hunt 50 monsters, with a reward of a 24-hour low-level double experience card. The Autumn Wind Plains aren't far from Jianghai City. Although it's not a dungeon, the monster levels there aren't low, perfect for testing out the new skills. Qin Sha's eyes lit up, and he immediately gathered his gear, preparing to leave the city. The generous rewards he had received were beyond his expectations and would take time to fully absorb, but for now, testing the power of his new skills was the top priority. For Qin Sha, those 3 skills were of utmost importance. He needed to find a quiet place to carefully study and familiarize himself with these newly acquired abilities. The undisturbed environment outside the city was undoubtedly the best choice. Just then, there was a sudden crash from the courtyard gate. A figure strode in, loudly calling, "Is Qin Sha home?" Qin Sha put away his look of joy and frowned as he looked over. The visitor was none other than Fang Zhenxing, the city lord, a burly middle-aged man in his 40s. He stood in the center of the courtyard with an imposing presence in every gesture. "City Lord Fang, what brings you here?" Qin Sha stepped out, his tone filled with curiosity. Surprisingly, the usually proud and bold Fang Zhenxing appeared somewhat uneasy. He hesitated for a moment and, with a hint of guilt, said, "Young Qin, I was just passing by and thought I'd check on you. I accidentally broke your gate, but I'll have someone fix it later." Qin Sha, towering over Fang Zhenxing with his height of over 2 meters, replied calmly, "No need. It's just a gate. No need to trouble you, City Lord. What brings you here?" This was clearly not just a passing visit. Qin Sha had just returned from the Career Transition Center, and Fang Zhenxing had followed him home. In fact, Fang Zhenxing had indeed come specifically to see him. According to Luo Chongfeng's suggestion, they should have prepared a gift together to visit, but the impatient city lord couldn't hold back, fearing that Qin Sha might be recruited by Xiao Yu or Luo Chongfeng first, so he rushed over. "Haha, don't overthink it, lad. I'm really just passing by and wanted to chat a bit, Fang Zhenxing said, while carefully observing Qin Cha. Outwardly he was smiling, but inwardly he was increasingly shocked. After his transition, Qin Cha's aura was even more intimidating. If not deliberately restrained, his imposing presence alone could silence crying children at night. Chat a bit. Qin Cha shook his head expressionlessly. City Lord Fang, I was just about to head out of the city to train. If it's nothing urgent. It is urgent. Extremely urgent. Fang Zhenxing interrupted. You've just transitioned, and there are many things you don't understand. As your senior and elder, I must teach you properly to ensure you don't miss out on any benefits. No need, Qin Cha shook his head. Everything is online, I don't think it's necessary. I also feel. Oh, by the way, Fang Zhenxing casually took out a piece of equipment from his space ring. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. This is a level 30 golden piece of equipment, a cloak for priests, quite a rare item. It's a gift for you, lad. Now, what were you saying? Qin Cha was stunned. Golden equipment was the best available on the market, and this rare cloak was worth at least millions. Earning millions just from a shitanli a fool would refuse. Thank you, City Lord, for the gift. Qin Cha accepted the cloak without hesitation, storing it in his holy soul ring, and with a clasped fist, said, I wanted to say that having the City Lord's guidance is truly a great fortune. Please, come inside. I'll make you some tea. Huh. Fang Zhenxing was initially taken aback. Then he laughed. Such a quick change of attitude. Haha. Interesting, I like it. A few minutes later, Fang Zhenxing sat grandly on a chair, his expression turning serious. He got straight to the point. Qin Cha, the first thing I need to tell you is crucial to your life and future. You must listen carefully and think before you respond. Qin Cha's interest was piqued. What could be so important to make the city lord so serious? Fang Zhenxing looked at Qin Cha with a serious expression and got straight to the point. I've temporarily withheld the announcement of your reaching the pinnacle of the first transformation as a king. Do you have any other thoughts? Qin Cha was taken aback and furrowed his brows slightly. Announcement? Withheld. These terms were unfamiliar to him. Don't you know? Fang Zhenxing asked in surprise. Qin Cha shook his head. Although he had been keeping an eye on the news about professionals since arriving in this world, his limited level and status left him ignorant of many things. No worries, let me explain in detail, Fang Zhenxing said, adjusting his posture. After the first transformation, professionals enter a unified information network. Any trial beyond the gold level will trigger an announcement. With the scope depending on the level, platinum covers a city, diamond extends to a nation, and a king-level announcement spreads worldwide. He paused, noticing Qin Sha's thoughtful expression, then added, for example, you probably received the notification about Kai Cohen from the Kai family, right? At that moment, a system message echoed in Qin Sha's mind. Irrelevant announcements have been intercepted by the system. Qin Sha couldn't help but smile, which explained why he had no memory of it. He casually replied, I must have been too busy to notice. Fang Zhenxing looked at him with a complex expression and continued, from now on, any major achievements you make will be announced through the system-breaking dungeon records, slaying wild bosses, crafting legendary equipment, and so on. These announcements are not just notifications. They come with generous rewards. And your breakthrough as a pinnacle king. Fang Zhenxing's tone became grave. If I hadn't used my authority as the city lord to suppress it, the news would have spread worldwide by now. You must understand that the title of pinnacle king will make you the center of attention, attracting both admirers and countless enemies. I plan to report to the nation first and arrange protective measures for you before announcing the news. What do you think? Qin Sha seemed indifferent. I'm not afraid of those so-called dangers. I'll just deal with whoever comes my way. Isn't that simpler? Fang Zhenxing couldn't help but smile wryly. Though your talent is extraordinary, you're only at the first transformation. Compared to the super strong at the fourth transformation, you're still too weak. Remember, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against arrows in the dark. You should be careful, Fang Zhenxing said steadily. Don't worry, I understand. Young people all want to make a name for themselves. This won't take too long. It will be released at the latest by your second transition. Second transition? Qin Cha furrowed his brow slightly. Honestly, the idea of making a name for himself didn't hold much allure for him. What concerned him more were the rewards that would be announced. Since Fang Zhenxing, the Grand City Lord, was taking it so seriously, the rewards must be exceptionally generous. However, with a pile of rewards he hadn't sorted through yet, he wasn't in a hurry. Stop thinking about it, Qin Sha. Fang Zhenxing interrupted his thoughts with a wave of his hand. This is settled. I'll see if I can release the news earlier. By the way, it's about time for you to participate in the college entrance exam competition, right? Yes, Qin Sha nodded. TSK, Fang Zhenxing remarked. Who would have thought that an unprecedented peak king hasn't even finished the college entrance exams yet? This is just ridiculous. He suddenly became serious. You must give your all in this exam. Don't take it lightly. He lowered his voice and said, I'll let you in on a secret. This time, the top prize is a legendary treasure. Qin Sha's eyes lit up. Legendary. That's right. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but you must get it. It's crucial. Fang Zhenxing's tone was grave. Of course, you know what to do, so I won't say more. Fang Zhenxing then went on to explain in detail the various things Qin Cha would face after his first transition, especially emphasizing the importance of mercenaries and guilds. He explained that besides official organizations like the Town Martial Division, there were numerous private guilds in each country. Although these guilds were private, they were not to be underestimated. Joining them not only provided buffs, but also various benefits. Some top guilds were even powerful enough to rival small countries. Buffs. This information surprised Qin Cha, but he felt an inexplicable excitement. The world was far richer and more colorful than he had imagined, and the first transition was clearly just the beginning. If I don't join a guild, will there be any buffs? Qin Cha asked. He had always been a loner and didn't like traveling in groups. Fang Zhenxing seemed a bit surprised but quickly nodded. Then go the mercenary route. Low-level mercenary groups don't offer buffs, but the higher the level, the more significant the buffs. Some special mercenary squads offer buffs that even surpass the highest level guilds. The most important thing is that mercenary groups are not limited by numbers. Even one person can keep advancing. Qin Cha fell into deep thought. Guilds, officials, the world, monsters, pets, mounts. A vast and magnificent world was unfolding before him. Qin Cha, Fang Zhenxing continued, whether it's mercenaries or guilds, you will encounter them sooner or later. The choice is simple, no rush. Honestly, I initially came to recruit you, but meeting you changed my mind. You are a dragon about to soar into the sky, untamable. You are the dragon of our Huaxia. I cannot recruit you, as that would only limit your development. What I can do is offer you the most sincere advice. His voice became more powerful. Pass the college entrance exam, become the top scorer, claim the legendary reward, and enter the university with overwhelming force to access top resources. You cannot imagine the formidable foundation of our top universities in Huaxia. Even I am envious. Only by entering there can your strength truly and completely explode. That is where your journey to becoming a god truly begins. Fang Zhenxing stood at the door, his expression grave as he delivered one last crucial piece of information. Qin Cha, your talent is indeed the strongest, but the college entrance competition tests more than just individual strength. It also considers one's background. His eyes were sharp. Many will resort to shortcuts to unleash formidable power in a short time. That student from Kyoto First High, with an illustrious background and extraordinary talent, has been preparing for this competition since birth. He possesses 3 SS-level universal skills and has mastered the most advanced skills available. The rewards this year are exceptionally generous, and winning will be no easy feat. Remember, this world is never short of geniuses. Watching Fang Zhenxing's departing figure, Qin Cha narrowed his eyes. A few seconds later, his gaze turned as resolute as steel. The resources at university are beyond imagination, and the college entrance exam is tougher than expected. He clenched his fist. If that's the case, then let's go all out. Although he didn't care much about fame, Qin Cha understood that to truly establish himself and gain influence in this world, he must become the strongest. Since he was destined to walk the path of strength, he might as well make it spectacular. Through this nationally anticipated college entrance competition, I will announce to the world, I, Qin Cha, a practitioner of the cleric profession, can also stand above all. His fighting spirit was palpable. This battle is not just about winning. It's about winning beautifully, winning decisively. Let everyone know, I am not only chosen, but the only one. His granite-like muscles glistened coldly in the sunlight, making him resemble a mountain full of overwhelming presence. With 10 days left until the exam, he needed to master all his skills quickly. Just then, a small figure peeked in at the door. Old Qin, are you home? It was his close friend, Sun Yao. Holy crap, you're finally back. I saw your door was broken and thought you'd been robbed. The thin guy walked in, looking Qin Cha up and down. Huh? Why do you seem so intimidating now? Didn't get that vibe before. Have you been secretly getting stronger? Qin Cha nodded in agreement, his holy light eyes already seeing that Sun Yao had also made significant progress in the past 2 weeks, reaching level 18. Of course, the thin guy said proudly. You have no idea, I've been working my tail off these past days, like I'm on steroids, bursting with energy. I'm level 18 now. What do you think, impressive or what? Unfortunately, Qin Cha was quite straightforward. He shook his head and simply replied, not interested. Huh. Skinny Monkey was taken aback, a shy smile spreading across his face. I didn't mean it that way. He quickly changed the subject. But, why can't I see your level? Did you hide it? Qin Cha didn't bother to explain and just answered with a simple yeah. Skinny Monkey's eyes darted around as he quickly understood. A priest this formidable probably doesn't have many people willing to team up with him. Most likely, he hid his level because it was too low and he was embarrassed. Old Qin, are you busy? If not, come level up with me. Skinny Monkey looked at Qin Cha expectantly. Lu Jing and the others are waiting for me at Autumn Wind Plains, and we're just missing a priest. Lu Jing. Qin Cha frowned slightly. recalling the girl Skinny Monkey's former crush with a not-so-great reputation, who used to ignore him. Why would she be leveling up with Skinny Monkey now? Surprised. Skinny Monkey noticed Qin Cha's thoughts and said smugly, "This is something I need to teach you. Ever played Plants vs. Zombies?" "I have, but what's the connection?" Qin Cha asked, puzzled. "There's definitely a connection," Skinny Monkey said as he walked, beckoning Qin Cha to follow. "Let's talk as we walk." After a brief moment of thought, Qin Cha followed. Skinny Monkey was his only friend, after all, and he might as well help him out. Besides, he needed to go to Autumn Wind Plains to complete a task anyway. Skinny Monkey animatedly explained his theory. When the ice pea hits the torchwood, it turns into a normal pea, and after another, it becomes a fire pea. Get it? Just keep spending money, and even the coldest goddess will eventually warm up. Seeing Qin Cha's confused expression, Skinny Monkey was even more enthusiastic. And then, you could buy a twin sunflower for 150, but I'd rather spend 175 on a fire tree, you know? Noticing Qin Cha still looked puzzled, he leaned in and whispered, "I'd rather spend more for something exciting." Qin Cha couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging this guy was a character. Skinny Monkey continued excitedly. "There are 2 more girls over at Autumn Wind Plains. Think about it. Without that initial 50 for a sunflower, where would the 150 for a twin sunflower come from? You need a girlfriend first, then you can charm her friends. Yowzy, that girl isn't a good person. You should be aware." Qin Cha couldn't help but warn. "I know. I'm well aware." Skinny Monkey nodded repeatedly. "It's a mutual benefit, as long as she doesn't mess around when she's with me. What happens before and after, I don't care." Qin Cha nodded, choosing not to say more. Such trivial matters weren't important. Leveling up and getting stronger was what truly mattered. "Wow!" exclaimed Shouho, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Even Qin Cha has gone rogue. Impressive, old Qin. When it comes to making a splash, you're the best. This is what I call a classic move." Shouho looked exhilarated, as if meeting a kindred spirit, but Qin Cha just replied calmly, "As long as you get the idea. I've heard of Lu Jing. She's like a porcupine." "A porcupine?" Shouho frowned, clearly puzzled by the metaphor. Qin Cha didn't explain the lots of spikes part, feeling that as a good brother, a hint was enough, trusting Shouho would understand. The immediate task was to complete their daily missions, test out some skills, and help Shouho level up. Over the years, Shouho's support and friendship had been invaluable to Qin Cha. Though not one for words, Qin Cha remembered it all. Whether it was the transformation or the college entrance exam, these were life-defining events for a professional. Qin Cha didn't care about others, but Shouho was someone he had to help. They teleported straight to the Autumn Plains camp. Shouho glanced at the leveling spot over 100 kilometers away and quickly hired an expensive wilderness taxi, saying, "Your small frame can't handle it. Let's take the car." Despite the cost, Shouho didn't hesitate. Qin Cha silently glanced at his nearly 500-pound physique and accepted Shouho's kindness without a word. He closed his eyes to rest in the back seat, creating a slightly tense atmosphere in the car. The middle-aged driver, around level 40, kept glancing in the rearview mirror and even surreptitiously compared Qin Cha to a wanted poster on his phone. Qin Cha just shook his head and focused on studying his newly acquired god-level skill. The attributes of the Twilight of the Gods skill made Qin Cha's breath quicken, an active skill at LV211, created by a legendary berserker with the surname AO. Once activated, it removes and grants immunity to all control effects for 10 seconds, increases attack speed by 20, and has a cooldown of only 2 hours. It was practically tailor-made for him. Qin Cha was overjoyed. With his strength exceeding 20,000 and the effects of thunder and dew, he was already akin to a humanoid boss. His high defense and speed made him fearless of damage, and his only weakness was control skills, now perfectly covered. With the cooldown reduction from the Holy Soul Ring, the cooldown was reduced to just over 100 minutes. In those crucial 10 seconds, he could traverse over 10 kilometers and take down an enemy leader amidst a sea of soldiers. Qin Cha felt exceptionally satisfied with this godly skill, his spirits lifted. With the SS-level passive skill Divine Guardian and the god-level skill Holy Light Octagon, who knows how terrifying their effects might be. Qin Cha was about to check the details when the sound of conversation interrupted his thoughts. "Yes, master, this is it. Please stop the car." The vehicle came to a halt in front of a vast plain. Qin Cha looked out the window to see an endless expanse of grassland. A cool summer breeze swept over him, carrying a unique crispness. This was Qiufeng Plain, named for its perpetually clear autumn-like climate. The grass on the ground maintained a pale yellow hue, adding a touch of desolation and bleakness. "Old Qin, the monsters here are all level 25, said Shouho, quickly adding. "But don't worry, they're wild monsters, not too strong. We've tried it before, just be careful." It was noon, and this leveling area, spanning tens of thousands of acres, seemed especially empty, with no other players in sight. "Let's go, they're just ahead. Follow me." Shouho snapped his fingers, and then did something that left Qin Cha dumbfounded. Pulled a staff out from his pants. "Hee hee, how cool is my spatial QT seed?" Shouho proudly shook the staff, which resembled a fire poker. Don't judge it by its appearance. It's a great item. Qin Cha was momentarily speechless as he looked at the long, thick, and black staff. This is a golden piece crafted from top-quality lightning-struck wood. Shouho continued boasting. A level 15 top-tier piece, with Spirit 68 and a 2 boost to fire attribute attacks. Okay. Qin Cha held back the urge to comment. Compared to the mysterious spatial Qi seed, the staff seemed quite ordinary. Hey, old Qin, where's your equipment? I don't need any. Shouho was initially puzzled, then had a moment of realization and closed his mouth. He figured Qin Cha probably couldn't afford equipment or was embarrassed to show it because it was too poor. Regretting his own boasting, Shouho decided that he would ask his dad to buy Qin Cha at least a silver-level priest staff. But knowing Qin Cha's character, he doubted Qin Cha would accept, which troubled him. Soon, they reached the designated spot. 3 young people were engaged in a fierce battle with a demonized wild bull. The bull's eyes were red, repeatedly charging at one of the girls. Qin Cha took a quick glance and immediately saw through the ordinary level 20 demonized wild bull stats. A 4-dimensional attribute of 342, with skills in charging and trampling, nothing special. To him, such a creature was as fragile as paper. If it weren't for the task and helping Shouho, he wouldn't have given it a second look. Damn, old black bull, how dare you charge at my Jingjing? Shouho suddenly yelled. Jingjing, don't be afraid. I'm coming. Mine's big, hold on. He swung his staff, releasing a massive fireball about the size of a bathtub, far larger than the usual basin-sized fireballs. This strike left Shouho looking slightly pale, as if drained of energy. Boom. The fireball hit the bull precisely, exploding into brilliant flames. Moo. The bull let out a tragic cry and collapsed to the ground. This scene left Qin Cha stunned. He recalled Shouho mentioning on the phone that his fireball was different, and now it seemed this guy indeed had some skills. Noticing Qin Cha's gaze, Shouho shook his hair and struck a pose. Old Qin, did you see that? In this world, everyone's got their quirks. Don't be self-conscious about your size. Qin Cha was momentarily at a loss for words, as the skinny monkey in front of him demonstrated what it truly meant to be flamboyant. Just then, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Upon recognizing Qin Cha, the 3 were left frozen in place as if struck by lightning, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this? Oh my god, that physique. Holy crap, isn't that Qin Cha? It's only been a few days, and he's even more terrifying now. The 3 were so overwhelmed by the invisible pressure emanating from Qin Cha that they instinctively stepped back. And this was with Qin Cha deliberately holding back. If he were to unleash his full aura, these 3 might have already been scared stiff. The skinny monkey quickly intervened to ease the tension, leading Qin Cha forward. Ahem, let me introduce everyone. He gestured to the 3 people beside him and gave a brief introduction. Lu Jing, my girlfriend, and a ranked defensive shield warrior, level 17, stamina 112. Su Yao, Jing's best friend, a rank pugilist, level 16, strength 99. Chong Fei, also a best friend, and a rank greatsword warrior, level 17, strength 134. This team, with its lowest rank being B, was indeed a talented squad. The skinny monkey then pointed to Qin Cha, a sly smile playing on his lips. Jing, this is my buddy Qin Cha, you might have seen him. He's an rank priest, introverted, a bit insecure, timid, socially anxious, and doesn't like talking to people. So don't bully him. Lu Jing was left speechless, while Su Yao and Chong Fei exchanged bewildered glances. As students of Jianghai First High, they had never met Qin Cha before, but the priest in front of them was worlds apart from the skinny monkey's description. Introverted? Insecure? Timid? Socially anxious? Priest. Chong Fei practically had unbelievable written all over his face. What a joke. As a greatsword warrior, I feel like a weakling in front of him, and you say he's a priest. Su Yao instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. Is this guy redefining social anxiety by making society fear him? Qin Cha was unfazed by their reactions, as was the skinny monkey. A few minutes later, after Lu Jing confirmed Qin Cha's identity, Chong Fei and Su Yao finally accepted reality. Their fear of Qin Cha slightly diminished. However, an invisible barrier remained between the 3 and Qin Cha. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Jing pulled the skinny monkey aside, whispering in complaint, Sun Yao, weren't the 4 of us doing fine leveling up together? Why bring such a scary guy to share the experience? We don't even need a priest. The skinny monkey's expression darkened, and for the first time, he snapped at her. Enough with the nonsense. He's my brother. Who do you think you are? If you're not happy, you can leave. Lu Jing was so taken aback by the sudden outburst that she almost turned to leave. Her 2 friends were equally displeased. Sun Yao, why are you talking like that? The skinny monkey stood his ground, unyielding. That's how I talk. Old Qin is my brother, and anyone who can't accept him can leave. Although Chong Fei and Su Yao were unhappy, they managed to suppress their anger and persuaded Lu Jing to stay. After all, they were there for the powerful fire mage that was the skinny monkey. A little discomfort was a small price to pay. Where else would they find someone as strong to team up with? Throughout it all, Qin Cha remained calm and composed. For him, teaming up with this group was like a high-level player returning to a beginner's village. No big deal. Soon enough, the newly formed team embarked on their first battle. With Qin Cha and the skinny monkey joining in, their target was a level 25 demonized lion. Compared to the wild ox, lions indeed have much stronger attack power, but their defense is somewhat lacking. However, for the team of 4 led by Shouho, who are around level 10, these ordinary monsters are still no match. Their teamwork is seamless, and each lion is easily taken down in just a few seconds. Although Qin Cha is part of the team, he hasn't taken action. It's not that he's unwilling to help. It's just that the coordination among Shouho and the others is already proficient enough, making his involvement unnecessary. Given the threat level of the monsters, his healing skills, which he prides himself on, are not needed. Haha, the experience from killing higher-level monsters is really great. Let's keep it up and reach level 19 today. Shouho said excitedly from the back row, turning to Qin Cha beside him. So, old Qin, how's the experience? Qin Cha glanced at his experience points and replied calmly, it's average. Average. Shouho's smile froze instantly. Lu Jing's face had already turned grim, and even Su Yao and Chang Fei's expressions became uneasy. Experience from level 25 monsters is just average? These are wild monsters, not dungeon monsters where experience is divided based on contribution. Everyone gets the same experience from wild monsters. The three couldn't help but sarcastically comment, son, your friend is something else. This time, Shouho had no words to respond and could only awkwardly wave his hand. Let's just keep killing monsters. Qin Cha frowned slightly. When he said average, he wasn't intentionally belittling. It was just the truth. The experience from these wild monsters was only about a third of what equivalent dungeon monsters would provide. For him, without the bonus from overleveling, it would take 10 days to level up at this rate. After another demonic lion fell, Qin Cha finally couldn't hold back and suggested to Shouho, pull more monsters. Let's take them down together. What? The 4 of them were stunned. No, that's not possible, Brother Qin. Shouho grimaced. If it were someone else, he would have already started cursing. Why not? Just pull the monsters and leave the rest to me. Qin Cha remained calm. Lu Jing finally couldn't stand it anymore and laughed angrily. Wow. Qin the Great, huh? Leave it to you? You're a priest. Can you even kill monsters? We've already taken down 2, and you haven't even used a healing spell. Now you want to pull more? Do you know how strong these monsters are? 153. I struggle with just 1, and you want to get us killed. If you want to show off, do it elsewhere and stop causing trouble for us. Exactly. Su Yao and Chang Fei chimed in. We're working hard to output damage, and you're just leeching experience without doing anything. Stop pretending. Enough. Shouho shouted angrily, then turned helplessly to Qin Cha. Brother Qin, my fireball spell is powerful, but it consumes a lot of mana. If I use it twice, I'm out of mana. Pulling more monsters is just too much for us. Qin Cha simply looked into Shouho's eyes calmly. Shouho, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. We're brothers. If you asked me to jump into a pit of fire, I'd do it without a second thought. Shouho assured him, pounding his chest. Then it's settled, leave the team. All right. Wait, what? Shouho's actions suddenly froze. What? You don't want to? Then I'll leave first. Qin Cha turned and walked aside. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Qin Cha has left the team. Hey, just because we said a few things, he left? Acting all high and mighty without knowing his place. What a joke. Lu Jing sneered. Shut up. Shouho didn't hesitate to slap Lu Jing hard across the face. Slap. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Lu Jing, didn't I shut your damn mouth enough last night? Who are you to talk about old Qin like that? Remember, to me, my brother is not trash, you are. Ding. Sun Yao has left the team. Smack. A loud slap landed on Lu Jing's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. The insults from the skinny monkey earlier had already been hard to swallow, but this slap pushed her to the brink of an outburst. Sun Yao. Lu Jing's eyes widened as she shrieked, disbelief written all over her face. Beside her, Su Yao and Chang Fei stood frozen. What? Barking like a dog now? Sun Yao responded with a sneer, showing no sympathy whatsoever. You? Lu Jing was at a loss for words. Her remaining rationality told her not to fall out with Sun Yao after all. He was an S-level professional super genius, not someone she could afford to provoke. But if she couldn't handle Sun Yao, surely she could deal with Qin Cha, the A-level priest? Fine. You guys are really something. Lu Jing gritted her teeth, stepping back a few paces, glaring at Qin Cha. Insult me, hit me, and then leave the team. Huh? You trust him so much. I want to see how a useless priest with no combat ability dares to look down on us. I think you really deserve a beating. The skinny monkey was furious, rolling up his sleeves, ready to hit again. Yowzi, hold on. Qin Cha interjected in time. Let's just form a team, we'll deal with them later. Brother Qin, this. The skinny monkey hesitated, clearly thinking Qin Cha's reaction was out of character. It's fine. Just come on, form the team. Qin Cha shook his head, indicating there was no need to say more. To him, these three were not worth wasting words on. Proving them wrong with actions was the best response. He believed it wouldn't be long before these people would regret it, embarrassed. And if they remained stubborn, it would be even simpler just kill them. Qin Cha had never claimed to be a saint. After the team was formed, the skinny monkey still seemed uneasy. Though he acted arrogantly towards Lu Jing, he hesitated in front of Qin Cha. Brother Qin, what exactly is your plan? Should I just drive those three away? What if? He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. What if they messed up? How embarrassing would that be? Don't ask too much, just focus on drawing the monsters. Qin Cha cracked his neck, making a popping sound. Drawing monsters? The skinny monkey looked bewildered. Me? I'm a mage, dude, and you're a priest. Who's going to tank the monsters? Lu Jing and her companions snickered from the side. This is hilarious, a priest telling a mage to draw monsters. Never mind who tanks. How are you going to kill them once they're drawn? Ridiculous. Do you really think you're some kind of expert? You're just a priest. Exactly, a guy who just coasts along in our team. What are you pretending to be? Su Yao and Chang Fei chimed in, their disdain practically tangible. You guys. The skinny monkey was incensed. Calm down. Qin Cha smiled faintly, holding him back. Just go and draw the monsters, as many as you can. Don't worry, however many come, I'll kill them all. His tone was as casual as if discussing something trivial. Lu Jing and her companions burst into laughter. What a joke. Kill them all with what? Your fist? Yeah, without any equipment, no staff. What are you pretending to be? Such a waste of that muscular build. What good are you? Qin Cha frowned slightly, giving the three a cold glance. What are you looking at? Think you're tough because you look fierce? Are you, a measly priest, going to kill me? Chang Fei arrogantly waved his broadsword. Qin Cha didn't respond, just gave the skinny monkey a look. Go ahead. All right, I'm going. The nimble figure of Shouho darted swiftly to the left front. His target clear several demonized lions roaming nearby. To him, Qin Cha's words were like an imperial decree, and he would do anything, even if it meant facing great danger. This idiot actually went for it. An S-level profession is wasted on him. Chang Fei muttered under his breath, a hint of malice in his eyes. Now that the facade was dropped, he no longer bothered to pretend. Su Yao sneered, they'll regret it soon enough. Lu Jing crossed her arms, her eyes almost brimming with hatred. She whispered to Chang Fei, isn't your brother with the Disha Guild? Find a chance to get rid of that trashy priest for me. I finally hooked a rich guy, and he just shows up and ruins everything. I want him dead. That slap from Shouho had awakened her inner malice. Don't worry, Jingjing, consider it done. Chang Fei replied with a sinister smile, his eyes roving over her. But afterward, you better. Shut up, Lu Jing subtly touched Chang Fei. As long as you get rid of him, Yao Yao, and I will take care of you. Chang Fei's lust flared up, and he nodded eagerly. They thought their hushed conversation was safe, unaware that every word reached Qin Cha's ears clearly. Very well. Qin Cha sneered inwardly. These three were even more despicable than he imagined. Not only were they trying to curry favor, but they also intended to betray Shouho and kill him. From their words, it was evident this wasn't their first time doing such things. So young, yet so venomous. Qin Cha narrowed his eyes, his mind made up. Since they had repeatedly mocked, insulted, and provoked him, and now intended to kill, their fate was sealed. They would die. But before that, he would break their spirits. Roar! The roar of the demonized lions shattered the silence. Shouho had already lured the monsters back. As a mage, his speed wasn't remarkable, but with the advantage of long-range attacks, he easily pulled the monsters using a couple of basic fireballs. This attack wasn't even a skill, just a standard fire mage attack. Brother Qin, two demonized lions, can you handle them? Shouho shouted as he retreated, a hint of panic in his voice. The cold smiles on Lu Jing and her companions' faces deepened. This idiot actually pulled two monsters. Is he in a hurry to die? Let's see what this arrogant priest can do. Chang Fei's words had barely left his mouth when Qin Cha moved. He merely took a step forward, but his aura surged instantly. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a tidal wave. His tall frame, packed with explosive muscle power, was a sight to behold. The expressions on Lu Jing and her companions froze. In their eyes, the previously unremarkable Qin Cha now seemed like a sovereign, commanding respect and awe with every gesture. How is this possible? Lu Jing's smile froze on her face, her voice trembling. Chang Fei's hand shook violently, his sword clattering to the ground. And this was just the beginning. In the next moment, Qin Cha's mountain-like form advanced suddenly, delivering a punch. The two demonized lions instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Ah! Su Yao screamed, collapsing to the ground, a wet patch spreading beneath her. A single punch to obliterate monsters that took the four of them to hunt? And two of them, no less. How could this be called an A-level profession? How could this be called a priest? With just one punch, Qin Cha shocked Lu Jing and the others into silence. The punch didn't even utilize the power of thunder and rain. yet it left everyone present in awe. Skinny Monkey stood there, eyes wide, jaw nearly dropping to the ground. As an 18th level class fire manipulator, he prided himself on his fireball technique, which couldn't instantly kill a 25th level monster even at full strength. Yet this priest before him had taken out two with a single punch. The shock reminded him of Luo Yoli, Xia Qing, and Xuanchuan's reactions back then. We all had the same education, so why are you so exceptional? Skinny Monkey raged internally. What are you standing around for? Keep luring more monsters, bring a few more. Qin Cha's calm voice snapped Skinny Monkey out of his thoughts. Oh, okay. Although filled with questions, Skinny Monkey didn't voice a single one, dejectedly going to lure more monsters. The next half hour became an unforgettable experience for everyone present. Qin Cha transformed into an unstoppable combat machine, each punch reducing a monster to pieces. Even more astonishing was that Skinny Monkey's luring speed couldn't keep up with Qin Cha's killing pace. Lu Jing and the others sat limply on the ground, the grass beneath them soaked with cold sweat. They watched as Qin Cha killed nearly 50 monsters in just half an hour, raising Skinny Monkey from level 18 to 19. If not for the luring speed lagging, the leveling could have been even faster. Regret surged through them like a tide, leaving Lu Jing and the others pale. They had once mocked such a powerful figure, even forcing him out of the team and ridiculing him as a fool. In hindsight, the real fools were themselves. Boom! Another muffled sound echoed as a demonic wild bull shattered under Qin Cha's fist. A task completion notification rang in his mind, but he ignored it, instead turning his gaze to Lu Jing and the others. That gaze was like an ancient demon god observing ants, or a primordial beast sizing up prey. The trio collectively gasped, Lu Jing even leaving a noticeable wet patch on the ground in fear. Master, we were wrong. We were blind to your greatness. We apologize. Chang Fei pleaded desperately, while Su Yao was too terrified to utter a coherent word. Even Skinny Monkey shivered at the sight. This half-hour experience had overturned his understanding, and the power Qin Cha displayed far exceeded the limits of his imagination. Hush! Qin Cha's calm gaze met his voice deep and steady. There are things you don't know. Just understand this. They want me dead, and they deserve to die. The words hit Skinny Monkey like a sledgehammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard, and then clenched his teeth. Brother Qin, I'm with you. We'll face the consequences together. In that moment, Qin Cha seemed like a harbinger from hell, advancing towards the three people collapsed on the ground. Lu Jing struggled and begged for mercy, while Chang Fei and Su Yao screamed desperately, claiming innocence. Qin Cha shook his head silently and raised his right arm. Purple lightning coiled around it, the power of a level 3 skill known as Thunderstorm Dua God tier ability capable of inflicting devastating damage on 3 targets simultaneously. The radiant holy lightning erupted, consuming the trio. Their screams of agony lasted but a second before falling silent, leaving only 3 charred corpses behind. Skinny Monkey stood frozen, pale-faced. As someone who couldn't even bear to watch a chicken being slaughtered, the scene nearly shattered him. But he quickly regained composure, suppressing his fear as he stepped forward, brandishing his staff to unleash a fireball and incinerate the bodies. You've got a knack for this, huh? Qin Cha turned to Skinny Monkey. Brother Qin, now's not the time for dark humor. Skinny Monkey managed a weak smile. Qin Cha patted his shoulder. Relax, they deserved it. There'll be no trouble. He understood that Skinny Monkey wanted to share the responsibility, but it wasn't necessary. Those who insult him must pay with their lives. 3 lives were nothing he couldn't bear. They swiftly cleaned up the scene, burying the bodies deep. By afternoon, the two had reached the heart of the autumn wind plains, teeming with level 25 elite monsters. Along the way, Qin Cha briefly explained his situation, to which Skinny Monkey replied decisively. Brother Qin, you don't need to explain anything. It's great that you're getting stronger. I'm happy for you. We'll always be brothers. Qin Cha was pleased with Skinny Monkey's attitude and decided to help him level up. Alright, don't overthink it. Preparing for college exams is what's important. You're too slow luring monsters on your own. Let's do it together. His eyes fell on the 2 new god skills he had acquired, especially the SS level passive skill that would make him a god of endurance battles. Qin Cha stared at the flickering skill panel before him, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Holy Guardian's SS level attributes. Passive LV211, Blessing of the Divine Light. The skill details unfolded before him. Casting any light-based skill requires no incantation. Skill casting speed increased by 20, spell critical chance increased by 20, damage taken reduced by 20, and once every 24 hours, an impending fatal attack can be negated. This is just. Qin Cha's gaze lingered over each attribute. The casting speed and spell critical chance alone were top-tier properties found only in platinum equipment in the game. The damage reduction significantly enhanced his survivability. As for the once daily fatal attack immunity, its worth was beyond measure. But what truly quickened his pulse was the first attributino incantation needed for all light-based skills. Skinny Monkey, Qin Cha turned and asked, How long does it take you fire mages to chant a forbidden spell? Huh. Skinny Monkey was momentarily stunned. Even the fastest takes 30 seconds. A smirk played on Qin Cha's lips. In battle, while opponents were still chanting spells, he could unleash forbidden spells instantly. With this in mind, he deliberately asked, "What do you think if someone could cast a forbidden spell instantly?" Instantly cast a forbidden spell. Skinny Monkey's eyes widened, his voice changing pitch. That's definitely hacking. Who can do that? It's outright invincible. Qin Cha merely smiled silently. Skinny Monkey's reaction was testament enough to the terrifying nature of this skill. Let's go. Follow my lead to fight the monsters. Qin Cha started walking forward. Just follow me and cast skills whenever you see a monster. But I don't have enough mana, Skinny Monkey said hesitantly. No worries, I can replenish it for you. What the heck? Skinny Monkey looked at him in shock. You can restore mana? I'm a priest, Qin Cha said nonchalantly. A priest? Skinny Monkey paused in realization. Oh right, I almost forgot you're a priest. But wait, regular priests can't restore mana. Others can't, but I can, Qin Cha replied with calm confidence. Skinny Monkey suddenly understood. True, you're just a freak of nature. Even though I'm an ins-level profession and often praised as a genius, compared to you, I'm practically useless. How are you so overpowered? Though his tone was one of complaint, Skinny Monkey couldn't hide his pride. But being overpowered is great. I like it. Qin Cha's smile faded. Do you hear yourself? No. I mean, Skinny Monkey quickly clarified. Having an overpowered brother like you means I can walk around with confidence, flaunting your name. How cool and prestigious. The more Skinny Monkey thought about it, the more excited he became. He swiftly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pants and offered one to Qin Cha. With a snap of his left fingers, a flame flickered up, his eager expression like that of a devoted follower. Here, here, boss, have a smoke. Get lost. Qin Cha shook his head, amused. You're Ins-class fire mage, a genius wherever you go, and you use your fireball skill to light my cigarette? If others found out, they'd be furious. They don't know anything. Skinny Monkey said proudly, lifting his chin with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. I'm proud to light a cigarette for Brother Qin. Others don't even have this chance. You really are something. All right, let's get started. As they chatted, they dove into a week-long monster hunting spree. After a transformation, Qin Cha's strength had skyrocketed in every aspect. The Peak King title's all-skill level 1 effect was particularly significant, and the god-level skill Intimidate was upgraded to LV2. The new effect not only retained the original attributes and aura enhancement by tenfold, but also added a feature of tenfold skill power increase. This new attribute was more terrifying than the previous two combined. Qin Cha immediately tested the upgraded Compassion mana recovery effect, and the results were astonishing. Now at LV3, Compassion had transformed. Its passive effect converted 50 of the damage dealt and received into Holy Light and stored it, while the active effect, Divine Punishment Holy Light, could either heal or deal massive damage over any area, with a storage duration of up to 90 minutes. Using just about 1% of the Holy Light, Skinny Monkey's exclamation could be heard from 800 meters away. Qin Cha calculated that only 1,000th of the maximum 90-minute storage was needed to instantly refill Skinny Monkey's mana and maintain a full mana state for 5 seconds. The healing effect was even more impressive facing a super strong opponent over level 100. As long as they had a breath left, he could revive them instantly. This was the true power of a battle priest, mastering both magic and combat, capable of both killing and healing. Qin Cha, this is amazing. Skinny Monkey laughed loudly, casting fireballs wildly while the Divine Punishment Holy Light lasted, his face flushed with excitement. Man, this is awesome. I don't want to leave you. You're like my ancient magic spirit, Brother Qin. This is what a true mage is. This is what a firebomber is. Brother Qin, I love you. Skinny Monkey got more excited with each blast, suddenly shivering. Oh, shut up. Qin Cha gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to kill, glancing around. Fortunately, this core area was full of monsters and few people, or it might have been misunderstood. No, Brother Qin, I leveled up. I'm level 22 now. Skinny Monkey was ecstatic. Damn, this feels great. Leveling up like a rocket. Qin Cha glanced at his own level thanks to using a double experience card on the first day. He was now level 28, just 20 experience away from level 29. The speed was indeed gratifying. Just as he was about to speak again, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! A level 30 special platinum boss has appeared in the current area. Defeating it will grant a mount chest and 10,000 reputation. A mount chest? Reputation. Qin Cha's eyes lit up with excitement. This is it. Kill it. Earn reputation, get the chest, and reach level 30. Special bosses are a type of field boss. Compared to regular field bosses, they are not only more powerful, often surpassing even dungeon bosses, but they also promise rich rewards. In this world, they might drop a mount chest, and even the lowest tier bronze mounts are worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Mounts in this world symbolize a special status. Even if an ordinary person acquires a mount, they would likely choose to sell it. Xiao Yu from the Jinwu division owns a platinum-grade Zidian King Luana rare mount worth billions given to her by Luo Changfeng, drawing attention whenever it appears. Boss Qin, why did you stop fighting? Keep going. The recent days of revelry had Skinny Monkey's face flushed with excitement. We fought enough. Let me take you to do something fun, Qin Cha said casually. Since Skinny Monkey hadn't yet undergone the first transformation, he couldn't receive world information. Something fun. Skinny Monkey instinctively covered his backside. No way, Brother Qin, my small frame can't handle it. Get lost, just follow me. Qin Cha glanced at the special boss coordinates displayed in the world information, noticing they weren't far away. The two soon arrived at the destination. Although the terrain of Autumn Wind Plains is mostly flat, there was a rare lake at the coordinate location, surrounded by a few low hills. Holy crap, Brother Qin, why are there so many people? Standing on the hill and looking down, Skinny Monkey was surprised to see hundreds of people gathered below, grouped in 3s and 5s, all on guard against each other. Qin Cha wasn't surprised. After all, Autumn Wind Plains is a popular leveling spot, and anyone receiving the alert would rush over. More people were still arriving. The experience distribution rules for field bosses lead to this situation. The last hit earns 40 of the experience, while the remaining experience is distributed according to damage dealt. Everyone has a chance to pick up dropped items, which encourages kill stealing, particularly for classes like assassins and thieves, who thrive in the wild with their stealth abilities, specializing in stealing bosses and treasure chests. There, that's the boss. Skinny Monkey suddenly exclaimed. The lake's surface churned as a massive serpent head emerged, its scarlet eyes scanning the crowd before sinking back into the water. That's right, a platinum special boss, Qin Cha nodded. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped the attributes and description of the monster. Qiufeng Lake Monsteroles, platinum boss level. The attribute panel showed strength 30, vitality 1532, spirit 4144, agility 1808, with skills including water bullet, water prison, water tornado, water bind, berserk, frenzied tail strike, and devouring maw. This is a special treasure chest boss. Defeating it yields a mount treasure chest. Its weakness is in its eyes. Boss Qin, we're not here to kill the boss, are we? Skinny Monkey asked belatedly. That's right. Qin Cha nodded in response, already calculating in his mind. The monster's spirit attribute of over 4,000 was indeed terrifying for professionals of the same level, but it wasn't a big deal for him. The main challenge was that, as a priest, he was like a fish out of water. Although he wouldn't be completely powerless in the water, his strength would be significantly reduced. More crucially, without special equipment, no one could breathe underwater continuously. This was why the 100 or so professionals on the shore were hesitant to make a move. They were worried about others stealing the monster and concerned about the many restrictions of underwater combat. Its head is bigger than me, and it's a water-based boss. It won't be easy for us to kill it, right? Skinny Monkey, being a fire mage, was not adept at dealing with water elements, let alone fighting underwater. As Qin Cha pondered, the crowd around them began to notice him. Whoa, look over there. That guy is huge. If I hadn't just seen the water monster, I'd think he was the boss. This guy is impressive. I wonder what class he is. Can't tell. Probably a shield warrior? I think he's a swordsman. Qin Cha? A voice suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. With keen senses, Qin Cha immediately located the source of the voice and was surprised to find it was Xia Qing. Standing beside her were two stunning beauties, Luo Lioli and Xianxian. Oh my god, isn't that my dream goddess? Boss Qin, you actually know such high-level beauties. Skinny Monkey was dumbfounded, especially by Luo Lioli's breathtaking appearance. The three women quickly approached, and Qin Cha glanced at their levels, finding they were all at level 24, with Luo Lioli on the verge of reaching level 25. Qin Cha, are you here to hunt the boss too? Xia Qing looked at him with admiration, having been infatuated with him since witnessing his first combat transformation. What a coincidence, Brother Qin. Xianxian, though still a bit shy, was not as bashful as before. We came after hearing the news to try our luck. Even the usually cold Luo Lioli's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Faced with the three beauties, Skinny Monkey was too excited to form a complete sentence, nodding repeatedly as his face turned red. Join us. Luo Lioli extended her fair hand, revealing 6 glistening water-repelling beads in her palm. With these, you can move freely underwater for 10 minutes. Including you two, there's still one extra. We just want to gain some experience. We don't need any loot. This declaration left Xia Qing and Xianxian stunned. Hey, that's not what you said earlier, right? Yeah. Who said we must take down the boss and check the mount treasure chest? Who said not to team up with anyone, to take advantage of the chaos to kill, and to practice combat coordination? Wow. As soon as you saw Qin Cha, you changed your tune? You're supposed to be the Ice Queen. How did you become an Ice Queen fangirl? Have you considered our feelings? Qin Cha, let's team up. We really don't want anything. Yes, just the experience is enough. God Qin, is that okay? Clearly, The two women's dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that they were all good friends, and if one was going to fangirl, they all had to do it together. Skinny Monkey was completely bewildered, his gaze flicking back and forth between Qin Cha's stoic face and the three expectant beauties. Oh my god, is this being pursued? And by three, this is harder to bear than getting killed. Qin Cha looked at the three beautiful women in front of him, secretly delighted. They not only offered the water-repellent pearls, but also didn't ask for any dropped items in return. This deal was indeed worthwhile. All right, Qin Cha nodded in agreement, then shifted the conversation. However, teaming up with me, you should know what to do. After all, you don't want to be wrapped up by the giant snake, do you? The skinny guy's eyes widened at this, looking at Qin Cha with a complicated expression, silently cursing. Oh, shut up, you island priest. However, the three women's reactions were unexpected. Luo Lioli stated without hesitation, understood, we'll follow your lead. Xia Qing added with a charming smile. Brother Qin, whatever you say, I'll do. Xian blushed and quietly stepped back a couple of steps, softly saying, Qin God, just direct us, we trust you. The skinny guy watched this harmonious scene, nearly exploding inside. Envy, jealousy. He roared internally. I admit defeat in everything else, but not in the art of wooing women. Although I concede you're a bit more handsome, taller, more impressive, smarter, and stronger than I am. What's the use of being so buff if you can't outtalk me? Your fists may be strong, but are they stronger than my words? Then, he reconsidered and thought about how Qin Cha had hardly spoken to girls over the years, and now being favored by beautiful women was indeed a good thing, so he decided to wish him well. Qin Cha wasn't aware of the skinny guy's internal monologue. He simply nodded and said, all right, let's start directly. The four were used to Qin Cha's straightforward approach. Xia Qing even sighed. Finally hearing that again, it feels so reassuring. This feeling of not having to fight myself is just great, comfortable. The skinny guy was taken aback. What kind of wild words are these? Luo Lioli and Xian turned and left in unison. The five of them arrived at the lake, immediately attracting everyone's attention. This team was a visual spectacle, three stunning beauties paired with Qin Cha's formidable physique. It was hard not to notice them. The surrounding players began whispering. Which guild are they from? No idea, but judging by their gear, they're not simple. Wow, you're looking at gear? I can't even take my eyes off these three beauties. We should make a move too. Don't forget, this special boss drops mount chests. Then let's fight for it. The appearance of Qin Cha and his team broke the calm. Many onlookers, overwhelmed by his intimidating presence, chose to enter the water, but most still remained on the sidelines. Idiots, why jump in so early? That's a level 30 boss. Going in now is just being cannon fodder. Exactly. Most here are around level 25. Those high-level experts can't even make it here in time. Waiting is the best strategy. Right. Waiting for those experts, and then taking advantage is the way to go. Amidst the chatter, Qin Cha and his team swallowed the water-repellent pearls. The pearls dissolved instantly, causing no discomfort. Let's go. Qin Cha commanded in a low voice, stepping into the water first. Splash. As Qin Cha plunged into the water, he felt an extraordinary force separating him from the lake. This unusual sensation left him astonished despite being underwater. He could breathe as freely as on land, and his voice could carry, though only within a 2-meter radius. Wow, the scenery in this lake is stunning. Xia Qing exclaimed. The underwater world was crystal clear, with vibrant aquatic plants swaying with the currents and colorful schools of fish darting about, creating a breathtaking tableau. Don't just stand there, let's go. Qin Cha impatiently nudged her aside. Hey, Xia Qing turned around, her eyes twinkling. Qin, take it easy. You? Qin Cha shook his head in exasperation. This girl always seemed overly excited around him, giving him a headache. Wow, you even scolded me, how manly. Xia Qing teased. Other guys wouldn't dare be so harsh with me. Realizing she was joking, Qin Cha ignored her. Nearby, a skinny guy sighed, looking disappointed. Such a waste. One day, I'll have to teach Qin how to be less blunt. The boss is over there, let's move. Qin Cha suddenly spotted their target. Underwater, they truly witnessed the terrifying presence of the boss, a massive serpent over 30 meters long, as thick as 5 men could span. Its dark scales shimmered with a sinister gleam in the rippling water, and its crimson eyes radiated a chilling menace. Boom, boom. When they arrived, a team of 5 was already engaged in battle with the boss. This group consisted of a level 27 shield warrior, water mage, swordsman, assassin, and knight. The knight was clearly the linchpin of the team. Though the class's skills were average, it was versatile in offense and defense, capable of healing and ranged attacks, yet difficult to master. For a 27-level team to challenge such a formidable boss, they clearly had some skill. Lance throw. The knight's right arm tensed, sending a spear through the water with a trail of bubbles, hitting the lake monster precisely. Other team members unleashed their abilities in a fierce assault. Roar. Infuriated, the lake monster's massive head burst from the water, roaring skyward, and unleashed a huge water blast from its gaping maw. Though the team's voices were inaudible, their frantic efforts to dodge were clearly visible. Unfortunately, the monster's high mental attributes meant the slow-moving mage couldn't escape and was instantly blown into a mist of blood. This scene made Luo Liuli's group's faces turn pale. If that were us. Enough watching, let's get in there. Qin Cha interrupted, as a divine punishment chain instantly linked Luo Liuli's group to the massive lake monster. Great healing, the skinny guy shouted excitedly. Qin Cha didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the monstrous lake creature, fists trembling with energy. Crackle. Pale purple lightning wrapped around his arms, creating a surreal display in the water. Begin the attack. Everyone, give it your all. Don't worry, with me here, dying won't be easy. Ice Spear, Backstab, Holy Light. The three skills were unleashed almost simultaneously, as the three female warriors launched a relentless assault on the lake monster boss, empowered by the divine punishment chain. The glimmer of their skills danced across the water's surface, reflecting their determined faces. In the distance, a remaining squad of knights watched in awe. With their mage companion already fallen, the knight captain made a swift decision. Let's go. Yet, they didn't retreat far, choosing instead to observe from a safe distance, secretly hoping this unexpected team would face some difficulties too. Underwater, more groups began to gather, their watchful eyes glinting in the darkness. A lean mage, known as Shoho, noticed these hidden onlookers and snorted dismissively. As a fire mage, his abilities were greatly diminished underwater, so he paddled openly without concern. Qin Cha wanted all team members to engage in battle for fair distribution of experience points. Since the opposing group demanded no rewards and took only the minimum experience, it was only fair for them to contribute more effort. This is my first underwater battle, Xia Qing exclaimed, slashing her golden dagger at the lake monster with excitement, leaving a trail of wounds. Each strike inflicted significant damage, which was converted into healing energy through the divine punishment chain, continuously nourishing the team. The upgraded divine punishment chain had become even more formidable. It could connect to 10 targets simultaneously, converting all damage dealt to target A into healing, while also inflicting a 20 slow effect and ongoing damage. With a duration of 5 minutes and a cooldown of 10 minutes, this skill was truly a divine skill. Compared to Thunderstorm and Compassionate Heart, its side effects were mild, inducing only a slight warmth and comfort. Roar! 3 seconds later, the lake monster ools erupted in fury. The water surface surged violently, creating massive waves that left those on the shore stunned. Underwater, a terrifying water tornado, driven by over 4,000 points of mental power, tore through the area, leaving devastation in its wake. Run! The boss is enraged. Those fools are brave. Sensing danger, the surrounding adventurers fled. Although Xia Qing quickly entered stealth mode, she was still grazed by the water tornado, causing her to cough up blood. Before the blood that Xia Qing spat out traveled 2 meters, her complexion miraculously regained its color, and in an instant, she appeared as vibrant and lively as if she had never been injured. However, an even more astonishing scene was unfolding. Facing the terrifying water dragon, Qin Sha's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His robust figure carved an arc through the lake, charging against the surging undercurrent. At that moment, his hands suddenly burst with blinding electric light, and purple lightning flickered and danced in the water. What kind of profession is this? Thunder Shield Warrior. A shield warrior can't withstand that directly. Isn't that courting death? Those hiding in the safe zone stared in shock at the scene. Even with Qin Sha's formidable presence and terrifying physique, he seemed so small in front of the massive waterspout connecting the lake bottom to the surface. Boom! Qin Sha unleashed a punch, and the thunderstorm instantly erupted. The crackling pale purple lightning resembled divine punishment, exploding in the water and transforming into a 5-clawed lightning dragon radiating outward. This punch unleashed his full strength of over 20,000, creating a vacuum area in the water. The terrifying lightning spread over 100 meters, arcs flashing, and the water dragon collapsed in response. The lake monster ools let out a piercing scream as a bloody, gaping wound was blasted into its dark body. Remarkably, this was achieved from tens of meters away, with the residual electric charge alone severely injuring the boss. The power of this strike extended even further. Every living being within a 200-meter radius was paralyzed, as if electrocuted, their bodies convulsing with rolled-back eyes. Those who had previously scorned Qin Cha were too close and began twitching as they sank toward the lake bed. In the water, the effect of the thunderstorm was greatly amplified, and any enemy within 50 meters could be completely annihilated by the sheer force of the lightning. So tingly, so itchy. Xia Qing's body trembled lightly, almost dropping her dagger. Fortunately, she was far enough away that only she could hear her muttering. As teammates, they wouldn't suffer the true damage of Qin Sha's skill, but the electric fish-like attack still allowed them to feel the jolt of current. Skinny Monkey rolled his eyes, while Luo Lioli and Xin Xian could only bite their lips, trying to suppress the strange sensations. Yet Qin Cha had no time to worry about these reactions. Ul's, now severely injured, went completely berserk, its scales turning from black to an eerie shade of purple-black, continuously spitting deadly water projectiles from its mouth. Tisk. Qin Cha frowned slightly, waving his left hand. Divine punishment. Holy light. The benevolent holy light stored was unleashed once more. Holy radiance illuminated the surroundings like a blazing sun rising from the lake. With a thunderous roar, countless volumes of lake water shot skyward, and the crimson blood transformed into a fine mist under the holy light's glow. A one-hit kill. This scene stunned everyone by the lake, including onlookers rushing from afar. Such pure holy light made their scalps tingle, prompting incredulous exclamations. Is this a priest's forbidden spell? Or a paladin's ultimate move? Which expert has come here to show off? The holy light shone brightly, instantly covering an area of several kilometers. Within the blinding white light, the level 30 platinum boss, the lake monster Ul's, didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated by the purifying light. It wasn't just a physical destruction, but a complete annihilation of its soul. The professionals by the lakeside were stunned, and the players in the water were so shocked by the sudden event that their hearts almost stopped. The terrifying holy light turned the lake water pure white, and everyone felt a chilling coldness reach deep into their souls. Is it the end of the world? Did Ultraman arrive? Who threw a flashbang? Even in such a terrifying scene, some maintained a sense of absurd humor. This is actually a self-protection mechanism humans use under extreme fear. Everyone knew that if the person who released the holy light had any malice towards them, their fate would be no better than that of the boss who was vaporized in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Cha was not a bloodthirsty person. As he withdrew his fist, the holy light and thunder gradually dissipated. He calmly approached the spot where the boss had disappeared, seeing several brilliant lights scattered across the lake bed. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the loot, among which a delicate chest emitting dazzling platinum light was particularly eye-catching. Qin Cha did not immediately check the loot, but instead turned to look at his companions. Luo Lioli's pretty face was full of complexity admiration for the strong mixed with the disappointment of being surpassed as a genius. Xia Qing was much simpler, clutching her dagger tightly, her eyes full of admiration. That was amazing. The holy light shone right into my heart. The young priest Xian Xian looked at Qin Cha with a gaze of reverence. Qin God is so powerful. This is the power of a priest. The skinny monkey stood dumbfounded, repeatedly muttering, holy crap. Even though they had tried to overestimate Qin Cha's strength over the past few days, they still couldn't imagine a priest being able to one-punch a level 30 platinum boss. Qin Cha didn't give them much time to be shocked, directly ordering a retreat. The professionals underwater followed suit, still in shock, as they made their way to the shore. The crowd on the shore immediately gathered around. What happened? Did someone use a powerful spell scroll? Qin Cha and his group ignored the questions and left straight away. It was then that someone finally recognized Qin Cha and exclaimed, "It's him, that insane priest. He took down the boss in one move." What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Although one-shotting a boss was already shocking, learning that the person who did it was a priest left everyone in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely nonsense. Voices of doubt rose one after another. After all, who could believe that a healing class could unleash such a terrifying attack? The noise by the autumn breeze lake was constant, filled with incredulous discussions among the crowd. It's true that there was a fluctuation of holy light, but that physique. He might as well be a titan, a priest? That's a joke. One player scoffed, arms akimbo, full of disdain. A priest who can one-shot a platinum boss? Another person laughed. I'm a priest myself, and getting one-shotted by a boss is a regular occurrence. Even if you're making up stories, there should be a limit. However, as more and more eyewitnesses returned from underwater describing the same scene, some people began to waver. I saw him casting healing spells with my own eyes. Exactly. He can also release chain skills for continuous healing. The most unbelievable thing is that he can channel the power of thunder through his arms. That's nonsense. There's no such versatile priest. If he's really a priest, I'll eat a fan on live stream. Someone angrily slammed the table. The debate raged on for a long time, but the mystery and power Qin Cha had displayed left a deep impression on everyone. Logically speaking, a Mount treasure chest was so precious it would naturally attract those with malicious intent. Yet, Qin Cha's imposing figure and the legend of him one-shotting a boss deterred any ill-intentioned individuals. A priest? Who are you kidding? An assassin muttered privately. With that build, he looks like a shield warrior. Better not mess with him. Qin Cha hadn't anticipated that his formidable appearance would become his best protection. The five of them reached a secluded spot, and the spoils of this battle were exhilarating. The three girls directly leveled up to 25, while Thin Monkey jumped 2 levels, reaching halfway to level 24. Qin Cha himself broke through to level 30, a feat achieved in just 1 month since awakening, despite spending 10 days in a special dungeon. Such leveling speed was nothing short of lightning fast. Even more astounding was his attribute panel. Name, Qin Cha. Level, 30. Class, Berserker Holy Priest. Title, Pinnacle King. Attributes, Strength, 25,580 mythical. Stamina, 18,135. Spirit, 23,450. Agility, 18,710. Luck, 26. Overall rating, 8.5. Skills, Overwhelming Presence Divine LV2. Thunder, Endue Divine LV3. Eye of Holy Light SSS LV2. Compassion for All Divine LV3. Twilight of the Gods Divine LV2. Divine Protection SSS LV2. Holy Light Octagon Divine LV2. Equipment, Ring of the Holy Soul Legendary Ring. Wrath of the Demon Legion Golden Gauntlets. Eternal Sorrow of the Ghost Lord Platinum Plate Armor. These stats were nearly equivalent to a class profession at level 80 or 90. Qin Cha looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction, thinking to himself, great, now let's see what surprises this Mount Treasure Chest will bring. In the Autumn Wind Plains, a series of system announcements boomed like thunder in the ears of all players above the first rank. Ding! Regional announcement. Level 30 Special Platinum Boss, Lake Monster Ors, has been slain. Killers, Qin Cha, Luo Lioli, Xiaqing, Sun Yao, Muxian. The team has gained 99 experience and 10,000 prestige points. The repeated system notifications shocked every player who received them, especially those rushing to the scene, leaving them in utter disbelief. At the edge of the Autumn Wind Plains, a well-equipped team of 10 was racing towards Autumn Wind Lake. They all wore the tiger medal on their chests, led by a young man in his late 20s. He rode a majestic striped tiger, clad in gleaming armor, the vice president of the Level 3 Guild, Roaring Tiger in the Forest. Pick up the pace, everyone, urged the vice president. This special boss carries a mount chest. $1 million reward for each of us, if we seize it. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification froze his smile. Stop! He abruptly pulled the reins, causing his mount's front hooves to lift off the ground. Only 15 minutes since the alert, and the boss has already been taken down, he muttered in disbelief. The team erupted in astonishment. Impossible, Vice President. This is a level 30 platinum boss in a level 25 grinding area. And that 99 experience chariot means no one else even touched the boss. Even if we 10 were all level 50 experts, we couldn't keep others from even reaching the boss. The vice president frowned as he checked the Slayer's information. Qin Cha, information unknown. Luo Lioli, Frost Witch, level 25. Xiaqing, Shadow Assassin, level 25. Mu Xian, Holy Priest, level 25. Sun Yao, Flame Controller, level 24. This data hit them like a sledgehammer, leaving everyone stunned. This is insane. 3 level 25s and a level 24, all rookies who haven't even reached the first rank, and they managed to kill a level 30 boss. The strangest part is this Qin Cha. Why is all his information marked as question marks? Normally, even a level 100 player can't selectively hide their info unless they hide everything. At this moment, many players shared the same curiosity as the members of the Roaring Tiger in the Forest Guild. Who exactly is this mysterious Qin Cha? Could it really be a top-tier player helping out newbies? Or perhaps a skilled player picking off weaker opponents? Everyone was engrossed in this enigma, unable to fathom it. The young warrior's fingers trembled slightly as he tightly gripped the communication device, urgently reporting to the vice president of the Lakeside Guild. Vice President, it's not what you think. That Qin Cha, he's a priest. I saw it with my own eyes. His level can't be over 30 because he leveled up after killing the boss. What? A priest? Taking down a level 30 platinum boss in seconds at under level 30. The vice president's voice was filled with disbelief. The young warrior hung up abruptly. Immediately after, the system notification chimed. Ding. You have removed Zhao Wu from the guild. Damn it. If you're going to make up a story, at least come up with a believable one, the young warrior muttered through gritted teeth. 2 mages, 2 priests, and an assassin. Without even a warrior, claiming they can take down a boss in seconds? Do they take me for a fool? Similar scenes played out across the Autumn Wind Plains. Those who received the message were unanimously skeptical, even questioning whether the informant was a traitor or a spy. However, the name Qin Cha spread like wildfire among the guilds and adventurers in Zhanghai City. All factions began investigating this enigmatic figure who had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Qin Cha, at the center of the storm, paid no mind to the regional announcement or the ensuing commotion. His attention was fully on the Mount Treasure Chest about to be opened. As a dazzling light flashed, an exquisite treasure chest appeared before everyone. Wow, so this is the Mount Chest. Xiaqing's eyes sparkled. I wonder if it'll contain a mini version of the lake monster? Luo Lioli shook her head and explained. Chests dropped by special bosses are completely random in terms of level and race. Qin Cha's luck is really something, getting a platinum 1. Platinum. Xian swallowed hard. Thin Monkey marveled. Even a piece of platinum equipment is beyond reach for ordinary folks like us, let alone a platinum mount. That could practically buy my life. Indeed, it's quite valuable, Luo Yuli said calmly. My dad gave my cousin a platinum mount that cost 35 billion at the time. What? Thin Monkey turned his head in shock, his voice trembling. Gave? Is there a problem? Luo Yuli looked at him, puzzled. Thin Monkey's gaze darted between Qin Cha and Xia Qing, shaking his head vigorously. Just giving away something worth over 30 billion? How are you all so calm? Don't make me feel like I'm the only bumpkin here. Xia Qing sighed. Don't make a fuss, Thin Dog. Lioli is from the Luo family. What's wrong with giving a gift worth over 30 billion? Xian added nonchalantly. It's normal for relatives to give gifts. My uncle even gave me a special job advancement scroll, which I can use tomorrow. Thin Monkey was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Qin Cha. Wow, not only are these three stunningly beautiful, but they're also rich second-generation heirs. Talking about billions like it's nothing. Qin Cha, I thought you were just a straightforward guy, but you're also living the high life. He almost cried. Here I am, a proud glass mage, called Thin Dog, and dating a hedgehog spirit. Oh heavens, why do you treat me this way? Xian burst out laughing at his exaggerated expression. Xia Qing and Luo Liuli couldn't help but smile, thinking that Thin Monkey was indeed amusing. No wonder he was Qin Sha's friend. Qin Cha shook his head and ignored them. With a luck value 5 times higher than the average person, he was confident about getting a good mount. Whoosh. As the chest opened, a dazzling light revealed a palm-sized chip instead of the mount egg everyone expected. Xia Qing and Xian were stunned, while Luo Liuli's pupils contracted as she exclaimed in surprise. The chip's attributes appeared. Required level, 30. Type, non-growth. Base attributes. All attributes 10, movement speed 30. Special skill 1. Spectral chains releases 30 flaming chains, attacks with 100 of the rider's damage, 1000 meters range, 30-minute cooldown. Special skill 2. Ghostly Flame Shield releases a protective ghostly flame with 150 of the rider's defense. Lasts 10 minutes, 1 hour cooldown. Capacity, 2 people. Specification, automatically adjusts to the rider's size. Hiss. The 3 skinny monkeys inhaled sharply, and even the usually calm Luo Liuli looked shocked. This is a rare mech-type special mount. It's worth at least 1 billion to start. Luo Liuli exclaimed. Qin Cha was a bit confused. A motorcycle? Wasn't it supposed to be a monster-type mount? Seeing the skinny monkey's confusion about why this non-growth mount was more valuable than a beast-type one, Xia Qing quickly explained, the biggest advantage of mech-type mounts is that they are ready to use immediately, unlike beasts that require a long nurturing period. Moreover, it directly boosts the owner's attributes, has almost zero maintenance cost, and can be sold at any time. Most importantly, her eyes sparkled. It's cool. Noticing the capacity for 2 riders, Xia Qing's eyes twinkled as her voice turned coquettish. Brother Qin, the weather is so nice today, won't you take me for a ride? Her flirtatious tone made the skinny monkey's knees weak. What made him even more envious was that both the aloof Luo Liuli and the gentle Xian looked expectantly at Qin Cha. This is a chick magnet. The skinny monkey realized, immediately hugging Qin Sha's leg, begging to borrow the bike for a couple of days to impress girls. Qin Sha expressionlessly kicked him away. You can't handle it. Let me try first. With that, he activated the chip. Boom. A wild, flame-engulfed Harley appeared in the clearing. Holy crap. Ghost Rider. The skinny monkey was so dazzled, he nearly fainted on the spot. Xia Qing eagerly jumped onto the back seat, gazing at Qin Sha with affection. Come on, brother Qin. Don't hold back. Take me for a wild ride. Although Xia Qing was an assassin with powerful charm skills, they were completely ineffective in front of Qin Sha. He calmly moved Xia Qing off the motorcycle and mounted the seat himself. With the roar of the engine, the motorcycle instantly displayed an impressive presence. Its front wheel spewed fierce flames, and 2 front arms extended a full meter forward, connecting to a fearsome, skull-shaped front. This terrifying machine, combined with Qin Sha's imposing physique, was truly a sight to behold. Wow! Xian stared in awe at the scene. At some point, Shouho had regained consciousness and was now so excited that he was at a loss for words. Oh my god! Brother Qin, this is too cool. That physique with this bike, it's just perfect. Brother Qin, give me a ride. Xia Qing's eyes glistened as she gazed at Qin Sha with infatuation. Beside her, Luo Liuli helplessly reminded her, Xia Qing, tone it down. I can't help it, Liuli. Who could resist? Aren't you tempted? Xia Qing replied candidly. Luo Liuli had to change the subject. Don't forget we need to prepare for the first transition. The attribute-boosting potions we ordered are arriving this afternoon. This not only calmed Xia Qing but also made Qin Sha, who was about to leave, pause. Attribute-boosting potions? Xian immediately explained. It's like this, Qin God. We want to challenge the diamond-level first transition, but we're worried we aren't strong enough, so we plan to use some external items to boost our attributes. Qin Sha mused. The first transition trial does prohibit equipment, but it doesn't say you can't take potions beforehand. When he learned that each point of attribute enhancement cost 1,000 yuan, Qin Cha's eyes lit up. We could make a deal. I have something that can permanently boost attributes. 1 point for 200,000 yuan. Interested? This news exploded among the four of them like a bomb. Shouho was so excited his face turned red. Boss Qin, I want it. Xiaqing and Xianxian eagerly expressed their interest as well. Even the usually composed Luo Liuli nodded in agreement, though she was concerned about the quantity. Something that can permanently boost attributes must be quite rare, right? Xianxian added. Yeah, similar items on the market go for about 150,000 to 160,000 yuan per point and are extremely rare. You can't even buy them. Qin Cha smiled confidently. There's enough for all of you. Qin Cha didn't reveal his trump card. He simply said, you guys tell me how much you want first, and I'll take a look. We tell you. Xiaqing looked bewildered, pointing to her nose in disbelief at Qin Cha. Skinny Monkey dramatically clutched his chest, wailing, I never expected this, old Qin. After all these years, I'm the broke one. Qin Cha ignored Skinny Monkey's theatrical antics. It was Luo Liuli who remained calm as always, and she was the first to cautiously speak up. I want 100 points in mental strength and 50 points in agility. Qin Cha casually took out his phone and started noting it down. After a moment, he looked up with a slight frown. What else? Anything else? Luo Liuli's face froze. Qin Cha frowned deeper. Is that all? Who do you think you're underestimating? The four exchanged glances, falling into silence for a moment. Seeing this, Qin Cha reassured them. Feel free to ask. I don't have unlimited resources, but a few thousand points in attribute boosts are manageable. He had already planned it out, exchanging reputation for 1 attribute point cost 100,000, selling it to them at 200,000, doubling the profit. The more he sold, the more he earned. Of course, before reaching a certain level of power, this kind of transaction couldn't be frequent, nor could it be sold to outsiders. Unlike power, which, when exposed, might just cause envy, this kind of thing, if exposed, would definitely stir up a storm. I'll go first. Skinny Monkey was the first to step up. 1,000 mental, 500 agility, 500 stamina. All right, that's 400 million. Qin Cha agreed readily. Skinny Monkey drew a sharp breath. That was almost their family's entire savings. But he believed that as long as he explained it was a permanent attribute boost, his dad wouldn't refuse. Especially in the early stages, with various bonuses, not to mention diamond level. Even reaching king level was possible. Then Luo Liuli spoke. I want 1,000 in all 4 attributes, with an additional 1,000 in mental strength. I want the same. So do I. Xiaqing and Xianxian looked at Qin Cha with anticipation. No problem. Qin Cha waved his hand. You can prepare the money now, transfer it in the afternoon, and come to my place to pick up the goods in the evening. Skinny Monkey, let's go. I'll take you to level up the last half level. All right. Skinny Monkey excitedly jumped onto Qin Cha's motorcycle. With the roar of the engine, under Xiaqing's reluctant gaze, the two figures gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Luli, Xiaqing snapped back to reality. Does he really have so many attribute-boosting treasures? He has no reason to lie to us, Luo Liuli said with conviction. That's great. Now we might be able to take on the king-level trial, even if it's just 1 star. Xiaqing beamed with joy. However, Xianxian was a bit hesitant. Aren't you curious about where Qin Shin got such rare things? Oh, stop overthinking it. Xiaqing ruffled her hair. Qin Cha is so capable, he surely has his ways. Luo Liuli looked at Xianxian with a serious expression and instructed her. Xianxian, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, not even your family. Qin Cha trusts us, which is why he's willing to sell us the items. If anyone betrays this trust, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't worry, Sister Liuli, I understand. I won't say a word. Xianxian nodded repeatedly, promising solemnly. Only then did Luo Liuli nod in satisfaction, and she left with her 2 companions. That evening, Qin Cha returned home, feeling invigorated. After an entire afternoon of effort, Skinny Monkey had finally reached level 25, meeting the requirements for the first advancement. With the goal achieved, there was no need to waste any more time in the autumn wind plains. Sitting in front of his computer, Qin Cha began to organize his recent gains. With the college entrance exams approaching, his abilities had nearly reached the current stage's limit, meaning he was well prepared. Apart from the sacred octagonal cage, which he hadn't yet examined, all other skills had been thoroughly tested in practice, showing significant improvement. The only thing that puzzled him was how to use the reputation points he earned from Luo Liuli and her group. Should he exchange them for attribute points or upgrade his title? They bought a total of 17,000 attribute points from me. According to the same exchange ratio, I could get 170,000 attribute points, which would increase each attribute by 42,500 points if distributed evenly. Qin Cha calculated to himself. What excited him even more was that on his way back, he had already informed Luo Liuli to place all their recent gains at the Sunshine Chamber of Commerce for settlement and collection later. The amount was substantial, conservatively estimated at 2 billion. 1 billion came from recently accumulated materials and equipment, while the other billion was from a platinum item dropped by the lake monster. Yes, the lake monster not only gave Qin Cha a platinum mount, but also dropped a platinum staff that was perfect for Luo Lioli. He sold it to her at 20 below market price. Qin Cha had initially wanted to give the staff to Skinny Monkey, but Skinny Monkey firmly refused, saying he couldn't accept such a valuable gift without earning it. In the end, Qin Cha gave him a level 25 golden staff and decided to charge Skinny Monkey at cost, not taking any commission. After everything Skinny Monkey has done for me, even turning against his ex-girlfriend and sharing the responsibility, how could I charge him? Qin Cha thought to himself. After much consideration, Qin Cha decided to use the reputation points to upgrade his title. With my current attributes, I can handle most situations. A title not only boosts attributes but also provides additional effects, making it more cost-effective. As he made his decision, transfer notifications from Skinny Monkey and others began to ring. The chimes echoed one after another, as Qin Cha stared at his account balance, which now resembled a phone number 3.64 billion. It was the wealthiest he had ever been. System. Keep 4 million and convert the rest into reputation points. Qin Cha commanded without hesitation. The system promptly notified. Ding. Reputation received. Current reputation, 36,340,000. Begin the exchange. Qin Cha shouted with enthusiasm. Soon, the system notified again. All items have been issued to the Holy Soul Ring. Remaining reputation, 9,740,000. Upgrade all titles. Titles have been automatically upgraded. Current peak king title upgraded to level 51. Next level requires reputation, 110,000. Damn, this feels amazing. Qin Cha exclaimed, his face beaming with satisfaction. Qin Cha let out a low growl, disbelief flickering in his eyes. In just 3 minutes, he had spent a staggering 3.6 billion. Such extravagance was truly astounding. Eagerly, he checked the attributes of his newly acquired title. The attributes of the mythical peak king title appeared before him. It required a level 25 to equip, increased all attributes by 51, doubled luck, and added 1 to all skill levels. Even more exciting were the 4 powerful special effects accompanying the title. First, when dealing damage to monsters, there was a 5.1 chance to increase skill critical rate by 51 for 51 seconds. Second, when receiving any damage, there was a 5.1 chance to be immune. Third, when a skill deals damage, there was a 5.1 chance to reset the skill's cooldown. Fourth, when attacking monsters, there was a 5.1 chance to increase attack speed by 51 for 51 seconds. Additionally, the title came with 2 powerful skills. King's Aura, when activated, it continuously deals true damage equivalent to 5.1 of the user's damage to all enemies within a 1010-meter range, consuming 1 mana per second. King's Blessing allows the user to designate a target to receive a blessing, increasing their attributes by 510 points each and granting a 51 boost to attack speed, critical rate, and skill casting speed for 51 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. Even more thrilling, the title could still be upgraded by spending 120,000 reputation points. Spending those 10 billion was worth it. Qin Cha exclaimed, standing up with a sense of newfound power surging through him. His attributes had undergone a qualitative leap. Strength soared to 31,000, Constitution and Agility surpassed 22,000, and Spirit exceeded the 30,000 mark. His overall rating reached an astonishing 10.1. He clenched his fists, the immense power almost threatening to crack the ground beneath him. I'm straying further from the path of a priest. Qin Cha joked to himself. A fake priest needs protection, but a real priest is the one who protects others. As he reveled in the joy of his attribute surge, the doorbell suddenly rang. I'm coming. Qin Cha took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and opened the gate. Luo Lioli and the other 2, along with Thin Monkey, had arrived. Come into the yard, Qin Cha said, turning towards the open space. With a wave of his hand, a pile of items neatly formed a small mountain. These are the items that increase attributes. The 4 of them were stunned by the sight. Xiaqing quickly noticed something unusual. I can understand the pill boxes, but Qin, care to explain? What's going on here? Thin Monkey was equally puzzled. Boss Qin, are you serious? Why are you watching short dramas? You're killing me here. I'm a classics reader. I'll confiscate these, destroy them when I get back, and it won't happen again. When Luo Lioli and her companions saw the pile of items in the courtyard, they were momentarily stunned. The bizarre assortment of objects was truly baffling. Qin Cha, rarely showing embarrassment, had a slight blush on his face. He silently cursed the system for such an awkward situation, but outwardly maintained his composure. Pointing to a pile of medicine boxes, he began explaining. This is Xinli pill, which can increase your strength by 1 point. He then pointed to another pile. This is Dabu pill, which enhances constitution. As for this essence, it boosts agility attribute points. What? The Skinny Monkey exclaimed in shock. Increase agility. That's so abstract. Are you sure it doesn't just boost attack speed? Qin Cha gave the skinny monkey a helpless look, thinking to himself that if anything was abstract, it was definitely the monkey's way of thinking. Fortunately, Luo Lioli and the others had always trusted Qin Cha. Luo Lioli hesitated. This stuff should. Xia Qing quickly picked up the conversation. How do we use these things? Well, Qin Cha shrugged, unsure himself. Just use them however you see fit. Whatever feels comfortable for you. At this, Luo Lioli and Xian blushed deeply, and Xia Qing gave Qin Cha a playful glance. Qin Cha pretended not to notice and continued. This is called a short drama. Watching it can increase your spirit. Considering you're all mage swayed, Xia Qing, you're an assassin. Why would you watch so many short dramas? Xia Qing looked puzzled, pointing at herself. Me? Are you talking about me? How would I know? Didn't you say it's the same as for Luo Lioli and the others? Qin Cha stared at her for a moment before realizing. Oh, right, I forgot. Xia Qing slapped her forehead, remembering that as an assassin, she needed strength, not spirit. At this point, Xian stepped forward. Xia Qing, I can trade 1,000 strength with you. I don't really need it. Wow, Xian, I didn't realize you could handle things so well in crucial moments. You're amazing. I'm so touched, Xia Qing said, giving Xian a big hug. Qin Cha didn't say anything, but he gained a newfound respect for Xian. Watching 3,000 short dramas was no small task. Xian was almost in tears from the workload. All right, Qin Cha said, waving his hand to dismiss them. The big competition is in a few days. Take these items and use them quickly to advance. Skinny Monkey, stay behind. I have something to tell you. Okay, Skinny Monkey replied. Luo Lioli and the others didn't linger. They had come with some expectation and excitement, but the treasures Qin Cha offered left them feeling overwhelmed. Qin, what do you need? You don't want to watch short dramas with me, do you? Come on, don't distract me from my important tasks. Skinny Monkey said slyly after the three women left. Get out of here, Qin Cha said, almost wanting to kick him, then waved his hand, producing another batch of treasures from the soul ring. What the heck? More. You're killing me, Skinny Monkey exclaimed in shock. These are for you. Take them and go, Qin Cha said succinctly, waving him off before returning to his room. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Cha only completed a couple of daily tasks, earning some insignificant rewards. Is Qin here? Suddenly, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Qin Cha opened the door and was momentarily speechless. Skinny Monkey was already thin, but over the past 3 days, he had become even more emaciated. With dark circles under his eyes that could rival a panda's, he looked lifeless and gaunt, like a dying man standing at Qin Cha's doorstep. Stand back, don't die at my door, Qin Cha said warily, taking a step back. Ah, come on. Skinny Monkey chuckled weakly, waving his hand. Boss Qin, don't be so nervous. I may look haggard, but I'm actually full of energy right now. I could eat 8 bowls of rice in one go. It was true. Although those short dramas were exhausting, the supplements had given him a significant boost in energy. I'm planning to make a breakthrough today. Want to come watch? Skinny Monkey finally revealed his purpose for visiting. No time, not interested. Get going, Qin Cha said dismissively, slamming the door shut. With a helpless shrug, Skinny Monkey called out over the courtyard wall. Qin, I'm off then. By the way, thanks for those short dramas, really invigorating. I felt so much more alive after watching them. Whoosh. The door suddenly swung open. Qin Cha looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby, then abruptly raised his left hand. Boom. A punch imbued with holy light sent Skinny Monkey flying 8 meters, enveloped in healing energy. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't shout about that stuff at my door. Get lost, Qin Cha yelled, slamming the door shut again. Skinny Monkey lay on the ground twitching, foaming at the mouth as the powerful healing energy coursed chaotically through his body. In truth, Qin Cha had also examined those so-called serums and short dramas. While they seemed a bit risque, they weren't too outrageous. The serum could be applied anywhere and even used as hand cream when in a good mood. As for the short dramas, each lasted only 15 seconds, covering a wide range of topics. When he tried watching, he even saw 2 episodes of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Although he initially thought Pleasant Goat and Beauty Goat would cough, he was overthinking it. Judging by the time, Luo Lioli and the others should have finished watching them too. They were likely to complete their breakthroughs today. However, these things no longer mattered much to Qin Cha. Time flew by, and the day of the competition arrived. At 7 a.m., Skinny Monkey called. Boss Qin, I've got a date with a girl, so I won't be going with you. Let's meet at the school gate. We need to be transported together today. Haha, I'm determined to get a good ranking in this competition. I'm now a certified diamond breakthrough achiever. After hanging up, Qin Cha checked his messages. Luo Lioli had left a brief note. Meet at the school gate. Need to discuss something. Qin Cha responded with a simple, okay. Xia Qing sent 4 messages after having lamb for breakfast again. Brother Qin, the short dramas you gave me last time were so good. But I have some questions I don't quite understand. How about you ride your fiery motorcycle and take me to school? On the way, I'd like to ask what Pan Dao Jia means in one of the short dramas. Without expression, Qin Cha blocked her. He left the house, locked the door, and with a chip in hand whoosh. His striking appearance immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Amidst exclamations of surprise, Qin Cha revved the engine and rode off in style. The competition and rewards awaited him. As Qin Cha drove towards the school, a series of system notifications exploded in his mind. Ding! The host has officially started the competition, hereby issuing a task. The system's voice rang out clearly, followed by a series of heart-pounding reward announcements. Given the importance of the competition, if completed as the national top scorer, the rewards are as follows. A God-level special skill Soul Drive for your profession. A God-level awakening skill Holy Light Orb of Revelation. The divine artifact Supreme Holy Hammer of the Kingdom of Gods. Plus 2 additional God-level skills for your profession. Screech. The burning tires left a glaring black mark on the ground as Qin Cha slammed on the brakes, drawing gasps and stares from passers-by. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the attention. God-level special skill. God-level awakening skill. A divine artifact. Plus 2 more God-level skills for my profession. Qin Cha gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Damn, these rewards are out of this world. Even more terrifying than the first transition. Taking a deep breath, he managed to calm his excitement. National top scorer? Huh? For these rewards, I have to secure it. Roaring like a fierce tiger, the ghost flames sped towards the school. Along the way, pedestrians stopped and stared, drawn by the intimidating engine sound. The entrance of Jianghai No. 1 High School was particularly lively today. Luxury cars were gathered, and students and parents nearly filled the spacious area. Some parents were giving their children last-minute encouragement, while others paced anxiously. After all, the college entrance exam not only tested strength, but also luck. Even highly gifted students could underperform due to pressure or other factors. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Look, Zhao San from Class 8, level 21. Isn't that Lu Jing from Class 9? She's actually level 22. Sigh. I'm a warrior, too few skills early on, no one to guide me. Only level 19. Level 19 is not bad. I'm a clever martial artist. Only level 16. Last year's undergraduate line was mostly above level 20. We're in trouble. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll go to a vocational college. Vocational college people, vocational college spirit. Vocational college is where it's at. Meh. If I don't make it, I'll just work in a factory, screw in bolts, be a security guard, and take it easy. Class 8's Qian Fei is really enviable. Became a lactation consultant, thought it was only for animals. Turns out humans are animals too. Getting certified is harder than anything. Right, Class 9's Lier became a masseur. That's pretty nice too. Suddenly, the crowd grew restless. Damn, stop chatting. Look, it's the S-level Great Qin Summoner Kai Qin. A giant hen, over 3 meters tall and larger than an elephant, was carrying the swaggering Kai Qin as it slowly approached the crowd. This scene left everyone stunned. They had seen show-offs before, but never like this. Riding a luxury car was one thing, but riding his own summoned beast? It's known that while summoned beasts can be ridden, they don't provide any attribute bonuses, clearly just for show. A few sycophants immediately rushed forward, heads held high, with ingratiating smiles. Qin, you're here. On the playground, Kai Qin stood proudly, surrounded by a group of sycophants showering him with compliments. Qin, you're so imposing and charismatic. You look so sharp in those suspenders today. Absolutely. I want to learn Qin's cool middle part hairstyle. It looks amazing when playing basketball. As the flattery continued around him, Kai Qin's smug smile grew wider. He deliberately ignored the disdain in others' eyes and arrogantly surveyed his surroundings, secretly calculating. That damn Qin Cha probably wouldn't dare to show up, right? Since the last assessment, due to Luo Lioli's order of silence, he knew nothing about Qin Cha's situation. Even after his parents, who had been in a coma for a long time, woke up, they repeatedly warned him not to provoke Qin Cha, refusing to say anything more. But how could Kai Qin swallow this humiliation? He was, after all, an S-level genius thanks to his hidden profession scroll. Would Qin Cha dare to lay a hand on him in broad daylight? Don't worry, young Master Qin. That guy probably knows you're here and is too scared to come. The sycophants continued to flatter him. Just as Kai Qin was about to nod in satisfaction, he noticed something unusual. Not far away, a crowd had spontaneously cleared an area about 10 square meters wide, where 3 strikingly distinguished girls stood quietly. On the left was a girl in a Lolita outfit, only about 1.58 meters tall, but the faint holy light surrounding her indicated her priestly status. The girl on the right, with a ponytail, wore a stylish leather jacket, and her tight leather pants accentuated her perfect figure. The girl in the center was even more stunning. Her ice blue robe showcased her frosty beauty, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. It's them. Kai Qin almost fell off his suspenders, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Qin, do you know these beauties? Introduce them to us. Yeah, are they from our school? Kai Kun wished he could kick these clueless flunkies. Though he wasn't sure of the girls' specific identities, based on past encounters, they were definitely not to be trifled with. Could their appearance here mean? An ominous feeling rose in his heart. At that moment, a deep, powerful engine roar approached from afar. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, not harsh, but exuding a grand and majestic aura. Swish! All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. In the next second, everyone's pupils contracted, and their scalps tingled. Male and female students clutched their heads, emitting screams of excitement and shock. A motorcycle ablaze with flames came into view. Its exaggerated design and fierce, imposing appearance made hearts race. Gripping the handlebars were a pair of powerful hands, leading to a body brimming with explosive strength. Even seated, the figure was nearly 2 meters tall. The most captivating were the eyes, like a vast starry sky under the reflection of flames, exuding an intimidating aura that no one dared to meet directly. Bang! Kai Kun was so overwhelmed by this pressure that his mind trembled, and he fell face first to the ground. But at this moment, no one cared about his embarrassment. Everyone instinctively made way for the motorcycle. This wild figure was all too familiar, unforgettable for a lifetime Qin Cha. In just a month, his presence had become even more daunting. Everyone couldn't help but shout in their hearts. Wasn't he just an A-level priest? How is he now more like a super boss? Qin Cha casually glanced over the crowd before withdrawing his gaze. He leaned against his sleek ghost flame motorcycle, his mind swirling with thoughts. As a Berserker priest, acquiring a hammer artifact left him puzzled. Was it a healing hammer, or a weapon meant for shamans? And as for the device's soul drive, could it be the legendary, grounding healer, one that, when planted into the earth, emits green healing light with a gentle breeze? He sighed quietly, setting aside these confusing thoughts for the moment. Just then, Luo Liuli, Xia Qing, and Xian approached gracefully. They looked particularly stunning today, a departure from their usual bare-faced appearance, with carefully applied makeup enhancing their radiance. Without hesitation, Xia Qing dashed to the motorcycle, eyes sparkling as she stared at the fiery ride. This is so cool, Qing. Please, let me ride it just once. Luo Liuli was more reserved, her gaze flickering and lips slightly pursed. Xian, however, had the most noticeable makeup and hurriedly explained. Qing, your short film really got us. Xia Qing didn't leave the house for 2 whole days, and we still haven't recovered. Silence fell within 100 meters. Luo Liuli and her friends were already the center of attention, and with Qin Cha present, everyone was all ears, eager not to miss a word. Xuan's comment sparked a wave of ambiguous speculation among the onlookers. Realizing her slip, Xian blushed and lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Qin Cha sensed the precarious situation and noticed the crowd's mix of awe and envy. He knew he'd never shake off the rumors now. With one foot on the ground, he leaned casually on his motorcycle, elegantly changing the subject. Let's get down to business. Luo Liuli's pure face remained unchanged. She looked around and lowered her voice. Qin Cha, we've spoken with Principal Li and are planning to transfer to Jianhai High School. We hope to team up with you for the upcoming exams. Team up. Qin Cha frowned. Don't rush to say no, Luo Liuli continued quietly. This time, the competition is different. It requires participation in small teams. The results will assess both individual strength and team contribution. You'll need teammates eventually, and the 3 of us have already reached 1-star king status. Plus, Xian used a scroll to switch to a hidden class, Shadow Priest. Qin Cha fell into thought. The girl's capabilities were indeed surprising, but what really caught his attention was the requirement to form a team for this competition. According to Qin Cha's own thoughts, he preferred not to team up with others, as he found it rather pointless. However, since the rules dictated otherwise, he had no choice but to comply. After all, as a priest, being part of a team is indeed the best fit. All right, Qin Cha agreed with a brief nod. Hearing this response, Luo Liuli couldn't help but smile. Although she was fully capable of entering a top-tier academy on her own, when it came to forming a team, Qin Cha was the first person who came to her mind. No one else seemed to measure up. Brother Qin, after being healed by you, everyone else seems as barren as a flatland. Xia Qing chuckled, giving a thumbs up, then turned to Xian. Oh, by the way, Xian, I wasn't talking about you. You're pretty good, just not quite as good as him. Switching sides was definitely a wise choice. Xuan's small face turned crimson, and she hastily lowered her head, murmuring shyly. Oh, Xia Qing, what are you talking about? Xia Qing, say no more. Luo Liuli shook her head helplessly and then looked at Qin Cha. The team is 5 people, we're still 1 short. Let's go with Skinny Monkey. Qin Cha replied without a second thought. Even though Skinny Monkey had ditched him earlier for a new girlfriend, as an old friend, he still cared for this ungrateful child. At that moment, a massive figure descended from the sky. The group looked up to see a male eagle with a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters hovering above, with a middle-aged teacher standing gracefully on its back. However, before the teacher could speak, Kai Kuen's giant hen emitted a terrified cry and paced nervously in place. As a chicken, facing a much higher-level eagle, not fleeing was already commendable courage. Kai Kuen's face turned dark instantly. His earlier fall was embarrassing enough, and now his hen was making a spectacle of itself again. Useless creature, you're banned from playing basketball for a week, he scolded angrily, returning the hen to its pet space. Laughter rippled through the crowd. People silently compared. Kai Kuen's attempt to show off backfired, while Qin Cha's entrance was impressive, with his Harley being particularly striking. Even the teacher on the eagle was captivated by Qin Cha's motorcycle, his eyes gleaming. Is that Qin Cha? That build, that ride. Damn, he's cool. The teacher stared for a good 10 seconds before reluctantly looking away, leaving the students exchanging glances and wondering if the teacher had a peculiar interest. Ahem, students. The teacher cleared his throat and waved his sleeve, his voice booming. All participating students, follow me to the playground teleport tower. I declare this competition officially open. In the northwest corner of the school playground, a towering pagoda stood majestically. At its pinnacle, a large orb floated, emitting a gentle glow. This was the teleportation tower set up for the grand competition. It would simultaneously transport all graduating students to a special competition space to ensure absolute fairness. Amidst the crowd, Qin Cha stood quietly. Although he showed no hostility, the surrounding students instinctively stepped back, leaving a clear space around him. At this moment, only a few people, including Shouho, Xianxian, Xiaqing, and Luo Lioli, remained by his side. Students, the teacher's voice pierced the silence. The school leadership and spectators are now in position at the trial tower's monitoring center. In 3 minutes, I will announce the rules of this competition. He glanced at his watch, his tone suddenly stern. From now on, everyone must remain absolutely silent. Anyone who disobeys will be disqualified from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously slightly noisy playground fell completely silent. No one dared to make a move. They had invested too much effort for this day, and nobody wanted to ruin their chances due to a momentary lapse. 3 minutes passed in a flash. With a whoosh, the orb at the top of the teleportation tower suddenly burst into a brilliant light. A beam of light enveloped the small orb and carried it to the teacher. The orb opened automatically, revealing a slip of paper. I hereby announce that the rules for this competition are a team battle based on a points system. At these words, a few gasps erupted from the crowd. The teacher's sharp gaze swept over them, and a few students who couldn't control their emotions were immediately expelled from the playground by an invisible force. Seeing this, the others fell silent, as quiet as mice. Qin Cha's eyes flickered. Luo Lioli's information was indeed accurate. It was a team-based competition. The rules for the points-based team battle are as follows, the teacher continued. The assessment will last for 12 hours. Everyone will be divided into teams of 5. Upon entering the competition space, you will earn points by hunting monsters of various levels. During the first 6 hours, you are only permitted to hunt monsters. Any form of alliance, infighting, or monster stealing is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified. After 6 hours, the point-stealing mode will be activated. As long as it does not result in death, you are allowed to use any means to gain points. The teacher emphasized, his gaze once again scanning the crowd. Let me reiterate, killing is strictly forbidden. In the crowd, Kai Kuen gritted his teeth and glared back, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Qin Cha. Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for the rules, I'd make sure you, the lousy priest, didn't stand a chance. However, he didn't know that Qin Cha had already caught that look. Seeing through Kai Kuen's murderous intent, Qin Cha wasn't angered. Instead, he smiled knowingly. Kai Kuen had caused him trouble several times, and Qin Cha had long decided to settle this old score in the upcoming high-stakes competition. As for the no-killing rule, as a priest, why would I kill anyone? In his mind, Qin Cha had already conceived hundreds of non-lethal methods. Alright, there are a few final points I need to address briefly. The teacher stood on the high platform, his voice clearly resonating throughout the venue. He meticulously explained the competition rules. Even if points are stolen, contestants can continue competing until the time limit is reached. However, his tone then turned grave. Although students are prohibited from harming each other, those insane monsters are not bound by this rule. If you fall to a monster, it's a true death. These words caused the expressions of the students present to freeze instantly. Some showed fear, others looked conflicted, but the teacher didn't give them much time to think. He quickly added, to ensure safety, each contestant will receive a teleportation stone. Just hold it tightly for 5 seconds, and you will be forcibly teleported out. Additionally, whether your points are stolen or you choose to leave voluntarily, your final score will be calculated as half of your highest historical score. Next, the teacher listed the equipment usage rules. Regular equipment, skills, and potions are allowed, but the use of skill scrolls and other items is strictly prohibited, with violators being disqualified. His gaze swept across the crowd, his tone stern. Don't think about leeching off others for points. Individual scores will be strictly calculated based on team contribution. Even if your team ranks first, inadequate individual performance will be deemed unqualified. You now have 10 minutes to form teams. Those who do not form a team within the time limit will be randomly assigned. As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle at his feet spread its wings and flew straight towards the trial tower. The playground erupted with excitement. It's a team mode. Great. As a healer, I don't have to worry anymore. Level 19 tank here. Who wants to team up? Level 20 elite team recruiting. Aiming for the top tier. Need one more. The calls for recruitment echoed one after another. Some well-prepared geniuses appeared calm and collected. Although team battles are not uncommon, this PvP mode is relatively rare, making it fairer and more entertaining for professions like assassins and formation masters. 10 minutes passed in an instant, and most people had found their teams, eager and ready to go. A skinny guy approached Qin Cha mischievously. Boss Qin, go easy on us later, give us a chance. Luo Lioli and others also cast worried glances, afraid that once Qin Cha made a move, he would go on a rampage. Why are you looking at me? Qin Cha smiled calmly. I'm just an ordinary healer. You should fight as you normally would. He had already made plans. For the first 6 hours, he would focus solely on healing to support his teammates, and then he would make his move. After all, the competition was about the final score, and instead of tirelessly slaying monsters, it would be more practical to directly seize others' points. Luo Lioli and the skinny guy heaved a sigh of relief, but felt a bit helpless. What kind of situation was this? A group of damage-dealing professions asking a healer to hold back for fear he would take all the monsters. Just then, the teacher's booming voice came from the trial tower. Time's up. Begin teleportation. At that moment, all the teleportation towers in schools across Huaxiao emitted a dazzling light. Beams of light intertwined to form a massive teleportation array, instantly engulfing the figures of all the participating students. In a flash of light, Qin Cha found himself in a dark and damp forest. The dense canopy blocked most of the sunlight, and the air was filled with a musty, faintly bloody scent. Looking around, apart from their 5-member team, there was no one else in sight, evidently a result of random teleportation by team. The eyes of Luo Lioli and the other 3 gradually cleared, and a prompt appeared before them. Special Instance Starry Mountains competition timing begins now. Boss Qin, just watch me. The skinny monkey exclaimed excitedly, pulling out an upgraded staff from his pants, now thicker and more imposing than before. My fireball is raring to go. Luo Lioli and the other 2 women quickly drew their weapons, ready for action. Qin Cha surveyed the surrounding terrain and calmly said, let's go. Take a casual stroll. With that, he chose a direction and leisurely set off. Meanwhile, different scenes were being broadcast in teleportation towers across the region. At Jianghai No. 1 High School, the teleportation tower space was spacious, with 3 giant screens arranged in a triangle at the center, surrounded by circular seating filled with hundreds of spectators. In the prime viewing area, Vice Principal Li Lianshan was cheerfully serving tea to several distinguished guests. City Lord Fong, President Luo, Director Xiao, please enjoy the tea. Principal Li, no need for formalities, we're just here for a casual look, Luo Changfeng replied with a friendly smile. Not at all. Li Lianshan chuckled like an old fox. President Luo, your daughter is just taking the college entrance exam at our Jianghai No. 1 High School. With her talent, we couldn't be more eager. And you donated 100 million, which makes us feel quite embarrassed. Luo Changfeng responded seriously. Vice Principal Li, you've misunderstood. My donation was purely to improve educational resources, unrelated to that girl, Liu Li. Oh, come on. Fang Jinxing couldn't stand the pretense any longer and said gruffly, we're all old hands here. Let's skip the pleasantries. Let's get someone to talk about this year's college entrance exam. Li Lianshan laughed heartily. Xiao Fang is still as straightforward as ever. Xiao Lu, please give us an overview. The middle-aged teacher in front of the screen immediately pulled up the data. In the Jianghai examination area, there are a total of 5,183 teams, with 30 of them having all members above level 20. There are 58 teams with members who have undergone a first transformation, including 5 teams where all members have transformed. The captain of the second school's Yanfeng team is a level 26 class bloodthirsty berserker. The captain of the third school's Tang Yuhao team is a level 27 class mechanist. The situation of the 5th middle school team was the first to catch the eye. The team captain, Bao Heiyun, a level 27 S-grade thunder controller, was a key figure in the provincial championship battle, thanks to his formidable destructive power. His team was composed of 2 warriors, a priest, and a shield warrior. Next up was the lineup from the international school. The captain, Chun Baolong, a level 26 S-grade Earth Guardian, served as the shield warrior. Notably, all 4 of his teammates were international players with impressive skills. William, a level 31 S-grade Dragon Summoner from the United States. Ichiro Takeda, a level 29 S-grade Golden Dart Ninja from Japan. Park Wonho, a level 30 S-grade Puppeteer from South Korea, and another S-grade player from the United States. All right. Fang Jinqing impatiently interrupted Mr. Lu's introduction. Why go into so much detail about a bunch of foreigners here to leech off China? What's the situation with number 1 high school? What about Luo Chongfeng's daughter? Li Lianshan intervened with a smile to ease the tension. Come on, Fang, don't be so harsh. These foreign students pay a hefty tuition fee to study in China. Besides, don't we have students studying abroad? We learn from others to advance ourselves. Humph, Fang Jinqing snorted. Give me a break. Our students don't get an unfair advantage in foreign college entrance exams. Look at these guys' levels. It's obvious they're here just for the ranking. Even S-grade geniuses stoop to this. It's insane. Li Lianshan shook his head helplessly. Fang's anger was understandable, given the foreigners' unsavory tactics, but there was nothing that could be done. All right, Mr. Lu, please continue. Mr. Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and switched to the screen showing number 1 high school, locating the team with Qin Cha. As for number 1 high school, all members of the team with President Luo's daughter have undergone a class transfer. They include the level 26 S-grade Ice, which Luo Lioli, level 25 S-grade Flame Controller Sun Yao, level 25 S-grade Shadow Priest Mu Xian, and level 25 S-grade Sky Stabber Xiaqing. And then there's... Mr. Lu paused suddenly when mentioning the last member. What's going on? Everyone turned their eyes to him. Mr. Lu regained his composure, his voice tinged with surprise. Leaders, there's something unusual about this Qin Cha. What's the issue? Fang Jinqing and the others were instantly on edge. Luo Chongfeng, his expression unchanged, asked softly, what's the problem? He's in a grade Holy Priest, yet he's reached level 30. And most intriguingly, he's the team captain. Damn, Fang Jinqing slapped the armrest, but clearly felt relieved. What's there to be surprised about? It would be strange if he weren't the captain. Don't waste any more time. Give the largest screen to this team. Mr. Lu hesitated. Is that appropriate? According to the rules, the team that performs best gets the most screen time. Nonsense, they're bound to perform well. Mr. Lu was full of doubts, unsure why Fang Jinqing was so confident. When he enlarged the screen for Qin Cha's team, he was even more shocked and blurted out, what the hell? Isn't he a priest? Why is he striding at the front? And how can he be the captain? Oh no, they're about to encounter a level 25 elite monster. Seems like they're having bad luck. Damn, the monster is heading straight for the priest, and his teammates aren't doing anything? Does this team have a grudge against their own priest? A stream of exclamations poured out from Mr. Lu. If not for Luo Lioli's status, he might have cursed outright. The lineup of 3 mages, an assassin, and a priest was already questionable, and their coordination was even more baffling. The assassin wasn't scouting ahead, leaving the priest to take the lead. As the monster attacked, the others stood by as if they were on a zoo visit. Do they really think talent and high levels allow them to act recklessly? Over 100 teachers and education leaders watching the event frowned deeply, suspecting Luo Chongfeng and Fang Jinqing of favoritism. However, they failed to notice that Fang Jinqing, Xiao Yu, and Luo Chongfeng were not worried at all. Instead, they wore peculiar smiles, like those waiting to see others startled by a jump scare video. As the monster on the screen closed in within a meter of Qin Cha, Fang Jinqing muttered under his breath about Mr. Lu's earlier comment. Bad luck? Yes, this elite monster's luck is indeed not too good. But for those of you watching Qin Cha's battle, your luck is even worse. Your hearts might not be able to take it. Haha. As soon as Fang Jinqing finished speaking, Qin Cha made his move. A massive, demonized ironback wolf elite lunged at him, its fangs bared and its presence menacing. This level 25 elite had a 4-dimensional attribute total of 3,211, with agility and stamina making up the majority, and it wielded skills like Howl, Pounce, Bite, and Berserk. Such power would typically require a tank in a standard team to withstand its onslaught. Yet Qin Cha remained expressionless, calmly extending his right fist. Boom. There were no flashy effects or dazzling lights, just a simple punch. The ironback wolf disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing into the air. You gained 33 experience. The team earned 500 points. The system notification chimed, and the elite was effortlessly dispatched. The teleportation tower fell into stunned silence. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their gaze darting between Qin Cha and the data sheet in their hands. The sheet clearly labeled him as an A-class holy priest, yet the scene before them was reminiscent of a martial artist's devastating power. Even more puzzling was that Qin Cha's teammates showed no surprise, as if this was perfectly ordinary. What the hell is this? Teacher Lu was the first to break the silence. Even Vice Principal Li Lianshan, who had some knowledge of Qin Cha, was bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Fang Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's the expression, that's the reaction. Keep your eyes wide open, the real show is just beginning. To Fang Jinqing's surprise, after his impressive display, Qin Cha quietly retreated to the back of the group. Xiao Yu was momentarily confused, while Luo Chongfeng nodded thoughtfully. Another ironback wolf lurked behind a nearby tree. Qin Cha's extraordinary perception had detected its presence from afar. Got it. Xia Qing swiftly slipped into stealth and approached the tree. Her skills backstab, kidney strike, and armor break flowed seamlessly. With Qin Cha's attribute boost, her power surged, and her dagger danced like a butterfly, drawing blood from the ironback wolf. Xuanchuan's shadow bind followed closely. As a hidden class shadow priest, she not only had healing abilities but excelled in curses and control. Luo Lioli's ice arrows and Skinny Monkey's fireball spell also followed in quick succession, their teamwork impeccable. Boom, boom, boom. Under Xuanchuan's control, the coordinated assault from the other three quickly brought down the second demonized ironback wolf. The team earned 500 points. The battle concluded with the four barely expending any mana and remaining unscathed. Qin Cha immediately cast Holy Light to heal his teammates. It turned out that his initial impressive punch wasn't for show, but to gather energy to enhance subsequent healing effects. Qin Cha's unique trait as a priest is that he must first deal damage to the enemy in order to heal his teammates. No need, my mana consumption isn't high. Luo Lioli quickly waved her hand to refuse when she saw Qin Cha preparing to cast the healing light. Xia Qing and Xian Xian also showed expressions of reluctance. Although everyone knew Qin Cha's healing was incredibly effective, its overwhelming side effects were daunting. After all, this was a major exam, and countless eyes were watching. Losing composure here would be truly embarrassing. Don't worry, I'll control the intensity, Qin Cha said expressionlessly as he raised his left hand. Threads of healing light entered the three girls' bodies, finally converging on Shouho. The girls hadn't used much mana, but Shouho, due to his unique skills, needed more energy replenishment. Ugh! Shouho's throat bobbed intensely as he let out a low groan. He gripped his staff tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and after 3 seconds of bliss, he managed to say, "That's the feeling, so good." Luo Lioli and the other two girls watched Shouho's reaction and couldn't help but remember their own experiences, their expressions turning complex. Was I like that too back then? Xia Qing asked Xian Xian incredulously. Xian Xian smiled helplessly. Sister Xia Qing, don't deny it. Your reaction was even more dramatic. Xia Qing was momentarily speechless. Outside the teleportation tower, the audience erupted into a clamor once again. Is this really a priest? How can a healing spell have this effect? They weren't even injured, why the healing? Yeah, how can a simple healing spell cause such a reaction? And what's even more baffling is that he just punched and exploded an elite monster. Can a priest really do that? Could it be some kind of one-time special skill? Makes sense, otherwise why would he stop after just one punch? The teachers were abuzz with discussion, and even the education bigwigs expressed their astonishment. However, on the highest viewing platform, Xiao Yu and her companions seemed to understand the situation. Hee, this little guy knows how to give Lioli and the others a chance to shine. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yu chuckled. Little guy. Luo Changfeng shook his head, reminding her. Yeah, are you sure someone with this kind of power can be called a little guy? Li Lianshan, who couldn't quite grasp Qin Sha's abilities, sensed something unusual from the attitudes of these influential figures. He curiously asked, Changfeng, what exactly is this kid's profession? Do you know? No idea. Luo Changfeng shook his head. Question mark. Li Lianshan looked utterly unconvinced. Luo Changfeng explained helplessly, I really don't know. I've never heard of such a profession, only that he's very strong. Keep watching. Oh, they're about to encounter the boss. This cave should be where the boss is, Qin Cha said, surveying the surroundings and pointing to a 3-meter-high entrance ahead. The team nodded in agreement. From their previous exploration, they had gathered important information. For example, the scoring rules. At level 25, ordinary monsters were worth 100 points, elite monsters 500 points, and while the boss's score was unknown, it was certainly no less than 1,000 points. As this was an exam dungeon, the monsters' levels were generally no higher than 25, with a relatively low danger level. As the 5 of them stepped into the cave, a menacing boss appeared in their view. The outside audience held their breath. Are they really going to fight the boss just like that? They're just walking in. They dealt with the elite monster easily, but the boss is no joke. How are these fragile professions going to hold up? Chill. Stop talking and watch how they handle it. The venomous spider queen, as a golden boss, has formidable attributes: 25 strength, 1192 stamina, 1822 spirit, 1698 agility, and 1639 skill. She wields a variety of deadly abilities such as poison mist, venomous web, summon spiders, swiftness, web entangle, and curse of confusion. This arachnid queen has the upper body of a human female and administers lethal poison to any human daring to trespass into her territory. It's important to note that her abdomen is her weak spot, and she fears fire. As Qin Sha's holy light illuminated the dim cave, a striking scene unfolded before the group. Not only were there 18 elite spider guards, but the entire unshielded form of the venomous spider queen was also revealed in the light. This unexpected bear encounter made Skinny Monkey widen his eyes, exclaiming, Whoa, seriously, this big? Xia Qing lightly patted his shoulder, about to advise. One shouldn't. At least shouldn't. But before she could finish, Luo Lioli had already made her move. The tip of her staff glowed with an icy blue light, and a chilling ice spear shot straight at the Spider Queen's abdomen. However, this attack was minimally effective, leaving only a shallow mark on her incredibly defensive body. The venomous Spider Queen, now enraged, glared with eyes filled with icy white fury and let out a bone-chilling screech. At her command, the 18 elite spider guards swarmed forward. These level 25 guards, although having overall attributes of 2,899, shared the same abdominal weakness and fear of fire. Damn, that's intense. All troops, charge. Skinny Monkey shouted while swinging his staff. Two fireballs roared out, targeting the advancing spider guards and the Spider Queen. Qin Cha's timely cast of healing light made Skinny Monkey feel comfortable yet not distracted, and the instant replenishment of mana excited him greatly. In no time, Skinny Monkey unleashed a series of fire spells: Fireball, Meteor Shower, Rocket, and Firewall. The firewall covered an area of 5 to 6 square meters, forcing back 8 spider guards. Luo Lioli's spellcasting was like an icy ballet, with ice blades and spears dancing, and ice spikes rising from the ground, hindering the enemy's movement. Meanwhile, Shadow Priest Xian Xian showcased her exceptional skills, as dark shadow energy precisely entangled the spider guards, effectively slowing their attack rhythm. Xia Qing transformed into a berserk warrior, dual-wielding daggers and relentlessly stabbing the spider guards from behind, causing green blood to splatter. Qin Cha stood at the rear, quietly observing everything. Unlike his usual role of charging ahead, today he enjoyed the leisurely role of a healer. Although perhaps not as efficient as before, this different combat experience was refreshingly new to him. The 4 members of Luo Lioli's team displayed their formidable talents as S and S-level geniuses after their first transformation. Although not as terrifying as Qin Cha, their teamwork against 18 elite monsters and a boss left the spectators in awe. Without a shield warrior, they skillfully utilized skills like firewalls, freezing, and shadow slowing to perfectly control the battlefield's rhythm. Inside the teleportation tower, the audience buzzed with discussion. The soul of this team is definitely that priest. Absolutely. He seems low-key, but he turns the tide at every critical moment. What's even more astonishing is that this priest can actually regenerate mana. The last statement was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir within the teleportation tower. Xiao Yu, her 3 companions, and the teachers present were all shocked. Even the usually composed Feng Zhenxing showed a puzzled expression. Luo Changfeng narrowed his eyes, recalling what he had seen during Qin Sha's first transformation. At that time, they had only noticed Qin Sha's astounding combat power, but now they realized his healing abilities were even more extraordinary. Not only could he restore health and mana, but he could also purify. In just 2 minutes of battle, 13 of the 18 spider guards had fallen. Supported by Qin Sha's seemingly limitless mana, Shouho perfectly demonstrated the power of violent fire magic, launching massive fireballs that dealt incredible damage. At this moment, the venomous Spider Queen could no longer hold back, letting out a piercing scream. 3 strands of pale gray spider silk shot toward Shouho, Xia Qing, and Luo Lioli, while a pale green sound wave swept through the entire cavern. A system notification flashed before Qin Sha's eyes. You are affected by the venomous Spider Queen's Chaos Curse, direct immunity. You are affected by the venomous Spider Queen's Poisonous Mist, dealing 0 damage per second. With his strong attributes, Qin Sha was completely immune to these negative effects. However, the other 4 weren't as fortunate. Shouho was bound in place by the spider silk. Xia Qing, who had just entered stealth mode, was forced out by the Chaos Curse, swinging her dagger wildly in a frenzy. Although Luo Lioli quickly activated her ice block skill, turning into an ice sculpture to evade control and damage, she was temporarily out of the fight. Xian Xian was similarly caught in chaos, wandering aimlessly across the battlefield. The once advantageous situation suddenly flipped, and the spectators held their breath. The 15-second duration of the Chaos Curse was enough to lead the team to complete destruction, and in such a state, they couldn't even use a town portal stone. At this critical moment, Qin Sha moved. His fist suddenly lit up with dazzling electricity as he rushed toward his teammates, leaving all the spectators stunned. Was this priest actually going to attack his own team? Inside the teleportation tower, only Xiao Yu remained calm, while everyone's eyes were glued to Qin Sha. He retracted his left hand, which was enveloped in holy light, and then his right arm was suddenly wrapped in blinding lightning. Is this even possible? The crowd was dumbfounded, silently cursing. A priest who looks like a shield warrior, fights like a berserker, and now can control lightning? This completely overturned everyone's understanding. But the most shocking scene was just beginning. Qin Sha's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside Xian Xian, the shadow priest. His lightning-clad right arm swung out fiercely, and amidst the crackling thunder, Xian Xian's body stiffened, convulsing uncontrollably from the shock. Next was Shouho, and lastly Xiaqing. The poor girl rolled her eyes, her tongue lolling out uncontrollably from the electric shock. Except for Luo Lioli, who activated her ice block skill in time, the other three were not spared. Even the boss was dumbfounded who had ever seen a priest like this. The group was about to scold Qin Cha for his backstabbing behavior, but they were astonished to see Xiaqing and the others quickly regaining clarity in their eyes. Just a second later, they were laughing as if nothing had happened. The effects of the poison mist and chaos curse had completely vanished. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered, including the boss. It roared angrily, trying to cast the chaos curse again. But this time it was completely ineffective, as the three were unaffected. Shouho even cast a disdainful glance. Go ahead and scream. It won't help you. Qin Cha's lightning purification effect would last for another 10 seconds, during which they were completely immune to negative statuses. Seizing the opportunity, Shouho and the others launched a fierce attack. Luo Lioli also emerged from her ice block, her staff unleashing sharp ice spikes. 20 seconds later, the Venom Queen collapsed with a crash, and the system notification sounded. Team has earned 5,000 points. Haha, golden equipment. Shouho was overjoyed and immediately handed the loot to Qin Cha. Although Qin Cha hadn't charged at the forefront as usual in this battle, he was undoubtedly the leader in the hearts of the four, and he naturally decided on the distribution of equipment. 15,000 points, with 5.5 hours remaining. Qin Cha casually stored the equipment in his inventory and led the group out of the teleportation tower. Behind them, the players who had been watching were stunned. A golden boss along with 18 elite monsters had been defeated so easily. Even more astonishing, the 5 of them hadn't even suffered a scratch. This priest was like a godsend, healing and restoring mana while also purifying. Truly remarkable. Incredible. I used to think it was a waste for someone with such a strong build to be a priest, but now it seems not being a priest would be the real waste. A god-tier healer. At this point, the team score had reached 15,980, far surpassing the second-place team's 10,400 points. The reward for defeating the golden boss is a staggering 5,000 points, while the team from the International High School earned 3,000 points just by taking down a silver boss. The teachers watching the match were glued to their screens, marveling at the intense competition of this year's tournament. Meanwhile, the Qin Cha team was fiercely battling a new wave of monsters. Under Qin Cha's nearly flawless healing rhythm, the entire team operated like a finely tuned war machine. Concerns like conserving mana or strategic positioning became unnecessary. Xiaqing and the others only needed to focus on unleashing their full power, turning their wands into instruments of devastation. Whenever a teammate showed the slightest sign of injury, Qin Cha's holy healing light would precisely descend within 0.5 seconds. This high-intensity combat lasted for a full 6 hours, leaving the observing teachers awestruck and even completely winning over Luo Lioli and her team. Holy cow! It's like a perpetual motion machine, one teacher exclaimed in disbelief. 6 hours of flawless healing, still able to continuously restore mana to teammates. The most outrageous part is unleashing earth-shattering thunder to instantly obliterate enemies at critical moments. This isn't just a priest, it's an omnipotent god. I've lived over 60 years and have never seen such a versatile profession, another teacher marveled. Not only can they withstand an attack, but they're also adept at healing and purification. It's terrifying. What was even more astounding was that after the 6 hours of intense battle, Luo Lioli and her team were clearly exhausted, yet Qin Cha seemed as composed as if he had never fought. This display of strength sparked immediate discussion. What level is his first transformation assessment? With such combat talent, it's at least platinum level, right? Platinum? You're being too conservative. It's at least diamond level. I think it might be king level. After the battle, Qin Cha surveyed his teammates' conditions and ordered a short break. Throughout those 6 hours, the team was either fighting or on the move. Without Qin Cha's frequent use of thunderous rain to dispel negative states, someone might have already faltered. Although mental fatigue could be alleviated, the monotony of continuous casting was hard to shake off. Just then, Skinny Monkey checked the scoreboard and exclaimed, "Damn, Boss Qin, the team score is 213,410. You're defying the odds." Everyone looked closer, and what shocked them even more was Qin Cha's contribution rate, 51. Despite focusing almost entirely on healing, he still accounted for over half the team's contribution. If Qin Cha were to go all out in combat, couldn't we just find a place to lie down and wait to be eliminated? Luo Lioli murmured, "So strong." At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! The first phase of the college entrance exam has ended, and the second phase begins. From now on, teams can hunt monsters and also engage in combat with each other. At this moment, all the examinees felt a surge of adrenaline. The real college entrance exam had officially begun. The second phase of the college entrance examination has begun. The Qin Cha team moved swiftly through the jungle, with Shouho tightly gripping his staff, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After 6 continuous hours of hunting beasts, he was bored and eager for some action against other teams. Previously, they had encountered other teams but had mutually avoided confrontation. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. Boss, how should we play this? Shoho asked eagerly. Let's check the leaderboard first, Qin Cha reminded calmly. With the start of the second phase, all participants could not only view their own scores, but also see the rankings of all teams in Jianghai City. The leaderboard displayed the scores clearly. Jianghai number 1 High School Team 0597 led with an impressive 213,410 points, far surpassing the second place Oasis International School Team 0031, which had 121,980 points. Following them were Jianghai number 5 High School Team 3213 with 90,839 points. Jianghai number 3 High School Team 4433 with 87,674 points. And Jianghai number 2 High School Team 1109 with 76,999 points. Another team from Jianghai number 1 High School, Team 0876, held 6th place with 54,339 points. Outside the scenario, the observing teachers were engaged in lively discussions. Luo Changfeng, Xiaoyu, Fang Zhenxing, and Li Lianshan were full of praise for Qin Cha's team. Li Lianshan, in particular, was beaming with pride as he saw both teams from his school among the top 6, with Qin Cha's team leading by a significant margin. Inside the scenario, the atmosphere was tense for the Oasis International School team. Chen Baolong and his teammates looked at the leaderboard with grim expressions. Damn, what's up with this 0597 team? How can Jianghai number 1 High School have such a strong presence? Unbelievable. We've pushed our monster-killing speed to the limit, yet someone is still faster. Damn it, we've been fighting nonstop for 6 hours. How are these guys doing it? Among the team was a level 31 dragon summoner, William, who was deep in thought. In front of him, his 3-meter flame dragon was exhaling hot breath, its wings spanning 5 meters. Chun, could this team be Luo's? He asked, squinting his eyes. Chen Baolong responded respectfully. Sir William, I believe it must be. No other team from Jianghai number 1 High School could possibly rival us. As a team member, William understood his position well. Although he was the nominal leader due to the rules of the Huaxia College entrance exam, the true leader of the team was the imposing dragon summoner. He squinted his eyes, pondering. Luo Lioli, Xia Qing, and Mu Xian have all completed their first transitions. Their 2 teammates likely have as well, but even so, their kill speed shouldn't be this fast. They must have just gotten lucky and stumbled upon a few monster nests. Ichiro Takeda sneered. Puppeteer Park Wanho and the witch from the beautiful country, Ellie, nodded in agreement. They recalled how their team had also gained over 100,000 points when they stumbled into a nest of demonic ants. William's flame stallion dragon, combined with Park Wanho's puppets, blocked the entrance, and the spraying flames reaped points like a harvester. No matter what method they used, when we encounter them, we'll take their points. A hint of arrogance flashed in William's eyes. The rewards for this Huaxia College entrance exam are the most generous, and we must keep them firmly in our grasp. Of course, Ichiro Takeda, Park Wanho, and Ellie chimed in unison. Chen Baolong sneered internally. Luo Lioli. Oh Luo Lioli, you should have been in the international school, taking Ellie's place. I can't believe you chose Jianghai number 1 High. Humph. Leaving me, an S-rank Earth Guardian, for that place. Just wait. When we meet, I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, similar shocks echoed throughout the forest. Bao Heiyun from 5th High School trembled violently when he saw the leaderboard, almost dropping his staff. What the heck? Over 200,000 points? Are they even human? I'm the highest damage lightning mage, and I'm only 3rd. Tang Yuhao from 3rd High School was commanding a swarm of mechanical beasts, guns, defensive shields, and robots to slay monsters, with incessant beeping sounds. Suddenly, a female team member exclaimed, Captain, look quickly. Jianghai number 1 High is off the charts. Off the charts. Tang Yuhao opened the scoreboard in confusion and gasped, Whoa, over 200,000 points. Are they even human? In the eerie cave of 2nd High School, Yin Feng wielded dual blades, surrounded by a bloody aura, tirelessly swinging his weapons. It wasn't until the small priest behind him screamed, Boss Yin, stop chopping. Aren't your eyes dry? If not, check the scoreboard. Only then did Yin Feng come to his senses, and a hint of clarity returned to his bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing the scoreboard, he gritted his teeth. We're only ranked 5th? The first place has over 200,000 points. The shield warrior tapped his shield consolingly. Old Yin, our lineup is meant for PvP, so it's normal to be slow at farming monsters. Just keep going. Yeah, keep going. Yin Feng grinned, resuming his frenzied blade swinging. Deep in the jungle, a loud, Chi You Too Beautiful, pierced the silence. A tall hen wearing suspenders flung an illusory basketball, striking a demonic boar and causing it to bleed profusely. Brother Kuin is awesome. Brother Kuin's talent is incredible. That basketball play is superb. The surrounding voices echoed with praise. Kai Kuin smugly flicked his iconic middle-parted hairstyle, gently stroking the giant hen's leg. Well done. Want some oil cakes? Whoa, Brother Cohen, forget the oil cakes. Check the scoreboard. Someone from our school is a powerhouse. The leaderboard? Kai Cohen was taken aback, snapping out of his teammates' flattery. He quickly opened the panel, scanned it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? 210,000. And we're only in 6th place. His teammates wore expressions of resignation. As one of the top teams in the school, their strength was indeed formidable. Besides the S-ranked Kai Cohen, the others were at least A-ranked. 4 out of the 5 had already undergone a class change, with only the level 24 priest yet to transition, but this didn't significantly impact their combat effectiveness. Ranking 6th was already quite impressive. This first place 0597. Could it be that bastard Qin Cha? Kai Cohen stared at the rankings, his voice tinged with uncertainty, though he had already reached a conclusion internally. The mage beside him instinctively swallowed hard. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, really ruthless. That's bullshit. Kai Cohen exploded in anger. They just got lucky. If I run into them, I'll crush them. The teammates listened without daring to contradict him, but they all secretly despised his attitude. Who's he trying to fool? He only got a hidden class because of a scroll. If it weren't for needing to fill numbers for the exams, who would want to team up with someone like him? When other students saw the leaderboard, the entire instance erupted. 210,000 points in just 6 hours. We only have 10,000 points and thought we were doing well. The gap is just too big. Is this the world of the strong? Maybe we should just find a place to hide. The release of the leaderboard prompted many teams to choose to lay low. Yet, many confident squads roamed around looking for opponents, eager to test their mettle. The first half hour of the second phase was relatively calm, but soon the entire instance descended into chaos, with battles flaring up in all areas. Boss Qin, there's something up ahead, Xia Qing suddenly reported, emerging from stealth. A team from the second school is fighting a silver boss, and they're all around level 24. There's also an ambush team hiding behind the large rock in the northwest corner. As she spoke, she gazed at Qin Cha with admiration. Although she thought she was invisible in her stealth state, she didn't know that Qin Cha's eyes of holy light had long seen through her presence. Qin Cha chose to pretend he hadn't noticed, to avoid any awkwardness. Let's go. Take a look, Qin Cha said calmly. Be careful not to expose yourself. Qin Cha quickly made a decision. A cold smile tugged at his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. I like it. The thin monkey clutched his staff tightly, letting out a peculiar laugh. Excitement flickered in the eyes of Luo, Lioli, and Xianxian. The 5 of them moved forward cautiously, treading lightly. After covering a distance of about 500 meters and skirting around a towering tree, they finally spotted the target team engaged in battle. This team had a standard setup. 2 warriors at the front absorbing the monster's attacks, 2 mages behind them casting fireballs, and a nimble rogue darting around the boss, looking for opportunities to strike. The difference between a rogue and an assassin was vividly displayed in battle. The rogue's hallmark was their unique thievery skill, capable of pilfering items from bosses or players. Typically, they focused on stealing with their left hand while wielding a dagger in their right for combat. Assassins, on the other hand, favored dual-wielding daggers or small two-handed swords, focusing purely on damage output. In terms of skills, rogues were more cunning, adept at using underhanded tactics like brick bashing or sand kicking. However, both classes, upon reaching level 50 and undergoing their second transformation, would master poison expertise, allowing them to coat weapons with venom and execute poison explosions, significantly enhancing their lethality. The members of the team before them had not yet undergone their first transformation, and they were struggling against the silver boss. After a brief observation, Qin Cha and his companions realized this team had reached their limit. Damn, this boar is too tough. We've been hitting it for 20 minutes, and it still looks unscathed. One warrior couldn't help but shout in frustration. Boss, we're running low on mana. What should we do? The 2 fire mages called out anxiously. If we can't do it, we'll retreat. Damn it. Let's go find a bronze boss to kill instead. Another warrior gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind a nearby rock. Retreat? No way. I see you're pretty exhausted and don't have much fight left. Why not hand over your points to us and go home to rest? 5 students emerged with sinister smiles. You're from the 3rd school? What do you want? The warrior from the 2nd school glared angrily at them while holding off the boar boss's attacks. What do we want? Isn't it obvious? The 5 from the 3rd school laughed heartily. Their leader was a warrior, accompanied by 2 rogues. I have to admit, you guys have some skills. If it were a fair fight, we might not be your match. But unfortunately, before he could finish, the 2 rogues had already entered stealth mode. The rogue vanished, the mages chanted spells, and the warrior charged all signs that a fierce battle was imminent. You bastards. You'll pay for stealing from us. The 2nd school team was furious. Go ahead and curse. The exam rules are like this. Meeting us means you're just unlucky. The 3rd school team laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, with a swish, Figures appeared simultaneously from the north, south, east, and west, surrounding both the second and third school teams along with the boar boss. The members of both teams were stunned. What's going on? Weren't we just about to rob someone? How did we end up surrounded? This isn't good. These four look suspicious. Judging by their gear, they're experts. Retreat. At this moment, the thin monkey's sinister laughter echoed. Retreat? No way. I see you're pretty exhausted and don't have much fight left. Why not hand over your points to us and go home to rest? The five members from the third high school were stunned, a familiar chill creeping into their hearts. Wasn't this the exact phrase they had just used against the second high school team? The five from second high school, though busy battling the boss, almost burst out laughing. Karma had come quickly. What do you want? The captain of the third high school team glared at the skinny monkey with a frown, his voice tinged with unease. The skinny monkey grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Isn't it obvious? Damn it. You're robbing us? You'll pay for this. The third high school captain's face turned livid with anger. Go ahead, curse all you want. The skinny monkey shrugged, looking relaxed. The college entrance exam rules are like this: if you run into us, it's just bad luck for you. The third high school captain was so angry, he almost spat blood. Having his own words thrown back at him left him speechless. His mind raced, and suddenly, he had an idea. We're in full health, and there's another team and a boss here. Let us go, and we'll give you the second high school team and the boss. The skinny monkey was taken aback and instinctively looked over at Qin Cha. Boss Qin, what do you think? Luo Lioli and Xin Xian also turned their attention to him. Qin Cha, expressionless, clenched his fist and said calmly, only children make choices. I want it all. Got it. The four of them understood immediately, and their staffs began to glow brightly. Damn it. Let's fight them. The third high school captain, seeing the situation turn dire, shouted, Wang Wu, Zhao Er, you two assassinate the healer. Leave the shield warrior to us. With that, he charged forward. Qin Sha's cold eyes scanned the area, easily spotting the two sneaky thieves, his fist ready to strike. However, to his surprise, the two thieves simultaneously circled towards Xin Xian, aiming for her throat from both sides. Meanwhile, the warrior captain, who had been shouting about stopping the shield warrior, charged at Qin Sha instead. Qin Sha shook his head silently. Charge. The warrior captain rushed forward like a bull, covering several meters in an instant, his sword aimed at Qin Sha's face. Qin Sha merely glanced at him nonchalantly. Hiss. The warrior captain's heart trembled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of terror, a feeling of wanting to turn and flee that he hadn't even felt facing a boss. Get lost. Qin Sha waved his hand as if swatting a fly, brushing the sword aside. Boom. With a dull thud, the warrior was sent flying by his own sword, crashing heavily into a tree, his armor clanging loudly. Damn. This shield warrior is something else. Blast him. The two mages were shocked, hurriedly waving their staffs. Just then, Qin Sha's right arm unleashed two bolts of lightning, crackling toward Xuanxuan's side. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Two agonizing screams echoed as the stealthy thieves were revealed, their eyes rolling back as they convulsed on the ground. Holy crap! It's lightning magic. The two mages were dumbfounded, the glow at the tips of their staffs abruptly stopping. They thought the thieves had been struck by lightning, unaware that Qin Sha had used the purifying effect of lightning rain to avoid lethal damage. The two thieves collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, clearly knocked unconscious by the terrifying attack. As they fell, Luo Lioli and the others quickly turned their attention to the two stunned mages. Ice Spear, Ice Spike, Shadow Bind, Fireball. The incantations for spells echoed one after another as powerful magic rained down like a storm. The mages didn't even have a chance to react before they were hit, spewing blood and their bodies flying backward like broken kites. Ding! Team 08879 from 3rd High School has lost combat ability. Points 3483. The battle took only 5 seconds from start to finish. A fully prepared 5-member team was crushed effortlessly, so much so that Xia Qing, who had been in stealth, didn't even have a chance to act. Holy crap! That fireball is terrifying. Such power. Oh my gosh. We surrender. We surrender. Hurry up and take over the boss. We're done fighting. The team from 2nd High School was so terrified by the overwhelming display of strength that they hastily surrendered, not even caring about the ongoing boss battle. It was no wonder. That lightning caster could send a warrior flying with a single slap, and one skill left 2 thieves unconscious. How could they possibly fight against that? Ding. Team 4487 from 2nd High School surrenders. Points 2878. Kill the boss, Qin Sha ordered calmly, as if everything was going according to plan. Just as the members of 2nd High School were still in shock, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared behind the mountain boar boss. With a soft slice, a gruesome wound opened up on the boss's back. Oh my gosh, the team from 2nd High School was nearly scared out of their wits. They realized that an assassin had been lurking around them all along. If they hadn't surrendered in time, that deadly strike might have been aimed at one of them. Following that, Ice spikes and fireballs were unleashed at the boss without restraint. In another short 5 seconds, the boss, which they had struggled to defeat, was reduced to a cold corpse. The stark difference in strength left the second high school team in utter despair. Suddenly, their captain froze, looking at Qin Cha with a terrified expression. I get it now. You're the legendary Team 0597 from First High School. Wow, you're amazing. No wonder your points are so high. An assassin, fire mage, ice mage, lightning mage, dark priestess is a powerhouse team. Incredible. We can see. Qin Cha remained silent, while the others wore peculiar expressions. In the spectator area outside, the teachers in the stands were laughing uncontrollably. Haha, Qin Cha's team is too cunning. Lightning mage? He's clearly a priest, kids. You can't blame the second high school kids for being so shocked. Who wouldn't be confused watching Qin Cha's performance? It's indeed outrageous. His lightning not only heals, but also deals damage. The most baffling thing is, how can he slap a warrior flying with just one hand? The entire battle was over in less than a minute. As the 5 from second high school watched Qin Cha and his team leave, their eyes were filled with awe. Although they lost half their points, they still retained their combat ability and could continue fighting. As the ones who were robbed, they also received a 30-minute point protection period during which they were safe from others' interference. As for the team from third high school, thanks to Qin Cha and his team's mercy, they temporarily lost the ability to fight monsters, but could still use a return stone to leave. 3 hours flew by, and Qin Cha's team saw their points soar through monster kills and looting others. When their points surpassed the 350,000 mark, the teachers in the teleportation tower were increasingly puzzled. What on earth is going on? Is he a priest, a mage, or a warrior? Wow, even a level 28 Berserker got knocked out by his slap? Ding. The notification of the defeat of Team 03373 from third high school echoed through the system, and Qin Cha's team saw their points skyrocket by 6,483. This team was indeed formidable, especially their level 28 Berserker captain, who was exceptionally fierce. However, he fell effortlessly under a casual strike from Qin Cha, who used only a tenth of his power. Qin, you're just too amazing, said Shouho, shaking his head, his face full of resignation. Now it's spread around here that there's a lightning warrior from First High who can attack from afar and is unbeatable in close combat. People start running away as soon as they see us from 100 meters away. They don't even bother pretending anymore. Xiaqing's expression was serious as she spoke solemnly. Although our points have surpassed 350,000, the gap between us and the second place is gradually narrowing, which isn't a good sign. Hearing this, Luo Liuli also turned her gaze towards Qin Cha. Team 0031 from Oasis International School, led by Chun Baolong, had already amassed 280,000 points. This team, with all members possessing level talents, had an impressive record. With William's dragon and Park Wanho's puppet, they could dominate even when facing 5 other teams simultaneously. Unlike Qin Cha's team, which took a more laid-back approach, they adopted a more aggressive strategy, completely abandoning the hunting of beasts and focusing solely on hunting other teams to steal points. Their attacks were ruthless, aiming to defeat opponents in a single blow, leaving no team unscathed after an encounter with them. Fortunately, the teleportation stone in the college entrance exam instance had a life-saving mechanism that could withstand a fatal attack once. This was why Shouho's attack hadn't truly injured the students from third high. Although this protective mechanism could only block a full-force strike below level 30, it was sufficient for the students participating in the exam. Meanwhile, Kai Kuen's team was also rapidly accumulating points. As a platinum-level summoner who had passed the first transition assessment, his team was equally invincible. From a bird's-eye view of the entire instance, the originally dense competing teams were rapidly decreasing. Over time, the remaining teams gradually converged in the same direction. This was due to the funnel-shaped design of the instance. The deeper one went, the narrower the terrain became, and the stronger the monsters grew. Facing the prospect of being overtaken, Qin Cha remained unfathomably calm. About to be surpassed? No problem, we'll find them and take their points. This solution was so straightforward it left others speechless. That's too arrogant. If I had his power, I'd be even more arrogant. With his healing abilities, he's practically unbeatable. That's not entirely true. If his teammates get focused and taken out, it's not looking good. Exactly. Battles aren't just about attributes. There are too many variables. Inside the teleportation tower, the observing teachers were deep in discussion. Time flew by, and another 2 hours passed, leaving only 1 hour until the college entrance exam concluded. In the intense competition, only over 100 teams remain, each led by a formidable first-tier fighter, while the weaker ones have long been eliminated. The Qin Cha team has accumulated 480,000 points, but is still trailing behind Chun Baolong's team, which leads with 540,000 points. As Qin Cha pondered the leaderboard at Oasis International School, Xiaqing's voice suddenly broke through. Boss Qin, we've spotted Kai Kuen's team ahead. That distinctive old hen is unmistakable. Kai Kuen. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth and clenched his fists upon hearing the name. That bastard, if it weren't for the rules, I would. Silence. Qin Cha interrupted, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We're all law-abiding students here. Let's not think too much. He nodded in the direction Xia Qing indicated. Let's go take a look. Skinny Monkey was initially puzzled by Qin Sha's calm demeanor, especially considering Qin Cha had killed Kai Kuen's girlfriend last time. But when he noticed the enigmatic smile on Qin Sha's lips, he shivered slightly, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. 200 meters away, on an open field, Kai Kuen and his 4 companions were attacking a golden boss. It was a golden bull, standing over 5 meters tall, shimmering in gold, with blood-red eyes that exuded a terrifying ferocity. Given Kai Kuen's team's capabilities, defeating this boss was challenging but not impossible. They had the old hen Kuen to tank the monster, and the rest of the team was quite strong. Attack! Hit it hard! Kai Kuen barked orders from the rear. Wang Ben, you idiot! Aim your skills at the boss's head. Lu Bao, don't just let my Kuen tank. Get in there. Lu Bo, you useless fool. Hurry and cast fireballs, and use fire rings when the boss gets close. Do you even know how to play? His chaotic instructions disrupted the previously well-coordinated team. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Kuen let out a shrill cry, nearly being toppled by the golden bull, but managed to withstand the blow thanks to its sturdy overalls. At that moment, Kai Kuen caught sight of 5 figures emerging from the forest in the distance, his heart skipping a beat at the sight of the towering figure over 2 meters talleth was Qin Cha, his unforgettable rival. Brother Kuen, things are looking bad. We should retreat, his teammates shouted urgently. Damn it, Kai Kuen cursed under his breath. Retreating would mean showing weakness to Qin Cha, which was unacceptable. He quickly devised a plan and ordered, Kuen, lure the boss towards those 5. Outrageous. Scoundrel. Outside, many teachers slammed their desks, their faces livid with anger. The seasoned veterans present could clearly see what was happening. Kai Kuen was directing the golden wild bull to charge towards the Qin Cha team. His face feigned innocence, yet it was obvious he was scheming. Using a borrowed knife to kill and shifting blame, his cunning plan was clever but not subtle enough. Fang Jinxing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. President Luo, isn't this the kid we saw at the job transition center the other day? Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. If it weren't for the rules of the college entrance exam, this move alone would be enough for him to die 10 times. The status of the Qin Cha team was well known to all. Anyone who dared to touch them would be courting disaster. However, the unique rules of the exam meant that as long as one didn't kill directly, any method wasn't considered a violation. The skinny monkey tightened his grip on his staff, seething with anger. Boss Qin, it's one thing if this guy doesn't mess with us, but now he's plotting against us. Hearing this, Xia Qing flickered into the shadows, while Luo Liuli remained calm and composed. It doesn't matter, Qin Sha spoke in an oddly calm voice. You don't need to act. I'll handle it myself. With these words, the skinny monkey and the others exchanged a knowing glance. At that moment, Zhu Kuen had already brought the golden wild bull charging close. A glittering wild bull chasing a flapping hen was a comical sight, causing Kai Kuen to chuckle inwardly while feigning panic. Hey, someone's over there. Get out of the way. Zhu Kuen can't stop the bull, and I can't do anything. His poor acting was so bad that even his teammates stepped back, unwilling to partake in the farce. Their timely retreat saved them from disaster. Can't do anything, huh? Qin Sha spoke softly. All right, we're all classmates. Let me help you. Kai Kuen was taken aback, not grasping the meaning of these words, until the next moment left him dumbfounded. Holy octagonal cage. Qin Sha raised his left hand, and in an instant, a sacred light cascaded down like a waterfall. The terrifying holy light wove into a net in the air, quickly forming a massive arena, surrounded by walls of holy light. Beneath the feet of Qin Sha, the skinny monkey, and the others, even the students and the golden wild bull, appeared golden halos. Only Kai Kuen and his hen stood in a circle of dark aura. The Holy Octagonal Cage, a divine-level skill, active LV-211, designates a 2000-2000 meter area as an octagonal cage. Within the skill's range, the user and allies continuously recover and receive buffs. Enemies within the range receive debuffs. Skill duration is 10 minutes, with a 3-hour cooldown. Note, during the skill's duration, enemies cannot leave the area. The Holy Light Octagon. This divine skill finally made its debut, leaving everyone present in awe. An octagonal barrier of holy light formed instantly, emitting a dazzling golden glow that enveloped the entire battle area. What made this skill truly terrifying was its absolute control over the field. Any target caught within its bounds could not escape. Even more impressive was its unique attribute modulation effect. Allies received a 20 boost in all attributes, while enemies suffered a corresponding 20 decrease, creating an astounding 40 attribute gap. Most remarkably, Qin Sha possessed complete control, able to designate friend and foe at will, without any limit on the number of targets. What the hell is this skill? Skinny Monkey and his three companions exclaimed as they felt a surge of power within them. They could clearly sense their strength had significantly increased. The four students couldn't help but gasp as well. Such a powerful state enhancement completely overturned their understanding of priest skills. Kai Kuan, on the other hand, was in a dire situation. Weighed down by debuffs, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his body weak and sluggish. You did this. You're messing with me. Kai Kuan glared angrily at Qin Cha. Me? Qin Cha smirked, pointing to himself. What are you accusing me of? I'm just helping you guys since you couldn't handle the boss, and you're saying I'm messing with you. At that moment, his four teammates spoke up in Qin Cha's defense. Kuan, we don't know what beef you have with him, but he's genuinely helping us. I feel a lot stronger now. This only fueled Kai Kuan's anger further. But before he could react, a shrill scream pierced the air. His giant chicken, Jukuan, was in danger. Already struggling against the golden wild bull, Jukuan was quickly caught due to the debuffs and spatial restrictions. The bull's sharp horns pierced Jukuan's back, blood splattering everywhere. Don't worry, I'll help you, Qin Cha suddenly said, raising his left hand as a dense holy light poured down. Kai Kuan, full of suspicion, saw that Qin Cha was indeed casting a healing spell. However, when the divine punishment light descended upon Jukuan, the situation took an unexpected turn. The holy light flowed like mercury, enveloping Jukuan's entire body. Though its wounds healed visibly, Jukuan appeared greatly distressed, its feathers standing on end as it let out a strange cry, unable to move. Get out of the way. Move, Kai Kuan shouted hysterically, watching as the golden wild bull prepared to charge. Yet Jukuan remained in its bizarre frozen state. With a swift motion, the sharp horns of the bull pierced through Jukuan's body. Jukuan was dead. As Jukuan met his demise, Kai Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. As a summoner, the severing of his bloodline connection with Jukuan was a pain far greater than losing a limb. His face turned deathly pale, and his energy waned to the point that he couldn't even contend with a regular level talent practitioner. The four teammates who witnessed this scene felt their eyelids twitch violently. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Cha, their hearts in turmoil. The seemingly gentle holy light healing had become the most lethal weapon. How is this possible? Someone murmured. The teachers observing the battle from the sidelines were also caught in heated discussions, unable to comprehend this bizarre occurrence. Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she hadn't seen Qin Cha in action before, the reaction of the likes of Shou Ho and the astonishing lightning power of Qin Cha led her to some vague conclusions. To her, such a swift counterattack was perfectly fitting against the enemy's sneaky tactics. The golden wild bull, now without its summoner, went into a frenzy and charged at Qin Cha. Kai Kuan's lips twisted into a grim smile, thinking of mutual destruction. However, to everyone's shock, Qin Cha remained utterly still in the face of the rampaging beast. It was just a look, a gaze filled with supreme authority amidst calmness. Moo, the golden wild bull skidded to a halt, fear flashing in its beastly eyes. Though frenzied, its primal survival instinct warned it. One step further meant certain death. Under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, the fierce beast turned tail and charged straight at the now weakest Kai Kuan. Cheating. This must be cheating. Kai Kuan screamed in terror, his fingers clutching the teleportation stone tightly. I need to get out of here. At that moment, Qin Cha's gaze shifted to him. Those deep eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, seemed to carry an overwhelming majesty. Where do you think you're going? Those simple 4 words, like whispers from the abyss, instantly froze Kai Kuan's entire body. His fingers, poised to crush the teleportation stone, stiffened midair. He trembled all over, his anger vanished, replaced by boundless fear. Kai Kuan stood trembling. Where do I go? Where can I go? His voice was filled with despair. Qin Cha's gaze pierced his heart like a sharp sword, making him instantly understand why the golden wild bull had turned back. It was pure, bone-chilling fear. At that moment, the sharp horns of the golden wild bull drove into Kai Kuan's abdomen. Blood splattered, and his innards spilled out. The bull violently shook its head, tossing his body aside. Amidst the piercing screams, blood gushed from Kai Kuan's mouth. Fortunately, the return stone blocked the fatal blow just in time. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His teammates, sweating with anxiety, were puzzled as to why Kai Kuan didn't use the return stone to escape. Skinny Monkey, Luo Lioli, and others watched coldly, fully supporting Qin Cha's actions. In reality, Kai Kuan was paralyzed with fear, and under the rules of the Holy Light Octagon Cage, even a celestial being would have to stay for 10 minutes, rendering the return stone useless. The iron hooves of the golden wild bull ultimately proved harder than Kai Kuan's words. In a series of harrowing screams, Kai Kuan was trampled to death. The system notification sounded. Team 0876 has lost combat capability. Points 43483. Skinny Monkey, Luo Lioli, and Xian's attacks followed, hitting the golden wild bull. The buff beneath their feet turned into a black debuff, and Xiaqing's dagger sliced across the bull's neck, taking its last breath. Killed the golden boss. Earned 5,000 points. Qin Cha turned and said calmly, "Let's go." From beginning to end, Kai Kuan was nothing more than a clown in his eyes. He hadn't acted before only because of the situation. Skinny Monkey snorted. He got what he deserved. The four of them then vanished into the depths of the forest. The other members of Team 0876 collapsed on the ground, shattered by the fall of N's glass genius. Inside the teleport tower, discussions erupted, with some shouting murder, only to be countered by others. Nonsense. Qin Cha just cast a healing spell on the bull. At the top, Luo Changfeng smiled as he poured tea for Li Lianshan. Vice Principal Li, deaths during the exams are quite normal, right? Li Lianshan hesitated but nodded. Fang Zhenqing snorted, suggesting to Director Xiao that the Zhenwu department handle any potential parental complaints. Xiao Yu smiled gracefully, gently sipping her tea. Rest assured, Mayor, it's only natural. Qin Cha was completely unaware that Xiao Yu had already tidied up his mess. This round, he played a fair and open strategy, didn't use a single damaging skill from start to finish, nor did he even touch Kai Kuan's clothes, ultimately leading to Kai Kuan being trampled to death by the wild bull. Everyone present was well aware of this fact. With the statements from the city lord, the head of the Martial Arts Bureau, President Luo, and Vice Principal Li, the crowd unanimously ceased their discussions. The matter was settled, and nobody wanted to invite trouble for themselves. Time was running out, with only half an hour remaining. Looking at the leaderboard, even after absorbing the points from the Golden Wild Bull and Kai Kuan's team, Qin Sha's team had not achieved an overwhelming advantage and was still trailing behind Qin Baolong's team. Moreover, the National College entrance exam in China has always been full of hidden talents, and other districts surely had more outstanding geniuses. Instead of relaxing, everyone felt more tension. Qin Sha's team had become the hope of the city's top school, and their performance was not only tied to the school's honor, but also to the reputation of Jianghai City as a whole. Xiao Yu narrowed her beautiful eyes, watching the burly figure on the screen. She recalled that, at Luo Changfeng's suggestion, they had prepared a gift for Qin Sha's advancement, which had yet to be given. After some thought, she decided it would be best to present it after the exams were over. Listen to my command from now on. Qin Sha's voice suddenly rang out, immediately lifting the spirits of Skinny Monkey and the others. However, those outside looked puzzled. The words sounded familiar, yet Qin Cha hadn't seemed to give many orders before. Could he have something up his sleeve? While their team was indeed strong, what significant role could a priest play? It seemed unlikely they could unleash another spectacular feat like the initial thunder skill, which must have had a long cooldown. Otherwise, it would have been used again by now. Just as everyone was speculating, Qin Cha shattered their assumptions with a single command. Full power attack. In front of them was a team from the third school, led by Tang Yuhao, a newly promoted level 28 mechanist. After 6 hours of battle, everyone had grown Skinny Monkey and the others each leveled up twice, while Qin Cha reached level 31. Tang Yuhao, dressed in a gray coat, had a handsome appearance reminiscent of a Korean drama lead. His team employed a classic 4-protectone formation. 3 warriors and a priest protected him as the main mechanist, making their combat strength formidable. In the battlefield of the college entrance exam, there was no need for pleasantries. As soon as the two sides met, the battle erupted. Qin Cha waved his hand dismissively and strode forward with an expressionless face. Behind him, Shouho, Luo Lioli, and Xian immediately unleashed their skills, while Xiaqing silently slipped into stealth, targeting the enemy priest. Facing this sudden assault, Tang Yuhao remained calm and composed. He directed the priest to use an illumination spell to expose the hidden assassin, while commanding the warriors to charge and intercept what seemed like an ordinary shield warrior. Simultaneously, his hands moved swiftly, retrieving dozens of tech spheres from his spatial ring and hurling them to the ground. Upon landing, the spheres unfolded with a mechanical roar, transforming into ferocious mechanical beasts and explosive robots, charging at Qin Cha and his team. Go! At a command, 3 well-trained warriors launched a coordinated assault on Qin Cha. Their attack rhythm was precisely timed, though they seemed to strike simultaneously. The variation in distance created a seamless chain of control. Theoretically, once the first warrior succeeded, the other 2 could seamlessly follow up, potentially immobilizing a shield warrior of equal level. Unfortunately, they underestimated their opponent. Thunder shower. With a shake of his arms, Qin Cha became enveloped in purple lightning, his towering frame of over 2.3 meters resembling a thunder god descending upon the battlefield. The 3 warriors were shocked, and if not for the momentum of their charge, they might have turned and fled. 2 thunderous booms echoed. With just a fraction of his strength, Qin Sha's 2 heavy punches sent 2 warriors flying, leaving them spitting blood and unconscious. If not for the protection of their return stones, the blows could have been fatal. Did I hit too hard? Qin Sha frowned slightly, clearly not expecting his opponents to be so fragile. The astonishing scene left everyone, including the self-proclaimed genius Tang Yuhao, in awe. His eyes widened in disbelief. His mind in turmoil had never seen a warrior capable of unleashing purple lightning. Had he misjudged his opponent's class? The spectators were even more astounded. Oh my god! He knocked two warriors flying with one strike. This isn't the first time. Wait, is this his true form? Was that priest who only buffed and healed just a disguise? No, he's been holding back all along. This is his real self, and that thunder is truly lethal. Is this still a priest? Healing, mana restoration, purification, and now obliterating warriors. In the stands, Fang Jinxing listened to the exclamations below with indescribable satisfaction. He had waited over 5 hours for this moment. He was initially worried that Qin Cha would only play the role of an ordinary priest, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. The real show was just beginning. With a crack, a mechanical beast the size of a leopard was shattered by a casual swipe of Qin Cha's hand. Tang Yuhao's legs went weak. Despite both being considered geniuses, the gap was astonishing. His priest fared even worse, being battered and thrown off balance by Xia Qing and the other's skills. We surrender. Watching as 5 more mechanical beasts were destroyed in a mere 2 seconds, Tang Yuhao raised his hand in painful resignation. The system promptly announced, "Ding. Team 3 has surrendered to you. Points 73,483. This addition of 70,000 points catapulted Qin Cha's team score past that of Oasis International School. Let's go." Qin Cha retracted the lightning and turned to leave decisively. Tang Yuhao was left speechless. It was the first time he had been so blatantly ignored, yet he had no grounds to protest. Outmatched, the opponent was undeniably formidable. Hey, can I ask what your hidden class is? Thunder Mage? Thunder Lord? Or Thunder Berserker? Tang Yuhao couldn't help but inquire, driven by both dissatisfaction and curiosity. Qin Cha never looked back or responded. Instead, Shouho turned around, grinning widely. Thunder Warrior? Open your eyes, kid. Your big brother is a healer, a priest. Dad? Priest. Tang Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily questioning his own hearing. The priest, who had been dazed by the onslaught of skills, finally regained his senses, his face alternating between red and white. You stop right there, he shouted furiously at the other party. Brother Hal, this is slander. I have to sue him for this. If he really is a priest, I wouldn't just call him daddy. I'd call him father. Tang Yuhao watched the scene unfold, filled with skepticism. A priest? What a joke. Never mind the burly physique. Just that incredible combat ability, Alonia single punch, sending 3 warriors flying, summoning lightning in the palm of his hand to effortlessly destroy mechanical beasts, and even a mere glance that made him, who prided himself as a genius, feel intimidated. How could this possibly be a priest? However, the skinny guy didn't offer any further explanation, merely flashed a grin and turned to follow in Qin Cha's footsteps. Let's go, follow them and see. Tang Yuhao gritted his teeth and ordered the priest to heal their injured teammates. Since they were currently in a state where their points were halved and wouldn't be challenged by other teams, they might as well take the opportunity to uncover Qin Cha's true strength. Qin Cha paid no mind to Tang Yuhao's team trailing behind. His sole focus at the moment was to madly plunder points. Soon, they encountered an even larger group, or rather, 2 allied teams, totaling 10 people. This coalition was formidable. Bao Heiyun from Jiang High No. 5 High School, an S-Strength Thunder Controller, level 29. The other team's leader, He Fan, the second seed of Jiang High No. 5, and Strength Shield Warrior, level 28. Tang Yuhao's expression darkened upon seeing the lineup from the rear, but then he reconsidered he was already out of the game. What was there to fear? Instead, he watched Qin Cha with keen interest, thinking this time he would finally see his true strength. On the opposite side, Bao Heiyun and his group were also quietly assessing Qin Cha and his companions. This guy's aura is something else. He's wearing the uniform from No. 1 High School, so he must be from the top team on the leaderboard, someone whispered. But it looks like Tang Yuhao's team following them has already been eliminated. Bao Heiyun glanced at the leaderboard and confirmed that Tang Yuhao's team's points had been halved. So they're the ones who knocked Tang Yuhao out. Brother Bao, what's the plan? He Fan gripped his shield tightly, his eyes locked on Qin Cha's imposing figure, his fighting spirit boiling, eager for a showdown. Attack! Bao Heiyun clenched his staff, a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. There are 10 of us. Are we really afraid of just 5 of them? Once we finish this job, we'll secure both first and third place. Let's go. With the command given, He Fan immediately raised his shield and charged at Qin Cha. Their team was indeed formidable, comprising 3 mages specializing in fire, lightning, and wind, 4 warriors including a berserker, a blade master, a shield warrior, and a knight, along with 2 healers and a wood controller. Notably, Bao Heiyun, the master of thunder, boasted an output power that surpassed even the fire mage, earning him a fearsome reputation among players. The battlefield quickly split into 2 distinct factions. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth and conjured a blazing fireball, while Luo Liuli silently waved her staff, sending sharp ice spikes shooting towards the enemy warriors as if they had a mind of their own. Xia Qing stealthily sneaked towards the enemy's rear, unnoticed. Qin Cha stood alone at the front of the battlefield, confronting He Fan's powerful shield bash. In the sunlight, the raised shield gleamed with a blinding metallic shine. This shield bash was the signature move of shield warriors, capable of stunning opponents for 2 seconds upon impact, a duration long enough to decide life or death in such expert duels. This guy thinks he's something just because he's big? Charging in without even a weapon, he's asking for it. He Fan sneered internally, yet an inexplicable unease crept into his heart as he faced Qin Sha's calm demeanor. This premonition was soon validated. Too slow. Qin Sha's tone was indifferent, as if performing the most mundane task. With just a gentle extension of his index finger, he halted the fierce shield bash with ease. To everyone's amazement, the next moment, that expensive golden shield cracked with a loud crack, shattering into pieces. What the? Exclamations of shock erupted from all directions. He Fan was utterly stunned. This was the first time in his career witnessing such a bizarre scene as shield bash stopped by a single finger and the shield itself shattered. It was a double blow of both damage and insult. Bao Heyun and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. None of them had ever seen anything so unbelievable. Tang Yuhao was especially incredulous. Is this guy really a priest? Who said he was a priest? Can a priest break a shield with one finger? The female mage beside him involuntarily shuddered, instinctively covering her vital spots, thinking to herself that the power of that finger was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the teachers and skinny monkeys group outside the battlefield were unfazed. This was Qin Cha, always a synonym for miracles. Don't just stand there, mages, blast that shield warrior to pieces. Bao Heyun shouted through gritted teeth. I refuse to believe he can catch spells barehanded. His shout snapped everyone back to reality. In an instant, fireballs, thunder, and wind blades came roaring in. He Fan also regained his composure, swinging his sword in a vicious slash towards Qin Cha. Simultaneously, Skinny Monkey's fireball and ice spikes were about to hit He Fan. Tang Yuhao's team watched closely from the rear, marveling. Now it's up to see which shield warrior can withstand the damage better. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions. He Fan's sword struck Qin Sha's shoulder, while he himself was hit by the fireball and ice spikes, staggering back in a disheveled state. Ignoring his injuries, he looked up at Qin Cha and his eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Crackling. Lightning flashed. In the blinding light of the storm, Bao Heyun felt a moment of disorientation. In that instant of distraction, a cold gleam struck from behind. Xia Qing's blade mercilessly pierced his body, instantly tearing open a shocking wound. My thunder, has it betrayed me? Bao Heyun stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Qin Cha stood firmly in the center of the battlefield, his right arm raised high, surrounded by dazzling lightning. Every attack that came his way, thunder, flames, wind blades vanished the moment they touched his palm. At this moment, his display of control surpassed even Bao Heyun, the master of thunder. Where's the justice in this? He Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, dumbfounded by the unbelievable scene. As a shield warrior, he had barely withstood 2 attacks and was already gravely injured, while this guy, who had taken a slash from him and endured the bombardment of 3 mages, stood as steady as a mountain, not retreating even half a step. Is this even human? This is more terrifying than a boss. He Fan gritted his teeth and roared. How can a shield warrior have the power of thunder? When did I ever say I was a shield warrior? Qin Cha cast a puzzled glance, slowly extending his hand. May the holy light be with you. Before the words finished, the lightning dissipated, replaced by countless pure white beams of light, pouring into He Fan like a cascading galaxy. He Fan immediately let out a series of bizarre and euphoric sounds that were both embarrassing and inexplicable. In the end, he collapsed to the ground alongside his shattered shield, his face twisted in a strange yet satisfied smile, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, his body still twitching. The remaining 3 warriors were stunned, not only by the sudden holy light, but also by He Fan's embarrassing reaction. With such a display, how could he ever face the world again? Alarm bells rang in their minds. Holy light. Is this guy really a priest? Tang Yuhao's team collectively jumped in disbelief. How is that possible? He's tougher than a shield warrior, more powerful than a thunder mage, fiercer than a berserker, and turns out to be a priest? A priest who doesn't heal but rushes to the front lines to attack. Has the world gone mad? It's like a mouse being a bridesmaid for a cat. Though there had been rumors of a burly priest from First High, no one dared to associate this overwhelmingly powerful individual with a priest. It was too contrary to common sense, so impressive it left other combat roles feeling inadequate. The outcome of the battle was already decided. The 3 warriors had lost all will to fight. The mages were scattered by Xia Qing, and with the fierce assault from Shou Ho and Luo Liuli, the result was inevitable. Ding! The system notification sounded. Zhanghai High 4433 team and Zhanghai High 9331 team have surrendered. Team points 109,899. The two teams contributed 110,000 points to Qin Cha. Are you really a priest? Bao Heiyun and Tang Yuhao approached, their eyes filled with complexity. Bao Heiyun's grip on his staff was so tight it seemed like it might shatter, his face a mix of anger and frustration. I, Qin Laoda, have spent my life doing good deeds and healing the sick. Skinny Monkey laughed heartily from the side, standing tall. Left hand for holy light healing. Right hand for thunder purification. Now that's the true model of a priest. Abortion? Bao Heiyun and Tang Yuhao exchanged incredulous glances. Of course, Skinny Monkey puffed out his chest. If Qin Laoda takes you all down, we'll be safe, won't we? This twisted logic hit Bao Heiyun and Tang Yuhao right where it hurt. They, who prided themselves as exceptional talents with diamond-level skills, found themselves at a loss for words. Skinny Monkey pointed smugly at Bao Heiyun. See, this is the fake master of thunder. Then he turned to Qin Cha. This one here, he's the real master of thunder. Xian couldn't help but chuckle, recalling her own journey from a regular priest to a shadow priest, and felt secretly relieved. Does this powerhouse have no weaknesses? Bao Heiyun and Tang Yuhao both wondered, and since they couldn't beat him, they decided to watch and learn. The ensuing battle was a spectacle for everyone. The enemy's attacks couldn't even penetrate the defenses, while Qin Cha could incapacitate opponents with a single holy light. Each of the three encounters ended in under 10 seconds, decisively and astonishingly. Unbeknownst to them, more than 30 talented students from various schools had joined the procession. They had all gone through a transformation from underestimation to shock, and finally to admiration, now eagerly anticipating the next victim. This scene left the teachers outside the field with mixed feelings. Who would have thought the highlight of the college entrance exams would be a priest? In the last 15 minutes, they finally encountered the team from Oasis International School. Luo Liuli. Chun Baolong stared intently at the opposing team, his grip on his shield so tight it nearly deformed. He had long harbored feelings for Luo Liuli, but never received any response. Seeing her willingly follow Qin Cha now only fueled his jealousy. Why? I'm the S-grade shield warrior. I'm the one who gives the most security. Chun Baolong roared internally. William turned to look at Takeda Ichiro and Park Wanho, exchanging a meaningful glance. Defeat them. Teach that muscle-bound guy a lesson. Chun Baolong growled. I want him to know I'm not the person I used to be. William's lips curled into a sly smile. As you wish. As soon as William finished speaking, a fiery red summoning circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet, with the searing presence of fire elements rushing forth. At the center of the circle, a massive American dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky with a roar. Meanwhile, the androgynous-looking Park Yuanhao extended his arms, his fingertips deftly moving, as if controlling invisible threads. With his low incantation, the ground cracked open in 3 places, and 3 expressionless puppet warriors emerged. Takeda Ichiro's figure flickered as he accurately threw several shurikens onto the ground. With a poof, white smoke rose, and he disappeared within it. Ellie, on the other hand, held a magical orb shimmering with a strange light, continuously chanting as beams of light infused her teammates, bestowing them with enhancements. In an instant, the Oasis International team was battle-ready. Haha, good. Chun Baolong laughed heartily, raising a pitch-black shield as he locked eyes on Qin Cha's group and launched a fierce charge. This team is ruthless. Tang Yuhao, Bao Heiyun, and others watching from the sidelines wore grave expressions. Although they had all been defeated by Qin Cha before, they now hoped for his victory. After all, compared to the foreign players of Oasis International, they preferred to see a local team win. However, the strength displayed by Chun Baolong's team was truly worrisome. Boss Qin. The 4 members of Qin Cha's team looked to their leader upon hearing this. Give it your all, Qin Cha replied, still maintaining his calm demeanor, yet his voice carried immense strength. Those simple words filled the team with confidence when this man was around. No challenge seemed insurmountable. The staffs of Luo Liuli and the others simultaneously emitted dazzling light, while Xiaqing silently melded into the shadows. Qin Cha stood like an immovable mountain, waiting for Chun Baolong's attack. The audience was in a frenzy. They finally clashed. The 2 strongest teams in Jianghai City are finally facing off. This is the final showdown, and the winner could claim the provincial championship, or even the national title. Given the current situation, Qin Cha's team seems more likely to win. He's just too strong. Indeed, they're not even on the same level. This is the power of the demon god. On the battlefield, the situation unfolded just as the audience anticipated. Get out of my way! Chun Baolong roared, launching a fierce triple attack. His shield smashed down, his left hand wielded a sword in an upward slash, and a sharp stone spike erupted from the ground. As an S-class Earth Guardian, his defense was formidable, and he could manipulate the power of the earth. Tang Yuhao and others gasped, while He Fan wore a bitter expression. No wonder he's an S-class. He's so much stronger than me. I really can't compare to him. All the students present understood that such a fierce triple attack was impossible to evade unscathed. Heh. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Qin Cha merely smiled faintly. Dodge. Why bother? Defensive stance. He activated a seldom used class universal skill, assuming a defensive posture that increased his defense by 5. This time, he was struck by a sudden idea and wanted to see just how capable this so-called S-class shield warrior really was. Qin Cha simply raised his right arm in a casual defensive stance. In the next instant, a shield, sword, and stone spikes rained down like a storm, only to produce 3 dull thuds. Astonishingly, Qin Cha remained completely unmoved, without even a scratch. Holy crap! Fan jumped up from his seat, shouting in disbelief. What kind of insane defense is this? Who's the real shield warrior here? His exclamation echoed the thoughts of all the spectators. Qin Baolong was in shock. His combo attacks, which even a platinum-level boss would struggle to withstand, were effortlessly neutralized by Qin Cha with just one hand. If he knew that Qin Cha had once shattered Fan's shield with a single finger, he would be even more astounded. This guy's tough, full power attack. Qin Baolong shouted, retreating momentarily as the thin monkey's fireball spell came whistling toward him. Watching his opponent retreat, Qin Cha shook his head disdainfully and muttered, I overestimated them. This level of attack isn't even worthy of my defensive stance. Too weak. His words reached Qin Baolong's ears, instantly igniting his fury. Calling me weak? I refuse to accept that. Despite a lingering fear of Qin Cha, his anger now overshadowed his fear. Power of the earth. With a roar, Qin Baolong unleashed his most powerful S-class skill. Enveloped in a golden light, this divine skill increased his defense by 50, though it reduced his movement speed by 20. The 5-minute duration was enough to give him an advantage in battle. Meanwhile, the flame dragon controlled by William unleashed a searing breath. Ignorant fool, witness the true power of a dragon. William stood proudly, clearly confident in his dragon's might. Qin Cha glanced at the earth-glowing Qin Baolong and the roaring dragon in the air, a smirk of disdain on his lips. A dung beetle and a big lizard. How boring. Before the words were fully spoken, Qin Cha clenched his right fist, sending lightning crackling through the air. Thunderstorm. Attack mode. 2 thick bolts of lightning shot out like dragons from the sea, hurtling toward Qin Baolong and the dragon. Qin Baolong was preparing for a second charge when he saw the lightning coming straight at him and was stunned. What's going on? Isn't he a shield warrior? How can he use lightning attacks? In a flash, the lightning was upon him. Damn! Qin Baolong gritted his teeth and raised his shield, desperately trying to block it. Yet, even without using his full strength, the power of Qin Cha's lightning far exceeded Qin Baolong's defensive limits. With a scream, Qin Baolong was sent flying like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground. He lay there, head askew, foaming at the mouth, his fate uncertain. Before anyone could react, another blinding lightning bolt tore through the sky, precisely shattering the dragon's fiery breath and striking the dragon's body directly. Roar! The dragon let out a thunderous cry of agony, its body trailing black smoke as it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The impact left a massive crater in the earth. The scene fell into a deathly silence. William's arrogant expression froze, then turned livid. He stared in disbelief. His perfect creature, the invincible dragon, was brought down by a single lightning strike. Even more unacceptable was that his opponent, Qin Cha, was just a fellow high school student, not some seasoned warrior. Awesome. Whoa, Qin Cha is amazing. Master Qin is the best. We're convinced. We lost fair and square. Tang Yuhao and the others erupted in cheers from the back, their admiration for Qin Cha surging like a mighty river. On the battlefield, other skirmishes continued fiercely. Xiaqing silently crept behind the witch Ellie, her sharp dagger striking like a ghost. Despite her carefree demeanor, she demonstrated incredible assassin skills in battle. But at the critical moment, a protective shield flashed around Ellie, who then unleashed an energy wave with a low shout. Sensing danger, Xiaqing quickly went into stealth mode and retreated. Meanwhile, Xian was being forced back by the relentless shuriken assault from Takeda Ichiro. The Japanese ninja's precise and deadly angles made it difficult for the defensive Xian to keep up. Park Wanho's three-headed puppet charged at Qin Cha, but Qin Cha stood firm, like an impregnable fortress, shielding his teammates. Scarlet Flame. Get up. Fly. William yelled at the fiery dragon in the crater, his eyes red with fury. As an S-class rare dragon, it slowly rose again, proving that even under Qin Cha's restrained attack, such a tough creature wouldn't go down easily. Throughout the battle, Qin Cha remained calm and unruffled, effortlessly repelling the attackers like a formidable boss. In contrast, William and his team seemed like clumsy jesters, unable to shake him despite their best efforts. You're strong. William suddenly spoke. I wanted to defeat you with normal means, but now, I have no choice. He sneered as he pulled a pitch-black leg bone from his spatial ring. It was a piece of human bone, completely black and exuding a strong aura of death. Upon closer inspection, spectral, twisted, and anguished human faces flickered across its surface. The moment this sinister artifact appeared, a wave of malevolence swept through the area. The teachers watching from the outside were stunned, while Fang Zhenxing was furious. The bone of the evil god. How did he get that? And what does he intend to do with it? Xiao Yu's face instantly turned icy, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Her cold voice echoed in the command room. Notify all members of the Jianghai City Marshal Department to immediately surround Oasis International High School. Not a fly should escape, and not a mosquito should enter. Yes, came a low response from the shadows in the corner, and a figure vanished like a ghost. Luo Changfeng and Li Lianshan both wore grim expressions. The appearance of the bone of the evil god, a forbidden object, at the college entrance examination site was a catastrophic disaster for Oasis International High School. Stop the exam immediately. Terminate it at once. Li Lianshan ordered sharply. Luo Changfeng frowned, but Xiao Lu, already sweating profusely, reported, "We can't terminate it, Principal Li. We don't have the authority, and the instance space has been locked internally. All return stones are ineffective." What? Li Lianshan furrowed his brows, shouting, "What are you all doing? How could someone tamper with the exam instance?" Xiao Lu was on the verge of tears. "Principal, you know that to ensure absolute fairness, only specific personnel can enter to check monster levels before the exam. No one else can manipulate any part of it." Furious, Li Lianshan was quickly calmed by Luo Changfeng. "Vice Principal Li, don't worry. The situation might not be as bad as it seems." "Not that bad." Li Lianshan widened his eyes. "This is the bone of the evil god, capable of instantly increasing one's strength tenfold. That foreign student clearly intends to take down all of Jianghai City's geniuses with it. And the students too. Why are they still watching? They should have left while they had the chance." As the principal, Li Lianshan prioritized student safety above all. Seeing someone causing trouble right under his nose and being unable to act was understandably frustrating. Tenfold. That's indeed troublesome, but Luo Changfeng's gaze shifted to Fang Zhenxing. Indeed, after the initial shock, Fang Zhenxing quickly regained his composure, keeping a close eye on Qin Cha. With this young man present, the outcome was still uncertain. Meanwhile, all schools and teleportation towers in Jianghai City felt the same tremor. People were outraged yet helpless. The bone of the evil god, said to be the bones of an evil deity, contained terrifying power. Its user would rot away within a day, leaving only bones. Such a dreadful price came with an incredible power boost, with the augmentation increasing with one's talent. The source of William's bone of the evil god was becoming clear. The forces behind the foreign student had clearly planned this. Choosing to have an SS-level dragon summoner genius use it further demonstrated their determination at any cost. Ha ha ha. William let out a maniacal laugh as the pitch-black bone in his hand transformed into a stream of light, merging into him and the flame dragon. Instantly, both began a horrifying transformation. Flesh rotted and fell away, eyes and organs dropped out, and a foul stench filled the air. Soon, they were reduced to skeletal figures, shrouded in black mist, exuding a chilling aura as their power continued to surge. Luo Lioli's face was grave. Xia Qing appeared cautiously. Xianxian covered her eyes in disbelief, and Skinny Monkey exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" All the students from Huaxiao were rendered speechless by the scene. Only Qin Cha found a smirk of interest on his lips. This power boost is finally getting interesting. What the hell is going on? What happened? A voice filled with shock echoed through the crowd. In the background, Tang Yuhao and the others stared at William in disbelief. Just as they realized something was amiss, a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Park Wanho lifted a bloody thumb and unhesitatingly shoved it into his mouth. As he chewed with difficulty, a horrifying red hue began to fill his eyes. He suddenly pointed both hands at Chun Baolong, the motion swift and precise. Ah! Chun Baolong, who had been unconscious, let out a piercing scream. His body started to move uncontrollably, like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings, rising slowly in a grotesque position. His face was etched with fear, but within just 3 seconds, his eyes turned as empty as a well. Ahaha! A strange laugh emerged from Chun Baolong's mouth, but it was Park Wanho's voice. Such a good body, yet unable to unleash its true power. What a waste. Better leave it to me. Chun Baolong's aura surged rapidly, making the surrounding air grow heavy. Meanwhile, the priestess Ellie pulled out a sinister-looking rag doll and forced it into her mouth. Blood trickled from her torn lips, but her power skyrocketed in this horrifying ritual. William, now reduced to a skeleton, let out an eerie laugh without the support of vocal cords. Bringing so many Huaxia dogs to the grave with us is worth it. Ha! The flame dragon he had summoned had now swelled to twice its original size, transforming into a bone dragon exuding an evil aura. The attributes of the bone dragon were suffocating. Diamond-level summoned creature. Strength, 14,643. Stamina, 13,223. Spirit, 16,512. Agility, 9,384. Skills, Blood Burst, Bone Spike, Black Flame Breath, Undead Body, Giant Tail Sweep, Storm Tear, Dive, Summon Undead. 16,000 Spirit, 14,000 Strength. Everyone gasped, and Tang Yuhao and his companions were filled with despair. Any single attribute of this bone dragon surpassed their combined totals. Even Qin Cha had to admit this was the most formidable creature he had ever encountered. Its attributes are about half of mine in every aspect, truly deserving of its diamond-level status. But it's still not enough. His whisper went unheard, as everyone was overwhelmed by the dragon's impact. More terrifyingly, it wasn't just the bone dragon. William's summoner attributes had also received a complete upgrade, and his teammates, too, exhibited an unprecedented powerful aura. Shen Baolong's data panel suddenly appeared. Puppet level 28, profession as Earth Guardian, with the S-level Platinum Trialist title. His 4 attributes were Strength 2742, Stamina 4326, Spirit 2226, Agility 2198, plus 5 points of luck. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, like a walking corpse, his mental imprint activated, completely reduced to a puppet controlled by another. His total attributes had now surpassed 10,000, a 2- to 3-fold increase from before. Even more alarming was Ailey's transformation. The 29-level Scrayed Witch's attributes skyrocketed to 13221, wielding a series of fearsome skills: Soul Scream, Shadow Bind, Soul Manipulation, Val Curse, Plague Curse, Soul Devour Curse, Shadow Blade, Blood Curse, Demon Summoning, and more. After consuming the powerful witch's spirit, her skills were immensely enhanced, with the only drawback being that it could only last for an hour. No, run! Tang Yuhao and Bao Haiyun shouted in panic, hurriedly pulling out their return stones. However, strangely, the stones had no effect. Panic spread among the students. Cackle! Cackle! William's skeletal frame emitted an ear-piercing laugh. The power of the evil god has sealed this place. Wanna leave? There's only one way out, death. He shook his staff, arrogantly declaring, "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm the S-level genius of the beautiful country, wielder of the great evil god's power, William. You worms, being sacrificed to the evil god is your honor." Ailey, Park Wonho, and Chun Baolong then erupted into maniacal laughter. "What the hell are you laughing at?" The skinny monkey cursed as he approached Qin Cha. "Qin, what do we do?" Meanwhile, Luo Lioli, Xia Qing, and Xin Xian seemed unusually calm, even smiling slightly. "Trying to catch us all at once? If we hadn't seen Qin Sha's first transformation, we might have actually been afraid of you." Simultaneously, an urgent message came from outside. Li Lianshan hurriedly informed Luo Changfeng that the education sector had detected the situation within the dungeon and could break through the barrier to provide aid in half an hour. Luo Changfeng took out a jade pendant to convey the message, but Fang Jinxing was quicker. Fang Jinxing grasped the jade pendant and shouted thunderously, "Kill! Leave them in a river of blood. Shatter them to pieces. Leave not a scrap. How dare they plot against our Huaxia sons? These bastards must have nerves of steel." "Qin Cha, I, Fang Jinxing, promise you right here, if you kill these barbaric thieves and save the lives of over 30 students, I'll give you the land in the capital I fought for with my life, to make you a lord. Kill them all." As Fang Jinxing's words fell, the teleportation tower plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at the screen, dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. In such a critical moment, he wanted Qin Cha to fight the enemy? It was practically a death sentence. Li Lianshan's face darkened ominously, his eyes fixed on Fang Jinxing. Then he turned to Luo Changfeng and questioned, "President Luo, your daughter is in there. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? Shouldn't you do something? Do something." Luo Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, I should indeed do something." He took the jade pendant, cleared his throat, and spoke clearly. "Qin Cha, this is Luo Changfeng. I promise you, if you kill all these people, I will immediately give you a top-tier SS-level skill book for a priest." With these words, the atmosphere at the scene grew even more bizarre. Li Lianshan was nearly apoplectic with rage, and the expressions of the others were equally varied and intense. It was incomprehensible that Fang Jinxing would offer up that invaluable piece of land in the northwest of Kyoto. That land included 3 leveling zones, covering levels 1030, 5080, and 130,150, and even had a teleportation array. It was a war trophy his father had fought for desperately, and Fang Jinxing himself had risked half his life to secure it. It generated billions annually just by lying there. Despite never fully developing it, countless guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase it, yet none had succeeded. And the SS-level skill book mentioned by Luo Changfeng was a rare treasure. The offer of these 2 valuable gifts left everyone in deep thought. Li Lianshan's eyes flickered, his gaze shifting between Fang Jinxing, Luo Changfeng, and Qin Cha in the image. These two old foxes were always shrewd. Could this young man actually have the strength to deal with that terrifying bone dragon? As everyone speculated, William's skeletal frame erupted into a grating laugh. Kill you all? Haha, what a joke. His hollow eye sockets glowed red. An SS-level skill book and a piece of Imperial land. They're generous with you. Too bad. Your life is about to end here. He suddenly swung his staff and shouted sharply. Don't waste time. Attack all at once. Leave no one alive. With his command, the sound of clattering bones rose all around. Clatter! A massive skeletal dragon suddenly soared into the sky, its dark wings beating furiously. It opened its enormous maw, made of gleaming white bones, and unleashed a terrifying black flame. This is bad. That black flame is too powerful. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. On the battlefield, the puppet Qin Baolong surged with an earthy yellow glow and charged straight at Qin Cha with a fierce shout. Simultaneously, Takeda Ichiro seemed to activate a cloning ability, with three figures attacking from different angles, shurikens raining down on Luo Lioli and her companions. Caught off guard and lacking enough skills, Luo Lioli and the others were quickly put on the defensive, a stark contrast to their earlier confidence. Yet Qin Cha remained completely still, his gaze fixated on the inconspicuous priestess. She was the true threat. We're here to help you. Tang Yuhao, Bao Heyun, and others assessed the situation and, ignoring the threat of the dragon, charged forward resolutely. Qin Cha furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze shifting to the black flames in the sky. Let's begin. With his right hand clenched into a fist, a pale purple lightning coiled around his arm. His left hand opened, enveloped in a warm, intense holy light. Left hand of holy light, right hand of lightning. This was his true battle stance. Black flame? Dispel. Facing the explosive black flame that was now dangerously close, Qin Cha swiftly raised his left hand. In an instant, the intense holy light condensed into a pillar, colliding heat with the dark fire. Amidst the roar, the ultimate clash of black and white, light and dark, formed a gray light screen in the sky. The sight left everyone stunned. He blocked it. William gritted his teeth, incredulous that the terrifying breath of the skeletal dragon he summoned with the power of an evil god was blocked by someone his age. Moreover, 2 seconds later, the divine punishment's holy light completely shattered the black flame, the aftermath crashing towards the skeletal dragon in the sky. The dragon let out a piercing scream, its ribs corroded and melted by the holy light, narrowly avoiding serious injury by dodging in time. Ha! Finally, something that can take one of my attacks. Qin Cha's wild laughter chilled everyone to the core. Can you believe this guy? Isn't he supposed to be a priest? Divine punishment chains. Qin Cha muttered. 4 chains of light instantly formed, one binding the skeletal dragon in the sky, while the other 3 connected to Skinny Monkey, Luo Lioli, and Xia Qing. Almost simultaneously, Takeda Ichiro's shurikens struck the 3. His face showed a moment of triumph, which quickly froze. The shurikens hadn't caused any damage at all, the holy light from Qin Cha acting like a shield, keeping them at full strength. Ellie's magic orb glowed black, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from her mouth, a soul scream. The sound wave sent Tang Yuhao and over 30 others scattering, clutching their heads, clearly affected by fear. Before William and his allies could celebrate, Qin Cha moved. When he moved, it was with the force of a thunderstorm. Whoosh! With an attribute speed of over 20,000, Qin Cha's figure transformed into a streak of lightning. His right fist moved with the force of thunder, each punch precisely striking the bodies of those controlled by fear, then swiftly retracting. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed continuously, leaving trails of lightning crisscrossing the sky. In just 1 second, Qin Cha was back in his original position. During this time, the puppet Qin Baolong, who was controlled, barely managed to raise his shield and reach him. At that instant, the eyes of Tang Yuhao, Bao Heyun, and more than 30 others cleared simultaneously, and they let out a collective shout of relief. Boom! A thunderous punch directly struck the charging Qin Baolong, sending the S-grade shield warrior puppet flying. The scene fell into a deathly silence as everyone, including the dragon in the sky, watched the mountain-like figure with terror. William and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of despair, even though they had lost their hearts. The astonishing sequence of combat had taken only 3 seconds from start to finish, which was the most terrifying part. In those brief 3 seconds, Qin Cha shattered the bone dragon's black flame and drove it back, shielded his teammates with divine chains against Takeda Ichiro's attack, freed 30 people from control in 1 second, and finally returned to blast Qin Baolong away with a single punch. Is he even human? This is scarier than fighting a boss. Tang Yuhao and the others were shocked. From their initial fervor, to the despair of being controlled, to the sudden relief of being freed, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was like a godly support player carrying 34 people. The reaction from the outside audience was even more intense. At the transmission towers of all schools in Jianghaking, Tens of thousands of teachers and leaders stood up collectively, erupting in thunderous cheers. What kind of god-level operation is this? Is this still the college entrance exam? They finally understood the intentions of Luo Changfeng, and Fang Xingxingjie can always trust Qin Cha. Whether it's healing or damage output, he's the last beacon of hope. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Qin Cha simply took a step forward, his voice icy. Show me what else you got, or I'll have to kill you all. William gritted his teeth, and Park Wanho, Takeda Ichiro, and A Li were all trembling. Tang Yuhao and the others were filled with boiling blood. Such a domineering display. They could die without regret. Attack. William, caught in a dilemma, raised his staff and shot a beam of black light at the dragon in the sky. The dragon let out a deafening roar, shaking the heavens. The wounds on the skeletal dragon healed instantly, and a more intense killing intent erupted from its eyes. The ground cracked open with a thunderous roar as countless skeletal warriors emerged. This was unmistakably the dragon's summoned undead skill. Immediately after, a dense barrage of bone spikes whistled through the air like a rain of arrows, targeting Qin Cha and his companions. The skeletal dragon roared towards the sky, and as its wings unfurled, a violent gale surged forth. Its massive body dove downwards, with its tail wrapped in eerie black flames sweeping across. This was a seamless execution of its storm tear, dive, and mighty tail sweep combo. The attacks from Luo Lioli, Thin Monkey, Tang Yuhao, Bao Haiyun, and others struck the skeletal dragon midair but failed to leave a single mark. The vast difference in attributes left them futile in their efforts. Meanwhile, the witch Ellie frantically shook her magic orb, casting a series of skills such as Shadow Bind, Vicious Curse, Plague Curse, Soul Devour Curse, Blood Curse, Soul Manipulation, and Summon Demon. A bizarre array of gray, black, sickly green, and crimson hues enveloped the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, more than half were afflicted. Cries of agony erupted from the crowd. Priest. Quickly. Dispel. These curse-type skills not only had a rapid casting speed, but were also terrifyingly effective. The Plague Curse was barely tolerable, but the excruciating pain from the Vicious Curse, the blood loss from the Blood Curse, and the soul-piercing Soul Devour Curse were unbearable. Qin Cha had long anticipated that the witch would be the most troublesome adversary. Yet, in his eyes, this greatest enemy was nothing more than that. With his left hand radiating holy light and his right hand crackling with thunder, he swiftly moved through the crowd, unleashing the dual skills, Thunder Rain, and Compassion. A second later, the cries of pain abruptly ceased, replaced by relieved cheers. Just as Qin Cha returned to his position, the skeletal dragon's massive tail, enshrouded in black flames, came crashing down, the air tearing with a piercing sonic boom. William glared at Qin Cha, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, when Qin Cha extended his thunderclad right hand to meet the giant tail, he emerged unscathed. This was the effect of his pinnacle title, granting a 5.1 chance to be immune to any damage. With quick reflexes, Qin Sha's claw-like grip fastened onto the skeletal dragon's tail. The dragon let out a harrowing scream as Qin Cha deactivated the Divine Punishment Chain effect and activated the king's aura. To the shock of onlookers, he swung the dragon down onto the ground, crushing the newly emerged skeletal warriors. Charging forward with the dragon in tow, Qin Cha relentlessly smashed it left and right. This scene left the witch Ellie paralyzed with fear. How could a formidable diamond-level skeletal dragon be used as a mere tool by a priest? Able to withstand, attack, heal, and cleanse, how could anyone possibly compete with that? Standing at 2 meters tall, Qin Cha embedded his fingers into the tail of a bone dragon, swinging the massive 5 or 6 meter long creature like a sledgehammer and smashing it into the ground. The earth shook with thunderous booms, creating a truly breathtaking scene. If it weren't for the protection of the evil god's power, Ellie might have been scared to the point of losing control. William, now in skeletal form, was so shocked by the scene that his jaw dropped and clattered to the ground. Each time the bone dragon hit the ground, everyone inside the teleportation towers felt their hearts jolt, leaving the towers in complete silence. Qin Cha, however, was having a great time, charging forward while wielding the bone dragon. In no time, he was in front of the puppet Chen Baolong. With a defiant growl, Chen Baolong raised his shield to defend himself, only to be crushed into a pulp by the massive body of the bone dragon. Oops, sorry for breaking your puppet, Qin Cha said with a sideways grin at Park Wanho. No, Park Wanho spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed. That's not my puppet. Mine isn't that flat. This unexpected response made everyone present burst into laughter. Even the usually cold Luo Lioli cracked a smile, and Xia Qing laughed out loud. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Qin Cha was amused too, and with a burst of strength, he smashed the bone dragon to pieces. Oops, he said to the wide-eyed William. Looks like I broke your bone dragon too. No. William staggered back. That's not my bone dragon. Mine isn't that fragile. Tang Yuhao doubled over with laughter. Wow, twice in a row. What was once a tense and dire situation had turned into a comedic scene. Everyone's eyes turned to the priest thanks to him. These fearsome entities had become mere playthings. Takeda Ichiro wasn't ready to give up, splitting into three shadows and throwing golden darts at Qin Cha from different angles. Yet, this futile attack was of no threat. "What's up, little fool?" Qin Cha turned around, waving his hand as lightning struck the seemingly empty shadows. His holy light eyes could easily see through any invisibility. With the crackling of electricity, Takeda Ichiro emerged from the shadows, his body contorting like a shrimp under electrotherapy. In just 2 seconds, his eyes rolled back, and he dropped dead. "Couldn't take a bit of fun?" Qin Cha said with disappointment. He had hoped to torment this well-off fellow, but the opponent was unexpectedly weak. "Devil! You're a devil!" The priestess Ellie screamed hysterically. "What kind of priest are you? You're the evil god." "Enough noise." Qin Cha instantly appeared in front of her, delivering a heavy slap. With a loud crash, her screams abruptly stopped. A headless body fell to the ground, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Qin Cha's palm glowed with holy light, instantly purifying the stains on his body. Park Wonho watched the scene before him, his pupils contracting violently as fear surged through him like a tide. He stammered, "Impossible. In this world, only we, the people of Dahan Mingwa, can be this powerful. You must have Dahan Mingwa blood in you. What a load of crap. Do they think they own everything?" "Damn Kimchi Nation!" shouted the crowd behind Bao Haiyun, bursting into furious curses. Qin Cha smirked coldly, as lightning and rain wrapped around him instantly. He only activated the rain mode, causing no real harm, but maximizing the control effect. "Ah!" Park Wonho screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently, his face flushed, eyes rolling back, and foam frothing from his mouth. His pants quickly became soaked, and with a sound that was a mix of relief and despair, he literally died from the experience. This scene sent chills down the spines of Shouho, Tang Yuhao, Luo Liuli, Xiaqing, and others. Having once endured the blessing of lightning and rain themselves, they understood the soul-piercing sensation all too well. Each resolved internally, they'd rather die than provoke this harbinger of doom. In the hollow eye sockets of William, a venomous green glow flickered. "Kill me. A loss is a loss, but the great evil god will never be defeated. You heretic, you will eventually meet your end at the hands of us from the beautiful nation." Qin Sha's action to slap him dead suddenly paused, his smile twisting. "Since that's the case, let me show you more." His left hand surged with holy light, fully activating the divine punishment and healing mode. Simultaneously, his right hand's lightning and rain switched instantly to damage mode. Under the dual torment, William's harrowing screams echoed to the sky. This was true torture, the ultimate torment. Everyone watching was left speechless with shock. Everyone shuddered at the horrifying scene before them. Qin Sha's methods were terrifying, healing his opponent while simultaneously torturing them. The agony of being unable to live or die made everyone present shiver with fear. Initially, they thought keeping someone alive to the point of death was cruel enough, but witnessing Qin Sha's techniques firsthand was an entirely different matter. He skillfully controlled William's life and death, pushing him to the brink and then healing him, over and over. William's piercing screams echoed through the arena for a full 3 minutes until the end of the exam, when Qin Sha finally stopped. A system notification sounded at the right moment. "Ding! You have defeated the Oasis International School team. Team score 383483. An astounding 1,000,000 points." With William's demise, the points instantly transferred. Qin Sha's team's total score surpassed the 1,000,000 mark, leaving all other exam teams far behind. Even more shocking was Qin Sha's personal contribution, which was an impressive 65. Luo Lioli and the other three split the remaining 35, each nearing 10,000 points. Without a doubt, the national top scorer title was securely claimed by Qin Sha. The exam ended, and all participating students were transported out of the instance. The system immediately began task settlement, and rewards followed. The host has acquired the divine special skill of their profession, Spirit Drive. The host has acquired the divine awakening skill of their profession, Holy Light of Revelation. The host has acquired the artifact, Supreme Holy Hammer of the Divine Kingdom. The host has acquired the divine skills of their profession, Blessing of Courage, Blessing of Protection. This series of notifications echoed in Qin Sha's mind. Divine skills, artifacts, awakening skills, special skills, every single word was enough to drive anyone wild with excitement. A flash of light, and all students reappeared on the sports field of Jianghai No. 1 High School, back in their original positions. Qin Sha stood there, unscathed. The voice of Vice Principal Li Lianshan came solemnly from the transmission tower. "The exam results will be announced within 3 days. Please await notification, and the recruitment team will arrive within 10 days. All students may leave." Additionally, Qin Sha, on behalf of all teachers and students in Jianghai City, I extend my highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to you. This statement immediately caused an uproar. A dignified third-tier powerhouse expressing respect to a student? Those who were eliminated early had no idea what thrilling events had unfolded in the exam instance. 3 hours later, Qin Cha returned home. He kicked aside the still excited skinny monkey and slammed the door shut. System, claim the divine skill, blessing of courage. The system responded immediately. Blessing of courage has been granted. Divine level, active, LV1, can bless teammates within a certain range, increasing their physical and magical attacks by 20 and enhancing their four-dimensional attributes by 10 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Now this is a true priest skill. Qin Cha nodded in satisfaction. This wide-range buff skill not only boosts attributes, physical and magical damage, but does so by percentage simply perfect. Next, the system continued. Blessing of protection, divine level, active, LV1, can bless teammates within a certain range, increasing their defense and mana by 20 and granting a shield equivalent to 20 of their own stamina, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Another terrifying skill. A smile crept up on Qin Sha's face. Could they create a personal shield with 20 of their stamina? Qin Sha's eyes flickered as he glanced at his panel, showing a stamina value exceeding 20,000, and a smile crept across his lips. The combination effect of these two skills greatly boosted his confidence. Ordinary or rank professional could, under the influence of these states, leap across the chasm of power to reach the terrifying level of S rank. But that wasn't all. The real trump cards were the two skills that followed. After pondering for a moment, Qin Cha decisively left his house, heading straight for the wilderness. An hour later, he arrived at the level 35 training zone, the Misty Ruins. Shrouded in eerie fog all year round, the monsters here were renowned for their exceptional defense and bizarre tactics, daunting even for veterans. The Mist Zombies, level 35 common monsters, boasted a staggering 2,700 points in their four main attributes, with a stamina value alone reaching 1,000, making them truly grotesque creatures. Confronting these hideous monsters, Qin Cha casually dispatched a few before riding his roaring motorcycle straight to the center of the Misty Ruins. This place was rarely visited, thick with fog, making it an ideal spot to test his skills. Any commotion here wouldn't disturb others or be noticed by outsiders. Come forth, Holy Light Orb of Apocalypse. Holy Light Orb of Apocalypse Divine Awakening Skill, active, LV1. Skill, Extreme Power of Holy Light. Effect, releases an orb containing divine power, firing 99 beams downward, each dealing damage equal to 100 of the caster's mental strength. After 5 seconds, it explodes, dealing 150 damage within a 1000 meter area. Cooldown, 24 hours. Boom. Qin Cha activated the skill without hesitation. A 3-meter diameter sphere formed at his fingertips, radiating dazzling holy light, resembling a small sun rising. Apocalypse. Qin Cha couldn't help but let out a thunderous roar. The holy light orb hovered tens of meters above the ground, dramatically altering the sky. 99 twisted beams descended like divine punishment, covering a kilometer radius. Each beam struck the ground, blasting deep craters. In an instant, the fog within a kilometer was completely dispelled, with all debris, monsters, and vegetation obliterated. With Qin Sha's terrifying mental strength exceeding 30,000, no creature in this area could withstand such a violent force. 5 seconds later, the holy light orb of apocalypse exploded. Countless beams of pure white holy light transformed the kilometer radius into a celestial realm, forming a massive hemispherical crater on the ground. The shockwave swept in all directions, clearing away all the fog. This millennia-old mist-covered ruin finally saw the light of day. At that moment, all professionals training in the area and wandering zombies simultaneously halted. They sensed a terrifying, heart-stopping power, one capable of erasing them completely, a power that was both warm and chilling. The holy light. Impressive. The power is overwhelming. Qin Cha gazed at the dazzling holy light orb of revelation in his hand, feeling an uncontrollable surge of excitement. The might of this artifact far surpassed all the skills he had mastered before. He couldn't help but think that if he had possessed this divine skill just half a day earlier, William's team along with that bone dragon wouldn't have lasted even 3 seconds before being obliterated. No, even that comparison was too modest. In truth, with the power of the holy light orb of revelation, even those lofty 4th-turn level 100 warriors would no longer be invincible against him. This was exactly the awakening skill of the paladin in the DNF game by Abba Klee, each activation accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, with power so immense it instilled fear. Although Qin Cha hadn't played this game for long, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of this skill. Now that it had become his exclusive ability, it was as if he had wings to soar even higher. Looking around, Qin Cha noticed a fog slowly rising, which pleased him greatly. The fog acted as a natural barrier. Even though he wasn't afraid to display his prowess, he understood the wisdom of hiding one's true capabilities. The real trump card should always be saved for the most critical moment. Taking a deep breath, Qin Cha proceeded to claim his next reward, the Soul Drive. This was a divine level special skill, an active skill at level 1. When used, he only needed to insert his weapon into the ground to instantly create a soul realm spanning a kilometer in radius, dealing continuous damage to enemies within. Even more exciting was that the user not only retained the weapon's effects but also gained additional bonuses. A 20 increase in critical damage, a 20 increase in critical rate, and a 20 increase in attack speed. Most remarkably, this skill had no duration limit and required no cooldown. Ground Smash. Qin Cha had anticipated this, and now it was confirmed. But what truly excited him was the imminent acquisition of a divine weapon, which would undoubtedly amplify the skill's power to new heights. Accompanied by a flash of light, the divine weapon finally appeared. It was an astonishing warhammer. The hammerhead resembled an angel's wings, seemingly forged from divine metal, radiating a rainbow-colored glow. The hammer's shaft, over half a meter long, was adorned with intricate patterns outlining a graceful figure. Qin Cha grasped the hammer's handle precisely where the angel sculpture's thigh was, and it felt incredibly comfortable. The sheer beauty of its design alone was enough to drive countless warriors mad with desire. Its attributes were even more extraordinary. This mythical weapon, named the Supreme Holy Hammer of the Divine Realm, required level 30 to equip, yet provided astounding attribute boost: strength, stamina, and spirit, each increased by 30. Its 4 major effects were unparalleled. All attacks were guaranteed hits and converted to holy light damage. All healing effects and critical rates increased by 30. Status-enhancing skill effects and ranges increased by 50. Attacks could ignore 50 of the opponent's armor. Even more thrilling were its 2 attached skills. Wrath of the Holy Hammer could enlarge the weapon, dealing 300 damage to the front. Usable once per day. Realm of the Divine could summon 3 level 126 winged angels to assist for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 days. Lastly, this divine weapon bore Qin Cha's permanent exclusive mark, ensuring it couldn't be stolen, dropped, or lost. Qin Cha carefully examined the set effect. The attribute panel in front of him displayed "Set Not Activated, 16, and upgradable by devouring equipment. Current upgrade value 0300000." No wonder it's a divine weapon, he couldn't help but exclaim. In his hands, this artifact was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. If it fell into someone else's hands, it could elevate a level professional instantly to an SS-level powerhouse. As a weapon that combines both offense and defense, it was a treasure coveted by all healer professionals. What was most enticing were its 2 simple, yet immensely powerful skills. One could cause a massive 300 burst of group damage, while the other could summon 3 120 level 6 winged angels. These 2 trump cards gave Qin Cha the confidence to face even a formidable 150 level 6th turn opponent, allowing him to escape with ease or even counterattack. Even more astonishing was that with this weapon's enhancement, his strength attribute had already surpassed 40,000, and he was merely at level 32. Activate the weapon spirit. Qin Cha took a deep breath and activated the skill. Boom! The supreme sacred hammer of the divine kingdom was thrust heavily into the ground, unfurling its majestic wings and radiating a holy light, like a perfect sacred sculpture. Instantly, ripples spread around the hammer, enveloping a kilometer radius in a colorful halo. Even in an empty-handed state, Qin Cha could clearly feel the all-around attribute boost, with attack speed, critical rate, and critical damage increased by 20. Unfortunately, the earlier heavenly light orb had already cleared out all the surrounding monsters, turning even trees and stones to dust, leaving him unable to immediately test the power of this divine weapon. Qin Cha shook his head regretfully, storing the sacred hammer in the Holy Soul Ring, preparing to find a suitable place to practice. Although he had just experienced the college entrance examination battle in the morning, the acquisition of these divine skills and artifacts made him eager to try them out. At that moment, his communication device chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Fang Zhenxing. Qin Cha, are you not home? This is Fang Zhenxing. I'm currently at your doorstep with President Luo and Secretary Xiao. We have some matters to discuss with you regarding rewards and university options. Considering the rewards, Qin Cha replied. All right, City Lord Fang. I'll be back soon. Please wait a moment. Having the 3 giants of Jianghai City waiting at his door was an unprecedented honor. Even more remarkable was that the 3 had no complaints. This kid, could he have gone to the wild area to level up? Fang Zhenxing chuckled, shaking his head at the reply. With such monstrous talent and still so diligent, he's not giving anyone else a chance. He just finished the college entrance exam and doesn't even take a break. Doesn't he feel tired? Old Fang. Luo Changfeng looked meaningfully towards the capital. Qin Cha is beyond what his peers can catch up to. His benchmark is the world's top geniuses. As soon as the footage from today's exam was sent over, you received orders from above. Don't you understand what that means? Hearing this, Fang Zhenxing sighed. Indeed. To be recruited by that place so urgently, This honor is unprecedented. Xiao Yu gave a resigned, bitter smile, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Filong in the sky, I saw the potential in this young man half a month ago and thought about recruiting him. Who knew he'd grow even faster than I imagined? Now it seems I'm not worthy. Fang Jinxing chuckled lightly at his words and patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Don't be so discouraged. You're only temporarily in Jianghai City for some experience. Before long, you'll be back in the capital, and there will be plenty of opportunities. He paused and added, self-deprecatingly. As for me, I got impulsive and gave away my savings. Now I have no excuse to return to the capital. I'll just have to be content as the city lord here. Xiao Yu and Luo Changfeng exchanged a knowing smile. Although Fang Jinxing spoke of regret, there wasn't a hint of it in his tone. It was clear he also believed that entrusting the valuable land to Qin Cha was the best decision. As they spoke, a roaring sound grew louder. A powerful-looking motorcycle, flames trailing behind, came to a stop in front of them. Qin Cha dismounted and gestured invitingly. Gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting. Please, come inside. The room was simple, but the three of them appeared unfazed and naturally took their seats on the sofa. Fang Jinxing got straight to the point, producing a storage ring. Qin Cha, the first thing we're here to do is deliver your reward. This isn't your college entrance exam reward that will take 10 days to process. This is a personal gift from us. He explained briefly. Inside the ring is the land deed I promised, President Luo's SS level priest skill, Director Zhao's level 35 platinum equipment, and congratulatory gifts from Principal Li, Director Gao, and over 20 other leaders. This is an early celebration for you becoming the national top scorer. This prediction wasn't baseless. With Qin Sha's record-breaking team score surpassing the million mark and with him contributing 60 if he didn't become the top scorer, it would certainly be a scandal. Qin Sha nodded calmly. Thank you all, and please extend my thanks to Principal Li and the others. He didn't rush to accept the ring, nor did he decline politely. Since showcasing his talent was to gain benefits, pretending to be modest would seem insincere. Fang Jinxing appreciated Qin Sha's candor, laughed heartily, and signaled for Luo Changfeng to continue. The president, who had a daughter as stunning as Luo Lioli, exuded elegance, composure, and a friendly smile. Here's the thing, Qin Sha. Your college entrance exam video caused a sensation. Are you familiar with the Supernova Academy in the capital? Supernova Academy? Qin Sha thought for a moment. Of course, I've heard of it. It's the top institution in China. Exactly, Luo Changfeng's smile deepened. The top universities held an emergency meeting about your situation and unanimously agreed that only the Supernova Academy at the capital university suits you best. So, you don't need to wait for the recruitment team. Just nod, and you'll be directly admitted. By tomorrow morning, someone will come to take you to the imperial capital for urgent special training. This news caught Qin Sha by surprise. The three had come all the way here just for this matter. There's no time to waste. Xiao Yu chimed in. Today, she was wearing stockings again, her long legs outlining a perfect curve that was hard to look away from. She explained seriously, Qin Sha, for professionals, especially before the third transition, the improvement in strength is measured by the day. She extended her slender fingers and began to count. The summer vacation lasts more than 2 months, enough for many professions to undergo qualitative changes. Take the Ice Mage, for instance. In 2 months, they can reach level 40, gaining 7 or 8 more skills than at the time of the college entrance exam. At level 35, they even gain the crucial Blizzard skill. She paused and continued. Fire mages have the Repel Fire Ring at level 35, and as a priest, you have the Holy Silence skill also known as the Silent skill. Xiao Yu's gaze became more serious, and that's just on the skill level. Equipment, levels, and combat techniques will all advance rapidly in a short time. Qin Sha squinted his eyes, already guessing what Xiao Yu was about to say next. Sure enough, Xiao Yu looked directly at him. Due to the exceptional talent in this year's college entrance exam, the authorities have decided to reform university teaching methods and hold a national freshman entrance competition to select the rookie king. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. As long as you rank in the top 10 of the school, you can enjoy all resources while being exempt from attending classes. You'll have guidance from professional mentors and can train in any dungeon nationwide. If you make it to the national top 10, you'll be directly promoted as a seed player for the Global Prodigy competition 3 years from now. This is not just about competing for the country, but also about earning a unique and powerful title as a reward. A title. At the mention of this word, Qin Sha's eyes instantly sharpened. As someone who holds the title of Peak King, he knew all too well the weight of a title. Just participating in the competition can earn you a title? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Does it seem unbelievable? She lowered her voice. I can only tell you that there are more ways to earn titles than just through world rules. True, strong individuals can dialogue with the rules, and even set the rules. Do you remember when you cleared the first transition with the bearing of a Peak King, and Lord Fong suppressed your world announcement? Qin Sha nodded silently, recalling the confusion he felt at the time. How could Fang Jinxing, a 4th transition powerhouse of just over level 100, suppress world rules? Fang Jinxing laughed heartily. By level alone, it can't be done. But as the city lord, I do have some real power. Rules can be borrowed and manipulated, and my authority includes controlling the rule power of everyone in Jianghai City. He added, of course, to suppress a world announcement, it either requires the consent of the person involved or a special situation. Fang Jinxing's expression suddenly turned grim, and he gritted his teeth with a cold snort. This world is far more complex than it appears. Take the unexpected event in this college entrance exam. How those foreigners deceive the rules to bring the power of an evil god into the dungeon is still a mystery. Fortunately, you were there to handle them, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. When the topic of the college entrance examination came up, Fang Jinxing's face immediately showed anger. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, and his eyes revealed an unquenchable fury. As the lord of Jianghai City, such a heinous event occurring within his jurisdiction was a significant challenge to his authority. More than 30 top talents. Fang Jinxing's voice was heavy. Luo Liuli, Tang Yuhao, Bao Haiyun, there are several professions above level. If it weren't for Qin Cha's timely intervention, the consequences of these future stars being wiped out would not only shake Jianghai City, but all of Huaxia. He turned to look at Luo Changfeng, who was listening intently. You can still joke around now, but if something had happened back then, I would have been the first to be blamed for mismanagement. Being dismissed would be the least of it. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Qin Cha nodded gently to show understanding. Fang Jinxing immediately spoke seriously. Here, I want to sincerely thank you. If it weren't for your intervention, no need for formalities, Lord. Qin Cha waved his hand, his expression calm. I only did what I should have done. Good. Straightforward. Fang Jinxing clearly appreciated Qin Cha's modest demeanor. He continued, regarding your title as the Peak King, a notice has been issued. As long as you can obtain the title of Rookie King in this year's newcomer competition, proving you have the ability to protect yourself completely, the suppression will be lifted. That's fine. Qin Cha didn't care much about this. The actual benefits were already in hand. The title was secondary. Being busy individuals, Fang Jinxing, Luo Changfeng, and Xiao Yu stood up to leave after the discussion. After seeing them off, Qin Cha opened his spatial ring and carefully examined the list inside. Besides the piece of land gifted by Fang Jinxing and the SS-level skill book from Luo Changfeng, the total value of other gifts was around 1 billion. However, the equipment and priest skills were not very useful to him, so he planned to sell them for cash. As for the land deed, although the property is located in the capital and cannot be viewed in person, the document clearly states that Qin Cha has become the rightful lord of the small town. He has the authority to change the town's name, collect rent and taxes, and even form his own security force, making him a true local authority. This will be a significant asset for me in the capital, Qin Cha thought to himself, then turned his attention to the more enticing SS-level skill book. Absolute Silence Domain, an SS-level active skill flashed before Qin Cha's eyes. This max-level skill can emit a silencing light, transforming a designated area into an absolute silence domain. Within this area, not only can no one make a sound, but they also cannot use any skills. Any skills being channeled or cast will be forcibly interrupted, and the caster will suffer severe magical backlash. Duration is 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Silence. The true divine skill for priests. Qin Cha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this skill is only SS level, its effect can rival any god-tier skill. He knew that ordinary priests' holy silence spells are single target and last no more than 3 seconds. This skill, however, lasts a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough to turn a group of powerful mages into lambs to the slaughter, Qin Cha smirked. In his current matches, his biggest worry was his teammates being controlled or attacked from a distance by mages. With this move, that weakness was thoroughly covered. Start the fight by casting the silence domain. Follow it up with a holy hammer. And what would his teammates have to worry about? Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. A knock on the door sounded. Is Qin Cha home? Prepared, Qin Cha opened the door to see a sweet-looking girl, appearing in her early 20s, fresh and lovely like the girl next door. Ah! The girl was startled by Qin Cha's tall figure, gesturing with her small hands. So big. I'm so small. This. Qin Cha remained silent and activated his holy light eye, and the girl's information immediately appeared. Name, Jian Meng. Age, 21. Level, 58. Class, SS Level Reaper. Title, Perfect Grade King, Second Transformation. Attributes, Strength, 41,178. Stamina, 21,264. Spirit, 23,335. Agility, 39,893. Overall rating, 12.5. Identity, Empire Capital Martial University Supernova Academy 3-star intern instructor, third most talented student at Empire Capital Martial University. Qin Cha's pupils slightly contracted. This girl, close to his age, was undoubtedly one of the strongest geniuses he had ever encountered. An SS-level talent, level 58 perfect grade king second transformation, although just an ordinary king below 30 stars, was already impressive. Especially that almost abnormal strength value, nearly equal to his. Only level 58, and with such strength. Qin Cha glanced at his own level 32 panel, deep in thought. He had always believed that with his tenfold attribute bonus, he was invincible below the third transformation, even able to battle fourth transformation experts. But now it seemed that he wasn't the only genius in the world. Everyone might have unique encounters and attribute enhancement paths. Huh? Why can't I see your information panel? Jianming waved her fair little hand in front of Qin Cha. If it weren't for seeing her terrifying attribute data firsthand, who would think this seemingly harmless little girl was so powerful? Never mind. Every genius has their secrets. Jianming said with a light laugh. I'm Jianming, a tutor at the Supernova Academy. For the foreseeable future, I'll be your mentor. Here's my identification. If there's nothing else, pack up and come with me. As a professional, Qin Cha's travels were always efficient and straightforward. All his belongings were neatly stored in a space ring, ready for departure at any moment. At this time, he followed Jianming into the teleportation array. Although the destination was a mystery, the precise positioning device Jianming had specifically taken out indicated that this was undoubtedly a direct journey. As the teleportation light flickered, Qin Cha opened his eyes to find himself face-to-face with a formidable squad of guards. These armored warriors were all berserkers, and their eyes radiated an intimidating killing intent ready to unleash devastating damage the instant an enemy invaded. Notably, behind the warriors, there were 3 priests. In such a heavily guarded setting, the presence of these priests was clearly not for healing but to cast silent spells. Luxurious and tight-knit, these were the thoughts that arose in Qin Cha's mind. The strength of this guard squad was astonishing, with every member being over level 100. In the outside world, experts of this caliber could dominate regions and were at least figures of respect. Yet here, they merely served as guards, protecting a secret place that might remain undisturbed for decades. Little Qin, follow me, Jianming said casually. Her status here was evidently extraordinary, as she smiled and walked forward, with the guards naturally making way for her. Qin Cha remained silent, which caught Jianming's attention. Little Qin, you talk too little, that's not good, she remarked as they walked. As a professional, always dealing with killing, you must release your emotions in time, or you'll end up repressing yourself. She suddenly remembered something. Oh right, you're a priest, aren't you? So you can heal yourself. Once Jianming started talking, she couldn't stop. The records show you're level 32, having passed the first transition, but why don't they list your clearance level? It can't be too low, right? She answered herself. Impossible. Anyone recruited with such a special status can't be dumb. I guess you're at least diamond level, right? Faced with Jianming's barrage of questions, Qin Cha hadn't even had a chance to answer one before the next was thrown at him. And judging by her demeanor, she didn't really expect a response from him. After a moment of thought, Qin Cha asked, Miss Jian, what is this? Don't call me Miss Jian, Jianming interrupted with a smile. Call me instructor, or you can call me big sister. If he hadn't seen her attribute panel himself, Qin Cha would never have believed that this chatty woman was actually a terrifying king-level existence. Even now, the contrast felt unreal, making him even more vigilant. As an experienced professional, he knew that the dangers that evoke fear and surprise aren't the most terrifying. The truly lethal threats are those that come without warning, when you're most off guard. All right, little Qin. Jianming finally revealed the purpose. Let me tell you the situation. This is the special training zone for this year's class at Supernova Academy, also known as the Special Operations Zone. If all goes well, you'll be spending a pleasant summer here. She gave a mischievous smile. Don't worry, here you'll eat well, drink well, and have fun, and best of all, you won't have to pay a dime for anything. Doesn't that sound nice? Jianming turned her face with an innocent smile. Her words piqued Qin Cha's interest, and he raised an eyebrow, thinking that a free meal was indeed a rare opportunity. Of course, Jianming continued with a hint of affection in her voice. You're only the second student I've ever mentored. With so many teachers and students, it's a huge stroke of luck that we met. Qin Cha didn't comment. From his experience, he knew the state was well aware of his situation, and there must be more to assigning him this particular mentor. As they walked, Jianming suddenly stopped and pointed to a building in the northwest direction. That's the dormitory for new students. Go inside and find a place to settle down. Once everyone arrives, you'll be notified. Qin Cha was slightly taken aback, but before he could ponder further, Jianming added with a smile, Don't miss me too much. I'll come to find you if needed. With that, she walked away with a spring in her step. Watching her leave, Qin Cha felt a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it. He decided to go with the flow. If things got strange, he would rely on his skills to handle the situation. Throughout, he appeared compliant but was secretly observing everything. He cooperated to understand the situation better, and because Jianming posed no threat to him. Shaking his head, Qin Cha headed towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Jian Ming turned a corner and suddenly appeared in an office. Inside, a middle-aged man in uniform was leisurely enjoying tea. Sensing the sudden presence, he frowned, and upon seeing who it was, he choked on his tea. Jian Ming, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man, clearly someone of authority, was startled by the young woman's presence, which was quite unusual. Jian Ming casually sat on the sofa, her legs sprawled over the coffee table. Chief Instructor Wang seems quite free today, having tea here. What tea is it? Pour me a cup too. Despite her informal behavior, the man wasn't angry but instead offered a helpless smile. My little lady, why are you here again? I didn't offend you, did I? Can't you choose another district instead of coming to mine? Jian Ming raised an eyebrow. What? I'm not welcome here. Chief Instructor Wang's silence said it all. Fine, I'll leave then. Jian Ming pretended to get up. Wait. Chief Instructor Wang quickly got up to pour her tea, his expression turning serious. Xiaoming, has the training been advanced for a reason? The situation is simple, Jian Ming explained with a grin. A top genius emerged in Zhanghai City, and I've taken him as my apprentice. To train him, we've advanced the training schedule for all eligible talents nationwide. A top genius? How exceptional. Chief Instructor Wang was taken aback. Jian Ming pondered for a moment. I can't say for sure, but thanks to him, the authorities agreed to participate in the World Talents Battle without hesitation. What? Chief Instructor Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. The official agreed to the world battle because of him? What's going on, and even you aren't qualified to know? Instructor Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed for answers. This level of secrecy was beyond his imagination. As the commander of the military district, Instructor Wang knew all about Jian Ming's background. This seemingly sunny girl was actually more terrifying than any demon. From her school days, no one could handle her except for one person who could keep her in check. If it weren't for the incident that drastically changed her personality, chaos would follow her wherever she went. What was even more concerning was that Jian Ming was not only extraordinarily talented, but also came from a prominent family. The level of classified information she could access was higher than many top leaders. Yet, even she knew nothing about that person's true situation. Jian Ming noticed Instructor Wang's shock and smiled knowingly. Keep asking, and you'll really be demoted from commander to instructor. How's the kid? Can you at least tell me that? Instructor Wang asked cautiously. He's doing great, Jian Ming replied cheerfully. He's just a bit introverted and doesn't talk much. But I like that. At least he doesn't argue with me. Instructor Wang raised an eyebrow. Doesn't talk much? Introverted? Images of a child with a tragic past, bullied and suffering, who suddenly awakens to intense fighting and training, filled his mind. The thought of him being under Jian Ming's tutelage sent a shiver down his spine. Where is he now? Oh, as his mentor, it's my job to develop his all-around abilities, Jian Ming said matter-of-factly. So, I'm starting with his social skills by sending him to the dormitory. The dormitory? Instructor Wang was taken aback and then suddenly stood up. What the hell? Not that dormitory, right? Are you trying to scare him to death? What's there to be afraid of? Who knows who will scare whom? Jian Ming chuckled. This is ridiculous. Instructor Wang stamped his foot anxiously. Jian Ming, you're being reckless. Let's go check on him quickly, or you'll give the kid a psychological trauma. He rushed out, with Jian Ming shrugging and following leisurely. Meanwhile, Qin Cha was entering the dormitory building. On the surface, the building looked no different from a regular school's dormitory. Following proximity, he directly opened the door to room 101 on the first floor. Swish. As the door opened, dozens of fierce eyes immediately locked onto him. Qin Cha frowned slightly. The sight before him was daunting. Shirtless, muscular men filled the room, each with bulging muscles, some doing push-ups, others lifting dumbbells, and some doing sit-ups. These men were all at least level 80 shield warriors, exuding an overwhelming presence just standing there. Such a scene would terrify any ordinary person. But Instructor Wang's concern wasn't just about that. This was the notorious Devil's Training Camp, easy to enter but hard to leave. Yet, the condition to leave was surprisingly simple. Qin Cha stood at the doorway, frowning slightly. The room was packed with burly men, making him wonder if he had entered the wrong place. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the atmosphere inside suddenly tensed. A sharp intake of breath was heard. The physique of this visitor was astonishing. The room, specially designed to accommodate the training needs of these robust men, had a door frame over 2.5 meters high and more than a meter wide. Yet, when Qin Cha stood there, he nearly filled the entire frame. His presence created an invisible pressure that made the men inside feel a chill down their spines. Who are you? Someone asked, swallowing nervously, their voice trembling. I'm here to train, Qin Cha replied calmly. This was indeed true. He had been brought here for training by Jian Ming from Zhanghai City. Oh, suddenly, one of the men slapped his forehead, eyes lighting up. I remember now. You're the one the boss mentioned, right? He quickly signaled to the others. The rest of them suddenly understood. Coach Wang say this morning that a top trainer was coming to guide them? This must be him. Welcome, welcome. The group warmly ushered Qin Cha in. inviting him to sit on a specially made training bed that could accommodate 3 regular people. These rough-looking men now acted like fans meeting their idol. It was no wonder. Even the best among them had thighs that weren't as thick as Qin Cha's arms. Sir, have some tea. Do you smoke? I'll take one. Qin Cha accepted the cigarette. Although he usually didn't smoke, he decided to go along with the hospitality of his roommates. After several rounds of tea, one of the men couldn't wait to show off his muscles. Sir, how do I train to get muscles like yours? You're amazing. To them, Qin Cha was a living bodybuilding legend. Qin Cha shared a few fitness tips, which the men eagerly absorbed and immediately began to practice, frequently asking Qin Cha for guidance on their techniques. The room was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as the door was kicked open. Stop! Stop! There's been a mistake. A mistake! Coach Wang's angry shout was abruptly cut off as he took in the cheerful scene inside. His expression froze. What's going on? Wang Xiao kicked open the door, and the scene before him made him freeze in place. Qin Cha, who should have been in a panic, was instead sitting confidently in the center of the room, exuding the aura of an empress. A cigarette was leisurely burning between his fingers, with smoke swirling upwards. Even more astonishing, a muscular man was doing sit-ups energetically in front of him, as if performing in a show. Officer Wang, do you need something? The men in the room looked at him with puzzled expressions, their tones slightly impatient. If it's nothing urgent, could you please close the door? The coach you brought in is amazing, and we're learning from him right now. Coach? What coach? Wang Zhao's brain almost crashed. Suddenly, he realized something, and his expression changed dramatically. So this big shot's last name is Chun. One of the men suddenly understood and quickly smiled obsequiously at Qin Cha. Hello, Brother Chun. I'm Wang Bin, but you can just call me Little Wang. Qin Cha also sensed something was off, especially when he saw Jian Meng's teasing face behind Wang Xiao, and immediately understood the situation. Wang Bin. Wang Xiao clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth. Watch your attitude. Wang Bin looked bewildered. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and turned to Qin Cha. Hello, you're Jian Meng's apprentice, right? You truly are impressive, but there's been a misunderstanding. This isn't your dormitory, come with me. What? The men in the room were thunderstruck. Jian, apprentice? Their exclamations were filled with disbelief. I'm quite comfortable here, Qin Cha said, a bit puzzled. These guys have been really welcoming. Sweat beaded on Wang Zhao's forehead, while Jian Meng was laughing so hard she could barely stand. It took Wang Xiao 3 whole minutes to explain the situation. Once the truth was revealed, the men in the room wished they could disappear on the spot. Oh my god, he's a student? And not even a college student yet. They were red-faced and mortified. I even offered him a cigarette, and did 80 squats as a demonstration. What the heck was that? Qin Cha was also a bit embarrassed. He had thought their ages seemed off, but assumed they were just seniors, never imagining they were future military instructors. All right, disperse, no more talking, Wang Xiao waved, and the men hurriedly fled with flushed faces. Sorry, Qin Cha, Wang Xiao sighed, shaking his head as he looked at the muscular young man before him. I'll take you to the exclusive dormitory for shield battle trainees in this special training session. Exclusive dormitory for shield battle? Qin Cha frowned in inquiry. Wang Xiao paused for a moment and explained. For this training, everyone has to stay in dorms divided by profession. Even if you're the top talent, there's no exception. He assumed Qin Cha was reluctant to go to a shared dormitory. Jian Meng chuckled, her voice cheerful. Instructor Wang, why are you sending him to the shield warrior's dorm? My apprentice here is a priest. What? Wang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked Qin Cha up and down, as if he had seen something utterly incomprehensible. This is a priest? In the face of skepticism, Qin Cha didn't say much. He simply raised his left hand, and a pure, holy white light gathered in his palm, gentle yet undeniable. Holy crap, Wang Xiao was completely stunned. As the commander of the military district, he had trained countless geniuses over the past 20 years and witnessed many extraordinary talents. But a warrior with such formidable strength being a priest? It completely overturned his understanding. Yet the evidence before him was undeniable, leaving him questioning reality as he stood there. Instructor Wang is dumbfounded, isn't he? Jian Meng laughed, snapping her fingers. No need to worry about my apprentice. Qin, come with me. Qin Cha nodded at the still-dazed Wang Xiao and followed Jian Meng out. As they exited the room, they saw a group of burly men frozen in place, caught in the act of eavesdropping, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. These level 80+ shield warriors realized they had been treating a priest student with such reverence, offering tea and water, and were collectively losing their minds. Jian Meng led Qin Cha to the back of the military camp, where a mysterious portal stood prominently. We're here, Jian Meng explained. This is a private instance, the real purpose for this military district's establishment. Ordinary people aren't even allowed to know about it. It's specifically for training geniuses. She added with a mischievous smile. Qin, I wasn't messing with you. I intended to test your strength, but those guys almost put you on a pedestal. So, Please enter the instance and show me your skills so I can tailor your training. Qin Cha nodded in agreement. He was eager to start formal training, and showcasing his abilities was no issue. Go on in. There are 4 instances inside. Just choose the first one, the Blood Mist Ruins. Jinming handed him an ordinary-looking stone. The difficulty is hell level, so even though you're a priest, be cautious. If things get tough, crush this to teleport out. This seemingly ordinary stone was actually a priceless spatial stone, nearly impossible to obtain. Crushing it would break the instance's rules, forcibly returning him outside the portal. It was a one-time use item. Consider this a small reward for you, Jinming said with a playful wink. Oh, and once you're out, I'll properly introduce you to the benefits of the Imperial Capital Martial University Supernova Academy. I guarantee you'll be tempted. Qin Cha thanked her briefly and headed straight for the portal. A system prompt immediately sounded. You have entered a special instance. This instance has no level limit. All monsters are set at level 40. Blood Mist Ruins held difficulty. A crimson fog enveloped the world. The dense mist restricted visibility to within 5 meters, creating a suffocating sense of oppression that felt like drowning. Qin Cha cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Compared to the previous Wind Canyon and the college entrance exam scenario, the level of danger here had clearly escalated. However, his formidable strength provided him with ample confidence. He remained vigilant, steadily advancing along the dirty, dark ground. After traversing about 30 meters, the outline of a wall built from rubble began to emerge faintly in the blood-red mist. Qin Cha paused briefly at the entrance of the wall to observe, then stepped into what appeared to be a ruin. As soon as he crossed into the ruins, 2 nearly silent flashes of cold light shot down from above at an angle. If not for Qin Cha's exceptional sense of perception, this unexpected ambush could have caught anyone off guard. In that critical moment, he swiftly retrieved the supreme holy hammer of the divine realm from the ring of the holy soul, and the sacred angel wings, illuminated by a rainbow glow, deflected the 2 cold lights. The arrows lodged into the crevices of the stone, their tails still trembling under the powerful impact. Following the source of the arrows, Qin Cha spotted 2 foxhead, human-bodied creatures hiding around a nearby corner. These creatures, their vital areas barely covered by animal skins, were fiercely drawing their bows, preparing for another attack. The system immediately displayed their information: blood-red hunters, elite monsters, level 40. Strength 8431, Stamina 5539, Spirit 4399, Agility 7873. Their skills included Explosive Arrow, Rapid Arrow, Arrow Rain, Decoy, and Stun Arrow. These formidable warriors, altered by the Crimson Mist to serve as scouts for the ruins, had weak close combat abilities but possessed incredible mobility and deadly accurate archery. Their stats are impressive. No wonder the authorities strictly control this scenario, Qin Cha sneered. But for me, they're still too weak. He raised the holy hammer and shouted Soul Drive. The sacred hammer struck the ground, and a faint light screen instantly covered the surrounding kilometer. Qin Cha's arms crackled with pale purple lightning, his imposing presence ready to unleash. The 2 blood-red hunters were startled by the sudden change, cursing as they fired arrows. Qin Cha scoffed, pushing off with his foot, transforming into a blur that easily dodged the arrows. Closing the distance instantly, he unleashed a thunderous punch. The 2 blood-red hunters screamed and convulsed as they fell, and within just 2 seconds, they were reduced to charred remains by the lightning. With a single punch, the blood-red hunter fell to the ground. Qin Cha's lips curled into a slight smile. This strike combined the damage boost of the holy hammer with a series of critical effects. With over 40,000 strength attributes enhanced by various buffs, it was no surprise that such a defensively weak creature was instantly defeated. He strode forward, the holy hammer floating by his side. The intelligent nature of the weapon soul's driving skill was remarkable. It would automatically return to his hand once out of casting range, without needing to be consciously withdrawn. The ruins were a labyrinth of winding paths, but this only expanded the range of the weapon soul's influence. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing battles were exhilarating. The ruins were densely packed with monsters, and every dozen steps, 3 or 4 blood-red hunters would leap out from the mist. With the aid of various buffs, Qin Cha moved like lightning, his attack speed astonishing. He could throw 3 punches in a single second. Coupled with the terrifying thunder unleashed by thunderstorm rain, even facing 5 monsters simultaneously was a matter of moments. The spoils were substantial. When the 30th blood-red hunter fell, Qin Cha contentedly pocketed a piece of golden equipment. In just a few minutes, these creatures had contributed 50% of his current level's experience points. Such an incredible leveling speed was unimaginable in the outside world, clearly due to the dual bonuses of a hell-level dungeon and fighting above his level, with perhaps other unknown factors at play. Although the experience required post-level 30 surged, at this pace, reaching not only the expected level 40, but also the 50 needed for a second class change seemed within reach. More delightfully, with his high luck value, The drop rate of these monsters was remarkably high. 30 monsters yielded 23 silver pieces of equipment and 7 golden ones, easily worth over 1 million. Qin Cha mused to himself that this training was worth it. And this was just the first day, before the official training had even begun. The future gains were likely incalculable. Turning a corner, new enemies appeared in the blood mist. 3 familiar blood-red hunters drew their bows, but more striking were 2 new, hulking creatures resembling enraged boars. The system displayed, blood-red berserker, bronze boss level. Attributes are extremely unusual. Strength 40, stamina 2325, spirit 18003, agility 1090, skills 5492. Possesses skills like tough pigskin, enhanced defense, bristle counterattack, charge, and berserk. These are special creatures heavily influenced by the blood mist, perpetually on the brink of frenzy, sacrificing strength and spirit for ultimate defense. Their only weakness is their relatively weak offensive power. After reviewing the attribute panel, Qin Cha shook his head. This distorted attribute distribution was truly baffling. A beast with a pitch-black body tinged with red stood ahead, resembling a giant wild boar. Its formidable defensive capabilities starkly contrasted with its low mental acuity and average strength. This type of pure tank monster, while not highly threatening, is a headache for professionals not because of its strength, but because it is so time-consuming to deal with. In prolonged battles, not only is mana consumption significant, but the mental drain is also overwhelming. To make matters worse, it wasn't just a single entity in front of him. Behind the 2 enraged beasts were 3 vigilant hunters. This golden combination is enough to strike fear into the heart of any professional. Roar! Sensing Qin Cha's presence, the 2 blood-red enraged beasts let out an earth-shattering roar. They stomped the ground frantically, kicking up clouds of dust, and simultaneously activated their dual skills, a berserk charge enhanced with speed and defense. Qin Cha's eyes narrowed as he quickly devised a strategy in the blink of an eye. Spirit Drive, Thunderstorm Dew, Divine Punishment Light. A holy hammer struck the ground as he gathered different forces in each hand. His right hand controlled by thunder for damage and control, while his left hand held divine light, channeling the accumulated long-range attack power of over 30 monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Sacred light tore through the blood-colored mist, carving a vacuum path in the air. The actions of the 3 blood-red hunters came to an abrupt halt, their faces twisted in a mixture of pain and pleasure. At the same moment, pale purple thunder crashed down upon the enraged beasts. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, the berserk state of the 2 enraged beasts was purified, their eyes cleared, and their defense plummeted. This was a true divine skill. The berserk ability they prided themselves on was merely a removable negative state in Qin Cha's presence. If these enraged beasts could speak, they might be singing, "I heard, thank you, because of you." But Qin Cha didn't give them the chance for a concert. The dual effects of his peak king title activated simultaneously. A 5.1 chance of a 51 critical rate boost, and a 51 attack speed increase, making his attacks almost all critical hits, with speed as swift as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Cha's iron fists left trails in the air. The hunters behind could only see a pale purple thunderstorm, furiously striking the 2 enraged beasts. In just 2 seconds, over 40 punches landed. The enraged beasts couldn't even unleash their skills before their tough hides were torn by the thunder, blood spurting and carrying the enticing scent of roasted meat. Bang! The 2 enraged beasts collapsed like falling mountains. The abundant experience made Qin Cha's experience bar surge by a 10th. The experience points from these 2 bronze bosses were richer than those of ordinary hunters. 3 pieces of golden equipment fell from the corpses, and Qin Cha casually scooped them up along with the bodies. As he looked up, his calm gaze met the eyes of the remaining blood-red hunters. The Crimson Hunters broke free from the control of the Divine Punishment's holy light, managing to hurriedly shoot a single explosive arrow each. 3 arrows, wrapped in intense flames, pierced through the air, tracing fiery red paths in the dim space. Qin Cha's lips curled slightly as he raised his left hand, meeting the attack with pure holy light like a sharp sword. The 2 forces collided midair, bursting into a brilliant spectacle reminiscent of fireworks. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Qin Cha swiftly switched the Divine Punishment's holy light to attack mode. 3 beams of holy light shot out like arrows, accurately striking the 3 Crimson Hunters. They let out anguished screams as their massive bodies gradually dissolved under the pure holy light, turning into points of experience that were absorbed into Qin Cha's body. With the disappearance of the monsters, 3 pieces of equipment fell to the ground, a pair of golden glowing items and a silver glowing one. Qin Cha quickly stepped forward to collect them and examine them closely. The first item was the Crimson Hunter bracers of golden quality. The black and red bracers exuded a mysterious aura, boasting impressive attributes, wearable at level 35 with no class restrictions, providing 834 points of stamina, 33 points of strength, and a 5 attack speed boost. What made it even more exceptional was its attached skill wrist arrow, which could shoot 3 explosive arrows, each dealing 50 of the wearer's damage. This unexpected advantage made it a remarkable piece of equipment. After a moment of consideration, Qin Cha decided to equip it. Although he didn't have many pieces of equipment, the Eternal Sorrow Platinum armor from the Phantom Lord, despite its higher quality, was becoming outdated. However, its Void Spirit skill was incredibly useful, earning the nickname 5-Second Invincible Man. So he hadn't replaced it. As for the previous golden gauntlets, they had been stored away ever since he acquired the Holy Hammer. While the bracers weren't top tier, they were a good transitional choice. The moment he equipped the bracers, Qin Cha noticeably felt a significant increase in his attack speed. Next, he examined the second piece of equipment, the Crimson Hunter boots, also of golden quality. These level 35 boots had simple attributes, adding 783 points of strength and 1186 points of speed, but their dash skill was extremely practical. It could boost speed by 50 for 2 seconds. For Qin Cha, with his high base stats, this burst movement skill could provide a surprising advantage. Upon wearing the boots, an unexpected surprise appeared. A system notification indicated that the Crimson Set effect had been triggered, currently 26 pieces, providing a 10 perception enhancement and a 5 increase in range skill casting speed. A set. Qin Cha's eyes lit up. He knew well that the value of a set far exceeded that of individual pieces. For these 2 items alone, their individual sale price might not exceed 3 million, but if sold as a set, a hunter might be willing to pay 6 to 7 million. Originally, he had planned to feed these in used golden items to upgrade the Holy Hammer, but now it seemed wiser to keep them to complete the set. As Qin Cha quietly celebrated this unexpected gain, outside, Commander Wang Xiong was taken aback. Damn, you actually let little Qin into the Crimson Ruins? Jian Ming, you're ruthless. Come on, don't make such a fuss. Jian Ming pouted at Wang Xiao, showing a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. I'm the top talent here. What's the big deal about clearing a level 40 dungeon? Wang Xiao rubbed his temples helplessly. My dear little ancestor, just think about it. He just finished his college entrance exams. His level is probably just over 30. Expecting a newbie to solo a level 40 hell dungeon, and a special one at that? On top of all that, he's a priest. By the end, Wang Xiao couldn't even imagine what Qin Cha would face inside. Jian Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Don't worry. Even though he's a priest, he's definitely not an ordinary one. Not an ordinary priest. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow at her. What is he? A priest from Wang Wei's poetry. Jian Ming looked at Wang Xiao like he was a new and interesting phenomenon. Well, look at you, Officer Wang, keeping up with the times and all. Oh please. It's all because of you. Wang Xiao waved his hand dismissively and asked seriously. Are you sure there's no problem? No worries, no worries, Jian Ming assured him, patting her chest. I gave him a space stone. If things go south, he can just teleport out. What could go wrong? A space stone. Wang Xiao's eyes widened. You mean the one the school awarded you? You almost died in a dungeon half a month ago and didn't use it, but you gave it to him. To ordinary people, a space stone was an unfamiliar item, but those who knew about it treated it as a lifeline. Crushing it allowed you to teleport safely, ignoring all rules. While it was said to be available for millions outside, it was actually priceless. Those who could get it were the ones for whom money was just a number. Transactions involving this item were more about status and contribution than price. He's the top talent, and I worked hard to get him as my apprentice. Of course, I care. Jian Ming waved her hand dismissively. Officer Wang, you shouldn't be here. When my apprentice comes out and sees only me waiting, he'll be touched. If you're here too, it won't feel the same. Well, I'm not leaving, Wang Xiao said with interest. Since he has the space stone for safety, I want to see how long he can last. Jian Ming didn't insist, shrugging. All right, suit yourself. But let me tell you, if my apprentice actually clears the Blood Mist ruins, you'll have to cough up something as a witness. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. Fine, since the odds of clearing it are almost zero, I'll offer one of my treasured platinum items. That's more like it. Jian Ming finally smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside the misty ruins, Qin Cha was firmly planting his holy hammer into the ground. He had advanced over 3 kilometers and reached the core area. Here, not only were the monsters more densely packed, but a new and peculiar type of creature had also appeared. The Blood Mist Tree Demon, a formidable silver-level boss, boasts extraordinary stats, 40 strength, 11,003 stamina, 12,331 spirit, and 8,333 agility. It wields an array of skills, including whipping, entangling, frenzied strikes, life restoration, and power transfer. This Crimson Tree Demon, though rooted and immobile, wields its menacing branches as lethal weapons. One must be especially wary of the ancient trees, whose roots can launch surprise attacks. As a typical high-attack, high-defense boss, its mental prowess is not to be underestimated, with agility being its sole weakness at just over 1,000 points. Each tree demon comes with a fixed group of minions: 5 blood red hunters and 3 blood red berserkers. When Qin Cha faces them alone, he first must contend with the coordinated arrow volleys from the hunters. If not for his ability to defend with both holy light and thunder, he would have been riddled with arrows. Meanwhile, the 3 berserkers charge wildly. The tree demon's branches flail in the air, and roots from below launch surprise assaults, creating a chaotic battlefield. Despite sustaining injuries in such a relentless onslaught, Qin Sha's extraordinary stamina and high defense keep him as steady as a rock. Explosive arrows and branch lashes leave only superficial wounds, which a simple holy light spell can heal instantly. With the supreme holy hammer's blessing from the divine realm, he even has to regulate the holy light's output to avoid overhealing. Facing the onslaught of branches and arrows, Qin Cha decisively activates his trump card, Absolute Silence Zone. A pale gray light instantly envelopes a 500 cubic meter area. In an instant, the battlefield falls into eerie silence. The hunter's explosive arrows lose their power, the tree demon's branches go limp, and even the berserkers are drained of their bloodlust, left futilely gaping. Under this auto-max level SSS skill, all creatures experience 10 seconds of silence. Though Qin Cha himself cannot use skills, his astonishing base attributes are enough to crush all opposition. His fists, like hammers, shatter the berserkers' heads, mixing blood with the mist. In just 10 seconds, all the minions fall, leaving behind a field of equipment. As the silence zone dissipates and the tree demon attempts to regroup, Qin Cha closes in. A deluge of thunder and lightning crashes down, shattering the tree demon's massive form into pieces, leaving only a charred remnant struck by lightning. With the battle concluded, Qin Cha levels up to 34. Even more rewarding, he has collected 2 sets of blood red hunter gear. This exceptional set boosts attack speed by 10 with a bleeding effect in a 4-piece configuration, and the 6-piece set adds 1000 strength and allows the summoning of a blood red hunter to assist in battle for 15 seconds. Such a premium set is worth at least 50 million. Qin Cha opts to equip 4 pieces. Stowing his spoils, Qin Cha presses on. As he delves deeper, the mist thickens, and the scent of blood intensifies. The final boss is about to appear. The Blood Red Hunter set is not only incredibly powerful in its bonuses, but also unforgettable in its appearance. Against a dark backdrop, crimson blood-like patterns coil around it, as if alive. When the full 4-piece set is activated, these patterns connect and converge on the pitch-black platinum armor. If not for the holy light constantly surrounding Qin Cha, this outfit would resemble a Shura emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an intimidating aura without needing to show anger. At the center of the ruins stands a massive altar, surrounded by a blood mist with eerie figures lurking within, causing one's nerves to tighten instinctively. As Qin Cha steps onto the altar, a mysterious force suddenly emerges, thinning the blood mist above and significantly increasing visibility. This colossal altar, over 100 meters in diameter, is also covered in blood-red patterns. At this moment, these patterns are emitting a strange glow, with countless blood-like energies flowing and converging at the center of the altar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupts from the central circle, and a towering figure rises like a mountain. It is a fearsome Vajra demon ape. Its body is covered in jet-black fur, each strand as tough as steel cables. Its blood-red eyes gleam with a bloodthirsty ferocity, and its massive maw filled with fangs is capable of devouring anything. This final guardian beast of the blood-red ruins is a king-level boss, with staggering attributes: 40 strength, 34,492 stamina, 40,221 spirit, 21,189 agility, and 31,134 skill. It wields 9 powerful skills, including Demon Ape Blood Rage, Heavy Strike, and Demon Ape Battle Roar, with its only weakness being its head. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Qin Cha shows a serious expression for the first time, thinking, "No wonder Jianming gave me the Space Stone, such a treasure." But soon, his expression shifts from deep seriousness to excited fervor. Since his awakening, he hasn't encountered a truly evenly matched opponent. It's always been a quick kill or a brutal one, leaving him feeling something was missing. The appearance of this king-level creature is exactly what he desires. Although the demon ape's combined attributes are slightly inferior to Qin Sha's, its terrifying physique and physical advantage make this gap negligible. Moreover, both sides have equipment and skills as trump cards. Compared to when William was possessed by the power of the evil god, only able to elevate the bone dragon to diamond-level strength during the college entrance exams, this Vajra demon ape is on a completely different level. Roar! The giant ape's blood-red eyes lock onto Qin Cha. In front of this 10-meter-tall giant with arms as thick as ancient trees, even Qin Cha, whose physique approaches human limits, seems insignificant. Its entire being exudes explosive power, with even its fur resembling the branches of a lush ancient tree. The ape's battle roar shakes the entire space, far from an ordinary bellow. Qin Cha instantly sensed a debuff descending upon him. The battle notification indicated that, thanks to his superior mental attributes over the Crimson Guardian beast, he successfully resisted the confusion status. This boss isn't simple, Qin Cha muttered, frowning slightly. Right off the bat, it reduces attack power by 10% and movement speed by 20%. No wonder this dungeon has no level restriction. At level 40, only an SS rank team could probably take it on. However, his expression soon shifted to a confident smile. His right arm muscles tensed as he drove the supreme holy hammer of the divine realm into the ground. Soul Drive, activate. Purple lightning immediately coiled around his right arm, and without hesitation, he punched his own chest. With a dull thud, like the beating of a war drum, all negative statuses vanished instantly. This provocative action completely enraged the Crimson Guardian. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive, mountain-like body displaying unbelievable agility. With just 2 leaps, this colossal creature with over 30,000 agility spanned 100 meters, appearing right in front of Qin Cha. Bring it on. Qin Cha grinned, swinging his powerful right arm. Heavy strike. The Crimson Guardian's fist, like a devil's giant hammer, came crashing down. When the 2 fists collided, a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The ground beneath Qin Cha's feet cracked like a spider web for dozens of meters, while the Crimson Guardian was knocked back over 10 meters, roaring in disbelief. Awesome. Qin Cha howled skyward, his fighting spirit boiling. His hands didn't stop moving, quickly unleashing a series of buffs. King's Aura, King's Blessing, Courage Blessing, Guardian Blessing. Golden halos expanded beneath his feet, enhancing all his attributes. A defensive shield enveloped him, and his fists glowed with lightning and holy light. As the Crimson Guardian regained its stance, it saw Qin Cha flash a meaningful, cold smile. Holy Light Octagon Cage, he shouted, and Holy Light instantly formed a ring 2,000 meters wide. Lightning crackled around Qin Cha as he clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring. Don't worry, today I won't use any powerful lethal skills. I'll just have a good fight with you. Qin Cha's eyes gleamed with excitement upon encountering a worthy opponent. Such a rare adversary deserved a proper showdown. Roar! The demon ape, sensing the challenge and provoked by the holy aura around it, flew into a rage. A burst of blood-red light erupted from its body as it activated its demonic blood armor. Scarlet armor, congealed like blood, wrapped tightly around its massive frame. This armor not only heightened its already formidable defense, but even a level 50 genius would find it challenging to breach. The demon ape let out a deafening roar, unleashing demonic ape's blood rage. Its eyes turned bloodshot as if they might bleed any moment. Its body swelled further with the roar, muscles bulging like mountains beneath its black fur, and grotesque veins snaked across the armor like coiled serpents. In exchange for its sanity, it gained a complete boost in strength and stamina. Wow, who knew you were a priest too? Just like me. Qin Cha teased, not attacking but rather waiting leisurely as his opponent powered up. This taunt infuriated the Crimson Guardian. It pounded the ground with its fists, each strike leaving a deep crater. Strangely, a blood-red mist rose from these pits, forming 15 blood-red puppets: the Crimson Hunters, Crimson Berserkers, and even some tree spirits. Though made of blood mist, these puppets were stronger than previous foes, driven solely by an instinct to kill. Get lost. Qin Cha waved his left hand, unleashing a barrage of stored holy light like a machine gun. In the explosive blasts, the hunters disintegrated into blood mist before they could even shoot arrows. The 5 tree spirits were obliterated in an instant. Adults are fighting here. Kids should stay out of it, Qin Cha scoffed, turning his attention back to the demon ape. Seeing its carefully summoned puppet army annihilated in a flash, the demon ape went berserk. It struck the ground with its fists, launching itself like a cannonball, executing the demonic ape's gale fist. The flurry of blood-red fists was so swift that they left trails in the air. Qin Cha met the assault with his own thunderous fists, relying solely on his reflexes. Within 3 seconds, he withstood all 108 punches. The fierce winds from their clash cleared the blood mist from the surrounding area, creating a spectacular scene. The ground erupted with scattered energy, carving out deep trenches knee-deep in an instant. The King Kong demon ape threw back its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, its crimson eyes filled with disbelief. How could this seemingly ordinary human possess the power to numb its steel-like arms? Awesome. Qin Cha laughed heartily, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. This was his first time experiencing such an exhilarating battle. In the next moment, driven by a surge of emotion, Qin Cha unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, a gory hole appeared in the demon ape's right fist, reducing 3 of its fingers to dust. The ape let out a pained wail, a flicker of confusion passing through its blood-red eyes. Just moments ago, they were evenly matched. How had its fist been shattered with a single punch? Sorry, I'm done pretending. Qin Cha shrugged, a playful smile on his lips. The warm-up is over. It's time to finish this. Before his words had fully faded, a surge of lightning power erupted from Qin Cha's right hand, forming a massive thunder fist wrapped in electric arcs. Hammer of Wrath, he shouted, as the thunderous fist, carrying an apocalyptic force, tore through the air and struck the stunned King Kong demon ape. Boom! The entire altar exploded under the impact. Dust and debris soared into the sky, dispersing the surrounding blood-red mist. A massive crater, several dozen meters deep, appeared on the ground. At the bottom, the King Kong demon ape lay flattened, its nearly burst eyes still filled with confusion. Weren't they supposed to fight like men, blow for blow, without using big moves? Qin Cha descended lightly, landing gracefully. He dismissed all his enhanced states, the terrifying power receding like a tide, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. A very enjoyable fight, he nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the three neatly arranged pieces of equipment before him. The two items emitting a platinum glow were already impressive, but the one in the middle shone with a dazzling diamond brilliance. This was the first time Qin Cha had ever seen diamond-level equipment. Simultaneously, a vast amount of experience surged into his body, instantly pushing his level to 35. A cloak. And it's a rare item. Qin Cha's eyes lit up. The attributes of the Blood Shadow Cloak were astonishing. Blood Shadow Cloak. Quality, diamond. Type, special equipment. Required level, 40. Class restriction, none. Attributes, 50 experience boost, 10 damage reduction. Special effect Blood Shadow. Allows the wearer to enter stealth mode for 15 minutes. Automatically disengages upon entering combat, with a 30-minute cooldown. Impressive, Qin Cha thought, amazed by the attributes. Not to mention the 10 damage reduction, the 50 experience boost alone was priceless. This meant that he, a god-tier class player, would now require the same amount of experience to level up as a regular player. It's a well-known rule in the gaming world that the rarer the class, the more experience is needed for leveling up. Now, Qin Cha not only possessed the powerful attributes of a god-tier class, but could also level up at the speed of a regular class, drastically accelerating his power growth. This alone was worthy of the diamond equipment title. Moreover, invisibility. Stealth. Qin Cha held the Blood Shadow Cloak with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. These two abilities, considered the exclusive skills of the assassin profession, instantly made this seemingly ordinary cloak priceless. Even though it lacked any basic attribute bonuses, the ability to go into stealth mode once every half hour, even if not usable during combat, was enough to drive any adventurer wild. He gently stroked the surface of the cloak, envisioning countless powerful figures fighting fiercely over it. Mages, priests, warriors who wouldn't want to possess the signature skills of an assassin? Imagine an assassin carefully sneaking into enemy lines, ready to ambush the rear, only to find that the formation lacked a vulnerable mage. Just as he turned to deal with a shield warrior, an invisible mage suddenly appeared, launching a massive fireball that sent him back to the respawn point. As a priest, I can heal, fight, and purify, and now I can even turn invisible. Isn't that perfect? Qin Cha's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly donned the cloak. Swish. As a special piece of equipment, the Blood Shadow Cloak could be layered over other garments, which added to its value. The ancient, pitch-black cloak wrapped seamlessly around Qin Cha's tall frame, its wide hood concealing his face. The most magical part was that he could clearly observe the outside world, his movements completely unhindered, while others could never glimpse his true form. If Qin Cha previously conveyed an aura of wild dominance, now cloaked, he was as enigmatic as the deep night sky, exuding an even more fearsome sense of intimidation. After all, visible monsters are terrifying, but unseen threats are often more chilling. Initially, Qin Cha intended to store the cloak away for use during acts of stealth. But on second thought, with his imposing stature, there seemed little need to deliberately conceal his identity. If he intended to rob or kill, he could simply act directly. Why bother with unnecessary steps? His gaze then fell on two platinum pieces of equipment. One in particular, the Crimson Lotus Platinum Leather Armor, stood out. Level 40 Hunter Assassin exclusive, Strength 121, Stamina 353, Agility 331. It not only offered the Crimson Dance effect, increasing attack speed by 10, but also came with two powerful skills: Crimson Flame, adding 20 explosive fire damage for 15 seconds, and Crimson Lotus, summoning a Crimson Lotus shield that reduced magic damage by 50 for 3 seconds. Such a treasure. Qin Cha was almost incoherent with excitement. If Xiaqing saw this gear, she'd be so excited she'd just die on the spot. His tendency to mix up certain sounds slipped out again. The reason for his excitement was simple: if this piece didn't net him a few billion, he'd have been wasting his time. As the saying goes, women's money is the easiest to earn, and this holds true even in the world of professionals. Qin Cha looked at the equipment in his hands, fully aware of the market dynamics at play. For most female professionals, it's not just about the attributes and level of the gear. Looks are the foremost priority. Many are willing to spend extra on attractive equipment, even if the attributes are slightly inferior. Some don't even participate in battles, finding joy simply in collecting stylish gear. The Crimson Fire Lotus before Qin Cha was a prime example of top-tier equipment. From its name to its effects, including its skills and attributes, everything was impeccable. Even at level 80, this piece could significantly enhance an assassin's prowess. Not to mention its flamboyant and artistic description, clearly tailored to captivate female players. At least 200 million, Qin Cha calculated silently. Even in the auction house, it could fetch 18,000. Though he wasn't usually one to focus on money, he was undeniably strapped for cash now. The divine hammer in his possession was like a bottomless pit. Its upgradable attributes were the envy of many, but its insatiable appetite was daunting. Just moments ago, Qin Cha had tried feeding a golden item to the divine hammer. The result was staggering. A level 40 golden item only added 4,000 experience points, while leveling up required 300,000 points. In other words, leveling up once would require consuming 100 golden items. Is it worth it? Qin Cha pondered, eventually nodding in agreement. After all, it was a divine artifact. In the short term, it was painful, but in the long run, it was increasingly worthwhile. A level 30 and a level 100 divine artifact were worlds apart, and in comparison, golden items were insignificant. He then turned his attention to another piece of equipment, the Scarlet Anubis tier. This level 40 platinum staff boasted a staggering 6,000 point spirit boost, a figure that even a typical level 40 mage might not possess. Coupled with a 10 increase in spell casting speed and damage, along with the powerful Blood Tear skill, it was sure to fetch a high price, perhaps even more than the leather armor. Qin Cha contentedly stored the equipment and monster corpses, a slight smile on his lips. He prepared to exit the dungeon, already planning the upcoming negotiations with the Imperial Capital University's Nova Academy. This generous mentor is quite the big spender, he mused to himself. I need to make sure I get a good deal. The notification for clearing the dungeon echoed in Qin Cha's ears. Congratulations, you have cleared the special dungeon Blood Mist Ruins, earning 100,000 reputation points. A slight smile appeared on Qin Cha's lips, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. For the past 2 days, the daily tasks were low-level E and F rank missions, with rewards so meager that they failed to pique his interest. But this time, earning 100,000 reputation points from a single dungeon instantly brightened his mood. As he stepped out of the dungeon, the blood shadow cloak on his back fluttered in the absence of wind, exuding an unsettling aura. Instructor Wang stood rooted in place, casting a grave look at the young man before him, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. So how did it go? Jian Ming asked eagerly. It was a pretty impressive dungeon, and the rewards were decent. Qin Cha's voice came from beneath the cloak, sounding as indifferent as if he had just completed a trivial task. From the way you say it, did you actually clear it? Jian Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Cha nodded lightly. Of course. No way. Instructor Wang exclaimed in astonishment. This is a level 40 hell mode dungeon, with a king-level guardian inside. Did you really clear it? It was indeed quite challenging, Qin Cha admitted, acknowledging it as the most formidable dungeon he had encountered. Instructor Wang clenched his fists, struggling to believe. You're a priest, and you soloed a hell-level boss in just over half an hour? You call that challenging? When I was your age, I was just playing a minor role behind shield warriors. Considering I only cleared this level unrestricted dungeon at level 60, my shock is even greater. What level are you now? Jian Ming inquired, initially intending to test her apprentice, only to find the situation far exceeded her expectations. 35, Qin Cha replied honestly. 35. Instructor Wang was even more shocked. You just finished your college entrance exam yesterday, and you reached level 35 in just over a month? That's practically a level a day. His heart was a storm of envy. Jian Ming smiled warmly. Able to solo a level 40 hell dungeon at level 31, you're truly a genius. I've really found a treasure. She turned to Instructor Wang. If you don't have anything else, you can leave. I have something to discuss with him. I'm not leaving. Instructor Wang immediately declared, unwilling to miss the chance to build a good relationship with a future star. He retrieved a staff from his space ring. Xiaoqin, this is a level 50 platinum equipment from Brother Wang. You can use it after your second-class transition, and it's worth double the value of first-class platinum equipment. It's perfect for a priest like you, truly a top-notch item. This doesn't seem right. Qin Cha's eyes lit up, but he hesitated to accept it. Though he lacked funds, he didn't want to owe a favor for no reason. Jian Ming chuckled and explained, don't be polite with him. He lost a bet to me. Just take it. I have something for you as well. Instructor Wang's expression briefly faltered, but he managed to hold his tongue. Thank you, Brother Wang, Qin Cha said respectfully as he accepted the item. Hey, no need to thank me. Instructor Wang replied with a wide grin, clearly pleased by being called Brother Wang. This time, Jian Ming didn't ask them to leave, but got straight to the point. Xiaoqin, I mentioned before that once you returned, we'd go over the benefits of the Supernova Academy in detail. Let's discuss them now. This was exactly what Qin Cha was most interested in. Instructor Wang couldn't help but perk up his ears as well. After all, who wouldn't be curious about the perks offered to top talents, even if the rewards weren't for him? Let's start with the dungeon issue. Jianming began directly. As the premier institution in Huaxia, we promise that all dungeons within Huaxia are free of entry fees. Wow! Instructor Wang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Is Supernova Academy out of their minds? The offer was indeed astonishing. The previous top student in the college entrance examination only received one free entry per dungeon, which was already enviable. But now, all dungeons were free forever? Qin Cha also found the benefits too generous. There were thousands of dungeons in Huaxia. For instance, the Blood Mist Ruins entry fee alone started in the millions and wasn't even open to the public. Now he essentially had unlimited access to dungeons. Of course, there's a condition, Jianming said calmly. 50% of the equipment and materials obtained from the dungeons must be sold to official institutions. Sold to the officials? Qin Cha frowned slightly. Sensing his hesitation, Jianming explained. The officials do need large quantities of equipment, but the purchase price will be slightly lower than the market rate. And there's an additional benefit, Jianming continued. Equipment sold to the officials will earn you reputation points under the world rules. Reputation points? Qin Cha felt a surge of excitement. Instructor Wang added from the side. Reputation points aren't very useful for most people, but for someone like you who plans to establish a guild or mercenary group in the future, they'll be invaluable for upgrades. Qin Cha didn't respond, but he understood reputation points were more precious than money to him. This first benefit alone was immensely advantageous. All right, that's enough about the dungeons, Jianming went on. There are two more benefits, so listen carefully. First, let's ensure your living arrangements. Within the jurisdiction of the imperial capital, you can choose any class town as your own territory. Jianming's voice was assertive, causing a stir among those present. As soon as this condition was announced, Instructor Wang, standing nearby, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Clutching his chest, his eyes filled with envy. Damn it, why did I stay to listen to this? I should have left, he muttered through gritted teeth, clearly envious. What does Glass Town signify? It's a gold mine where money comes rolling in effortlessly. While everyone was in shock, Qin Cha remained composed, raising an eyebrow, and asked, Do you know about Fang Changzhu of Jianhai City? Fang Zhenxing. Instructor Wang's eyes lit up as he pounded his chest with camaraderie. Of course, I know him well. We were as close as brothers in the army. His words were cut short by the bemused looks from Jianming and Qin Cha. Qin Cha calmly steered the conversation back on track. I'm curious, what grade is Fang Changzhu's land? Old Fang's land. Instructor Wang spoke with a mix of envy and admiration. That's an S-class. He and his son worked hard to earn it. Back in the day, he used to complain about being broke in the army, always bumming meals off me. And now he's a city lord with such a huge territory. Despite his complaints, his tone was filled with pride for his old friend. Seeing Qin Cha's interest, Instructor Wang eagerly began analyzing. Old Fang has a great glass town nearby, perfectly located, surrounded by 3 level 150+ super dungeons, full of experts. Jianming quickly interrupted. Enough, Old Wang. You're just making it hard for him by suggesting he pick glass town next to an S-class one. Let Xiao Qin choose for himself. However, Qin Cha calmly said, That sounds good, I'll choose there. Why? Instructor Wang was taken aback. Because Fang Changzhu has already given me his S-class town. Qin Cha responded calmly. What? Instructor Wang nearly choked, eyes wide. He gave it to you? That's his lifeline. What's going on between you two? Are you his secret son or something? Even Jianming was stunned. An S-class town given away just like that? Fang Zhenxing sure has guts. Then there's nothing more to say. A shrewd glint appeared in Jianming's eyes. You should seriously consider what Instructor Wang said about that town. Controlling these 2 towns won't just ensure a comfortable life for you, but more importantly, she paused meaningfully. If you want to build a power base, this is the perfect headquarters. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shake her head in admiration, as if she could already see the grand plans of the future. Qin Cha nodded slightly, committing her words to memory. And the last one? The last one is simple. Jianming pointed to herself with a confident smile on her lips. It's me. You? Qin Cha appeared incredulous. Does the Supernova Academy assign wives too? But if they do, at least they should assign someone a bit more attractive, right? You. He deliberately stretched out his words. Jianming's expression froze instantly, the usual smile vanishing from her pretty face. Instructor Wang nearly burst out laughing, subtly giving Qin Cha a thumbs up. This kid has some guts. Are you joking? Jianming gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. Qin Cha pointed to his own toned muscles, looking serious. Do I look like I'm joking with this physique? Very well. Jianming took a deep breath, a dangerous glint in her eyes. You like attractive, huh? Fine. Tomorrow I'll make sure you get a taste of attractive. Meeting adjourned. With that, she stormed off. Instructor Wang looked somewhat surprised at Jianming's retreating figure. This girl didn't go crazy? Something's off. She must be plotting something. Be careful. Qin, your mentor is no pushover." With those words, he also made a quick exit. Qin Cha watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. He understood that Jianming was assigned to be his mentor, but his words weren't meant to be rebellious. He just wanted to test the waters with this teacher, but she held her composure. Interesting. Shaking his head, Qin Cha headed back to his dormitory. Since neither of them told him where to go, he might as well return to the Shield Battle headquarters to rest. The next morning, an urgent assembly call was made. Qin Cha and the other Shield Battle members gathered at the field, where already a crowd of a couple of hundred people had formed. These were the cream of the crop who had just finished their college entrance exams, no more than 17 or 18 years old, yet the top talents from across the nation. Scanning the crowd, Qin Cha recognized familiar faces. Qin, Xian, and Luo Liuli were all present, while the skinny monkey was chatting amiably with a female mage. Tang Yuhao, Bao Haiyun, Yin Feng, and others were also there as former rivals. However, the people from Jianghai City were just a drop in the ocean compared to the top prodigies from all over the country. Many young talents couldn't help but be drawn to the trio of Luo Liuli, as who could resist such beauty? However, Luo Liuli maintained her icy demeanor, staring expressionlessly ahead. Qing's eyes were the sharpest, and even with Qin Cha wearing a blood-red cloak, she recognized him immediately. "Ah, my Qin brother," she exclaimed excitedly. "That's him. My personal big protector. It's been so long. It feels like ages since I've seen him. Daddy, love me once more." Luo Liuli and Xinyuan subtly stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from her. Tang Yuhao and the others were left stunned, a shocking thought crossing their minds. Could the brother Qin she just mentioned really be the infamous Qin Cha? The mere thought of Qin Sha's imposing figure sent a shiver down their spines. Past events flooded back like a tide, and the shadows in their hearts lingered. Hearing Qing's declaration of kinship, they didn't find it exaggerated. Instead, they secretly contemplated whether they should join this sudden family reunion. The geniuses from other provinces looked on in confusion. They gazed at the strikingly beautiful girl, utterly baffled by her intense reaction. Some were secretly envious, others whispered among themselves, but none knew who Qin Cha was. Little did they realize that the real reason for this early commencement of the training camp was a mysterious figure whose achievements were yet to be revealed. Standing at a distance, Qin Cha heard Qing's words clearly, but could only choose to ignore them. This girl always acted as if she was on adrenaline whenever she saw him. It was best to pretend he hadn't heard anything in front of so many people. However, he glanced around, a bit puzzled about where he was supposed to go. Although he had arrived yesterday, it seemed no one had assigned him a specific place. On the high platform, Instructor Wang stood alongside Jianming and several other teachers. Noticing Qin Sha's predicament, he turned to Jianming for guidance. Jianming smiled warmly and beckoned Qin Sha over. "Come to my side." This simple gesture immediately caught the attention of all the students. Upon seeing Qin Sha's intimidating stature, the sound of gasps filled the air. The warrior students were thrilled, eagerly speculating about the mentor's profession. Some were convinced he was a warrior mentor, while others believed he was a shield warrior instructor. These speculations caused the expressions of the teachers on the platform and Luo Liuli and others from Jianghai City to become unusually strange. One teacher couldn't help but voice his doubts, considering Qin Sha's status as a student, which made this arrangement seem improper. Jianming turned to look at the dissenting teacher, Lu Zhuangzhuang, with a sweet smile and a voice that was gentle yet authoritative. "Mr. Lu Zhuangzhuang, Qin Sha is my student, and he only needs to follow my rules. As for your rules, we can discuss them when you can beat me. All right." Wang Xiao tactfully gazed at the sky, adopting a detached demeanor. The other teachers nodded in agreement, and Lu Zhuangzhuang could only offer an awkward smile, acknowledging that since it was Jianming's rule, he had no objections. Wang Xiao had anticipated this outcome. The power of Jianming's presence is not just about her apparent strength. Unlike the typical image of a spoiled princess, she is usually gentle and rarely loses her temper. The respect and fear people have for her stem from three key factors: her extraordinary talent, her mysterious background, and her impeccable actions. With such strength, background, and reasoning, naturally, no one dares to oppose her. At that moment, Qin Sha walked over to Jianming. Among the crowd, Shouho saw this and couldn't help but remark, "My brother is impressive, getting close to the teacher like that. Amazing. Watch your words." Qin immediately scolded him. "Getting close is not the right phrase. Mind your language." Shouho just shrugged and grinned. "Quiet." Wang Zhao's voice suddenly boomed across the venue, silencing the chatter instantly. "Everyone is here." He glanced around. "This training session officially begins. I won't say much, but soon you'll receive a handbook with instructions. Now, let me explain the core focus of this training." Wang Zhao's gaze was sharp as it swept over everyone present, his expression stern. "For the next 2 months, there's only one goal: make you stronger, continuously stronger. Although you are all genuine talents, you are still unpolished gems. Don't think achieving the first transition is impressive. In our eyes, you are still beginners. Under the observation of the holy light eyes, Qin Cha had to acknowledge the truth in Wang Zhao's words. As a level 95 powerhouse, Wang Zhao's overall rating reached an astounding 182, indicating his attribute total exceeded 1.8 million. Aside from Jian Meng, the other instructors present were all level 7,080 experts, with no talent below and a grade. To guide this group of geniuses, such a level of strength is indeed necessary. 3 years ago, Wang Zhao's voice continued like thunder. Although there wasn't a title like University Newcomer King, similar events were held at various schools. Back then, a student set a record for reaching level 50 second transition. Over the past 3 years, the number of hidden professions above a grade has surged, geniuses have emerged, and cultivation speeds have generally increased. Since you are here, you have at least completed the first transition. Therefore, your goal is complete the second transition within 2 months. At the very least, reach level 45, or you will lose your admission qualification. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Complete the second transition in 2 months. Minimum requirement level 45. Lose admission qualification? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Silence. Wang Zhao's aura exploded, dominating the scene. This is just the basic requirement. There's nothing to be shocked about. Now, about the grouping arrangements. The training is divided into personal and team training. Personal training will have unknown guidance from instructors. Team training involves battles every 3 days, with groups of 10. A ranking system will be implemented, and completing battles and tasks will earn you credits. Remember, credits are crucial. All expenses in the camp require credits for payment. Moreover, credits earned during training are calculated tenfold and can be fully transferred to the school. For other questions, consult your respective instructors. Now, everyone stay put and await random grouping. As soon as the 2 major announcements were made, random team assignments and credit rewards, the entire venue erupted with excitement. Credits. They're being used so early, exclaimed a student, jumping to their feet with excitement. You didn't know? A nearby classmate explained. Every university uses a credit system. All resources can only be purchased and used with credits, not money. At the Supernova Academy of Imperial Capital Marshall University, a single credit is incredibly valuable. After all, there's nothing in the resource pool that's considered trash. While the importance of credits caught everyone's attention, it was the news of random team assignments that really stirred the students. Why do we have to be randomly assigned? A burly student suddenly stood up. We've already formed our teams. If we're paired with trash from other schools, it'll just be a waste of time. Who are you calling trash? Someone from across the room immediately retorted. I'm calling you trash, what of it? Say it again, I dare you. Try me, trash, trash, trash. Just as the argument was about to escalate into a fight, Wang Zhao narrowed his eyes and shouted with a thunderous voice that echoed through the hall. Enough. Everyone felt a jolt and fell completely silent. Random team assignments are to train your ability to fight in unexpected situations. Wang Zhao's voice carried undeniable authority. What? Are you useless without fixed teammates? Or are you just afraid to expose your weaknesses in a random team? His gaze swept across the room like lightning. Remember, this is a military camp. Without an instructor's permission, no one is allowed to speak. Anyone who violates this will be punished. The first thing you need to learn is to follow orders. Under Wang Zhao's intimidation, the entire hall remained silent. A teacher took out a list and began announcing the teams. Each team consisted of 10 people, and over 200 students were quickly divided into 24 groups. Although seemingly random, each team was carefully arranged to ensure a basic configuration of warriors, mages, and control classes. However, healers were scarce, so not every team could have one. In the end, only 2 people remained unassigned. One was Xia Qing, and the other was a genius warrior from Pingbei City in Jiangnan Province, who had been the most vocal earlier. Standing on the stage, Qin Cha was puzzled because his name wasn't mentioned in the team list. Just as he looked at Jian Meng with dissatisfaction, she gave him a mysterious smile. Don't worry. All right, Wang Zhao spoke again. All teams are now assigned. Next, each mentor will lead their team to the designated area. But before that, he pointed to Qin Cha, Xiaqing, Wang Qian, you 2 will be on his team. This arrangement caused eyes to widen across the room. Although no one dared to speak, everyone was thinking, this is a mentor. How are they supposed to compete with a mentor on their team? Watching from the sidelines, the skinny monkey was envious, muttering to himself, damn, why didn't something like this happen to me? Nearby, Xian and Luo Liuli were also filled with envy. Xia Qing was so overwhelmed with excitement that she clasped her hands over her chest, nearly fainting, her face beaming with joy. Clearly, she had been waiting here for quite some time. Qin Cha lightly shook his head, fully understanding the situation. If teams were organized with 10 members each, anyone joining his team would make the competition meaningless, as the outcome would be predetermined. However, the situation was different now. Among the many full 10-member teams, their unique 3-person squad ensured the gap in strength wasn't too wide. But that's still far from enough. Qin Cha sighed inwardly. Even if all 242 students came at him together, they might only pose a slight threat. This wasn't arrogance, but rather a confidence born from his absolute strength. All right, everyone can now speak freely and follow your respective mentors' arrangements. Wang Zhao's voice boomed across the field. Qin Sha descended from the platform and approached Xia Qing and another person. Wang Qian immediately stepped forward, his expression filled with excitement, and said, "Hello, mentor. I'm Wang Qian, an S-level gifted bloodthirsty berserker. Please guide me well." As someone who considered himself the strongest talent, he naturally yearned for the strongest mentor. From the moment he arrived, he was drawn to the imposing figure and powerful aura of Qin Sha, cloaked in black. Although he was initially displeased at being one of the few selected, now being part of what he considered a top mentor's team was an unexpected delight. "Mentor." Xia Qing paused her greeting. "Qing'a, when did you become a mentor?" "Qing'a." Wang Qian was taken aback. "You know each other?" "Of course we do." Xia Qing nodded. "You call him Ji?" Wang Qian was incredulous. Xia Qing pouted. "What else? I'd love to call him husband, or even dad, but he doesn't want that." Wang Qian was completely bewildered. At this moment, Qin Sha spoke up. "Wang Qian, right? I'm Qin Sha, a student at Jianghai High School, not a mentor." "You misunderstood." This revelation hit Wang Qian like a bolt from the blue, and he staggered back. "Not a mentor? What kind of joke is this? If he's not a mentor, how could he stand on the platform? If he's not a mentor, where does he get such a strong presence? If he's not a mentor, why does he only have 3 of us? Isn't this obviously unfair?" His questioning drew everyone's attention. Xia Qing, with a mischievous smile, said, "Unfair? Well, maybe a bit." Qin Sha simply shook his head, offering no explanation. The crowd erupted in confusion. "What's going on? This cloaked guy isn't a mentor. He's a student like us? Why wasn't his name called earlier? I thought he was a powerful mentor for our shield warriors. Is this some kind of favoritism? Why does he have special privileges?" Questions and suspicions spread rapidly. On the platform, Wang Xiao raised his voice slightly after a light cough. "Students, I know you have doubts. Here, I can announce the battle rules for 3 days from now in Advancia Battle Royale mode. All your questions can be answered through combat then. A Battle Royale-style skirmish." The crowd's eyes lit up with excitement. This battle mode, similar to Battle Royale games, was familiar to most. As the danger zone shrinks, the participant's space to move becomes limited, forcing encounters. Whether choosing to hide or engage in direct combat, participants need solid combat skills and tactical thinking. Qin Sha's lips curled into a slight smile. This kind of test of overall strength was indeed intriguing. Facing over 200 opponents with just 3 people was daunting, but he was ready. The attention of the 200-plus students temporarily shifted away from Qin Cha. The battle in 3 days would naturally reveal everything. If he was indeed getting preferential treatment, he would be eliminated. The instructor's tired, time to rest. Jian Ming's voice whispered in Qin Sha's ear. "I've made arrangements. The instance is ready whenever you are. Today, get a feel for these two's capabilities. The rest can wait until tomorrow." This plan suited Qin Sha perfectly. Given his current condition, running instances was the best choice. "Let's go," Qin Sha said without looking back at Xia Qing and Wang Qian. "Where to?" Wang Qian asked, puzzled. Xia Qing glanced at him, haughtily saying, "Why ask so much? Just follow Brother Qin. You'll be convinced in an hour." Wang Qian puffed up his chest defiantly. "I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, undefeated at Hongqi Elementary, and I'm the top awakened one in Jiangnan Province. Convince me? Impossible." Qin Sha headed straight for the portal, with Wang Qian still bragging. 10 minutes later, inside the special exclusive instance. "Help! Get me out!" Wang Qian's cries echoed through the eerie cave. "Level 50 Hell Mode Spider Den? Are you guys crazy? I'm only level 31. Xia Qing sighed. "Stop making such a fuss, blood-crying sword master. You're just a crybaby." "I'm a crybaby?" Wang Qian's eyes widened. "You're so tough and aloof. This is a level 50 Hell instance." Before he could finish, a monstrous creature emerged from the darkness. Wang Qian's voice cut off, and his face turned pale. She had the upper body of a human, but her lower half was the eerie body of a spider. Her face was far from ugly. In fact, it was captivatingly beautiful, with alabaster skin devoid of any color, and her bare upper body quivered slightly as she moved on her 8 legs. Xia Qing looked at the creature with interest, then glanced down at her own figure, playfully winking. "Well, at least mine's bigger." "Sis," Wang Qian exclaimed helplessly. "Is this really the time to compare that? Check the stats." The data on the system panel made Wang Qian gasp in shock. Which spider elite monster? Level 50. Strength 8,812. Stamina 6,631. Spirit 9,829. Agility 6,940. Skills: Poison Thread, Web Binding, Soul Scream, Rapid Strike, Sharp Slash, Poison Claw. Description: Beautiful things are often the most deadly. Humans should not, at least cannot. Weakness: Head. These stats. Even combined, the 2 of us can't match it. Wang Qian's face turned pale. This is a level 50 elite monster that could be a mini-boss. Xia Qing, however, remained calm and effortlessly entered stealth mode. Just then, the witch spider opened its gaping maw and emitted a chilling human voice. Die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strands of web shot from her abdomen. Wang Qian drew his sword to intercept, cutting through two, but the third strand caught him, binding him for 2 seconds. This is impossible. It's too tough to beat. Wang Qian was silently anxious when suddenly his vision was filled with dazzling lightning that lit up the dark cave. Qin Cha's arms were wrapped in crackling purple electricity, like dancing lightning serpents. Before Wang Qian could react, Qin Cha had already blinked in front of the witch spider. A thunderous punch landed, reducing the elite monster with over 6,000 stamina to a mist of blood. What's happening? Wang Qian was dumbfounded by the scene. Even more astonishing, Qin Cha turned and cast a holy light on him, instantly healing his wounds. A priest? Wang Qian's worldview was shattered. How is this possible? Xia Qing's laughter rang out nearby. Kid, don't forget what you said. You can't just sit back and listen quietly. Wang Qian suddenly had a bad feeling, as if his dignity, no, his faith, or rather his confidence, was about to be lost here today. And sure enough, just 15 minutes later, the once defiant, #1 genius of Pingdong City was like a completely different person. He was fanning himself with his left hand, holding a teapot in his right, and circling around Qin Cha with a fawning expression. Brother Qin, need a break? Brother Qin, how about some water? This is top quality stuff. Want me to set up a barbecue grill? I promise my skills are superb. Or maybe, I could dance for your entertainment. Watching Wang Qian's obsequious behavior, Xia Qing couldn't help but tease. Isn't this the guy who claimed to be the #1 genius of Pingdong City, who would never surrender? Oh, Sister Qin, I was just young and foolish. Wang Qian chuckled apologetically, the term Sister Qin making Xia Qing feel sweet inside. From Jiangnan to Jiangbei, Father Qin is the real deal. Wang Qian praised Qin Cha with awe. My admiration for you is like the endless river. All right, that's enough. Qin Cha interrupted with a wave of his hand. Time to slay the monster. In just a few minutes, Wang Qian's attitude had done a complete 180. But Qin Cha didn't mind such adaptable and clever people. It was the stubborn ones he never went easy on. Upon receiving the order, Wang Qian immediately unleashed Blade Dance, his greatsword transforming into blood-red sword energy, slashing 8 times per second and tearing apart the demoness spider's body. With Qin Sha's courage blessing and protection blessing, their combat power had significantly increased. This was why Wang Qian was completely convinced. He might have been able to bluff against a damage dealer, but against such a powerful support, how could he maintain his pride? Such abundant and consistent healing was a rare find. With the 3 of them working together, the demoness spider quickly fell, dropping a pile of golden equipment. Among them, the most eye-catching was a special witch's necklace. Golden item. Necklace. Required level, 25. Class restriction, none. Strength, 225. Agility, 1123. Effect 1. Melee attacks inflict a poison effect, dealing 10 self-damage per second, lasting 5 seconds, stackable up to 6 times. Effect 2. Increases damage to males by 10. The equipment description continued. Witch's hatred. Your next attack will carry a curse effect, with a 60 chance of immobilizing the enemy for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Below, in blood-red letters, it read, striking a man's weak point guarantees this skill's chance to 100. The equipment manual included a mysterious introduction. The witch has been here, leaving traces in her wake. Follow her steps into endless darkness. Brave adventurer, are you ready to be cut down? As Wang Qian read the description, he felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively stepped back, his voice trembling. Wow, this equipment is insane. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down there? Qin Cha studied the equipment's attributes with a frown. Despite the top-tier skills, attribute boosts, and effects, he couldn't help but shake his head. The malice against males in this equipment is a bit much. At that moment, Xia Qing's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a rare treasure. She exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, this is amazing. Qin, can I have it?" Her voice was filled with anticipation. This equipment was indeed perfect for the assassin class, especially Effect 1, which was a dream piece for any assassin. Take it. It's just a piece of gold equipment. Qin Cha casually handed the equipment to Xia Qing, adding, I have another nice piece of gear to show you once we're out. He recalled the level 40 Crimson Fire Lotus leather armor. Xia Qing, hearing this, glanced at Qin Cha with a seductive gaze and sweetly said, Oh, Qin, that's wonderful. I'll definitely take a good look then. Meanwhile, Wang Qian tried to maintain his composure, looking down in silent frustration, inwardly screaming, Damn, this is like leading a lamb to slaughter. I'm so jealous. All right, try on the equipment, Qin Cha said, giving Xia Qing a nonchalant glance. Irritated by his indifference, Xia Qing shot Qin Cha a glare. Watching this, Wang Qian was nearly in tears. Hey, hey, hey. I know I shouldn't interrupt, but can you two cut me some slack? I'm still a kid here, and I have no idea what's going on. Humph. Xia Qing ignored Wang Qian's complaints and put on the equipment. With a soft swish, Wang Qian stood frozen. A matte black leather choker fitted perfectly around Xia Qing's fair neck. The stark contrast of black and white was striking. The choker's width was just right, with a small ring at the back, as if awaiting something. Wang Qian watched, swallowing hard. He had only one thought. If Qin Cha weren't here, he would definitely try to pursue Xia Qing. She was like a sexy wildcat. To make matters worse, Xia Qing deliberately approached Qin Cha, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, and whispered sweetly, "Brother, do I look beautiful?" Damn. Wang Qian's face turned bright red, his neck thickening with the effort of restraint, as he couldn't help but shout to Qin Cha, "Qin, how can you stay so calm? I don't think I can handle this anymore." Wang Qian was feeling unusually frustrated, as if he wanted to burst into song. I should be in the soil, not in the cave. He glanced at the two people beside him and silently grumbled. Could you guys move away a bit? You're interrupting my solitude. At that moment, Xia Qing suddenly approached Qin Cha, her eyes flickering with an unusual light. However, Qin Cha casually waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling her charm. With a calm expression, he said, "There are people here. If you really want to, find a place to do it yourself." His words were like a heavy blow, almost causing Xia Qing to stumble. Wang Qian was stunned, marveling at the scene. Is this the world of the strong? While the rest of us are still enchanted, Qin Cha can dismiss it so nonchalantly. What a waste. So bad. Xia Qing rolled her eyes at Qin Cha and turned to check her own condition. Incredible. Wang Qian sincerely gave a thumbs up. Qin, I truly admire you this time. You're my role model in every way. Kill the monster. Qin Sha's voice came from under his cloak. He knew well that although Xia Qing was usually wild about him, she wouldn't cross the line in such situations. Rather than gaining pointless advantages, it was better to cut off her thoughts and settle the score after leaving the dungeon. The three of them progressed several hundred meters through the eerie cave, the damp, foul-smelling air making them nauseous. Suddenly, Wang Qian, who was walking ahead, let out a startled cry. Damn! A jet-black spider silk shot out from the shadows. Although Wang Qian immediately raised his sword to block, it was too late. The silk wrapped around his body like steel cables, tightening and leaving bloody marks. Qin, this monster is different. Wang Qian struggled desperately, unable to break free from the silk's grip. Don't move. A flash of light cut through the air, and Xia Qing's figure suddenly appeared. Her dagger sliced through the silk, binding Wang Qian with precision, and she quickly vanished back into the darkness. Qin Sha's gaze was steady as he looked ahead. A massive human-faced demon spider blocked their path. The cave widened at a bend, revealing a space tens of meters wide, with swarms of demonic witch spiders hanging from the ceiling, their venomous eyes fixed on the intruders. The most striking was the blood-red human-faced demon spider, resembling a pool of flowing blood, with a ring of black fur around its neck. The most bizarre feature was its facing a man's face twisted in agony, as if forcibly sewn onto the spider's body. Horrifying. Freakish. What is this thing? Why can't I see its attributes? Wang Qian gripped his greatsword tightly, warily eyeing the human-faced demon spider. Although his detection skill was quite advanced, it was still far inferior to Qin Sha's holy light eye. The human-faced demon spider, a formidable golden-level boss, boasts terrifying attributes: 50 points in strength, 12,217 in stamina, 17,924 in spirit, 14,721 in agility, and 21,844 skill points. It wields multiple skills such as charge, stomp, ferocious bite, devour recovery, hard carapace, rapid slash, and venom spray. This bizarre half-human, half-spider creature has a sole weakness: its face. Yet, its astonishing speed and formidable defense are enough to intimidate any adventurer. On Qin Sha's command, the glow of blessing skills enveloped his two companions. Wang Qian, hailed as the top prodigy of Pingdong City, displayed courage befitting his status. His long sword shimmered with a faint glow as he launched his attack without hesitation. At that moment, the witch spider swarm on the ceiling began to stir, releasing countless venomous threads that cascaded down like serpents, aiming to trap Wang Qian in place. The human-faced demon spider let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its scarlet eyes locked on a Qin Sha had keenly sensed the most threatening presence emanating from this human. Provoking me? It seems you're quite defiant. Qin Sha smirked coldly, flipping his palm to reveal the supreme holy hammer of the divine realm. The dazzling, seven-colored light instantly illuminated the dark cave, capturing everyone's attention like an angel's descent. Wang Qian and Xia Qing were momentarily frozen. As prodigies of extraordinary talent, they rarely lost focus in battle, but the scene before them was simply too overwhelming. Was the object enveloped in that rainbow light a statue or a weapon? If it was a weapon, then could this miraculous glow mean it was a legendary artifact? Their speculations were cut short as Qin Cha made his move. He drove the supreme holy hammer heavily into the ground, and with a resounding boom, a faint halo swept over everyone. Although they felt no immediate change, Qin Sha's aura had clearly ascended to a new level. Powered by the spirit of the artifact, Qin Cha gained a 30 boost to all attributes even without wielding a weapon. A pale purple lightning danced across his arms, accompanied by the constant rumble of thunder. As Wang Qian pondered why Qin Cha had set aside his weapon, the battle commenced. With the speed boost, Qin Cha appeared before the human-faced demon spider in an instant. The thunder-infused punch winds roared forth, and Xia Qing and Wang Qian could only see flickering afterimages and hear the deafening claps of thunder. The demon spider's prized carapace shattered under the relentless assault, its sharp limbs scattering like black snowflakes. The green blood evaporated before it could reach Qin Cha, purified into nothingness. Finally, with a powerful uppercut, Qin Cha sent the formidable boss flying into the ceiling, embedding it into the solid rock, creating a deep crater. The entire battle lasted a mere 2 seconds. Wang Qianmu stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The man who called himself a priest was displaying combat abilities that completely overturned Wang's understanding. Not only could his healing spells instantly restore severely injured people to full health, but now he had also casually stabbed his weapon into the ground, unleashing a staggering speed of attack with his bare hands. 6 or 7 punches a second. Is he even human? Wang murmured to himself, watching the afterimages left by the man's fists in the air. Any martial artist would feel inferior, and other priests might abandon their profession on the spot. Just then, the battle took a sudden turn. The human-faced demon spider let out a piercing screech, its damaged forelimb stabbing into a demon witch spider. The body of the demon witch spider shriveled at a visible rate, while the forelimb of the demon spider grew harder and turned a vivid red. Devour and regenerate. Wang recognized the skill. The human-faced demon spider didn't stop there. Its claws struck like lightning into the bodies of 5 nearby demon witch spiders. In mere seconds, its battered form was fully restored, while the demon witch spiders were reduced to withered corpses. Xia Qing watched the stunned Wang Qianmu and sighed inwardly. This guy actually believed Qin Sha's claim that this was just an elite monster due to his low-level detection skill. It was clearly a level 50 gold boss. But she understood Qin Sha's intent being too honest might have crushed their teammates' confidence. After regenerating, the demon spider suddenly spewed a cloud of sickly green poison. Wang and Xia Qing immediately held their breath, but the toxin permeated through their skin. Both felt dizzy and in pain, and even Xia Qing's stealth mode was forcibly broken. Taken down by a spider's poison. The two exchanged wry smiles. The demon spider's face showed a smug expression. The poison not only inflicted ongoing damage but also slowed down its enemies and weakened their combat abilities. It seemed to be taunting Qin Sha with its gaze. No matter how strong your fists are, I can wear you down from above with my poison. Yet, in the face of the deadly poison fog, Qin Sha merely smirked with disdain. Poison? It's just another negative status effect. Boom. Qin Sha charged towards Wang Qian and Xia Qing like a bolt of lightning, delivering a thunderous punch. Purple electricity instantly enveloped them both. Xia Qing's body trembled violently, barely able to hold onto her dagger as she rolled her eyes, enduring the familiar shock. Wang Qian's reaction was even more intense. He had never experienced anything so exhilarating. The moment the lightning entered his body, his mind cleared completely, and his thoughts became unprecedentedly sharp. All his pain and toxins seemed to be instantly purged, replaced by an extreme pleasure from deep within his soul, far surpassing any self-indulgent thrill he had ever felt. His whole body shook, veins bulging on the hand gripping his sword, as he let out a series of roars. At this moment, he finally understood why Xia Qing had previously requested Qin Sha to shock her. Watching their reactions, Qin Sha realized his mistake after activating the soul engine. All his attributes had significantly increased. The Thunderous Dew skill, originally meant to heal allies, had become overwhelmingly powerful, turning into a control skill that caused his teammates to lose control. On the ceiling, the humanoid demon spider looked puzzled, unable to comprehend why this idiot was attacking his own teammates. However, its confusion was soon interrupted. Hey, you get down here! Qin Sha shouted as he looked up, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his hand. With all the enhancements, the Thunderous Dew attack range extended to 10 meters, just enough to reach the boss on the ceiling, combined with his impressive height. The crackling purple lightning instantly enveloped the humanoid demon spider. This time, Qin Sha unleashed his full power without reservation. The grotesque creature immediately foamed at the mouth, its eyes rolling back as it twitched and flailed wildly on the ground. The damage from Thunderous Dew was no less than Qin Sha's punches, and his extraordinary mental attributes amplified the skill's power to a terrifying degree. When Xia Qing and Wang Qian regained their senses, they were stunned by the sight before them. The formidable golden boss was now flopping desperately on the ground like a fish out of water, pale purple sparks crackling around it, accompanied by a mix of pained and oddly pleasurable howls. Xiaqing silently entered stealth mode, while Wang Qian pretended to nonchalantly gaze at the witch spider's dried corpse hanging from the ceiling, as if today's weather was indeed pleasant. Clearly, they both saw their own earlier embarrassment reflected in the spider's predicament. With a loud bang, the humanoid demon spider finally couldn't withstand it anymore and exploded. As it perished, a heap of equipment and materials clattered to the ground. Huh, Qin Cha exclaimed softly. Lucky us, it actually dropped this. Wang Qian's eyes widened. No way, it's not just luck, this is unbelievable. The corpse of the human-faced demon spider exploded, releasing dazzling golden rays. Among these, a misty platinum light stood out, exuding an aura of nobility. Qin Cha quickly stepped forward and picked up the object formed by this light skill book. Holy Prayer, a level skill, requires level 30, exclusive to priests. Qin Cha carefully read the skill book's attributes. Upon use, it allows you to pray over an enemy's corpse, transforming it into holy power that provides a temporary buff. Wang Qian took a closer look. Although unfamiliar with the skill, the A-level designation was enough to indicate its high value. Qin Cha, this skill is perfect for you. Xiaqing, evidently knowledgeable, immediately suggested. You could sell it, but such an A-level skill would fetch at least tens of millions. I recommend you learn it. Qin Cha didn't hesitate. Though he was short on money, selling such a rare skill book would make it nearly impossible to reacquire. With his luck stat exceeding 20, this was the only skill book he had obtained in a long time. After learning the skill, more detailed information appeared before him. Holy Prayer level, active, LV1. Effect, pray over an enemy's corpse, transforming it into holy power. Buff, gain 10 of the enemy's highest attribute in life. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Let me give it a try. Qin Cha immediately cast the skill on the demon spider's corpse. A string of compassionate incantations flowed from his lips, and though others couldn't hear clearly, they felt a solemn and dignified aura. Golden light emanated from Qin Cha's palm, drifting towards the spider's remains. In just 3 seconds, the corpse turned to golden dust and vanished in the wind, leaving only a pile of materials for sale. Simultaneously, a faint halo formed at Qin Cha's feet. Since the demon spider's highest attribute in life was agility, at over 20,000 points, the buff granted Qin Cha an impressive increase of over 2,100 agility points. Whoa! Wang Qian exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. This skill is brutal, leaving nothing behind. It's like instant cremation. Anyone who crosses you is in for a world of hurt. This display only solidified his resolve to stick by Qin Cha. The priest's skills were simply too formidable. Acquiring this powerful skill put Qin Cha in high spirits, and he was even more pleased that it advanced the Holy Soul Ring's unsealing task by 5. Unbeknownst to him, the progress toward the task of slaying 1,000 golden bosses had reached 329, though most were not slain by him personally. The higher the level and rank of the boss, the fewer are needed. This level 50 boss is worth as much as 5 regular tasks, and the previous king-level boss was equivalent to 100 tasks. Qin Cha allocated 3 golden equipment pieces, shimmering with a golden glow, to Xiaqing and Wang Qian. Although their contributions in the dungeon weren't significant, Qin Cha always adhered to a principle of fair distribution. After careful consideration, he had already taken 90 of the loot, so sharing some spoils with his teammates was only fair. With the fall of this boss, Xiaqing broke through the level 30 threshold. Qin Cha's experience points were nearing a critical point, thanks to the experience bonus from the Blood Shadow Cloak. At the current pace, once they fully clear this dungeon, he has a high chance of leveling up 3 times, reaching level 38. Considering this is a level 50 hell dungeon, such an impressive leveling speed is quite remarkable. The 3 of them continued advancing through the dark cave, slaying all the monsters they encountered and converting them into valuable experience points. Soon, they reached the end of the cave. Hiss! The scene before them made Wang Qian gasp, his scalp tingling. It was a grand hall, 10 times larger than the space where the human-faced demon spider was. A dense swarm of spiders filled the entire space. In the center of the hall, a gigantic creature stood out. It had an enormous body and a face 10 times more exquisite than the demon spider witch, wearing a golden crown. This creature had its eyes closed and was bound by countless spider webs, seemingly asleep, yet its tail was frantically laying eggs. Even more astonishing, the newly hatched demon spider witches grew to 1 or 2 meters tall within just seconds. In each of the 4 corners, a human-faced demon spider was stationed, watching Qin Cha and his team with a menacing gaze. The system immediately displayed the boss's attribute panel. Human-faced demon spider, Queen Diamond boss. Level 50. Strength 12,441. Stamina 44,890. Spirit 32,019. Agility 29,383. Skills: Egg Laying, Mind Control, Venomous Web, Summon, devour and recover, poison rain, corrosive venom. Special note, continuous egg laying is its instinct as well as its skill. Weakness, abdomen. Qin, what level of boss is this? Wang Qian swallowed hard, looking at the thousands of demon spider witches in the hall, his legs going weak. This, Without another word, Qin Cha summoned the supreme sacred hammer of the divine kingdom and smashed it heavily into the ground. Soul drive. No matter the level, let's go for it. Faced with such a scene, Qin Cha was not afraid but rather excited. Thousands of elite-level monsters at the minimum, plus several bosses, meant a massive amount of experience, equipment, and materials. With this haul, reaching level 40 is within reach. Courage Blessing, Guardian Blessing, activate. The attributes of the three soared instantly. This skill is amazing, Wang Qian exclaimed, feeling the surge of power within him. Qin, it's hard to imagine how I'll get by without you in the future. Xia Qing, who had just entered stealth mode, immediately protested in dissatisfaction, don't steal my lines. Ignoring their banter, Qin Cha focused intently on the tide of monsters surging towards them. His fists sparked with lightning, and he stomped the ground, shouting, King's Aura, activate. Golden light radiated as the aura of a king unfolded around Qin Cha. Within its reach, enemies suffered 5.1 true damage per second, while his mana drained at a rate of 1 per second. As the aura activated, the blessing of the king instantly empowered him, boosting all attributes by 510 points, and increasing attack speed, critical hit rate, and casting speed by 51. Attack. With a low shout, Qin Cha's figure pierced into the horde of witch spiders like a sharp sword. Each strike he delivered came with a deafening roar, and the bodies of the witch spiders exploded before him, their blood raining down. Behind him, Xia Qing moved like a ghost of death through the spider swarm, her sharp daggers claiming lives with every swing. Wang Qian was also in a frenzied combat state, his eyes bloodshot, and crimson tears of blood trickling down his cheeks, a sign of his innate skill, allowing him to perceive every enemy movement, as if time slowed down. However, compared to Qin Cha, the power gap between them was like a chasm. In just 3 seconds, while Xia Qing and Wang Qian each managed to kill only one witch spider, Qin Cha had already claimed over a dozen lives. With all the buffs, his attack speed reached a terrifying 8 punches per second, each punch enough to instantly kill a witch spider. His only waste was the time spent moving between targets. Damn it, this is awesome. Qin is the real boss. Wang Qian roared wildly while swinging his greatsword. Although Xia Qing remained silent, the shock in her eyes was undeniable. The queen spider remained with her eyes closed, but her egg-laying speed noticeably increased. The surrounding witch spiders noticed the anomaly and surged angrily in their direction. The large hall was filled with their frenzied screeches. Qin Cha fought with increasing vigor, and within the range of the king's aura, any monster approaching him took damage instantly. Elite monsters fell one by one, and experience points flooded in like a tide. He even had the leisure to collect dropped equipment and materials, remaining composed despite being besieged by thousands of monsters. In just 2 minutes, hundreds of witch spiders had fallen to his fists, and his level had already reached halfway to 37. Strangely, due to the queen spider's frenzied egg-laying, the number of witch spiders was not decreasing but increasing. This is too awesome, Qin. I'm barely holding on. Wang Qian cried out, blood tears streaming down his face, yet he laughed maniacally, looking particularly terrifying. His mana was depleted, and all his skills were on cooldown. At that moment, Xia Qing rushed to Qin Sha's side and shouted, Dad, heal me. Wang Qian looked utterly bewildered at the scene before him. Xia Qing moved swiftly across the battlefield, skillfully hitting each target and retreating unscathed. Why did she need healing if she wasn't hurt? In the midst of chaos, Qin Sha didn't even turn around. He simply extended his left hand toward the source of the sound. Instantly, a brilliant holy light pierced through the dark cave, shooting like an arrow into Xia Qing. Ah! Xia Qing gasped, her cheeks turning crimson. It's too much. Stop. I'm full. In just a second, the overwhelming energy was too much for her to handle. Qin Sha cut off the holy light and turned to the perplexed Wang Qian. Want some too? Before Wang Qian could refuse, Qin Sha had already aimed his left hand at him. Just tell me when it's enough. Wow! Wang Qian exclaimed as the holy light entered his body. The sensation was more intense than thunder and rain. It dawned on him that this healing not only restored health, but also replenished mana. In just over a second, his mana surged from empty to full. I can't take it anymore. I'm full too. Wang Qian trembled all over, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the energy. Qin Sha withdrew his left hand, and the holy light swiftly transformed into the power of thunder. At that moment, the witch spider demons, having recovered from their brief panic, launched their attacks. Silk Bind. Rapid Strike. Poison Silk. Facing the onslaught, Qin Sha remained unfazed. The silk thread seemed as insubstantial as cotton, easily snapping apart. The holy light shifted, dissolving any remaining threads in an instant. As for the collisions, poison, claws, and sharp slashes, they were nothing more than a mild irritation against his formidable defense. From Wang Qian's perspective, the seductive-looking witch spiders resembled ravenous maidens, desperately throwing themselves at Qin Cha. Yet Qin Cha showed no mercy, taking them down with a single punch each. Just then, the human-faced demon spiders reached their attack range, unleashing a cloud of poison mist. The hall was instantly filled with a thick, green toxic fog. It's over. Xiaqing and Wang Qian's expressions changed drastically. Despite having slain hundreds of demons with Qin Sha's support in the past few minutes, getting poisoned would drastically weaken their state. Facing the crisis, Qin Sha unhesitatingly waved his hand. In an instant, thick chains glowing with holy light materialized in the air. Chains of divine punishment. Oh my goodness. At that moment, Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Qin Sha wielded the divine punishment chain like a golden ribbon, tightly linking him to the queen of the human-faced demon spiders. A warm current continuously flowed into his body. While the group's attacks on the demon spider queen were largely ineffective, the damage carried by the divine punishment chain was converted into a constant stream of healing energy. The injuries on Wang Qian and Xiaqing were not severe, and this healing energy perfectly balanced the damage from the divine punishment chain. This meant that as long as the demon spider queen remained alive, they were invincible. It's like having a parent-level healer. Wang Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Brother Qin, the healers in our team are too mediocre. With this endless healing, they could withstand all damage, whether from the poisonous mist or collisions. In just 5 minutes, the results were astounding. Qin Sha leveled up directly to 39, Wang Qian gained 3 levels to reach 35, and Xiaqing advanced to 33. The only downside was that the newly hatched witch spider demons provided low experience and disappointing loot rates. Noticing the demon spider queen's egg laying had significantly slowed, Qin Sha was about to stop when those crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. Her gaze, filled with hatred, was locked onto Qin Sha, clearly having observed everything from the shadows. With a piercing scream, the demon spider queen launched a frenzied counterattack. Green venom sprayed like rain from her back, corroding deep pits into the ground and walls. Simultaneously, webs spun from her abdomen formed a giant net in midair, descending upon the trio. More terrifyingly, she controlled all the witch spider demons while extending her forelimbs to capture and drain the blood of nearby small spiders to restore herself. Under the assault of the poisonous rain, Wang Qian and Xiaqing's speed drastically decreased, their bodies weak and unable to evade as they were ensnared by the web. Even Qin Sha, under attack from the demon spider queen with over 30,000 mental attributes, suffered some damage. However, under the protection of damage-reducing skills like Holy Guardian, this damage was negligible. Looking for trouble, Qin Sha said coldly. Ignoring his trapped companions thanks to the divine punishment chain, they would at most suffer minor injuries. With a narrowed gaze, he launched himself like an arrow towards the demon spider queen. Having gained enough experience, it was time to send this boss on its way. However, the human-faced demon spider queen was not easily defeated. With a shriek, she instantly summoned 4 human-faced demon spiders and over 1,000 witch spider demons. Under her powerful mental control, all the creatures became extensions of her will, collectively fixing their gaze on the approaching Qin Sha. Soul scream. The monstrous mouth of the spider queen opened wide, and in an instant, 1,000 demon spiders let out a piercing wail. The deafening sound waves filled the entire cave, and the surrounding walls were instantly covered with deep craters as debris flew everywhere. Xiaqing and Wang Qian were caught off guard. Their eardrums burst, and blood trickled down their ears. They could only curl up in agony, clutching their heads, nearly collapsing under the assault of the 1,000 demon spiders. Qin Sha was not spared either. The powerful sound waves pushed him back several meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He felt dizzy, his limbs beginning to stiffen uncontrollably. A control skill? This is tricky, he thought to himself, acknowledging this as the most severe injury he had suffered since his awakening. Nearby, Xiaqing and Wang Qian watched, their faces pale. Thanks to the continuous healing from the divine punishment chains, their condition was slightly better than Qin Sha's. But in their hearts, Qin Sha was the epitome of strength and their assurance of safety. If even Qin Sha were to fall, the demon spiders would surely leave them with no chance of survival. Brother Qin, you must hold on. Wang Qian was desperate, wishing he could take on Qin Sha's pain. Yet, instead of fear, Qin Sha's face showed an excited smile. Finally, I get to use this move. Ragnarok. With Qin Sha's shout, a terrifying vision unfolded behind him. The wails of countless deities echoed through the sky, and brilliant golden light enveloped him, dispelling all pain and restrictions. At that moment, he seemed to transcend the 3 realms, free from any constraints. The spider queen froze, desperately howling to control Qin Sha, but to no avail. What is that? Wang Qian and Xiaqing stared in shock at Qin Sha, who seemed like a god descending to earth. Had enough fun? Now it's my turn. Qin Cha's left hand gathered a ball of holy light, healing himself while casting a flickering flame into the air. Apocalypse. The roar of the gods resounded through the cave, and blinding light erupted. A blazing sun appeared out of nowhere, causing all the monsters to shield their eyes in agony. Under the intense holy light, 99 beams of annihilation swirled like a furious storm, ravaging everything in their path. The end of the world? Xia Qing stood frozen, staring up at the terrifying orb of light above her. Even Wang Qian, standing beside her, forgot about his pain as his eyes locked onto the suffocating spectacle. 99 chains of holy light descended from the sky, each one like a world-ending thunderbolt, striking the ground with fierce intensity. Swarms of witch spiders screamed in agony under this divine punishment, their bodies tormented and torn apart by the holy light. The 4 massive human-faced demon spiders struggled desperately to escape the zone of death, but they were shredded into bloody fragments before they could take 3 steps. This was the Apocalypse Holy Light Orba God-level awakening skill. Each ray inflicted damage equal to 100% of the caster's mental power, lasting for a full 5 seconds. With the supreme sacred hammer of the kingdom of God boosting him, Qin Cha's mental power now exceeded 40,000. This devastating damage could only be withstood by the human-faced demon spider queen on the battlefield. Yet, the queen's formidable 40,000 points of stamina turned into its nightmare. Each ray of the Apocalypse Holy Light Orb lashed at it like a divine whip, leaving it in unbearable pain, its screams echoing endlessly. The ground shattered wherever the light ravaged, the scorched scent assaulting everyone's nostrils. When the 5 seconds were up, the light vanished abruptly. The sudden calmness made it seem as if everything before had been an illusion. But the gruesome remains scattered across the ground, the earth sunken by 3 meters, and the thick scent of blood in the air silently testified to the massacre's reality. Is it over? Wang Qian stared blankly at the tall figure ahead, feeling genuine fear for the first time. Qin Cha's thunderous close combat abilities were already impressive, and his monstrous healing power was admirable, but none of that compared to the scene before him. Over 1,000 level 50 elite monsters, plus 4 bosses, wiped out with a single skill? Is this still human? Is this someone his age? Wang Qian had always been a staunch materialist, never believing in gods despite witnessing many monsters. But now he believed. The only consolation was that the human-faced demon spider queen still had half its life left, not completely dead. It seemed even gods weren't omnipotent, Wang Qian thought with a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Qin Cha turned, his deep eyes beneath the hood shining with an unsettling confidence. It's just getting started, Qin Cha said, his words seemingly out of nowhere. Before Wang Qian could grasp the meaning, the terrifying orb of light in the sky suddenly intensified, like a dying sun exploding in a final burst of brilliance. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the world as the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The intense holy light blinded Wang Qian for 2 seconds, leaving his mind blank and his heartbeat seemingly halted. When he finally managed to open his eyes, everything before him had vanished without a trace. All traces of the creatures in the cave vanished without a trace. The remains of the witch spiders, the shells of the human-faced demon spiders, and even the queen spider with over 40,000 stamina dissolved into nothingness. The cave itself had expanded by dozens of meters, enveloped in a warm and serene divine aura, as if it were a piece of heaven. Only 3 figures remained: Wang Qian, Xia Qing, and the towering presence of Qin Cha. Wang Qian involuntarily swallowed hard, his eyes unfocused, and he stumbled backward to the ground. Clearly, the battle had been an overwhelming experience for the young man. Xia Qing stood nearby, managing a forced smile. Outwardly, she maintained her composure, but inside, she was in turmoil. Every time she fought alongside Qin Cha, she became more acutely aware of the growing gap between them. Having such a powerful ally was reassuring, yet it also instilled a deep sense of helplessness and despair. Recognized as a prodigy, Xia Qing had always pushed herself to the limit, acquiring gear, honing her assassination skills, and studying the art of combat. She had put in an unimaginable amount of effort. However, whenever she thought she had finally closed the gap with Qin Cha, reality would shatter her illusions. It wasn't closing, it was widening. Qin Cha, however, seemed indifferent to all of this, his attention entirely focused on the equipment scattered on the ground. He raised an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. In an instant, he collected dozens of golden items. Including previous acquisitions, this single dungeon run had yielded over 200 golden items, a number that would drive countless people mad with envy. Even at the lowest price of 1 million per item, 100 items would amount to 1 billion, and this was just over an hour's haul. Even more astonishing were the 3 platinum items: a pair of mage boots, a shield warrior's breastplate, and a bow for archers. Although these weren't the most expensive slots, they all had unique human-faced spider attributes. The mage boots came with a dash skill, useful for repositioning and creating distance. The shield warrior's breastplate reduced control time by 20, extremely useful for frontline fighters, and the bow was exceptional, each arrow carrying a paralyzing toxin that not only slowed enemy movement, but also released webs for control. The total value of these 3 platinum items was comparable to 100 golden items. I'll take all these, Qin Cha said, turning and waving his hand. Xia Qing nodded silently, while Wang Qian remained in a dazed state. Qin Cha walked directly to where the human-faced demon spider queen had fallen. 3 special lights flickered there, the most important loot from this dungeon. When he saw the first item skill book radiating brilliant light, couldn't help but breathe heavily. This was no ordinary Scrade skill, it was clearly a divine skill. The skill book read, Heart of Magic, Scrade, requires level 40, universal Scrade skill. The attributes of the steer passive skill, Heart of Magic, made Qin Cha's eyes light up instantly. As he carefully read the skill description, his heartbeat quickened. Cooldowns for all skills were halved. The terrifying potential of this effect was beyond imagination. Take the example of the Apocalypse Holy Light Orb, a skill akin to a forbidden spell, which originally required a full 24-hour cooldown. But with this passive skill, the cooldown was cut by 12 hours. Combined with other effects, the cooldown was reduced to less than 10 hours. This meant Qin Cha could unleash this world-shattering skill twice a day. He could already envision future scenarios. As the level of the Apocalypse Holy Light Orb increased, coupled with the cooldown reduction effects from equipment and titles, this skill might even reach a point of infinite use. At that time, he could unleash relentless damage in dungeons, making his combat power seem almost like cheating. High risk indeed brings high reward, Qin Cha thought triumphantly, recalling the price he paid to clear this dungeon using up 2 of his most cherished skills to combat a boss with 40,000 health. It was worth it. The blood he coughed up was not in vain. Just then, Xia Qing's voice came from behind. Qin Cha. What's up? He turned to look. Xia Qing was staring in shock at an item on the ground, emitting a unique glow, her voice trembling. This seems to be a legendary artifact fragment. Artifact fragment. Qin Cha felt a surge of joy inside, but maintained a calm exterior. As the owner of the Supreme Holy Hammer, he was well aware of the weight of an artifact. A single artifact could make an A-class professional instantly comparable to an SS class. Nearby, Wang Qiangang nearly fainted upon hearing the word artifact. In a world where golden equipment was mainstream and platinum equipment was extremely rare, even a fragment of an artifact was enough to drive countless people mad. Qin Cha bent down to pick up the item. From its appearance, it was indeed a fragment of some armor, and it was severely damaged. He examined it closely. This seems to be a heart protector? I can't see its details. My detection skill isn't high enough. Xia Qing shook her head. Let me try. Qin Cha activated the holy light eyes, and his eyes were instantly filled with pure white holy light. The item's details became clear. Sky Mirror Artifact Fragment. Usage requirement. Can be embedded. Attributes. Defense 10. Immunity to fatal attacks stackable. Can be repaired. Reflects 10 damage. Accompanying skill. Sky's Protection. Effect. Surrounds the user with the power of the sky, blocking 90 of incoming damage and reflecting it all as non-attribute attack. Duration. 5 seconds. Cooldown. 1 hour. Qin Cha drew in a sharp breath. This was indeed an artifact. Although just a fragment, its attributes were already astonishing. If he guessed correctly, this must be a fragment of a heart protector from some piece of armor. Qin Cha gazed at the palm-sized sky mirror in his hand, a flicker of amazement crossing his eyes. This seemingly ordinary item held astonishing attributes. It not only increased defense by 10%, but could also reflect damage in equal measure. Most importantly, it possessed the ability to grant unlimited immunity to lethal attacks. He studied the item description carefully. The stackable property meant it could synergize with other skills, like his own Sacred Guardian. The reparable feature indicated that after each use, this protective mirror could be restored to its original state by a skilled blacksmith. This trait alone was enough to drive countless top-tier warriors mad with desire. For ordinary players, a one-time lethal immunity might seem less tangible than additional defense. But in battles among the elite, life and death often hinge on a single move. An extra chance at survival could mean the difference between victory and defeat. What excited Qin Cha even more was the Sky Mirror's Heaven's Protection, skill reducing damage by 90% for 5 seconds, effectively granting a brief invincibility. According to the description, even before the collection was complete, this fragment could be embedded into other gear. Qin Cha's mind raced. If he embedded it into his own armor. Though his armor wasn't of high level, it boasted a powerful Void Spirit skill. Combining the two would mean 10 seconds of invincibility. With his abilities, 10 seconds would be enough to wreak havoc. Qin Ge? Is this really an artifact fragment? Wang Qian had approached at some point, his eyes filled with disbelief. It is, Qin Cha replied calmly, while secretly observing Wang Qian's expression. The slightest hint of greed would prompt him to eliminate the threat without hesitation. This wasn't senseless killing, but a necessary precaution. To allure of an artifact was too great, and any leak would mean endless trouble. After all, talents and skills are unique, but artifacts can be used by anyone. That's incredible. Wang Qian gave a thumbs up, his eyes showing only pure admiration and awe, with no trace of greed. Qin Cha nodded slightly. Though it's an artifact, it's still just a fragment, and the hope of completing it is slim. Even as a fragment, it should be usable, right? Xia Qing chimed in with her professional insight. I've heard of people embedding artifact fragments into regular equipment. It is possible, Qin Shao admitted, but it requires high craftsmanship, and I understand your concerns. Xia Qing suddenly smiled brightly. Qin Gij, you can finally make use of me. I happen to know a very skilled female blacksmith who is extremely trustworthy. Do you want to give it a try? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.